Why can't everybody be in the state of business, giving or fucking not being assholes? That'd be a good state to be in.
I wonder what QE thinks they're doing with the particle accelerator. I like listening to him. Whatever it is. Quantum this, quantum that, everything's a quantum.
It's like fucking it's just a marketing tool, bro. People need to wake up to that. You know, it's like before saying, "Oh, it's the new age" or whatever, blah blah blah. Oh, we're going into the new age, the sign of Aquarius. We've been in it for like 607 years, but people think we're going into it now. So all these people.
That one's confusing. I've heard it both ways. They're both convincing on which one we're in. It's the age of Aquarius is now, and then no, it was X amount of years ago, and no, it's now, and it's just back and forth, back and forth.
This is how they maintain control, by keeping us from our past and controlling where we go in the future.
I would agree.
Same
If you
with
don't know
the
where you
reason they
came from.
changed the clocks.
Well, if you
I wish
don't know
they
where
had the
you've
13-month calendar still with no
yeah,
change
I
in the
would use that
hours.
one. It's a real one.
Does Australia have daylight savings?
Yeah, it does.
I know there's a few places that don't do it, and I know China's like one time zone.
Yeah, because they're smart. That was when was that? It was made up in the early 1900s. I forget who fucking postulated this daylight savings bullshit. It was just to keep more control over the slaves or over the working people.
That and it
And
like messes with your mind.
yeah, it actually every time they change the clock, I'm not sure how many like millions of people died just uh because of because of that. It's got a quantum level effect on you. It's got like a thing to it.
So it's getting summer here. The longest day is coming. And funny thing is, I'm still seeing a little bit of sunlight, right? So my sunset was at 10, 21:50, right? So almost 10 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock here. Well, half, half, half past 11. Still seeing some daylight.
It's completely sunny where I am. It's like 5:26.
We have an on the fence person in here, Jay Layler. You want to talk? Why are you on the fence?
You know, being on the fence can be pretty dangerous. You know, that's how you wreck yourself. You might want to get off of there if you want to have children.
Yeah, don't get your earlobe caught on the fence. Otherwise, it might be hard to understand what we're saying to you when we're trying to talk sense into you.
And don't get defensive either.
Wonk, wonk, wonk.
Well, I thought we wanted him to defense, not to stay on there.
Ah, yeah. Well, he might be in awe of our offense because our offense is golden.
Well, a good defense is a good offense.
Why do you guys think that the spinning oblate paroid enthusiasts don't want to come in here and talk to us much anymore? They don't seem too enthusiastic about defending their globe anymore in here. Wonder why that is.
Don't get offended when we make fun of you for defending the globe.
What's wrong? You don't think you can fend for yourself?
Yeah, don't hit your head on the fender when I'm running you over.
These puns are getting off.
I say they're punctual. And it's his punishment for not opening his mic sooner. He'll say it's flat just to make the dad joke stop. He's flat out tired of it. He should be flattered that we're even trying to talk to him.
Is there a DJ in the house?
Well, if Helio didn't take it away from me for no reason,
Play whatever
make
you
me
want to play.
Yeah, I would, but I got to be a mod to have the DJ tag. So first I got to become a mod, then I can become a DJ or soundboard privileges. So working my way up the ranks to be a mod, even though I don't want to be a mod.
That's not exactly how it works. You can get it as you can get it as a silver or gold.
Oh, okay, that's what mod said. Battle mod said. So that's what I was going off of. But
You can. It's just
it's cool. I'll pay my dues.
it's yeah. No, it's just
got to build trust and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. You're doing fine,
I get
man.
it. I'm not offended.
Just don't push it too hard, but yeah,
Right, exactly. I'm not gonna go nuts. Use my powers responsibly, like a superhero, like an X-Men. Like they tell you, you gotta be responsible with your powers.
Did you say Spider-Man or Superman just now?
I said something about X-Men superheroes. I didn't say Spider-Man or Superman.
Oh, I thought I heard Superman. My bad. Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Superman can make the world spin in reverse. So pretty cool. Gas pressure is its true kryptonite. Yeah, like I said earlier, my goal is to one day be the red band of Flat Earth Discord.
Swan. Black Swan.
Here's just random. Dude said Black Swan. This made me think of it. I seen this link. It said, "No human has ever been outside of Earth's atmosphere. Here's why." And so I was like, I know this is probably some mainstream shit, and this is a clickbait title, but I went to click on it, and just was basically just going over how the Earth's atmosphere now extends to past the moon, so the moon is technically now in Earth's atmosphere, and all that kind of stuff, and that's why we haven't gone outside Earth's atmosphere because now it extends past the moon, blah blah blah. Just so basically went where I thought it would, but she mentioned something I can't remember what it was. It was an acronym for something, but the acronym spelt out SWAN, and so I was just cracking up because. It was. I think she was talking about how they determine what the thermosphere is and the different layers of atmosphere or whatever. And then it was something. I'd have to watch it again. I knew I should have wrote it down, but the acronym was SWAN, and I just thought that was hilarious due to Black Swan.
Black Swan. Black Swan. Not White Swan.
Blackpool
Silly
Swan.
ways angry people negate. It almost spells swan.
Black Swan.
Oh shit.
Silly ways angry normies.
Spinning worlds are negligent, or something like that. Spinning worlds are non-existent. Is that 2 words? No.
And
Non-existent.
that super wankers are numpties. There you go.
Spinning worlds are not there. That'd be with a T.
Say are null.
Spinning worlds are non-existent.
Yeah, I already said that. I said it's non-existent, 1 word. Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hey. Hello.
Hi, Errol.
Hello, Professor Earl.
I've been so wrapped up in watching Unreal Engine 5 videos for the past several days.
So have you got square eyes now?
They're more rectangular because of the widescreen aspect ratio.
Yeah.
Blackpool Swan. Won't you come? Don't know the words.
Just, well, if you don't know the word, just hum it.
Awesome song though. That whole shit with Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington and their ties and their deaths are very suspect, and that they were supposedly working on a documentary about pedophilia or human trafficking or both or something like that, and they both had very suspicious deaths.
You know, I just saw another song title for sanitarium, crematorium, let me burn.
And then there's the what is it that Chester Bennington was actually the bastard child of what's the name of that guy?
Podesta.
Yeah, Podesta. Yeah, that's all interesting. Not saying it's true, just bringing up topics because the dead air.
No, it's interesting. I'm not saying it's true or not, but where did someone track family ties, or how did they track that back? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I actually went down a deep rabbit hole. I was trying to verify, like trying to look up like Chester's birth date and then like who Podesta worked for and where he was at that time, and try to do as much research as I could, because you know us flat earthers, we like to fact check and you know and actually maybe prove it or have some sort of evidence to back it, not just because they look alike, something more than that. It's been a while since I was on that topic. It's been a couple of years. It's not fresh in my memory, but I did try to like connect some dots and see if it was possible.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want to besmudge the perfect record of John Podesta.
Of course not. You wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, and the same thing wasn't it the Anthony Weiner, when his whole thing, and then they took his laptop, and it was like his laptop that led to the Hillary Clinton emails.
Yep.
I mean, they're literally like, someone is having a good time writing the script of characters in a movie called Bush, Wiener, colon.
Fuzzy, you're speaking my mind right now. That's exactly what I was thinking. These names are just such a dead giveaway. Wiener, Podesta, Bush.
Who in the voting booth is like, you know what? I'm going to go with Wiener. That's what I'm going to go with. That's who I think is going to represent me best. Like, and
yeah,
who has the last name of Wiener singing, I think I'm going to go into politics in the public, and I'm not going to change my name. No, I'm going for it.
Or just or just the synchronicity of Wiener getting in trouble for sending pics of his wiener. Like you can't write it like
I mean,
the
exactly.
synchronicity is
Well, don't forget sex sells. So just saying.
My favorite made up name is Jizz Lane. Jizz Lane. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
There's a politician here in my city, last name Pure Evil. Pure Evil.
Right? It's like someone is just like, let's see how long we can get away with it. New planet discovered. What are we calling it? Uranus. Let's go with that.
Right,
Guys,
exactly.
wait, we're in a committee here. We have all of the brightest minds in the world are in this room thinking about names. We're settling on Uranus. We're not gonna, we're going to teach this to school children, right? Well, everyone knows that school children are going to learn this. Yep. We're going with anus.
Naming the telescope Lucifer. It's like
right. Purely an
accident. And that's
we're
why
settling on it. That means we're having settlements on
Oliver
Uranus.
clothes off for president.
We have a new person in the chat. If you guys want to
Lucky
speak to
Tier.
someone.
Blue side.
Sure.
Cypher. LU.
Leon, welcome to the
Hello.
planet.
How are you doing?
Doing okay. How about yourself?
Not bad. I would just like your opinions on, flat Earth and how.
Do you have any specific questions, maybe?
Yeah. Do you have
About
more than
some
opinions?
Yeah, kind of like explain why it is flat. You know what I mean?
Oh my
I mean,
God.
it measures flat.
What?
It's observed and it's also utilized as being flat and non-rotating.
It looks
I
flat.
see.
It measures flat. It's motionless, contained. So there's no globe.
And curvature has never been shown or
Wait, I think
validated.
the best way to do it is like step by step. How do you think the Earth is flat? You know what I mean?
Well, first off, here it is in one sentence, right?
All right, go on. Let's go.
What they claim it to be, you start to try to prove that to be correct, and after a few years, you're called a flat earther.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so here's how we start. Is we find out if there's any proof of the globe. So when you go out and measure like we've done,
Yeah.
we took what the globe dimensions are supposed to be for this sphere, not that's not our numbers.
So what do you think about
they
satellite
gave a dimension? So they gave a dimension, so we can test their dimensions they gave us and see if it matches with reality, and we find it doesn't.
Okay. And
So it's on them to prove themselves correct, not on us to prove it to be something else. It's just not what they
so
say.
the reason we're here is because we've been waiting for years and studying this and investigating things for many years already, that we've just only asked for some proof and none has been provided. That's why we're still here.
Oh, I see. And so if the Earth is flat, then is the Moon also flat?
What's the Moon?
That's another issue. You're looking up at something you can't identify it, like what it is, how large it is, how far it is. We have no idea what the Moon is.
Oh, okay. So do you think the Moon landing is fake?
Real quick, Leon.
Who wants to go with this?
Leon, when you look at the sky and you see observable phenomena, everybody can see the moon. We can see the luminaries, right? The sun. We observe them to do things above, but that doesn't determine the shape of the ground you're standing on. You understand that?
But how about drones or like satellite images of the planet? Does that not prove it?
Images are composites, they claim, right? And they're not photographs. Images can be cartoons because every satellite that you've seen is just cartoons.
Yeah,
you might see
Bigfoot.
In reality, what they actually use is called satelloons. These are devices that they put in helium balloons and they send up. They might use them for a while and then they come down again.
So how does gravity work then?
Send up a radio wave. It's ones and zeros from the depths and locations to the valleys and the high peaks. Ones and zeros, highs and lows. And it does ones and zeros. It doesn't actually take a picture like you're thinking.
Okay, and how do you define
No,
gravity?
not go with a fake image of
What-
ones
how
and
do you
zeros
define
graphed
it?
on
Can
a
you
flat
define it
plate.
for us,
Wow.
please?
Can we
Gravity
stay
is a
on
claim.
one?
Imagine, huh?
So,
Wait.
so,
For
so
example,
gravity is a
imagine.
claim.
No. Imagine someone's got like, let's say, a sniper rifle, right?
You know,
And
you're
they
going
shoot
all
into the
over the
distance.
place.
Yeah, he's just
You're
throwing
going
darts.
all
He's
over the place right now.
throwing
And
a
you
handful
need
of
to
darts at the
stick
board.
to one thing right now.
Okay,
You need to
but this
stick
relates
to
to
one
gravity.
thing and understand one thing before you
No,
can continue
imagination relates
onto
to
another
gravity, we
thing.
know.
Come on,
I
man.
understand.
It's
Listen,
imagination.
if you were to shoot a bullet and it was going
No,
straight,
gravity has
bullet
nothing
drop
to do with
happens.
sniper.
You're still missing the
No.
fact that we haven't figured out gravity yet.
Oh, I see.
Ah, you see.
But do you know what?
What,
If
do
you
you
could
have
please
scientific
give me a cup
validation
of
of gravity? That
gravity,
we've been
No,
looking
no,
for
I know,
scientific
It's
validation of
amazing
gravity.
you can
Do you
speak
have
about
that?
Can we
gravity,
relax?
but you don't know what it is.
Can we
Okay,
relax a
listen.
little?
Let me tell you.
Maybe
Let me tell you.
Leon, let me establish
Yeah,
something.
go on.
Maybe one or two people can answer his questions, you know, and maybe
I
take
just
it
don't
step
want
by
him to
step.
ask like 10 questions in a row. That's what I
All right,
don't want. I want to
that's calm.
stick
That's
to
calm.
one and answer
Yeah,
one
I
first.
agree.
Last thing. I feel like you
See,
guys
he
are,
just keeps going on to different questions.
Listen, I think
Leon, you
you're
need
all
to stick to
snowflakes
one,
and you're
guy.
fucking retards because the earth
No,
is not
you're a
flat, you
fucking
fucking
retard. You
melon.
came
Shut
in
up, you
here.
fucking
You
nigger.
came in here,
Cut your
Leon.
neck, you
There
fucking
you go.
nigger. You're a
You
That,
fucking...
came in
that's
here,
exactly.
Leon, and we can mute you anytime we want, Leon. You came in here. Okay? We didn't invite you in here. You came in here. Now you have to listen to us. Okay? We have things that we have done. Okay? And you can call me retard anytime you want. I can just block you and then you can't message me, you fucking moron. This is a place of people coming in and saying what they have found out in reality, and you're not even listening to any of them. Okay? You believe that your school and your teachers and you are completely right and we are wrong. That's the wrong thing to do, to come into a server and think that you're right. Because you are wrong to do that.
Let's move on.
Period.
Since Leon doesn't want to have the conversation and that didn't work out, let's move on to King. King.
Yeah. Actually, no, we're not. He's a friend of his. So muted King as well. There's another guy in here. I don't think that came with those guys. He was here first. Lone Wolf. There's Lone Wolf. Let's speak to him. How you doing, Lone? Lone Wolf. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
I can't hear you, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Oh, you're just
I'll be
listening.
able
Oh,
to
okay.
talk later.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll be
I
on
just.
later. I'll be on later tonight.
Oh, okay. Your mic is a little low. You're talking on your phone. Okay, gotcha.
So it's Leslie got been a weird combo troll. Kings of Leon. Leon King. Get it? Okay.
Well, they're both not here to learn at all. They're both here just to take a piss, of course, like every other one. And that's why he asked so many questions right in a row. That's how they do it. They just spin. And they don't listen to any answers. They don't listen to any answers at all. And so we can't get anything out because they're in control. So we can't let them do that. Okay? We need to stick on one. He kept coming back and going all over the place, and it's just not right.
It's not, but if we can get our answers concise to one sentence.
Yes, but he was not even listening to the answer,
I know what you're
Fuzzy.
saying.
He wasn't listening to anything we were saying. So
I get it, and I agree with you. I'm just saying if we can, and if they're only going to ever listen to one
it's
sentence,
a
let's give them the
spiral
best
after
sentence
that.
possible. But you're
It's a
absolutely
spiral.
right. I completely agree with you.
And I don't want it to happen.
He went crazy.
But at least if
on
it's
the
being
microphone
heard
to
by
see
others, and
You
if
know he went crazy, dude. He just completely went
he,
crazy.
he went crazy hard. But I'm just saying, like, if we're, if they're only going to listen to one sentence, let's make it be, and not even listen to one sentence, but
No,
at least
like I
make it
say,
the
you
best
didn't even
one
listen to
sentence
any of it.
possible. No, you're right. But let's at least make it the best one
I
sentence.
heard 10 questions. I heard 10 questions, and
I
not
know we
one
all
was
heard
like
it in his
literally
voice.
answered.
In the middle of one answer, he just started moving on.
Yeah, that's what I meant. He just didn't listen to any answers at all. It was awesome.
Yeah, so the guy clearly has a very short attention span. So I have a solution. How about we try unmuting anyone like this in the future for like, say, 15 seconds.
I know.
Let them throw out one question, then mute them, and then take that time while they're muted to answer the question.
And, talk to them in a different VC, I guess, since here we're not going to talk to them, I guess.
Well, I just wanted him to hear a little bit of our speaking
Let's go
before
to
he spoke
Flat Earth
over us.
Beginners VC.
Yeah.
But like I did get out the ones and zeros now, it's just like they did. So I mean, he can look into that.
Hey, New Perspectives here. He thinks he lives on a ball, don't you?
He has a new perspective on the curves.
Dave, actually, I heard a really good joke today. You might like to hear it.
I mean, it's 2021 and there's still people that believe we live on a wet ball.
On a wet ball, yeah. A dripping wet ball.
Yeah, with a mildew smell on it.
We don't.
Whoa.
I think I'm not getting good reception. You know what? I'm going to be down the road in a little bit. I get better reception.
And Discord's been a little weird today.
It's because the globe's spinning the wrong way, Dave. Just get to the right area where it spins right.
Get to the right rotation.
Because people's heads are spinning too much.
The globe, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more. No, I'm just playing.
Am I being asked to leave?
Should be called prove.
No.
Should be called prove the globe, Jack.
What you say?
But anyone want to try one of those guys again, or no? I always give second chances.
Leon started out
that's
so
me.
kind of hopeful.
I always give second chances. That's me. But I wasn't going to let the conversation be in that kind of way. Sorry.
Well, yeah, that's why I was suggesting a middle ground. Try unmuting him for 15 seconds. Let him throw out a question, and then put him on mute again and answer the question.
Okay. I mean, I'm down with that, but that's kind of, you know.
Let him gurgitate for a little bit.
So, Leon, what's your main question?
What are you saying? What do you say?
Did you hear me? What is your main question?
No, basically, all I'm saying is the Earth is not flat. It doesn't make sense. Like, scientifically, does not.
So that's a question?
It's not a question, but you guys are just wrong. Like, I'm telling you.
We're just wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then when did they measure the
Science will prove
curvature?
that.
When did they measure the curvature of Earth?
I see you guys. I can see your point.
Yeah.
He won't
Well, just
answer any
bring us the
questions.
measurement. Did they
he
make a
won't answer.
measurement? Do you know of a measurement or not?
We're all wrong, so he won't answer.
Well, what's weird though is that like I
What'd
used
you
to for 35 years of my life, Leon, I believed what you're saying. No one's a bigger Star Wars fan than I am.
Okay, then why did your opinion or mine change?
Because I started to try to prove it to be correct.
Yeah.
I already told you. I tried
Okay,
to
and
prove
how
did the
NASA to
research.
be I thought that flat Earth was the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Oh, really?
Hey, man.
When we first got here, yeah.
We were
Well,
all in your
everyone.
shoes.
He did.
Yeah,
Yes,
everyone
dude.
was
We
in
were-
your shoes at
Everybody
one point or
saw the
another.
TV
Oh, is
show.
it?
I love how you think that we are not gone to school or gone and had an education
my bad.
educational
Both-
degrees.
Both of my parents are teachers, and I have a college degree.
Yeah.
Both
Oh,
of my
really?
parents are teachers.
What did you study?
I'm in computer programming, so computer science.
Wait, so nobody here was a flat earther?
No.
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 Oh man, full on
We all thought it
Grover,
was the
Star
stupidest
Wars, like
We all
breaking the
know
whole
the globe.
thing. Yeah, sci-fi fans,
I
aliens,
was a
all that
NASA boy.
shit.
I loved NASA, man. I was like, when I came in here, I was like, "Are you kidding me, NASA?" NASA knows it all. Why are you even doing this to you guys?
I went to space camp, bro.
There's a space camp guy here.
Okay. I've been to like
So,
multiple
Leon.
NASA
Okay,
museums.
when did you guys
all over.
become flat earthers?
Oh
When?
my gosh.
At all different times. At all different. Everybody at a different time. That's what happened. We all discovered it at different times along the way in the last like 10 years, let's say.
And we all did our own research, not just listening to each other.
And it was and the main point, because I got to go right now, but the main point was to validate NASA to be correct.
Exactly.
That was the kicker. I'm like, well, there's no way this is, and here we are.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
fair
if you
enough.
can just
but,
go ahead and
Okay.
prove NASA
Now you
correct,
you're here with us,
love.
Leon?
No, fair enough. I
Okay,
understand.
now you
I
understand
get,
us. Okay.
I get what you're trying to say.
Now, can you understand our ways here? We really want you to understand it so you can do it yourself. We don't want to lie to you. We don't want to tell you a story. We do not want you to be behind us. We want you to be right next to us while we walk forward.
Belief. Yeah, it's not a
Okay.
belief thing.
Yeah,
it's about
you
fact,
finding out. Yeah,
physical
sorry.
reality. No, you're good. Just physical, repeatable, tangible, testable, provable reality. Your daughter, your son, your grandma, your grandpa, you. We can all do the stuff that we can do here on Earth and see it and test it, right? All the other things that you just tell us a story about, or you believe a story, or we used to believe a story about, we can't reproduce. We can't do it. There's no way to even find it out other than draw a cartoon. Imagine. So, I mean, that's, it's far-fetched. It's just kind of odd. And there's no measurements. Water's level. If it's 72% water, man, water's level and every way I've ever seen it physically.
Would you please get into the live stream voice text too? We're like
I can't
speaking
type.
to you. It's
not
right
letting
up
me type.
It's right up above the voice stream that you just joined.
Yeah, it says you don't have permission.
Oh no, because you have the listening role. That's why.
Oh, I see.
Hold on. This place is really locked down from trolls. Okay, because we don't want to troll you, and we don't want to be trolled. So that's why we have these kind of things that we go through and questions and understanding. Because we're not here to troll you. Okay.
I know you're not, and I'm not here to troll you either.
I'm just saying though, when you came in, it felt to us that you were just attacking us because you thought we were just some stupid, idiotic people here.
I don't think you guys are stupid.
I know, but you just called us all retards. So
yeah, no. I don't think you guys are stupid. I just think you guys are all sick because it's not possible for the Earth to be flat, bro.
Really? Check it out, Leon. And wait. So Leon,
come on.
Leon,
state facts. You know what I'm trying
Leon,
to say?
hold on. You have the burden of proof because you're saying something that's denying all of your God-given senses here on this place we are. You're denying all of those, so you have the burden of proof. So, okay, then if you have something counter to what we are saying, provide actual proof of sphericity. Show us a measurement of sphericity on Earth.
Do you know your proof?
It should be undeniable.
It should be undeniable.
Do you want proof? You got Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking.
No, bro. I want a
We know
measurement
all of
the
Einstein.
curvature. I want a measurement of the curvature of Earth before the space age because they had to have it before then.
Yeah, they had to have it before the space
they
age.
had to have it before 1967. So I want to see something before 1968.
How about Elon Musk? then?
He's not before 1960. Well, he's an actor. So you're bringing forth an actor from TV.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, an actor.
Do you find him
Exactly.
looking?
So now we're asking for actual proof that we can that can be irrefutable proof of curvature of Earth, the actual measurement of the surface that it
Like
curves.
if we measured your backyard, we would actually be able to measure it every day, and your backyard is still the same size and what your backyard is. We don't look in the
explain this
sky.
then.
We don't make guesses. Hold on. We don't make guesses. We don't make stupid ass claims. You measure your backyard, you come say it's 50-20. We're like, okay, we go check 50-20. Okay, you're right, we're right. Tomorrow it's not going to change. Your backyard's not going to be different. So the Earth has a measurement, and someone somewhere somehow supposedly has measured this Earth. So it should be recorded, documented. From now till then, it should have been done 1,000 million times. But can you find one?
No, listen. If you look in through the distance in the horizon, you can
You
see that the
find
Earth
one
curves.
Dude,
Matt,
that's
listen.
okay. Everybody can look. Look, everybody can look out into the
Okay, yeah,
horizon.
then.
We all can look out into the
Have you guys
horizon
been
in
on a
different
plane with
places.
rainbow?
We can have
We
multiple
have been
different
in a
views.
plane too.
Yeah, what we're
We've been
asking
in a plane.
about is an actual measurement, a physical direct measurement. Why it shouldn't be hard to understand
fair
a
enough, fair
direct
enough.
measurement of an actual surface that has been told to be a curvature of a specific size. So, do you know what the size of the radius is?
So I can see someone put in the chat a weather balloon. Well, that also
Do you know what
depends
the
on
radius of
camera
Earth
you're
is,
using.
Leon? Do you know what the
How many
radius of Earth
500
is?
miles does it take to make a curve?
Okay, so you know the contour.
How many 500
Am I
miles
not
does
being
it take to make
heard?
a curve?
Am I not being
You're
heard
an
at
idiot.
all? Is my mic? Hold on.
show you
How's
what-
that? Is that better?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you hear me now?
Stop deep throating your mic, G. Relax.
No. Okay,
listen,
fine.
If you're on a contour going 60,000 feet, you will see the curvature of the Earth.
I'm asking you for an actual measurement of the curvature of Earth in reality that has been recorded ever in history.
So
Why do you
why
interrupt
do
every
we
time
need
I
that?
talk? Why do you have to interrupt every time someone's speaking? You start speaking in the middle of it.
I'm just talking back, simple.
Where did you learn those? You're talking back. So
I can't
where'd you learn
understand
those
you.
manners?
You're raping your mic too much.
Where'd you learn those
a little
manners?
bit.
That's not very nice, you know. So
Thank you.
yeah. So listen, all you have to do to counter whatever we're saying is you just bring us the actual measurement that counters
don't
what
need
we're
that.
saying with
Why do you need
curvature.
the measurement? Why do you need the measurement?
So you don't have
That's
measurements.
that's how we
Thank you very
do
much.
things.
So
That's how
before
we
every
do
football
things to
game,
figure
people
out
like
their
sit there with a
sizes.
microscope measuring the football.
So there is
Also,
no
also,
measurement.
I've got more proof. I've got more proof for you.
We're talking about football.
Shut the fuck up.
If you zoom
What the
into a
hell?
round object, you'll
Shut
see
up,
it turn
Leon.
flat.
Shut up, Leon.
You guys
Oh
know
my
about that.
god.
Shut up, Leon.
Why are you
You
telling
have
me to shut up? Relax.
schizophrenia or something? What is going on with you? Or have
If
you
you zoom
spoken to
in
your
to a
doctor
round
lately?
object, okay, it will be flat. at the end.
Dude, shut up.
Oh
And
my
it's true.
god.
And you guys are just offended by that.
You're a clown, Leon.
Have,
You
have
just
a normal
admitted there are no
conversation.
measurements.
Don't be a snowflake. Have a normal conversation.
Show us the measurement
Okay.
then,
You
where
just
it was
admitted
measured
there
to
are no
prove what you're saying.
Understand-
Otherwise, you're just
understand
in
my
your
side,
mind.
now understand
No,
your
you're
side.
just in you're only in your head. You're entirely in your head only.
It's not flat.
Right,
And
guys.
no
Yeah,
planets
it's
in the world,
measurably
or
flat.
universe,
2 seconds
and
ago, you just
multiverses
said it
are
appears
flat.
flat.
Hold
You're
on.
an idiot.
Gravity exists. Gravity brings things together
See
and
how
makes
he
them
won't
round
listen?
in the
Yeah,
Nothing
it's
wrong
universe.
with
never been
gravity.
proven.
Guys.
So this one is.
We're not getting anywhere.
Now
No,
we're
this
letting him
was a-
dig his own
No,
grave.
I mean it's just true. Like the Earth is not
No,
fucking flat.
you
This
think
one is
you're
a
right,
numpty.
and
That's
that's
so
it.
dumb if you think the Earth is flat. You're actually
Exactly. You just keep calling us dumb.
Bye-bye,
That's all you
buddy.
have. That's all you
Amazing.
got.
Guys, I think if you just let him
Nuh-uh,
go on,
guys. Nuh-uh. It's round and it's a globe. Nuh-uh.
I think we should let him go on. He was digging his own grave pretty well.
Yeah. So
He had
provide the
nothing.
proof. Let's hear him ramble on for a little
Okay,
while.
Oh, yeah, he already
Keep
dug
on
his
going
grave.
about
All right,
you.
keep
Also
going.
proof.
hmm
510 million
should
square
look, yeah.
kilometers. Yeah.
Yep.
196 million square miles.
Go ahead.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay. What else do you want to know?
And where's the curvature?
What do you mean,
Yeah.
where's the curvature? You
Where's
can't
the
see it with your
measurement?
You
eyes
haven't even
physically.
The
described
measurement of the
curvature.
curvature.
A human eye is not strong enough to
Oh
see
my
curvature
God,
over
you're
a
an
large
idiot. Yeah,
long.
you can see it
So-
when you're in a
so-
plane.
Because you're high up.
Oh my
Update.
God.
Leon doesn't understand.
Let him keep going.
Simple.
Yep. Just keep going.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, I'm just eating. What did you say?
What are you waiting?
What are you waiting on?
There's the curvature right there.
It is round, bro.
Yep.
You know
Without
Neil
land
deGrasse
at all.
Tyson-
There's
What
no
are you
land.
hitting on?
You know Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see Earth curvature from 120,000 feet,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, but
You
how
God
can,
of
you can
science.
see it from a plane,
how
though,
can you
right?
prove that?
He said it. He live said it. He said it on a live broadcasting. Look it up. Neil
Who said that?
deGrasse
Who?
Tyson said you cannot see the curve from a plane.
Depends how fast
That's
you're
what
going.
you praise.
No, he said it.
How
He
fast
said
you're
it.
going?
Neil did. You're an
Hold on,
idiot.
he said it depends on how fast you're going.
I know
Depends
how
on how
fast
fast
you're
you're going.
going. What an
Wow.
idiot.
Guys,
Do you guys make money from this?
Yeah, this is what I said.
Keep on eating, bro.
It's quite hilarious. I can't lie.
I wish I
Keep-
This guy's
keep on eating.
hilarious.
Just so
Holy
you guys
crap.
know,
This
this
guy's
is going
so
on
good.
YouTube. Just so you guys know.
It is on live
Yeah.
YouTube right now.
It's
We've got
already
2 of
on
them
YouTube.
going, you
Yeah,
dumbass,
so
Leon.
you
Yeah, but
got
this is
your own
on a
numpty
separate
clip.
YouTube channel. Yeah.
You'll
We
have
are
your own numpty clip,
We're
Leon.
2 Flat Earthers channels on live right now, YouTube, right now.
Yeah, I know that, but it's going to go viral. That's what I'm saying.
You're an
Yeah,
idiot.
okay, sure.
Send me the link, though. Put the link in the chat. Let's
Okay.
have a look.
We kind of
Oh,
hope
we
that
can't
it
wait.
does. If you
We
know what I
can't
mean.
wait to see that.
Look up
We
at the
can't wait to
very
see that.
top.
recorded.
It
Wait,
says
you hope
live
it does
1
go
and live
viral?
2.
Yes, because then all the people that all the
All
people
the
that
numpties.
yeah, because the people that can think for themselves can see through and they go, oh my god.
No, because you're just a snowflake. It's
No,
fucked up
you're
generation.
literally drilling your hole right
I'm
now.
speaking, that's a fucking snowflake.
Can we heal this guy and use my
Okay, how
suggestion?
about this?
Numpty, what
Do you guys
the
believe
fuck?
that
You
there's
are
more than 2 sexes?
the worst
You can't
liar
answer
ever,
it.
bro. You
Fucking
just
muted
said
you
If
for
someone
now,
you were
man.
recording
identifies as like a
this.
broccoli or something,
You
they're just
just said
fucking
you were
retarded.
recording this. You said you were
Yeah,
recording this, and
that's
now you
subjective
asked for the
reality.
link.
We agree with that.
Are you mentally
Thank you.
retarded, bro?
Thank you for agreeing with that.
He's scared. He's so scared.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
in the realm of
Why
objective
would I be
reality,
scared?
the Earth is flat unless you can provide
The
evidence
Earth
to
is
the
not flat.
contrary.
The Earth is round.
It
Yeah,
is flat.
then you
completely.
we haven't seen anything coming from you yet, bro, that proves otherwise. So
Except for
it's your
words.
turn.
Okay, in order
His
for me
body's
to
bleeding.
gain you guys' respect, do you
Your
believe
words
that?
mean
I don't
nothing,
want
Leon.
I don't want your respect.
Why would you want our respect?
I don't care about your respect. Why you respect and why you don't. I don't give
you
a
have to
fuck.
earn it, bro.
I'm
I don't
fresh out
care
of
if you
fuck.
respect me.
Stand
Why
up.
would you care if I respect you?
You have to earn it.
You're
Yeah,
in
what
our
about
house,
proof,
so
not
you
respect?
demand
us
people's
retards.
respect in their house. That's interesting.
It's
Is
amazing.
that how you
Okay.
always behave?
Right.
I don't
Hey, guys,
think
do
I
you mind
think
if I
you
say
get
something to
punched
this guy?
Yeah, hold on.
No,
Your
I think in
perspective.
person, if you did that, you get a punch in the fucking nose. That's what I
Hey,
would
wait a
think.
minute. Wait a minute. Can I
What?
talk to this guy for just a minute?
It's okay,
please?
Sonny.
Yes, honey, go on.
No,
All
it's
right,
new
it's Dave.
perspective.
New perspective.
Oh, no, man.
Just real
Hello,
quick,
new
you know,
perspective. How you doing?
good. How are you? I agree. You know, a lot of people,
Lovely.
you know, that we think that people get respect by being funny, and you're kind of funny, you know. So it's
Thank
all right.
you,
You get a
thank
little
you.
respect there. You know, being funny is one of the things. I heard a joke today. You might like.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. So this is really funny. I had to write it down though. I had to write
Yeah,
it
no
down
problem.
though. Okay?
I'm waiting for the
So-
cheesy part.
Yeah. Okay.
Come
so
on, man. You're holding me back.
here it goes.
Let
Are
it
you
out.
ready?
It's on your knob.
I
This
am
is
ready,
really-
man. Let it
it's
out.
funny,
It's going to
okay?
be hilarious. I'm about to die. Go on.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's go.
so what did the typical spinning ball Earth believer say to all the really cool people who realized a long time ago that the Earth is obviously a stationary plane, just like it seems, instead of a completely opposite reality? It has nothing to do with their experience.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you just said. That's not a joke.
Okay, let me do it again.
I don't mean to
This is the
disrespect
joke.
you,
That's
but
the setup. This is the setup. This
I
is
don't
the
know
setup
what
for
you
the
said.
joke. Okay, listen to.
All right,
Is
go
the
on.
reception not good? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just not that
Go
clear.
ahead.
Can you hear me? Is it loud enough?
Yeah, go on.
All right. Here's the setup. What did the typical spinning ball Earth ball? Wait. What did the typical spinning ball Earth believer
Are you
say?
reading this right now?
Yeah, I wrote it down. I told you.
Oh, okay,
It was
go
so
on.
good. I had to
Well,
write it
shut
down.
up,
Make
let
sure I
him finish.
remember it. Okay. You ready? What
Go
did
on.
the typical spinning ball Earth believer say to all the really cool people who realized a long time ago that the Earth is obviously a stationary plane, just like it seems, instead of the complete opposite of everything they experience?
I don't know.
You don't know what he said?
Why? Go on.
Well, the answer to the thing is, no, this is the best part, okay? The answer to that is nothing they didn't already know all about or hope they wouldn't have to add to the long list of completely ridiculous and laughably fallacious ideas that they could no longer pretend were anything more than reverse engineered mathematics and graphic images, which becomes blatantly evident to anyone who uses common sense while maintaining their intellectual honesty so as to preserve their self-respect and integrity amongst those who are striving to do so for themselves.
I don't know what you just said. I'm not
Of
going
course.
to.
Yeah,
Because
but it's
you're
so
mentally
funny that
impaired.
you don't. That's the funny part.
Yeah, but the
The
joke
funny
is
part
so
is that if you
dead.
don't know what I said,
Yeah,
but they
because the
do.
joke is
That's
so
why
dead.
it's funny, see?
The joke is so dead, bro. Relax.
No,
I
but
think
no,
His
it's not.
attention
It's
span
funny.
is not that
It's funny
long, guys.
to you.
He
I
can't.
It's
He
funny
can't
'cause they
attend
know.
that long of a
They
sentence.
know. every word I said. Do you guys understand every word I said?
I heard
Okay?
everything. I laughed.
Wasn't
whole
it?
time.
Wasn't that a funny joke?
Oh, you guys
Yes.
are so right.
Yep.
I think
But
you should tell him a knock-knock joke. You might understand that better.
With 3 words.
Fucking Yankee, shut your
How
mouth,
about
bro.
this? How about
With
this?
3
Knock-knock.
words.
Knock-knock.
guys.
How about this, guys? Oh my god.
Hi, Jenny.
Hey guys.
What's up, Jen?
I see you guys are having all kinds of fun in here.
With Leon. Yeah, Leon is in here, and
Leon.
he's so good at his information. It's unreal.
Thank
Leon, are you new to the topic?
Of course.
Leon didn't get my joke.
So Leon's new to the topic. Maybe it would help him out a lot if he had a homework assignment. Like,
hey, if you type something in the chat, I'll send you.
I don't think he'll do homework.
Okay, wait.
Listen, babes. Shut your mouth. Give me your Instagram.
Yeah, no, you're not going to
Sorry,
tell
Leon.
us to shut our mouths.
Leon, how about a question?
Do you put a tampon in your butt because it's bleeding?
This is an easier way to
Get the
put it.
fuck out of here.
Leon, if the Earth is not a spinning ball,
He
would you
don't
want to know? Would you want to know? That's the question.
right?
Would you want to know? Yes or no? Would you want
I
to
don't
know?
give a fuck, to be honest with you. But the world is.
Exactly. Why are you here then? If you don't give a fuck, why are you here?
You lot think it's. I want to see why you lot think it's flat. That's why, because it's quite retarded.
There's a method.
But you're not even listening to anything we say.
I am
Leon.
listening.
No, you aren't.
Please, can I one-on-one with this guy without the joke, please, real quick?
Exactly. Let me speak to him. Let me speak to him. I like this guy. I
Please.
like this guy.
All right,
He's
cool.
got good jokes.
I'll try.
Yeah, go on. Let's have
So,
this.
yeah. Okay, so you haven't looked into this information at all, right? You're just coming here like blindly.
No,
you have? Okay. Okay, did you realize that everyone here thought exactly the same as you do about it when you first heard about it? Yeah, so we thought it was stupid, right? And now we don't think it is because it's obviously the opposite. Why do you think that is? Like, what's your guess?
Why do I
Besides
think
just
it's
that
not
we're
flat?
stupid. I mean, you have like a couple choices. Either we're idiots and there's like suddenly like a craze of people, like millions of people all over the place are all of a sudden deciding to believe or to think that the stupidest thing is actually the spinning ball instead of the obvious reality of a stationary plane.
So you're
Why do you
asking me
think
why I
that
think
is?
that?
No, I'm saying, why do you think we're here? Do you think we're all just like idiots, like that happen to want to start
Fair
thinking
enough.
this way?
I can have a question against that. So why do you guys also think then that there are people out there that identify
You answered the
themselves as a
question,
fucking
you were
cucumber?
addressed the
You're not
question.
even answering the question.
We don't do
dude.
any of that.
And
Come
you know,
on.
guys, people that clearly have a
You
dick,
just
they say,
keep
"Oh, identify
going
as a female."
offuscating and
We're not about
asking
to.
us.
No, wait, hold on, wait,
We're
wait.
gonna have to give. Listen,
Let me,
guys,
you guys, let me go with the one-on-one, please. Let me go on the
You're gonna
one-on-one.
have to let the moderate. Listen, you guys,
Please.
you're gonna have to let the moderators take control or give him seizure medication. You got to pick one.
Well, no,
I'm
no.
trying to
I was
take
gonna say,
control, but he's not
let me
listening
just say
to
this,
anything.
guys.
Yeah,
Can I
Justin,
request?
you got
He's
it.
here.
Justin,
He's here
have a
to trigger
conversation,
us.
but right, he's trying to troll. That's okay. If we can
Right.
just ask
I know,
him,
I know.
what on TV convinced him that he has to live on this magical ball? Because I'm just claiming we don't think TV's reality.
I don't
So
watch
that's how
TV,
simple
bro.
I can make it. Oh, where did you learn about the space religion from?
There's something called the internet.
Everybody.
Oh, so the new age TV, right? So screen.
So you learned about
TV,
space from the
right,
internet.
So they put it on TV, and now you watch it on the internet because it was
Yes, of
originally made
course.
for TV.
Where else
So
would
that's
you find it?
television. Right, that's television. Right. So
Okay,
it's
cool.
funny. Why do you have to hide from the fact that you've seen it on television?
What are you on about?
See how see how his tone of voice changes, guys? See how he's like, oh shit.
So you're
he
saying
knows
if I'm
that I
on my
watch
phone, I'm
TV,
watching
and that-
TV.
You see
You
that?
just got
See how
caught.
the tone of
It's gonna
voice
get out
changes?
of
Go ahead,
hand here in
Justin.
a minute.
Oh
I'll let you
my
guys
days.
take over, but I just had to
That's
put him in
That
his
just
place.
leads.
Thanks.
That just leads.
Well,
That just
I
leads
knew
to
it from
him
the
being
beginning.
Next,
banned.
who's next?
Oh my god.
That just
Who's
leads
next?
to him being
That was a
banned.
very-
Your mom is next. Get out
Yeah,
of here,
so
bro.
You're
guys,
muted
wait a minute.
next.
Wait a minute. Please
Yeah,
don't
Jenny,
get
take
triggered.
over. Somebody take.
Yeah,
Can I continue
so
with him real quick? No. Okay, go.
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, he's here. You're here to trigger. You're funny. You realize that that there's
I like
something
you.
to this, and it's like whatever. Just hang out, and if you want to know, you want to know. If you don't, that's fine. We're not worried about if you know or
I
if you
respect
don't
that.
want to know.
You're a good
Cool.
guy. You're a good guy. If anything,
try.
you should be a moderator here. Honestly, you know how to talk to
Well,
people.
I don't
That's
want to
what
be.
like.
I don't want to do extra work. I don't know.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But all I'm saying is just you deserve what you're doing. Good job. Keep it up. I like you.
I bet you're a flat earther just
So-
like coming here for fun,
Now it's
right?
taking the piss.
So Leon is new to the topic. How new to the topic are you, Leon?
Well,
Hey,
I'm not really joining the topic.
would you watch
Okay.
some links if I sent you links? Would you watch any of them? Just type
I've
something
already
in the
watched.
chat.
I've already watched a few.
hold on.
No, but
links.
just type something in the chat because you can't find most of them
well-
now. The ones that are good.
Actually, Leon,
Send it
if
to me
you
privately.
All right, yeah, I'll send you a private message. You have to type something so I can
Oh yeah,
find you.
he
though.
swore.
Simply because I respect you. That's the only reason why.
He asked if you would
All right.
watch it. You can answer the question.
I wasn't talking to you. Sorry,
Well,
mate.
it doesn't. You'll see. It's like a little intro I
Typical.
sometimes send to people.
Yeah,
that
just
just
go
kind of-
ahead, you guys. Go ahead. It's all good.
There's actually.
What do you want to say,
funny
darling?
stuff in-
No measurement of curvature has been provided. Just to recap, or rotation
Jenny, I was talking to Jenny.
not been detected ever
No
in
evidence provided
history.
whatsoever.
No globe has been determined.
So I have a question for Leon.
Yeah, sure, go on.
So have you had the opportunity to look into the topic for
Yes.
yourself? Okay. So what did you come up with when you looked into it for yourself?
Right. Why
it's
do
not
people
that.
believe in the flat Earth, Leon?
No, don't put words in his mouth. We don't know what he watched or what he
I'm
looked
asking.
at.
I'm saying. Well, I don't want him to divert from your question, which is why. Did he learn anything? Why we believe this?
XO. I didn't ask. I was talking to Jenny.
Right. You can't. You won't tell.
Yeah,
us.
I didn't ask. Anyway, Jenny, what are you saying?
Hey,
So
Leon,
the
I gotta hang up. Can you
specialists,
type something?
these
I just want to
specialists come
remind.
in here. They're only going
Can
to
I
talk to who they want to talk to.
Talking
So
to Jenny, relax.
yeah, we
Can I
are
remind you?
What are you talking
Can I
about?
remind you real quick?
Leave him to speak with Jenny. Come on.
You guys
Hey,
had
hey,
your chance, and it
I'm gonna
seems
leave.
like
I'm
you
gonna.
did
I have to
better.
leave, guys. I have to leave real quick though. Leon, type something in the chat and I can message you. Otherwise, I can't find you because you're not coming up under users. All right.
Yeah, because
If
he's
you want.
got a
Right
silly.
click on his name and say message.
Oh, okay. There you go. That's
So go ahead, speak to Jenny, please do, Leon. Continue.
Okay, so you looked into the idea of flat Earth, and what did you come up with when you looked into it?
Someone's gonna have to unmute him so he can respond.
Maybe he muted himself.
I can't talk when I'm muted, love.
Oh, are you good now?
Yeah, I think so.
So did you hear my question by chance?
Repeat it, please.
So you said that you're new to the topic.
Sure.
You have had an opportunity to look into it for yourself.
Yes.
I mean, I'm gathering you didn't get very far, and that's okay. But what have you come up with so far?
What have I come up with? I've come up with
Yeah,
that
when
the
you
Earth
looked into it.
the Earth is definitely not flat. Simple as that.
That's what you came up with when you looked into. I mean, did you read anything, or did you watch a video, or?
Oh, anything from
What-
reading to videos to interviews to.
Okay, just name one.
Let's say an interview.
Just name one of them that refutes what we're
Well, see,
saying.
the thing is, the reason why I'm asking is because it sounds like you've heard debunk videos and such, and I just didn't want you to sell yourself short that there's another perspective out there.
I think
if
King has a
anything
perspective.
else- What?
King, that guy's above me, he has a perspective.
You what?
You're real
Okay.
funny, bro.
He
all
studied
that
he
aside-
studied a
No,
year.
actually, Leon, we're not going to let your
He
friend in.
studied this for
Sorry.
1 year.
Yeah, sure I did.
Oh, ask him then.
Well,
Yeah,
if he studied it for
We're
1
asking
year,
you, Leon.
We don't triangulate with other people that are in here, so
deep
don't
throating your
even
mic,
try it. We know that
So
tactic
Leon never
already.
gave me an example of
Stop
what he
deep
looked
throwing your
into.
mic, please.
You never answered my question, sir.
So, what was your question?
Does your butt
Bro, you need to start listening. You're a very bad listener.
Yeah,
You're
'cause I've said
you're
it,
having
like,
to have
4
questions repeated to you
times.
multiple times.
Yeah, I'd have to
You're
say
live
he's
in front of an
gonna.
audience.
Okay, this
Stop and
is
do it.
okay. I'm gonna put up something here for everybody to kind of consider, maybe vote on
No,
or whatever.
I'm just getting messaged. Sorry, I'm just getting messaged by a lot of people.
Has had his
Focus.
chance,
Pay attention.
and
Take
it's
your
up
little
to
ADHD
Leon
pills.
now.
Focus.
It's up to
I didn't ask.
Leon to take advantage of all the resources we have down below in the Discord server under additional information. I mean, you can't just come in here and say nuh-uh about stuff. That's not going to fly. This group's been in here too long, and we put in guys in here have put in too many hours researching things to have someone like yourself be so resistant to accepting new information. And that's fine. We're not
It's
here
new
to convince
information.
you.
I don't disagree with that, but the fact is that it's just not real. Simple as that.
Well, that's fine. And you know what? We're not here to convince you. So if you're firm in your convictions, then maybe this isn't the place for you.
Yeah, but you just have to believe what's real. Like,
How
don't
can
try.
you even say that? You obviously don't know
So
any of
sea level, sea level curve.
Speak bro in your mic, bruv.
Well,
my
yeah,
mic,
what's real, bro?
my mic is
Thank
freaking
you.
fine.
What's
My
real?
mic
Now.
is fine, brother.
Away from it
Leon,
a little bit.
Just
let me ask you,
relax.
what's real?
So, Leon,
Leon,
Yeah.
what's real?
I'm speaking
do
with
you,
Jenny.
Leon,
He saw it
do you
on
have
TV,
5
remember?
Yeah, I'm speaking with you too. So okay,
Leon,
go
do you
ahead,
have
Jenny.
5 minutes? I'm going to finish up here, guys. Leon, do you have 5 minutes?
For what?
Well, there's a very inclusive and very brief, short video that is a lot of people think is put together fairly well, just to, introduce you to the flat Earth points, and that is Flat Earth in 5 minutes. And for your convenience, I will repost it again. I would be very interested to hear what you have to say after taking 5 minutes to watch this video.
I've already seen that.
You have?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Highly
And
doubt
obviously,
that.
my opinion
Name
stands.
one of the arguments here.
My opinion stands simply by the way gravity works.
Name
That's why it's
just
not flat.
one argument for sure.
What's gravity?
How does it work? Oh, simply.
did we
What's
get
gravity?
Things never dropped until they discovered gravity.
one last question? Did we get teleported over to Gem Panda's server right now? Is that where we're at? We're arguing gravity. That's what you
Was
got.
that meant to be a joke?
Yeah, gravity's a joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you don't believe in
No.
gravity?
Why is gravity a belief?
Why would you have to believe in it?
Don't you have some?
How do you think aerodynamics work?
Guys.
Leon, what's
How
gravity?
do you think aerodynamics work?
Leon, what's
Or
gravity?
even water dynamics?
Define gravity.
Leon,
He won't
what's
answer you.
gravity?
Oh, I wasn't talking to you, mate.
Yeah, of course.
What
Leon,
is
what's
gravity, Leon?
I didn't ask. Listen,
We are asking you, Leon. What is gravity?
shut your fucking mouth.
You're
Kick him out.
muted.
Kick
You're
him out.
fucking done, dude.
Wow.
Burning
You
button.
can't
Why you
listen to a
losing your
thing.
cool?
I didn't ban him. I just
Yeah.
muted him.
Yeah, that's fine
Yeah,
because
but
I had to
why?
repeat my question like 5 times.
No, 6 or 7 times.
Yeah, and
What,
that was
you never,
selective
it
have you
hearing.
never
was
spoken to a
complicated.
child? It's not that hard. Just have patience. Unmute him. Unmute
Have you
him.
ever spoken to a man-child?
All he wants to do
Yeah,
is
speak
learn.
up.
This is not a
Unmute
child.
him.
Speak
This
up,
is not a
child.
child.
Leon. So you say
Okay,
it's not
you
real.
can't do
Mineral.
that
It's held
with this
together
Leon.
by particles and atoms. Gravity keeps it round as
Wow.
it spins
Yeah.
through
How
the
does it?
Still doesn't
How does
and the
it do that?
explain it.
There are
Which type of
multiple
gravity is there?
universes.
Yeah, Leon. When you've stopped reading your script, how does it do that?
I'm sorry, what script?
You're reading, right? So how does it do that?
I'm not reading. It's on top of
Yeah,
my
but how
head.
does it do that?
How does what do what?
What you just said.
How does what you said do that?
How does what? Give me an example of what
Bro,
I
you
said.
just made a claim.
Because I
Back
said
it up.
multiple
You
things.
just read it, right? You just read something.
No,
Or
I
you
didn't.
you just stated something.
Just came out on top of my head.
So back
Okay,
it up.
then how does that work?
I don't need to back it up. It's just fact.
Then
Well, so it's just fact. So-
Because it came from the top of your head, it's fact. Is that what you
How can he
said?
back it up? He can't remember what he just said.
Yeah, well,
Man,
could you repeat that, please?
Man,
What did you say?
If you interrupt him, what, you're gonna help yourself by interrupting the man? So Leon, why don't you run me through what you said?
I don't remember what I said, to be honest with you.
Okay, so what's
I mean-
your purpose exactly?
My purpose is to tell you guys that the Earth is round,
To
simple,
troll,
it's held
'cause
together
you
by
saw it on
gravity.
TV.
where is it round?
Okay.
Okay, wait. He just did. He saw. That's it, Leon. Are you
He
done?
admitted it. Yeah,
Are
he
you done?
already saw it on TV.
What did you say?
Are
Congratulations.
you done then, Leon? You've
Are you
already
done with
told us
what?
that it's not flat. It's a globe. Are you done?
All I'm saying is just please wake up. Honestly, all of you.
Are you
wake up.
done then?
Yeah,
Wake
I
up and
need
look
to
at
watch
reality.
TV.
Are you done?
The Earth is not fucking flat.
Are
that's
you
something
done?
to think of.
Try.
Wake up, lads,
Justin,
please.
he wants
We've
us to
heard
watch
it.
TV.
Are you
Gentlemen,
done?
I know he
Baby
stated
guys, please
his
wake up.
purpose. He
You're
stated
all
his
wrong.
purpose. So is he done yet?
Can you move
Please
on
don't
then,
pass this
Leon?
on to your kids. Please
Can
do
you
not pass
move
it on to
on
your
then, Leon?
Congratulations, Leon.
The earth is
Congratulations, you
fucking
watched
round.
TV.
Gravity
You saw it on
exists.
TV.
Leon,
Congratulations.
can you,
Gravity curves
Leon?
forever.
I have a
Physics
question for you.
exists.
Leon, I
Welcome
have
to
a
flat Earth.
question for you. Leon, I
From
have a
now
question.
on, the
Can
only
you,
He doesn't
person
care.
I'll
He
talk
said he
to
doesn't
can you,
care.
will
can you
be
make
said he
me a
doesn't care.
your
favor? Can you make
perspective.
me a favor, please? I need a favor. Can you go the Sunday in the church, if you are not religious, and to say these people in the church that God not exist? But you need to do that every Sunday. You know?
I don't believe in religion, mate. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're
While
pretty
you are
religious.
here,
Religion.
while you
Yeah,
are
you
here, man.
do. Yeah, you
For
do.
example, listen, man. If this is not enough for you, that we cannot observe curvature, that we cannot have a rotation, and that we have not the vacuum of space. If it's that not enough for you, man, come back home, watch the NASA. You don't need to be here. It's all right, man. We are confused. We are deceived. That's all right. But go back
No
to your
problem.
life,
I
and
can
that's all.
unconfuse you.
Man, listen. This. You don't need to save us. That's all right. You know, you can come back to your life, and everything is okay. You know, it's all right, man. We are
Listen, bro.
retards, idiots, and a cult.
Listen,
But
bro.
do
It's
not
okay.
come,
It's okay.
man. Listen this. Do not come to the church of the cult and to say that the cult is wrong. You know, because that's wrong. Go back
I
to
get
your
that.
life. You know, if
I
it's
get that, but
these
I'm trying
things,
to.
Okay.
yeah,
You're
if it's
confused,
these
so
three
I'm
things
trying to
is not
solve it for
enough
you.
for you. If it's these three things is not enough for you. If it's this common sense is not enough for you, man, come back to your life. That's all right.
Sasha, I know that
Nobody
you're
wants to convince
confused.
you.
I know that you're confused, but listen, the earth is fucking round. Okay?
Leon.
Just believe it, bro.
Deuce Vault, please take over real quick.
Leon.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm great.
Lovely.
So, you believe the Earth is a globe, correct?
Yes.
And that's perfectly fine.
Yes.
We were all taught that, and it's perfectly rational to hold that belief if that's what you've been taught. But it's irrational to hold that belief if you know that you're holding it without verification. Now, have you verified that it is indeed a globe?
No, listen, it hasn't been verified. However, it's just common sense.
Okay, hang on. But let's not make leaps of conjecture that are unnecessary. Okay, so you agree you have not verified it.
I'm eating my supper, indeed. No, yeah, it's just
No.
common sense, man.
There's no more. There's no. You don't have to put anything on that. There's no qualifier necessary. You have not verified it. That's perfectly fine. But to go into a place where you have not looked inward at your own beliefs and said, okay, with this I trust because I have verified, then that seems like a foolish position to take. Do you not agree?
Okay, have you verified that it's flat?
Hang on. Do you not agree?
Have you verified that it's
Don't
flat?
ask me. I just asked you a question. Just answer it. It's really simple. Do you not agree to go in without verifying your own beliefs to be true, that it would be a fool's errand to run into a place where they think differently than what you believe? Do you not agree? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying you're wrong for doing it. I think you're brave. But do you not agree?
That it's flat.
Do you not? You do agree. Okay, that is.
No, I said I do not agree that it's flat.
Oh, no. I didn't ask you if it's flat. I asked you if you agree that going into a place without verifying your own beliefs and trying to defend your own beliefs without verification seems foolish.
But no
regardless of the regardless of the leaps of logic you want to take, does that not seem foolish? I'm not calling you a fool. I'm saying that seems foolish.
No, it's fine. You can call me a fool. I don't care.
I'm not. I don't know you enough to call you a fool.
That's fine.
However you put yourself out in the world is your choice. I don't really care. And we don't really care what you believe. We're only here to discuss it with each other and hopefully give you information so you could go better, evaluate what you believe.
It still didn't answer the question.
It's not about what I believe. It's just that it's true. It's common sense.
No. You cannot say that it's true nor common sense if you have not at least verified your beliefs through some means whatsoever.
You don't have
Other
to
than
verify
taking,
it.
listen, if you're taking other people's words on it, then it's not what you believe, it's what they believe and told you to believe. I don't give a shit what other people told you. If you believe this, there has to be a reason besides I do what I'm told. That seems foolish, and that's what I was trying to point out to you. And I'm not tearing you down at all.
Okay,
But
listen. Okay, fine, I get it.
but you have to verify
we
the
start
nature of your listen. You have to
once we start
you have
traveling
to
through
verify the
space-
nature of your existence in order to sit there and tell everybody else what it is. That seems
Okay, let's
weird.
listen. Once we start traveling through space and through our solar system,
Traveling through space.
you will
A
see
second
that
law.
everything is round. I'm saying.
Stop. A second law of thermodynamics violation. Space. You're saying we're going to travel through something that can't possibly exist if we have an atmosphere.
Give it 10 years or 15, 20 years, and we'll be
Are
on
you not
Mars.
listening to me?
Okay.
Are you not listening to me at all, Leon?
Mars, you'll see that everything
Leon,
is round.
Okay. Do you know what? I'm going to mute you because you're just talking nonsense. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. I'm going to take this step by step. The second
You
law of
guys can believe it for 10 years, but you'll see after 10 years
Leon,
that everything's actually round.
Leon,
Then
stop.
You're probably all going to
You're talking nonsense. What we believe is not what we believe. It's only what we know, what we can verify through evidence and observation. Observation being the evidence. Do you understand me?
Just via observation, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So things can only be verified through observation.
No.
No.
Not necessarily through technology.
No, but through technology. Half of our observation is through technology. We don't deny technology, and we're not sitting here as Luddites trying to smash machines because we think they're going to take our jobs. Don't be a fool.
Okay,
We use
can you
every
explain
means
how-
at our disposal to verify.
Can you explain how a
what the nature
bicycle
of our,
works?
Oh my god.
Okay, Leon, you're not necessarily here
No, but
for
it's
us.
true.
Leon, you are here for
Hold on a
yourself.
second. Hold on. Can I get in? Can I
If the
talk to him for
Earth
a
was flat, a bicycle wouldn't work the way it does now.
Okay, nobody interrupt me.
Bicycle work.
The hell?
Listen.
Leon,
Leon, you're funny guy.
Thanks, bro.
Why?
So is it common sense
explain to me.
like the same way everyone's wearing masks and injecting?
Oh no, that's retarded. I disagree with people wearing masks. To be honest,
I think
with
you
you.
should get I think you should get
Your
vaccinated, Leon.
idea of
I
common
will
sense
never
is
get
lacking
vaccinated.
fundamentally, right?
Wait. Hang on a second.
Why
You said you wouldn't. Hang on, please.
Saying the same thing.
Please.
If you don't
hang on.
believe that Corona is actually that deadly the way the media makes it out to be, then that's
Bro,
actually
you don't trust the science?
Hang on,
Oh.
guys. Do
stop.
not interrupt me, for fuck's sakes.
exactly.
Shit.
Stop interrupting him, you fucking morons.
Shut up, Leon. Okay, I'm going to ask you this question. Why do you not trust the vaccine?
Why do I not trust the vaccine?
Yes.
Because it's not needed for a normal flu.
Okay.
Okay, this flu may be a little bit more contagious. Maybe it
Is
was
it?
able to
It
kill
seems less
people with
contagious.
with a weaker immune system. However, that's natural. That's how viruses work. That's the point
If you
of
look
biology.
at the numbers, but I'm not asking you about that.
No, but I'm relating it to that.
With what about the vaccine? I mean, if the government tells you to do it, shouldn't you do it?
No, I don't believe in the government. Fuck the government.
Okay, who taught you that the Earth was a globe?
Not the government.
Really? Okay. Now you verify the nature of your existence with what? Space agencies?
Space agencies? No, evolution.
Yeah, like NASA? Evolution. Okay, so
Yes.
you verify one thing with something else that can't be verified?
No. What I'm saying is humans have evolved into what we are today. We didn't
Really?
start off as humans. Yes.
How would you know that?
Because it's clear in biology and selective breeding.
Really? Do you have some proof
Yes.
of that?
Yes, I do have proof.
Where's the hard, cold facts about
Okay,
that?
here's your proof of evolution. Look at dogs as an example, right?
Just looking. There's proof.
This is what I have to say.
We're going to take the evolution of humans based on dogs, Leon?
No, just looking though. See,
Come on, guys,
Let's
stop.
just
continue, guys.
Let-
Let
let-
continue.
Dogs, yeah, dogs.
Let me say what I have to say. Let me say what I have to say,
Yeah,
right?
please.
go on,
Everybody
go on.
shut the fuck
Everybody
up.
shut up, please. Thank you.
Leon,
So,
you shut up too.
Leon, you be quiet too.
Don't ever tell this crowd to shut up. It's my job.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't respect being muted. What did you say?
You
I
were
said, don't
deafened
ever
too.
tell this crowd to shut up. That's my fucking job.
No, I can say that for one.
No, you
No, you
can't,
can't.
rude little punk.
You're a punk.
Leon, you are honestly nothing but a punk, and you've only shown yourself to be a fool. You sit there and talk about things you have no idea about, and say that they're true without verifying them yourself. That's
Yeah.
a fool.
Yeah, that's evidence of a bloated up peckerwood.
Peckerwood.
Hey, you guys tried.
They
Well done.
tried.
Is he gone?
I think he's gone, guys. I think he's gone.
Jeez, man, that was like pulling teeth.
I know, pulling teeth, man. Like that.
When you you guys when you have somebody in here like that, please designate one person to punch them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'll volunteer to be that person.
And
Judas, you did a great job.
Kevin wants to get punched next. What's up, Kevin?
I liked it, especially when you
Oh,
told
sorry,
me
my
to shut
bad.
up. That was
Thank
great.
And
You're
and
welcome.
y'all respond like angry boomers from now on.
Wait, what?
Yes.
No, what did you say?
I
Say
said,
it again.
Can the crowd please not respond like angry boomers next time?
Oh yeah. I agree.
You know, if everyone's yelling at him about him getting triggered, it's not him getting triggered. Hey, y'all.
God damn, we went to the moon.
That was,
That's what you guys sounded like. That's what you guys sounded like.
they were like a
You
pack
lot,
of
you lot
wolves.
missed it. You should have held him to bet. Like he said, 10 years. I'll be like, all right, put money down. Let me see.
No,
I was gonna do the
a fool like
practical
that
thing
is
and
only a
say,
fool unto himself.
Nah,
He'll
but if
never
you
do
held him
anything
to
he's
it,
gonna
go on,
do.
unmute him now. Unmute him now. Ask him if
Wait,
he'll
wait,
bet that.
wait.
He said 10 years. We'll see. All right.
Oh, he's here.
Put your dosh down.
Is
I wanna see.
that really how lame boomers sound? Had no idea.
Sonny's a
Well,
boomer.
see, Sonny has an
Sonny,
excuse because Sonny is older than the boomers.
Sonny's Generation
No,
X.
he's
He's
not.
UAP.
Yeah, he's
People, come on, people, wake up. People,
Sonny's
wake
the
up.
boomer.
What are you doing, people? Wake up. Come on, people.
Thank you,
You are
Sasha.
you are deceived, people. Come on, people. Can you imagine people that in all human history always was always was deceived by one or some group of people, never by authority, and we know that. Come on, people.
Kick in that door, Sasha.
You know,
No, I agree and I appreciate it.
really.
what can be considered with
Yes.
keep talking all this shit how it's this and that. What can you do on the globe? Can a bicycle work on a
Wake
globe
up,
in front of
people.
us so
Come
we can
on,
work?
people. If you don't see the curvature on 40 kilometers or 20 miles or 250 miles, come on, people. Imagine that curvature, at least in your mind. Please, people, why you cannot do that?
See, Sasha gets it.
So
Sasha,
passionate.
can you hear other people talking? Can you hear other people talking, Sasha? Or is it just
Sorry,
a
people.
thing that you love to just
Sorry,
talk all over
I'm a
everybody
little bit,
Look,
how to
here's
say,
the
sorry.
problem. Here's the problem, guys.
Thank
I
you.
think we could have had
Can I just ask?
some
Can I just
entertainment
ask?
out of
Oh, dude, shut up.
we could
Gentlemen.
have had some entertainment out of Leon. I think he could have lasted a while longer. Maybe we could have had a good discussion. But I'm gonna have to ban him now
Aw.
because the well
Give
was
him his
poisoned for him.
t-shirt.
The well
Give him
was
his-
poisoned.
You'll have to send him a t-shirt.
Wait, did I poison it?
You can't give him a second chance.
No.
Oh, okay.
You're already in
No,
here for
because
like 10 minutes.
I'll wait a
You've been in
day.
here for
But
You
about-
know I have to play the good cop, right? You know. So.
yeah, I'll wait a
Good
day.
call.
But I doubt anything's gonna change because like I would have responded the same way he did.
Yeah, me too.
If I was being talked at, I would have. So
Wait, did I talk?
He's saying we're
No,
trying
not
to
you.
recruit? What the hell?
No, meme is correct. Approach fools with compassion.
Yeah, I tried. I got interrupted.
Yeah, me too.
Everybody's going to get interrupted. You have to designate one person. Every single time, whenever you have a clusterfuck like that, you definitely have to say, hey.
It was like when I came in here, it was like a pack of wolves, and they were just devouring in the middle.
Exactly.
They were devouring
It was like-
themselves. Leon came out looking fucking sparkling.
Especially as a Henzik guy, am I right, guys? A Henzik?
A Henzik? What's a Henzik?
Oh, my bad.
It's just another clown talking to his clown friend.
Hello?
You can speak now.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
What brings you
got a-
here?
Got a little bit of a sniffle there, bud?
Sorry?
You got a little bit of a sniffle?
He's got a tick.
Yeah, I'm just a bit ill.
Sasha, did you say he's got ticks?
No, I said he.
Not
Oh, show me.
ticks.
Use mint toothbrush. It'll pull those ticks right out.
Toothpaste, you mean?
Yeah, no joke. You just like kind of like brush it on their back, and they smell that mint and start just creeping out of your body. It's awesome.
You got that? Obensic?
Mint toothpaste. Yes.
I was talking about a Tourette's tick, but okay.
How do you know it's a Tourette's tick? Show me.
Oh, that's a different story then. I don't know if toothpaste will help.
Guys, don't worry. I'm just ill. Just relax. I'm just ill.
Yeah. You got the cocaine. I mean, the cough.
Mentally ill.
The good stuff.
He's got that drip.
The shit.
I don't know, man.
What is this conversation, guys?
Kevin, if you don't know,
Why
why are you here?
Is coronavirus like banned to talk about here? I don't want to like talk about it if it's banned.
Talk about who?
Virus, like, is it banned to talk about here? I just read the rules something about like.
When did they give
topic virus? Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
You can talk about the flat Earth. You want to talk about the flat Earth?
Yes, please.
How long has the flat Earth been flat, Obensic?
I have no clue. That's why I'm here to learn.
I'd say about 500 million years. It's been flat mostly whilst humans have been on it, right?
Hey, Kevin, did I say your name?
No, I was
Hey,
just. I was just...
Kevin, go ahead and mute yourself.
Okay,
Yeah,
my
wait.
bad. I'm sorry.
Stay in your place, Kevin.
Obensic, don't tell other people what to do. Hey, so what do you believe the
No, it's
nature of
fine.
the?
Don't worry.
Shut up, Kevin. Obensic, what do you believe the nature of the Earth is? Do you believe it to be a sphere? Obensic,
Sorry, repeat the question.
what do you believe the nature of the Earth to be? Do you believe it to be a sphere? It's okay if you do. No one here is judging you for it. You just gonna drop the N bomb or what? What's going on?
What? Oh, a sphere. I said it's a sphere.
Oh, it's a sphere. Okay.
It's a sphere.
Believe it to be a sphere.
I'm here to discuss,
No. I'm asking you what you believe. Why do you believe it to be a sphere?
I don't know. I guess that's just the way I was taught when I was like younger and stuff.
That's a perfectly reasonable position to take. And I think we all had that at one time. Well, most of us. So, what do you know about the flat Earth?
Not too much to be honest.
Okay.
What is it? What?
Go ahead. Get it out. It's a hard subject to talk about because it seems ridiculous. We all get that.
You're now in the No Glober Left Behind program. That's where you are.
Me? Obensic? You
Yes,
done? You done with your outburst?
It's Ohensic with a H.
I don't care what it is.
Reading it wrong. You're just reading it wrong.
I'm just gonna call you O.
That's fine.
Obensic?
Ohensic.
Okay, calm down. Listen, so you don't know anything about the flat Earth, but you
Justin?
believe the Earth. What?
Is your name Justin?
Yes, my name is Justin.
Is
Thank
it
you.
Justin?
Yes, it's.
Okay.
You can call me Susan. I don't give a shit.
Susan.
Aaron.
Thank you. What?
Why is my name O-Face? O-Face? I don't want to be called O-Face.
Don't worry about it. Seriously, you're focusing on the wrong part of this conversation, Obensic.
Do you know why my name's Ohensic or whatever you say? Obensic?
No, I have no idea why your name is Obensic. Why?
Because an O is round like the Earth. So
My God, who the hell cares?
You say it.
Wait,
Okay.
it's the guy. It's the guy from Family Guy. It's the guy from Family Guy.
Yes, stop talking and let's get through this.
Peter Griffin's in the call. What?
Yes, he is. Now stop.
What? It's insane.
What?
Okay. Obenzik, listen. Do you have any evidence besides what you're told that the Earth is a globe? Like anything?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay. That's perfectly fine. So we're just a bunch of people on the internet. Would you be willing to go outside and do something for me?
Sure.
Okay. So what I'm doing now is I'm pulling up a flat Earth, or not a flat Earth, a curvature calculator. Do you live by a water or anything?
No.
Okay. So in Livestream voice text, are you there?
Yeah.
Everybody stop posting memes, please, just for a second. Okay, so in Livestream voice text, I'm going to paste a curvature calculator for you. I want you to go outside, and I want you to. Are you listening? Obenzik, are you there? Did your mom come in the room?
Oh.
Yo, Mom, I'm going outside.
I don't.
I'm kind of
My
wasting
mom.
my time here for you, Obenzik. Obenzik.
If you'd like to place a call, please press 0.
Sorry. I'm back.
Obenzik, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you. You're not worth my time.
Olfactory. What's his name? Olfactory. Oh.
Okay, where's Kevin? Kevin, unmute yourself, please.
Kevin, welcome.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Kevin. And why do you believe the Earth to be a globe?
Personally, don't know. I've been to space.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Both for you and Obenzik, I'm gonna give you one more chance, and then I'm gonna yeet you from the server permanently. It's permadeath. If you can't talk honestly, and at least give yourself a chance to understand why you're here, then why should I even bother? Kevin, I'm gonna start off with you.
Hey.
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 Are you ready to get yeeted?
Wait, you gonna yeet me?
Did you not hear what I just said?
Yeah, I was actually. I'd love to get yeeted by you. I feel like you have so much power. You know.
I do. I love using my power. Oh, Face, are you there? Oh, Benzik, are you there?
Yes. I just went outside to do the calculator.
Okay.
What's with these guys, man?
So is that why you're sniveling, or
he's gone?
What? Okay. Well, they had a chance. I mean, you ask and you shall receive around here.
You know what? I have to tell you guys, I had like some memulous vibes, like from the YouTube channel.
From what?
Memulous.
Oh, from them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why you guys don't need to react the way you do.
Yes. I got really. It sounded like those guys. I mean, it sounded like they were from the UK, right?
Or some other degenerate part of the world.
Oh man. Yeah. That was fun though. Sorry if I laughed so much and encouraged them to continue to misbehave. I couldn't help myself. I should have put
When
myself
you
on mute.
give them just enough attention in the right direction, they will continue on their stupidity.
I thought you were gonna let him go on to ridicule for a few minutes, but it turned out that
I
way.
couldn't get a serious word out of them, so there's no point.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'd be angry too if you didn't get a lot of sunlight and ate terrible food.
I know, like a mushroom.
Talking about compassion.
Apparently.
Who said talking about compassion?
We're supposed to.
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
I want to thank Deus Vault for the performance with exposing the mind-numbing religion that is this heliocentric belief system. You see, what happened here is that this person was telling us that he didn't trust his government. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. They can act like they're your friend until the very end, but when it comes time to that important topic, they just come right out of their shell like they're possessed.
Release the Kraken.
Literally just like pointing and screeching at the thing they don't understand.
Donald Sutherland comes to mind every time.
Every single time.
You can't make this up. Yeah, they can tell you, "Oh, I don't trust the government." Oh, what about the flat Earth? I thought you said you didn't trust your government. Well, and I got stabbed in the back and shot in the face.
Those two words just make someone crazy. I don't understand it.
That's the best when they do like that. I don't trust the government, but not that one. I can't talk about it.
Eat his brain. Soylent Green is people. There they are.
Soylent Green is people. To serve man as a cookbook.
The globe is that. Yeah, it's literally that. The whole thing. Twilight Zone, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It's all there.
They should have taken some of those pods and making a tasty stew with it or something.
You just mix two different things, and it's not peanut butter and chocolate.
Right before you showed up, DS Vault, the guy said, "I don't really care," and it's weird when people are so hell bent on their belief system and they get so upset they tell you, "I don't care," and that's how you know they're just literally they've already spiraled.
You know, it's even crazier. They don't even know it's a belief system.
I think they are so lying to themselves about everything that they don't know what direction is up, and it is not their fault. Honestly, they have been taught to disbelieve themselves since birth.
That's a hard one.
Some people are too stupid to see past that.
I'll agree with that one.
Yeah, you can only blame a person for their own stupidity. Nobody else is responsible for it. And if someone can't take responsibility for who they are and what they are, well, what the hell?
Stupidity is clearly a choice of ignorance. Ignorance can be cured. Stupidity cannot.
It's willful ignorance.
Yeah.
Yeah, people have got to be responsible for that.
But I don't blame them. I think there's a chance for them. It may come at the end of their lives, but there's still a chance.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question about that last asshole that was in here. Do you think he would have said any of those stupid, terrible things to us if he was standing in front of any one of us face to face, looking us in the eye?
Oh,
talking
no
to us? Do you
way.
think he would react that way?
Absolutely, I think he would have. I think he would have.
Not today.
He'd be wearing a furry costume. They get brave in their costume.
And a mask.
No, I've come up.
You'd be wearing my fist.
Exactly. I'm not gonna beat anybody because they're at this point. But I've come up to people, or I've come up against people who are just like that, for no other reason than they think what they believe is the truth, without investigating, without even.
Well, you think about how many people will tell you to wear a mask. Loads of people come up and tell you to wear a mask.
Probably about 5 billion.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, well, the point I wanted to make with that is that I sometimes actually go out into crowded places and talk to people at random about the Earth being flat and go through the 3 points with them. And I just wanted to say, out of maybe 100 people that I talked to about the 3 points, maybe at most 2 out of 100 people would react even half as badly as that guy did face to face.
Right, but Orion, there's a difference with anonymity. It's almost the second stage of familiarity, to where you are testing lines. and where they're drawn between relationships, because anonymity gives you that pre edge of having to be cordial. It's taken away. So when you come up to somebody in the street, you're coming up to somebody who is already programmed to be cordial to a stranger. But once that familiarity kicks in, you're going to find that quickly go away and them actually speak their minds and say, I don't believe you for no other reason than you're just not right because it goes against my beliefs. And I'm not saying what you're doing is not work. It's good work. But the fact is you're just planting seeds. You're not going to get into a deep conversation with a stranger. Yeah, you need that.
Actually, I mean, I kind of disagree with you. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I really need to point out to you guys that this Discord is great and everything, and we're doing a lot of good here, but this is extraordinarily inefficient in contrast to actually walking out into public with little pieces of paper in your hand that say 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 and actually talking to people about it. This is terribly inefficient. I just need to point that out to you guys. It takes more courage to do the other one, but I'm just saying, you get a lot more done.
It does, but understand, Orion, when you come up to a person initially without knowing them, they are generally going to, they've been taught to generally be agreeable so that they don't have conflict.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. All I'm saying is it's easier to read people's. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I agree with what you just said, but I'm just saying it's much easier to at least read people's emotions when you can see their face.
I
mean, I agree with you.
Oh, Mr. Flake, turn down your YouTube, please, so that it's not going through your mic, and mute your mic when you come in. Thank you.
Hey, speaking of which, I have a perfect example of this. Just last Saturday, a couple days ago, I was actually doing exactly this at this place called Saturday Market here in Portland. And, you know, I even went there also for the reason just to see how crowded it was, to see if, you know, people were still scared to leave their houses because of the TV. Fortunately, it was pretty crowded there. So it seems like things, at least in some ways, might be getting back to quote unquote normal or not quote unquote normal. But anyway, the point is, one of the people I ran into was a woman who actually had a tattoo of a globe on her arm. It was a globe that didn't have continents on it or anything. It was just, you know, the grid pattern. But still, I talked with her for a while, and she even kind of understood it, sort of like kind of halfway through the conversation, maybe had a little bit of cog dis, but not as much as that guy did, you know? I mean, and her and I, we parted ways on a good note. And she had a tattoo of a globe on her arm, and I was telling her that the earth is flat, and we parted ways on a good note. You guys need to go outside more and talk to people about this stuff.
You do too. You're here more than I am. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying, you know, it's a little, you know, nerve wracking. Maybe, I don't know, the first 5 or 6 times, but you know, there's a lot of people out there that have a feeling that they've been lied to. They just don't know where to find the truth, and they don't have anyone to tell them the truth.
Going up to strangers is always a little scary, regardless of how many times you've done it. If it's not, it's because you're a psychopath. And I'm not saying you're a psychopath. I'm saying if you don't have those kind of feelings.
No, I feel, you know, I feel that way too. I mean, I'll give you an example of this. You know, I fear public speaking, but nonetheless, I like to do it because, you know, kind of like maybe a similar reason of why someone would be scared to jump out of an airplane with a parachute, but they do it anyway because they just want to do it.
Everybody fears public speaking and everybody fears heights. That's a fact. Well, not everybody. Like I said, there's psychopaths that don't have feelings.
I actually trained in public speaking. I love it.
I was just talking about you.
Yes, you were.
I feel like going up to people and asking them if they've heard the news that NASA was exposed to have been lying about going to the moon and that the Earth is flat after all, and just leaving it at that.
Actually, I've come to realize a really great way to get people's attention without even saying the words flat Earth is to simply ask them, if I were to say it's about what you can prove, not what you've been told, would you agree with me? Most
Oh
people
man,
say
I
yes.
love that statement. I love that statement. I really do. That's a powerful statement, really. Sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
Oh no, you didn't. I was kind of done with the thought, but I mean, yeah, I've got some pretty funny reactions from people. Like, you know, even there's one guy walking by with his girlfriend, and it's like he's like ignoring me, but she's like, "Oh, wait a second, honey, that's true. I mean, isn't it about what you can prove, not what you've been told? Like, wait, isn't this guy telling the truth?" He's like, "No, come on, let's keep walking." Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I did tell them that the Earth was flat, though.
It's not about, to me, it's not about convincing anyone. It's about just dropping a little seed. Boink. You know, eventually they'll come across something else somewhere. And had they not interacted with you, it might not have caught their ear or their eye. I think that's cool.
That horse will not drink if it is not thirsty.
I believe that. And people are so rushed. I mean, I am the kind of person who talks to everyone when I go out in public. And I just struck up a conversation. I talk about anything. It's in my nature, I think. It's not the culture here where I am is not like people are not that way inclined. You know, they're busy with their own things. They don't want to be held up. So I did say to somebody, have they heard the news that NASA has been caught lying, that they never ever went to the moon or to anywhere?
Never a straight answer.
And I think maybe they will go home and look for that information. You don't know what to say to people, what will, you know, make them take action. Because look, in my case, it was a guy saying that satellites are not what you think they are. That was all it took.
Do you remember the comedian George Carlin? He referred to them as nassholes.
See, the biggest problem here is when you guys talk to other people, you're putting them into your position, and they may not be primed to hear the truth. Period. A lot of these people, such as the one we're talking about, I can't remember his name is something, but they're not here to learn. For you, they're here for you to put a plow up to them and make them work for everybody else who's listening. Some people you won't bring to the truth, especially people like that. You can only show them the fool that they are and make them plow your fields so that you can sow actual seeds. Welcome, Quantum.
Hello, how are you? Oh, cool. QE is here to say if gravity was zero, it never rained. That's right. You're the idiot. You're the idiot. Take Farkle off mute.
He's here to say
You're
if
the
gravity
idiot.
was zero, it never rained. That's right.
You're the idiot.
Oh, and he has his YouTube up.
You're the
Oh,
idiot.
does he?
Hey, what's your language?
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yep. Sorry. I shouldn't have overruled that. He's a moron. You can't understand that. Go back to primary school. What's up, Bambi? Where the hell you been, girl?
Hey, bitch. Have you been?
Yeah, hanging in there. Numpty clips. Numpties.
I love it.
Yeah, make sure you check them out
So,
now. Make sure you check them out. Hold on.
You
Because
have a
the
YouTube
old,
channel? Wait a
yeah,
minute.
because
Since
the
when?
old ones have been updated, and there's a ton of new ones. So make sure you're checking them.
Yeah, you
Oh, I
better
didn't even know
look
you
at
had a
the
YouTube
last few
channel.
days. You better look at the last few days, Quantum, because there's so many that just so good, so good.
Wait till Thursday and Friday. You got Hillbilly Blue Balls, the Redneck Retard,
Oh no.
and M. Scott Veach and Jim
Oh
Panda.
no.
Jam Pan Ding Dong.
So
Beach
check it out.
again?
So listen. So check it out. Listen, what we did today. We played a numpty clip, and then we had a round table conversation about the numpty clip.
Really? Which one?
Yeah. I think it's the very first one. No name, somebody or other, and so we were going to start there at the very first one.
What about the betting too,
was-
Sonny?
Maybe it's not the first one.
I don't
We
think
need a
that was No
programmer.
Name.
It may have been scrambled into order. Then it might have just been random.
Rocket Scientist. Was it Rocket Scientist, the first one?
Let me see. I'll find out.
No, it might have been Biofool.
Hey, really quick, Quantum, I got a question.
What?
Because I haven't seen the clip and it doesn't come out until a couple days from now. But the son of an astronaut or grandson of an astronaut, I can't remember which one Veach is. What was the discussion about? Was it about
He's the PhD booger eating schmuck. Now there's a number of Veaches.
Scott Veach?
Yeah, so the first one was Biodual. I kept Dean the dipshit Stingray and Latonia Butthead down there as number one, but it's not. Biodual hypothesis theory was the first one. Now, go ahead with your question.
Sure. What was the discussion about with Veach?
Oh, coming up or the previous?
Yeah,
number?
coming up.
Logical fallacies.
Did he try to use the logical fallacy?
No, you
Okay.
have to listen to it. It's too freaking hilarious, man.
To be honest, nothing will ever beat Gem Panda saying, "But I didn't even ask a question." How can I get a question, Bowser?
Was he begging the question or what?
Yeah.
He
Oh,
was like,
God.
"But I didn't even ask a question."
It was in the premise of your statement, moron. Begging the question does not mean you asked a question, you stupid idiot.
According to Gem, it does.
You need to listen. You need to listen to the last gems because I got a bunch of gems. You need to listen to Rockets in a Vacuum. Did you listen to that, Bambi?
Me, I didn't even know you had a YouTube channel.
Oh God!
What?
You need to jump on there. Here, let me get it.
How many? Wait, hang on a second. How many times has QE dropped links? It's every day. He's
It's
dropping a
all
link
the
every single day.
Yeah, and I've always said like, "Oh, I didn't even know Witsit had a YouTube channel or QE. You guys are famous? What? You have YouTube? What?"
You're still making that YouTube channel joke?
Yeah. There you
Oh,
okay.
There you go, Bambi.
What-
Check
what?
that one out.
Freaking
That's the
hilarious.
latest numpty dipshittery.
Thanks for the sub.
So update. Let's see. The one we did today was no name, no integrity whatsoever.
And Miles the Liar Davis.
QE, go watch your little sub can go up by one. There you go.
Thanks. Yep. Just go to the playlist. There's numpty the playlists are the key. So go to numpty playlist and they'll all be lining up in there. Yeah, just hold on. Next week is gonna be even better.
I have a confession. I only ever listen to your scientific dissertations.
That's cool.
And I listen to those while I mow the lawn.
Working in a vacuum.
Where's the fuzzy faced ginger at?
He hasn't been around for a little while. I talked to him a couple times during the past couple weeks. He's doing okay. He's hanging in there.
That's good then.
Oh, get beget. You haven't seen anything yet, man. Telling you.
Just play the no name one over and over again. That's all you got to hear.
Oh yeah, because Dave's in that. You were in a couple last week, Dave.
Was I?
Yeah.
I caught two. I caught the no name one for sure. I forget the other one. I had a small.
Oh, the other one was with Brian Peck, the pecker-headed, peckerless
Yeah,
peckerwood.
yeah. I like the no name one the best.
Yeah, you
But you have to
busted
read
him.
the bold print.
You busted him cold, man.
That was a fun day. What's up with everybody?
Nothing. You writing a novel? Just kidding.
I was going to say that's kind of a question that can't be answered, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm about to go to a neighborhood barbecue for Memorial Day.
You must be on a West Coast.
How dare you? I am. Why is it cold and rainy there?
No, because it's pretty much the end of the day. Or it's late evening.
Oh yeah.
That water vapor is not a gas. That's the stupidest thing. I can't
Scotland's
believe
getting from the heat just now. I was out in the sun for a whole 10 minutes and I'm burnt.
Oh, the ball in the fiery ball in the sky came out.
Yeah, the big ball.
Did you enjoy it? I mean, you get it once a year, right?
Well, no, we've had it for the past, 7 days, so we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, right, Bambi. It's been raining here for months.
What do you mean? Where are you, Faye? You sound like you're near me too. We've been at 25 degrees today.
Literally down the road from you.
Wait, are you? No, the other Scottish guy lives close to me.
Old dude
He was
is pretty close to you. You're talking about what's his name? Pano.
no, not Panto. Oh, I haven't been here for so long. I forgot names. There was someone that lived. The other Scottish guy. He literally lives in the town over from me.
I mean,
breaking down the wall of lies.
Who? PMAC? Breaking down the wall of lies. Right.
Yeah, you guys.
He lives literally 10 minutes from me.
I mean, it's Scotland. How far can you live from each other?
You can live 6 hours.
Really? What's the furthest to a coast? Like, let's say if you're in the middle of it, and how far is each coast away from you?
Oh, like
no,
if you're in the center.
10 miles.
Yeah, well, it's not much going from coast to coast. You can do that, and I had a friend actually travel down the other day from Edinburgh to me. So for him, that was about an hour, and then we took 20 minutes to the coast, so an hour 20 from Edinburgh to the other side to the other coast.
So you're talking from north to south is 6 hours. That's the farthest you can live from each other.
I think from the tip. I mean, if you're including the Shetland Islands, it would be a lot more.
Nobody includes the Shetland Islands.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
We do.
Somebody probably does.
It's funny, they always say about the Shetlands, whenever it's on the news and they're doing the weather or something, they have to have it in a little box on the right hand side because it's too high up to show.
So how they do Hawaii here?
Yeah. Yeah, old dude says never more than 70 miles from a coast in Scotland. I'm literally only 20.
And with that, I'm off.
Adios.
Bye.
Bye.
I like this Mr. Farkle dude. Every message he puts has got to have something to do with you being a moron.
Oh, really? If I'm a moron, he's
Every-
Helen Keller in a fucking on shroom and douche coma.
With a
He says he's been
full body cast.
With a full body
he says
cast.
he's been here for an hour and he's bored. And he says when QE understands buoyancy, will be good.
Buoyancy.
It doesn't say will,
That's
it
the
says
effect
will.
of. That's the effect of density.
That density.
That's him right there.
Yeah, density's on force, isn't it, moron?
Oh, it's a bunch of people. Look, this sounds like.
Yeah.
Density is a real force, isn't it, moron?
Thanks, Farkle. We hear everything. Thanks, though.
It's a cult gathering.
You don't know
You
you're
don't think
unmuted, Furkle.
Paul Butler, as our view of this investigation develops,
porn.
He's watching the news.
Yeah, it's porn.
Yeah, like she said, that's funny.
More fear porn, yeah.
What's the purpose of that, Mr. Farkle?
That's a great question.
Mr. Furkle, can you not hear us? Wow.
Frickle.
All right, I'm
Yeah,
muting him
let's
again.
mute
I'm
him.
gonna
Yeah.
see how long it takes him to come back in.
He was just talking about gravity the whole time. It was so funny. Too bad you didn't come a little earlier. We had a couple of friends in here that were just wow. It would have been great.
Those two British kids that were in here?
Yeah. King and whatever his other name. We did attack him a little bit, and yeah, but I knew he wasn't here to even listen to anything.
Well, not you will.
Yeah, another thought about those guys that just left a little while ago. I think people who spend too much time communicating through the internet forget how to communicate.
Hmm. Yeah, I've always said they should establish some sort of internet etiquette, or at least guidelines.
Well, with that, science indoctrination is all that's necessary.
Yeah, it's hard just to have just a basic conversation where somebody will let another person finish their thought before they try to reply. That means you're not really listening. You're already thinking of how you're going to respond before they're even done with their sentence. Like the skill of listening and communication. Like if you're already thinking of what you're going to say, you're not really just purely listening to what I have to say.
That
You're
depends if
already...
you. That depends. Like I just interrupted you. If you start out with a fallacy and you keep on motor mouthing, I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
Not you, but I'm saying if I'm listening to a person and in their first sentence they're begging to quit, they start off with some fallacious reasoning. I'm not going to sit there and let them continue to speak. It's not going to happen.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's a whole. Yeah, definitely.
That's a
If we
different.
don't tolerate. Yeah, it depends on if you want to tolerate them begging the question or not. You definitely do not. So yeah, you of course would stop it right away before.
Yep. Yeah,
I got
that's
you.
how they get away with it because basically all their arguments are fallacious. So then you interrupt them to stop them. So no one wants to hear, 10 minutes of you going down, different branches of a begging the question fallacy. And then they say, don't be rude. Let me finish. All right. That's the fucking game. That's the little second grade playground game. Right. I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to stop you, you numpty dipshit, right away and then expose you. Then we can start over. That's my policy. Right?
Well, most of these people deal with a fallacy that they want to interpret as fact, and
right.
They can't see anything beyond that picture that they've got in their mind, and their doors closed on any other ideas, and we can't do shit with that. Motherfucker got to have an open mind to understand.
Yeah, when you guys, QE and y'all, when you guys started shutting down the begging the question right away, it kind of dried up the whole debate because once they couldn't come in and beg that question, shit dried up.
Yeah.
So
Sorry
props
about
to
that.
you. No, props to you and Oakley for that. It does make the show kind of boring, but it is what it is. And yeah, if they're I'm just
Now,
keeping it real, like...
sometimes I do it. There's a couple arguments, and I already said that I do it with. It drives Nathan crazy because I was the one that told him don't do that shit. But there's a couple arguments, and they're from the when I first came here. When I first got out here into flat earth, there's two arguments that I will allow to beg the question. So I go down at the end and just crush it. And that's rockets in a vacuum and the temperatures in the thermosphere with the ISS in there. See, usually I just stop it and say, oh, that's fairy tale, vacuum of space, second law of thermodynamics violation. But with those, I'll stop and go through it with people just to embarrass them.
Yeah, you only allow it when there's a huge setup coming at the end.
Yeah.
And I think and that's basically you just playing with your food, which is acceptable from time to time,
Well, no, because I like the rockets in a vacuum. It's a stupid argument. The other one I like a lot better. It's the temperatures. You use their story to destroy them. So I think like I'm a prosecutor. I don't know if anyone's felt that way. I always feel like I'm the prosecutor and we're in a courtroom. So I'm going to take their story, which they can't get away from because it's the narrative. I'm going to take their story and use it against them.
Well, yeah, you always say let them just keep talking and they'll bury themselves, right? So
exactly,
that's basically what a prosecutor does is just let them talk and make the case for them, and that's what you do exactly.
Yep. Now, I like the temperature thing because it makes sense even, to incoherent second grader. If you have metal with a melting point of 1100 degrees Fahrenheit in an environment where it's 4,500 degrees, they kind of get the picture.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That's why I
easy.
like it. Even though it's in a second law of thermodynamics violation, I'll just go down that road because it's really funny at the end. And then I bust the second law on them.
Set them up and knock them down. No
yeah,
one does
but
it.
with only those two, I won't. I can't say that. I can't never, always and never. I don't like that. But I try not to because I do preach. Don't let them beg the question because you waste a lot of time, right?
Yep.
Well, they get a kick out of that wasting time shit, boy. That's what they designed for.
Yep. Wasting time. They'll either do that or red herring. They'll go off on different tangents and try to get you off of the subject. It's like, and most flat earthers, they'll just go right with it too. It really pisses me off because I'm quite a stickler for staying directly on the topic for discussion. Now, if it's a branch, if it's connected in a little way, I might allow it. But sometimes it's completely off the reservation. Right?
That's
completely different.
That's what the guy was doing before you got here. He was absolutely scattergunning and riling us up and saying all our trigger words, and then it just went to shit.
Yeah.
And that's why someone said, we do need to designate, one person and keep them on task. You're a big advocate of that, is keeping them to the point. Don't let them veer off onto this. Like we were trying to get him to talk about gravity. We were trying to get him to define gravity, and it just went off into he wanted to talk about how bicycles work on a flat earth. That sounds like I'm making a joke, like some shit you would say, but he literally said that.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Sounds like that.
Well, I think that we need to do something about the establishment of a conversation. They need to accept that thermodynamics and what's the other one? Oh man,
Coriolis, gas pressure, entropy.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. You got thermodynamics and you got fluids, and if they can't accept those two things, then we don't even need to have a conversation.
Well, they don't know those things.
Yeah.
But
That's
we can
step
present
one
it,
is-
and if they can't accept it, then they can come back at another time. There's no sense in wasting breath on this shit.
Yeah, but remember, you're not trying to convince them. That's not going to happen. Take that off the table right now with the
I
person
just
that you're
want to
talking
put the education out there. Present them with those things, and don't argue about it until after they've reviewed the material, and then we can entertain them for a few seconds. But there was a whole lot of energy wasted today on that shit.
Yeah, we spend more time trying to tell them their own fairy tale and making sure they even know that the fairy tale is right before we even get into debunking it. It's like it's people that come in here and have done, don't know the heliocentric model, and then you have to explain it to them before you can even get in the argument. That's spend so much time just doing that, or establishing what they know, or to back anything that they're saying besides, like the guy said, I just believe it. It's common sense, blah, blah, blah.
Gravity. Well, show me a damn scientific method that proves gravity.
That ain't going to happen.
Right.
Yeah, what was it? He said he didn't even know, he said he didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was. So it was like, you got to educate him on that before we can even go down that road. And you're like, but at least he was honest and said he didn't know what it was.
I think there should be like a little intro thing that explains those first two laws, and then after they understand those, then they can have a conversation with us. But if they can't grasp that shit, there's no reason to have that conversation.
Yep. Yeah, just like defining terms.
It depends on the context. It depends on where you're at. If he's a new guy and he's legitimately asking questions, then that's something different.
Yeah,
But
he wasn't.
Yeah,
Leon was a fucking asshole, straight period. He was just fucking wanting to ring some goddamn bells, and we allowed him. That shit's not necessary, but a fucking idiot coming in here and wanting to learn something, more power to him. But the people that Leon, well, that's a fallacy.
The what?
Okay, well, prove gravity exists. Well, he ain't going to carry that conversation.
I didn't catch your first statement.
Leon is the name of the guy we're talking about.
Oh,
And he was not here to learn.
right. You can usually tell that in less than a second.
Yep. I mean, he spiraled once on some troller shit, and then we allowed him to come back in, probably because we were bored. and,
Right.
And yeah, and it didn't. Yeah, we didn't get anywhere.
Right.
He did say he didn't trust his government, but when it comes to this, common sense. He believes it. He was anti-mask, anti-C word, and all that, and didn't believe any of that. But then you're like, oh, we're trying to say, oh, well, who told you that? And it was the government. And then we're trying to say, well, who told you the Earth was a ball? And he wouldn't just say basically the government, or even understands that NASA is the government or whatever. So that he was believing his government in his globe belief. We couldn't even get him to concede that, get to that point where he would admit that I don't believe government, and couldn't even get to the point where NASA was government, and you believe that. But
Lou, what's up, man? Lou. Lou.
Yo, what's going on?
Yep, man, I've been pushing your I've been using your argument as top 3 arguments, man. I've been forcing flat earthers to use it.
Nice. That one's still working good for you, huh? They don't have any good arguments.
Well, it's one of the I gave them 3 choices with rotation. I gave him the Coriolis effect and told him if you're not named Nathan Oakley, you shouldn't be using that argument. The vestibular apparatus and stuff, but I said the easiest one is the inertial reference frame, moon and star rotation with your video. So that's top 3, man.
Cool.
Yep. Just wanted to let you know. I need it crunched down with the same quality.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Me neither.
Talking to the wrong guy.
Yep. So are you.
Yo. So I saw this shit yesterday, right? Nah, this is sacred knowledge. I can't be just giving out this knowledge. It's like anything I know at this point, anything I say has value behind it.
Why'd you interrupt my conversation with Lou, giving him props for his friggin' stationary drone?
All right, so basically, right? Fucking get these. So basically, you're tripping, right? Tripping on like 200 UG LSD. You get these speakers,
that was
right?
many years ago. Not now.
Six of them. You surround yourself with the speakers, and you play like a certain frequency through each of the speakers. And as you sit around the speakers and you're on the LSD, and they're playing these certain frequencies, and you're meditating, it shit becomes all types more trippy because.
Shut up. I shut him up. He didn't answer my question. I was trying to give Lou some kudos, and he comes in with his fucking LSD trip.
Well,
why don't you try Adderall before you take the LSD?
No, you gotta eat some mushrooms first. Natural beats synthetic, always.
So Lou, I can
Yeah.
finish up. Kudos, man.
Yeah, thanks. Weather's nice. I'm planning to get out there more with the drone, and I just got a new phone that works great with it. So, we'll get you some more footage.
I really don't need any more, man.
All right. Well, maybe I'll find something that you like. I don't know.
That really says it all. It's it. It's over. It's over for him. Say again?
I heard somebody trying to jump in there.
Yeah, I heard somebody trying to jump in too.
He's the one with the drone, so I can look him up. You got a feed I can view?
Yeah, it's at 39 minutes after the hour in live stream voice text. He just posted it.
Thank you.
Lunatic just posted it 39 minutes after the hour in live stream voice text. It's what we were talking about. It's the video. It just kills. This is a pretty powerful argument, and it happens really quick because as soon as you realize that, as soon as the stars and moon start rotating in the inertial frame, viewing from the inertial frame, the entire heliocentric religion implodes in on itself. In 18 seconds, the whole heliocentric religion goes bye-bye. That's how powerful this argument is. This video is that powerful. I'm telling you, it is. People don't realize it.
Yeah, I don't think especially the person you're presenting it to and arguing with, I don't think they realize how impactful it actually is either.
Yep.
Especially them.
Yep. That's even with flat earthers, Lunatic. That's it. I'll tell you what, I think some of them are mainline and fluoride.
Fluoride's the majority of the problem.
Unless you want to sit there and talk about Foucault's pendulum and trade winds for 3 hours, just pop this video right to him and say, inertial reference frame star and moon rotation. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so just to give him a better rundown also, yeah, this was taken from my drone from 400 feet, just left it stationary, and I watched as the moon, as you can see, as the moon did a time lapse over about 25 minutes. It was like almost 400 pictures. And yeah, as you can see, the moon, well, rising in the sky, it looks more to me, it's coming towards you. The stars are moving with it.
Yep. There's 10 stars. I counted 10. No parallax either, but that's a different argument. You don't need that one. Just the star and moon rotation. You're good.
I like that one, though, the parallax one.
Yeah, it's an argument embedded inside the one. I don't like people. Listen, they have a hard enough time concentrating on just the moon and stars.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to mention parallax. That'll send them into a frigging convulsion fit.
BMLSD a couple of months ago came out with a pretty good short parallax video that would accompany that argument pretty well.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. I got to go deal with somebody.
Alrighty.
It'll be fun. Hold on.
Hey Lou, I could tell you one that I've heard people request for drones. I'm not sure if everybody's done it. Let the sun set to your eye and then put your drone up and pick the sun back up.
Yeah. Actually, I have one done by Carr with his drone, actually, that pretty much shows that. Every time I've gone out to do that, it seems like there's a fucking chemtrail blocking the sun at sunset. Plus, the drone honestly doesn't take... If you're trying to make observations of the sun, it's just... There's so much glare, you know? The moon is a lot nicer.
But that would be something, just seeing it totally set to your naked eye and then seeing the light again, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know.
Here, this one right here I'm uploading. This was Carr's sunset time lapse, and right at the very end of it, he did go up with the drone, but it's in a time lapse too, so
yeah,
it's pretty good. But these are big files, so they take a while.
People I've heard argue against that, they just go with the Velcro atmosphere, and they don't even understand that that's not even an argument. You know, what are you going to do?
So here's Carr that posted now. You can see it. It's a pretty good one, I think, of showing the sun traveling away and shrinking as it does. But again, they'll argue glare for the shrinking of it. But because it's a time lapse, you barely even notice when he goes up with the drone at the very end. He waits for it to set, then goes up real quick, and then it's over. But you can see when it's setting. Also, you can see you know he's pointed west, and you can see when it's setting that it's turning to the north a little bit too.
Yeah,
that's what I see when at sunset. It's exactly what you would expect on a flat Earth.
All right, now I'm at where I can search that feed. One more time, what was the name of the dude that posted it?
Oh, we're talking about my drone video?
Yes.
It's posted at 39 minutes after the hour by me, Lunatic. And you can download it if you like. It's it's right here.
There it is. All right, thank you much.
Yep.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake ass parents. deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core, scientific. All sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leap? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately, you fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, nobody's up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the black swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Shout out to Chocolate. Elijah. Bangers.
That was Chocolate, not Elijah.
Didn't Elijah do the beat on that song? Or some production?
Possibly.
Give that man some credit.
Lone Wolf. Are you there, Lone Wolf?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Can you hear me, Lone Wolf?
Yeah, I can hear you. Who's speaking?
Jamsey, I got my friend Illegal. He would like to talk to you about the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
So how you doing? What brings you here today? You got some questions, I would presume?
I'm just taking in the information. I've been listening pretty much all day. It's been quite interesting to hear the different types of globers that come in. I'm a flat earther. Well, I mean, I'm skeptical of the globe and of
Yeah,
space and all that.
globe skeptic. Yeah, that's a safe that's a safe label to go with. I ain't mad at you. Yeah, globe skeptic. You see all the holes and problems in the heliocentric model, and yeah. So I'm happy to hear. It sounds like you're genuinely here to learn. I can usually pick up on that right away. And so, welcome. Is there any questions you would like to learn more about, given that you seem honest and are genuinely interested in the conversation and acknowledge the problems with the story we've been given? So is there anything, I mean, even me, to as long as I've been in it, I still have questions, and not all questions can be answered, but we all have questions. So throw them out there, and we might be able to answer them, we might not, but we like being put to the test, so come with it if you want. If there was anything in mind or any specific thing, aspect that still troubles you, like you see the flaw in this and this and this, but this thing still don't quite understand, anything like that?
Well, for me, it's I'm just trying to figure out how to I guess present a coherent argument, because I haven't gotten to the point to where I can. I guess maybe writing it down would help, but I still don't understand how to explain it to somebody. But
okay, well, what you need to worry about now is understand. Yeah, don't worry about telling other people about it quite yet, or convincing or spreading the word. You have to fully understand it first before you can, confidently share it with someone else. And I know you want to, because every one of us, as soon as we got into it, wanted to tell the whole world, even though we were like, babies to the topic. But yeah. So, but first, I would recommend, just for yourself, to understand. Your motivation should be for you to understand, and then secondary should be maybe to share with someone else. But you have to get it down inside and out first. And I've been here like 5 years or more, and it took me a long time to get a lot of the concepts.
Yeah, you go into it too soon, you can do more damage than good.
Right, and we don't want people out there not prepared. So this is like boot camp, where you can get it could be kindergarten, it could be high school, it could be MIT for flat Earth, depending on where you are. But you've come to the right place. So just
yeah, well, it makes me angry because I could be watching a video on YouTube about anything, and then out of nowhere, there's the globe, and it's like saying you live on a globe. They just have to remind you.
Yeah,
it's just like, yeah.
Once you have flat Earth in your consciousness, then you'll start to see the globe programming everywhere you look. From the beginning of the movie of Universal, their intro, and yeah, you'll start seeing it in the background in their CGI of the news channel. Like, once you're aware and it's in your consciousness, you'll see it everywhere. It's kind of like when you buy a new car, or like a new car to you, and then you start seeing that car everywhere. But that's just because it's like you're conscious of it now, and so you're aware of that make and model and color of car, and then you start seeing it everywhere. It's the same thing with flat Earth, globe Earth. now that it's in your consciousness, you see it everywhere, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for me, I was never really invested in the globe that much. I guess I was like, well, I guess they would. I didn't think of any reason why they would lie. I was just, I was young, and of course they're telling me the truth because they don't lie about everything. So
Right.
I was naive, I guess. But
here, let me do the litmus test I do on you with just anybody that I meet that I am considering talking about this topic. So usually my litmus test is, what are your thoughts on the moon landing? And if they're skeptical or say, yeah, it never happened, then I might continue on with this conversation. If they're on board with the moon landing, yeah, we definitely put man on the moon, then I'm just like, unless they give me something else to say that they're maybe open-minded about other things. So let me ask you about that question, not to quiz you or anything, but just like, how did you feel prior to learning about the subject of flat Earth? What did you think about the moon landings? And I'm willing to bet what it is, but go ahead.
Well, so,
or
yeah,
any other, or any other conspiracies. Like, what is your quote unquote? I hate to use that word, but just so we're on the same page. Like, what's your background in those topics? It doesn't even have to be moon landing prior to this. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, well, I grew up in Houston around the Johnson Space Center, and I had a lot of people I knew that worked there. And so NASA is like King Kong over there. Like everybody.
It's part of the culture.
Yes, exactly. So I visited the Johnson Space Center, and they have like the Saturn V rocket there on display, and I mean they spend a lot of money selling the story, and I guess without having done much research, I'm like, that is a giant rocket, and I mean the idea that it could go into space and land on the moon. Well, I mean, not land on the moon, get the astronauts to the moon. In theory, was believable. I didn't really question it. But I never really believed the moon landing. I was always skeptical of it because I mean it didn't seem right. There's just stuff about it that didn't add up.
So did you ever pursue that though, to fuel your curiosity on something's not adding up? Like, did you watch documentaries or whatever, content you could find about that?
I think about 8 years ago, somebody told me that the moon landing was a hoax, and I thought they were like punking me.
Right.
But after I laughed it off, I was like, you know what? Why not look into it? And so I actually did, and I realized that NASA lost a bunch of footage. I mean, they say they lost footage, and now they don't have the technology to go back. Then about the Van Allen radiation belts. I mean, there's all these, convenient coincidences that happened to where, well, we can't go back. We don't have the technology. And I mean, and I'm like, well, if it's real, and if the moon if you're able to land on it, the technology we have now is way more advanced than what we had back then. So it didn't add up.
Yeah, we don't lose it; it just gets better. So
exactly
improved upon, right? And one of the greatest accomplishments man has ever achieved of landing on the moon, they lost, what was it, like 30,000 reels? Like it's one thing to lose one reel, right? But you lose all the reels of the greatest accomplishment man has ever supposedly made, right? Like,
Right.
That
And
type of thing,
even
right?
then, I didn't question space because the stars and all that still blew me away. So I'm like, if space isn't real, then how are the stars up there? And
You were saying you still believed in space, you just didn't believe that man went to the moon in space, but you were still on board with the space is a thing.
exactly.
Until,
Yeah.
okay. And how do you feel
So,
about space now?
well, I've heard the argument about the second law of thermodynamics and how to have gas pressure, you need a container.
Right.
So you can't have the vacuum of space next to Earth, which has air pressure, because
right,
it's never been demonstrated that gravity holds an atmosphere down, holds air pressure down.
Right.
And I'm just like, yeah, it blew me away. Like,
Yeah, it's something I never thought about my whole entire life for 36 or so years about gas pressure or, the aspects of that and what it requires and how what the consequence of that is when it comes to space, right? But then once you're shown it, like I said, we were talking about cars and the other things that once you become conscious of it, it's like super obvious. Like, how did I not see this before? But it's like once someone points it out, you can't unsee it, and you're like, why did I never think about this before? But
yeah, it started. I mean, but like I had already around the time I was looking at the moon landing, I was also looking into 9/11, and so I mean, it's not a surprise that they're still trying to sell space to everybody.
yeah,
Mars,
well,
the Mars mission, Alien. I'm just kind of tired of it. It's almost too crappy now to really sell very well. But people just they don't question it. They just think it. Of course, it's
yeah. Well, they say the devil's in the details, right? So on a general basis, it's easy to just go along with the narrative, but once you get into the details and backing up, proving and verifying what they're saying, then it gets a little tricky, right?
yeah.
So what about what about Earth spin or Earth rotation?
Right.
What is your experience? That argument?
Well, so the thing about the Earth's rotation, it's very convenient that the stars just happen to exactly match this magical rotation to be in the same place. Because, like, if we're in outer space, hurtling through infinite space, the star rotations would not be the same. There would be no polar north star, and
yeah, you notice the contradiction that we've had the same constellations for whatever amount of years, hundreds or thousands of years, and you notice that if we believe that the gift that they show us of the sun rocketing through space and everything spiraling around it, like how could the stars and everything or have the same constellations if it was doing what they said it was doing? So you notice that contradiction? Is that what you're saying?
right. I noticed that, and I have never heard of anybody being able to detect the Earth rotating on its axis. I've never felt that I'm on something that's moving.
Do you know
Nobody.
do you know what the one thing is that they claim to prove Earth rotation is?
Well, from what I
The
know,
man-made device.
yeah, I forgot what it is, but it's
fine.
Don't they have it in airplanes, or is it something else?
Yeah, no, they have them in airplanes. Yeah, they have gyroscopes in airplanes. But yeah, gyroscope
Okay.
they say detects 15 degrees per hour of the Earth rotation.
Right.
So that's the one thing that they have that they say detects Earth rotation. But then we go on to say, well, if it's rotating at 15 degrees, then it's also rotating under anything that leaves the reference frame of Earth, meaning like a hot air balloon, an airplane, a drone, a helicopter, anything that leaves should be rotating underneath.
Yeah, and that's another thing I do not understand.
Made device.
If the Earth is rotating, so they argue the atmosphere is moving along with the Earth. Is that what they're saying? So if you want to see the Earth spin, you have to go out into outer space to see the Earth spin. But like, there's no video footage of the Earth spinning outside of a cartoon.
That was one of the first things when I came across flat Earth is this is bullshit. I can prove a thing, and then I started googling Earth spinning from space and could not find a video of the whole Earth. They will show that like little arc that goes from the corner of one screen to the other, and close up, but they won't. You can't find an actual video of the whole Earth spinning from space. That was like one of the very first things I tried to find, and I couldn't find it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Well, like.
Why do so few people look that up? Like, you would think more people would be trying to find actual footage, but they're satisfied with cartoons. I mean, they don't look past that.
Yeah.
I think people have too much fear.
Right.
You want the truth? You can't handle the truth.
Yeah. It pissed me off because they're expecting me to be content with CGI, and they tell you, oh, that's an actual photograph, taken from a satellite.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insulting my intelligence. Like, and then if I don't accept it, people look at me like I'm crazy. Like, you don't want to believe it. You just, want to be a contrarian. So.
I mean, even if they were to produce that video, I mean, we've seen movies, Interstellar, Gravity, all these where they can, make it look super real, even better than NASA. A lot of movies look better than NASA. And even if we believe that video, we need some sort of confirmation. Not all of us, we can't go into space. We can't see the whole Earth in one big shot. So it should be, if the Earth is spinning, it should be verifiable. Not just being like an astronaut or anything like that. Like any of us should be able to verify. Like when you break it down at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and then you break that down to, it comes out to, I believe, 1,500 feet per second, and then you cut that in half, and it's 700 feet per half second. So the Earth should rotate 750 feet per half second. So technically, because when I heard people saying you should just be able to jump up and the Earth move underneath you, I was like, that sounds like a straw man type of argument or whatever. But then when you break the numbers all the way down, if the Earth is moving 700 feet per half second, then yeah, you should be able to jump up or do something in the air and see the Earth move a significant amount of feet based on what they say it is on the radius, circumference of the Earth, and the speed of the rotation. We should be able to verify that thing, or like take a helicopter up and just hover for an hour. You should be 1,000 miles away from where you were, but guess what? An hour later, there you are in the same spot.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's interesting because I've been sharing the Black Swan meme in different Facebook groups, and there's most people just laugh when they see it, but a few people engage. And one guy immediately went to refraction.
All right. Refraction.
But I'm like, yeah, there is refraction, but even with refraction, you should not be seeing what you're seeing, even with refraction. And he just didn't understand that. I'm like, there should be no horizon behind the the towers. It's like
Well, see, anything that they use to quote unquote try and debunk the black swan thing is that before the black swan, it was claimed that there was geometric, physical obstruction, and that boats going over a curve or going into the horizon, you couldn't see them no more. They were going over Earth's curve, and due to the Earth curve calculator. So they claimed a geometric physical obstruction for so long, and then we came out with Black Swan, and now they're saying no one expects to see the geometric curve, and they just basically backpedal and doublespeak the whole thing that they were saying until the Black Swan came out. So they were saying one thing, Black Swan came out, and then they try and use refraction.
Yeah. They want their cake, but they want to. It's like there has to be a geometric horizon with a globe. Like there's a physical distance that it has to curve.
Yeah, physical limitations.
Right. But they're like, well, you'll never actually see the physical horizon. And I mean, it's just like
what you're seeing. Where's the soundboard? See, this is where if I had soundboard privileges, I would play the. What you're seeing is a mirage.
Yeah. And I just enjoyed listening to this because I really feel like I need to hear both sides. I need to hear their own argument, their best argument. And
good luck with that.
Yeah,
you know what it is science says that's their best argument.
Yep. It's common sense, bro.
And they're not even using the right science.
That actually stunned me when I started listening, and it's like I guess I didn't understand what real science was.
Have you ever watched a documentary called Scientism Exposed by Robbie Davidson? Dude, you need to watch it. I had an epiphany because I wasn't a major science person, but I very much was intrigued and occupied by the sciences up until that point, like 5 years ago. So it really blew my mind when I realized what science has become, according to the mainstream, the indoctrination schools and the propaganda.
Because
it's a belief. It's merged. Science is merged into scientism.
Philosophy.
Yeah. Well, when you hear Globers say you don't believe in gravity, I mean, there's something pretty troubling about that statement.
Yep. It's not no, they believe in gravity because there's no scientific evidence to back up.
They have a belief that they don't know it's a belief. How effed up is that? That's ironic as fuck. You have a belief and you don't even know it's a belief.
So it sounds like you're a lone wolf, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, and so it sounds like you've heard of the whole, scientific method and all that, right?
Yeah, because.
So it sounds like you have all the arguments pretty much. You're doing real good. I'm impressed.
Well, yeah, I've been listening, and I haven't heard a coherent globe argument yet that was like, yeah, the globe actually does have good arguments. I haven't heard anything like that yet. So
yeah, you won't.
Hey,
don't hold your breath.
I got that documentary. I'm gonna share it in the live stream.
Okay, I'll watch that tonight.
Well, they say
Helium rises because it's lighter, right?
Right.
But what happens when you take two tanks? One you fill it with air, like normal air pressure, 14 psi, and sealed. And the other tank, you fill it with helium gas, the same pressure. And now you measure the gas pressure inside the tank at the top and compare it with the bottom. How will that gradient look like? Because there is a gradient inside.
Same.
Sorry? Bent.
Whoever just spoke, please repeat.
It would look the same. Just there wouldn't be a gradient for a small container.
So it would be an
It will be a small gradient, but there will be a gradient.
Well, then tell us what that would be. And would the helium be lighter than the air tank?
No. Actually, in the tank with normal air, the gradient, the higher pressure is at the bottom of the tank, and in the tank with the helium, the higher pressure is at the top. Always. The helium never has a higher pressure at the bottom. It is quite opposite, you know, in comparison to normal air.
I'd like to see that in a science experiment and show it to us.
Yeah. You can look at those balloons, which they are launching into stratosphere, and when they launch it, they are not full. They don't look fully inflated. So at the bottom, the balloon is hanging like empty, and all the helium higher pressure is at the top of the balloon. It all accumulates, pushes upwards. But the air we breathe, it accumulates, it pushes down. So at the ground, you will always have a higher pressure than higher altitudes.
So what conclusion are you trying to make? If it's not obvious to anyone else, just if you could just summarize.
So
Like
gravity does not hold helium on top of our atmosphere. Helium does not stay there, up there. It really goes very, very high. Very high.
Fills the available volume that's available to it, right?
Well,
or no?
I never been so high up, but I think it must go maybe
pretty high.
like they say about 100 kilometers, you know, and there the temperatures are so low that
because Aren't you the guy that sent me the links on the frozen oxygen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's kind of, we can get into that if you want to talk more about that, because I've watched a little bit, but I haven't watched everything that you sent me quite yet. Which you just reminded me that I need to watch those. But can you expand on that with what you've already seen with and how it plays a part or what's the word, speculation on frozen oxygen and how that might be maybe the container, not saying it is, but
Well, it's
I found that
documentaries
super interesting.
about the liquid helium I watched, and I had this revelation from this documentary. It is the only liquid which flows upwards, unlike any other element, or liquid. It has also frictionless flow. That means if you are in a helium environment, like in an ocean of helium, you can travel with any kind of speed you imagine, and there will be no shock waves, no friction, no drag, nothing. You will be moving totally free. That's and actually this is a super property which they attributed to the vacuum of space. They say that in a vacuum you don't have friction, so you can have motion forever. But actually you cannot achieve it. If you put a magnetic levitating bearing in a vacuum chamber, it will not spin forever. It will stop. It will spin much longer for much more time than in normal atmosphere, but it will stop at some point. But in a liquid helium, it's a different kind of story. It's the element that belongs and makes up the positive, so that we live in a electric field. All this space we call space, 3D environment. And it includes also the ground, everything that is beneath our feet. It has a depth also. It's solid matter. You can dig through it. But this is...
We just don't know how far.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And actually, most of these elements, they belong to the negative plane, down to the ground. And helium is the only elements that belongs up there. With the oxygen, the frozen oxygen, ice, and even liquid, it has the exact same color like the blue of the sky. I was first thinking like maybe in this ocean there is dome, an ocean like a dome, ocean, helium, like in a dome. But this is because of the perpetual fountain which helium, superfluid helium can create. Can spring, shoots in the air, and then it extends sideways like a dome, and it's falling back.
You still with us, Lone Wolf?
Yeah. Oh, lone wolf, I don't know. And yeah, why I kind of changed mind with the frozen oxygen.
Nuh-uh.
The dome cannot be that because I've seen high
Nuh-uh.
altitude balloons, videos, and when you
I
get
know.
like,
Nuh-uh.
yeah, I know, but the sky
You're wrong.
from
Nuh-uh.
high altitude, it looks dark. I'm not wrong. I didn't even finish, and it's dark when you go very high to the sky. And it's still not far-fetched, because helium, superfluid helium, the lambda point is 2 point something Kelvin. And this such low temperature, oxygen can take its metallic state when it becomes a dark metal, and is the only super metal that has been discovered.
Illegal, we're getting a little hot mic from you.
Oh, sorry.
If that was true, what they were saying about thing that helium rises because it's a lighter gas than the air, then it would rise on top of our atmosphere and it will form a helium atmosphere. And at the bottom of it will be a higher density pressure of helium, and the further you go in altitude, then you have the same gradient, like lower pressure. But actually, with this helium, the higher it goes in altitude, the higher the pressure also. I mean, when it reaches 30,000 feet, you have to go up there, change that balloon, make it a bigger balloon if you want to go higher.
Hello, everyone? We got a new person in here. Oh, he just left. Never mind. He got VC verified, and I told him to come down here. Phone on oxygen. That's what it was.
This is a very important point to consider. the helium pressure is like upside down in comparison our air. So it has, that's why it has different behavior. It contradicts gravity. Simple. Anyone understands, or I'm just the only one crazy?
No, it's just you.
Yeah, thank you. No sleep.
Hmm.
Yeah, everybody in here right now is certified flat earthers at the moment. I went through the roll call. I was picking up what you were laying down though. Get bot or get.
Yeah, same here. It feels like you're onto something new, some new hotness.
You also
Man, I
teach us
know.
You also teach us the patience of listening, due to your very calculated
Slow talking.
pace. Yeah, your pace is definitely an exercise in my listening abilities.
You know,
Yeah,
that's because of the Bible.
he
Go
is
ahead,
literally so urbane and patient. I don't want to be around the day this patient guy loses his shit.
Nah, I get often called lazy.
I don't call you lazy,
Like,
darling.
no, I mean like in life, you know, social interaction stuff.
Well, everybody's like not like you, so you are quite different. I find it quite
Well,
refreshing.
to be honest, I changed my mind reading the Bible. I realized that hey, I'm eternal, so why the hell would I rush? You know, I have
It's
all
just
the time. Yeah.
yeah,
So why
yeah.
not enjoying everything, like every bit of moment, you know?
You
Yeah.
know what you're talking about. But your pace is very slow, just like Witsit gets it. Knows what he's talking about, but he's like a million miles per hour. So it's like
Yeah.
you have to train your ear to be able to listen to Witsit,
Yeah.
and then you have to train your ear to be able to listen to you, because they are polar opposites. But both of you guys are on point. Like I like both of you guys.
It's very good. I like with
Second that.
It's
very good. Brilliant.
Yep.
Yeah, I watched
Gifted.
that with it. I couldn't believe how fast he talks.
Yeah.
It sometimes sounds like just like what's his name Shapiro, like sounds like it, you know, when you go on YouTube and you click up the speed, like their natural speed is like the one yeah.
Make it
Ben
like
Shapiro and Witsit Gets
0.25%.
It are like are naturally that one tick up, and then Get Beget is like one tick down to slow it down. And like he's Get Begot or Get Beget, he's like chopped and screwed. You know what I'm saying? If you're into the hip hop thing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Like
like
his
my music a
mixtapes.
little slow.
Yeah, his mixtapes are chopped and screwed, and then Witsit Gets It is like freaking these Twister and Ritz and these speed rappers giving you mad bars, you know, Tech Nine just giving you all the bars all at once. Their mind works so fast, but then you got the chopped and screw version, and I like both. So that's what I'm saying. Like I like Get Beget, and I like Witsit Gets It, but it's it trains my mind and my ear to, or they say you're not I'm not talking too fast, you're just listening too slow, and like you're not talking too slow, I'm just not listening
Yeah, you
slow
know,
enough,
you see,
slow enough or
there is
whatever.
this, there is these Globers who are, I'd say, quite intellectual people, and they think and speak fast. And if you don't match with them, you know, keep their pace, by default they will like disconsider you, you know. So I mean, this is why I like to have guys like Wits It Gets It in our community, in family.
Yeah, like I want you to do my go to sleep mantras and stuff. Like I go on YouTube and play these mantras to go to sleep. Like I want you to say some, yeah, like literally, like I want you to tell me
Man,
bedtime stories because I have
I
insomnia
was supposed
sometimes, and
I was supposed to be asleep long time ago.
no disrespect. Like I'm not saying that of
I
this.
know, I know.
Yeah. I like it. I like the contrast. Like we have, it just goes to show we have different people that think fast and speak fast. We have all different types of people,
Yeah.
and you just slow the pace down and really, train your ear to like really just concentrate and listen to somebody. And like I said, we talked about this earlier about hearing or listening. Like people don't have like listening skills anymore or whatever. They're always like thinking about what they're gonna say to respond and not actually listening to you. But when I listen to you, I have to literally shut all my thoughts off and just listen to you and hear what you're saying. And even sometimes ask for you to just make your point because I don't know what your point you're trying to make. So I ask you to tell it because it takes, yeah.
Well, you know,
But I like
when you speak slow like that, it's kind of natural for someone to try and mimic you. So they'll also
Yeah.
speak slower. I don't know why that is, but it's just
Oh, that's funny.
it's called mirror. You have mirror neurons, so
you're supposed
you
to do
like
it with
reflect back
body
to
language.
what yeah, like the same way that if someone yawns, you yawn. It's because you supposedly have these mirror neurons, so you'll reflect back the energy that's given to you. You'll reflect that same energy. So if you're coming at someone super hyped, they're gonna get super hyped. If you stay calm and paced, then they'll more likely to stay calm and paced. So it's just human nature to reflect what what.
You know what I've been doing recently? Well, for quite a while actually. When I'm observing politicians speak on the internet, and there are people that I have an intense dislike for because I know they are dishonest people, then I slow the speed down. If I've already listened to what they had said and I want to get a better sense of the person who's delivering it, I actually slow the whole video down because there's so much you can pick up from the tiniest little things that people do when they speak, where their eyes go or how their mouth goes. Or
Micro gestures. Yeah.
yes, that.
Can I interrupt real quick? This is one of the I'm interested in like all things. So one of my many interests is body language. So I watch videos on professional body language experts, and then they watch videos of people like politicians or different type of people, and they will break down their body language and say, "Oh, he looked, how you look up and to the left or look up and to the right, or you touch your nose." And like all the like FBI, CIA interrogation type of like body language type of things. So body language is super interesting to me, and I like watching those videos. But basically, what you said, you're doing it yourself. You're slowing down the video and watching it and picking up on certain things. But I like to watch a professional body language expert break down a politician and one of their speeches.
There's a woman that I watch. She's an American, and she's called herself Body Language Ghost.
That might be the video I watch. I don't remember the channel name.
Isn't it subjective though? I mean, I think body language matters also, but isn't it technically subjective?
No, it's not, because the pre-verbal communication is the same part of your brain that lights up when you're communicating verbally. So you can read people like a book, right? I'm sure you've heard of palm reading. Not a lot of people talk about face reading, but face reading is a real thing, to where they can read the lines in your face and see what kind of like past experiences that you've had because of making micro expressions for years on end. So just like you can read someone's face and see when they're surprised because their eyes are open really big, right? You can read people.
I
Yes,
know a
but you
guy.
see,
I know a guy that can give you an astrology reading, a numerology reading, or whatever. And if he knows like your date, birth, location, time of birth, all that, he can tell you what injuries you have or scars you have on your body. He can tell you what the color of your car that you've had, and all these other things. He's freaking amazing. But yeah, he can do readings and accurately within like 90% tell you like what injuries, scars, things on your body, as well as tell you like I said, the
oh
color
yeah,
of
I
your
could
car.
have
Hey,
I
wait! I
could
gotta quickly
answer
say,
those questions too.
what Hank just said about facial expressions and how you can read people like a book. That's kind of one of the reasons why I actually like going out into the public and talking to people about the Earth being flat, because I've even thought about pointing a camera at them, but then I realized there'd be certain points in time where I feel like that'd be rude because it's kind of a personal moment when you come to the realization that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah. It is a little bit different when you talk to them in real. I mean, when we talk with Globers here, we have to often assume like this guy is a troll or not, you know.
You got to get those
Because
glasses with the. We got the technology now. We got the glasses you can wear that's got the camera in it, so they don't even know they're being filmed. So
Yeah.
just wear the glasses. Or put your
Yeah,
cell phone in
yeah.
your pocket with the camera on, and they don't even, if you're in a state that's not illegal or anything, you can do that. If you're in public, put the cell phone in your pocket, turn the camera on, or get the glasses with the camera built into the nose piece thing or whatever, and maybe do the same thing. If it's in public,
They have this virtual reality game like Second Life.
like I said, I'm into all that kind of stuff. Like I'm into body language and decoding of any kind. So decoding a movie, decoding words, etymology, decoding people's body language. I'm into all the things, and so body language.
What about reverse speech?
Reverse speech.
You take a recording of somebody
Yes.
talking.
Yes, Oren,
And
I've heard that, and it's awesome.
yeah, it's very fascinating. I've even downloaded the app on my phone before and used it myself, and got at least one interesting, very distinct reading when I asked my brother Zach to speak into it and say something that he thought was true, and he made some cynical statement about happiness and money or something like that. And when I played it backwards, we could hear money, the word money, and that's an indicator. What that way it works is that when you play it backwards at half speed or 1/4 speed, you can hear certain things. And typically, when somebody is saying something that they honestly think is true to them, then you'll hear similar words forwards as you will backwards. So what my brother Zach said might be a cynical thought, but it's nonetheless something that to him is true, in his opinion.
Yeah,
And so
like
it wasn't
Obama
surprising
said.
to hear the word money backwards and forward.
Like Obama
Well, maybe
said.
we're speaking
Thank you,
reverse.
Satan.
Yeah, but the point is it's your subconscious. You hear your subconscious backwards. You hear your conscience forwards.
Yeah, kind of like mathematics, how it goes. You can solve a problem backwards and forwards, kind of thing. Maybe that ties into language, frequency, numbers, numerology. Numerology is tied to frequency and numbers and quality. So the same way that goes backwards and forwards is the same way that our speech and vibration goes backwards and forwards.
I'm like pro mushrooms. I think that removes the filter that we are indoctrinated with.
That might have been it. Sorry, that might have been it too, because I took a psychedelic before I found flat Earth, and as a matter of fact, not only that, I was thinking really hard about the spiritual after I took mushroom, only because
Yo,
I
Elijah, I really want to hear what you have to say, but your mic's kind of suspect. If you could do anything about that, because I want to hear what you have to say.
Me too.
Yeah, what about now?
Better.
It's a little better.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So yeah,
Perfect.
with the psychedelics, it made me, it opened my mind up to all of the things that I'm not privy to when I'm not, high. And it just let me know that there was more out there. And I don't know, it just got me thinking.
Oh yeah.
Like a lot of
It definitely gets you
trippy
thinking.
shit can happen, but even more so, you look deeper into yourself. You pay attention
Yes.
to things that were meaningless.
And why do you
through
think that they would ban it? Why do you think they would ban it? That's the thing too.
Why would they
Lack
ban?
of
Why would
control.
they ban?
Because when you start to open the doors and you realize that there are doors out there.
It's amazing.
Yeah. They don't want you to know.
I think it breaks the fluoride barrier that they used on the majority of us.
I think that's the only reason why I am here, because I kept going. I just kept going.
Yeah,
it's
so
funny,
like if
I would do a hero's dose of some psychedelics, but at the same, here's the funny thing I never thought about that could have been catastrophic, but wasn't, right? For me anyway. So you
Same.
take a hero's dose of weed, you're not gonna like it. If you're too high on weed, you're not going to like it. I don't care. I don't care who you are. It's just,
Yeah, it's not
everybody's heard
fun.
the story of eating too many edibles. That's
Yeah.
because that's a surefire way to get too high too fast. Because if you smoke slowly, but you continue smoking for an hour, that doesn't matter. It's the initial hit that you get. So now the same thing with the psychedelics. I decided I'm gonna go all in, and I never thought, yo, this could go bad like a heroic dose of weed, but it didn't. It was very, very, very different, very cerebral.
Can't hear you. Yeah. I would also recommend LSD over mushrooms. LSD or acid is basically all the good things of mushrooms without all the bullshit of mushrooms.
That's what I'm talking about.
Clarify what bullshit is, because I like mushrooms over LSD. I had my spiritual connection with my psilocybin mushrooms, and being stuck in liquid world on fucking LSD for 12 hours.
We might not be wanting to stray to these conversations.
I'll explain.
Just to make sure, because it is a live broadcast.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, but you're going into stories of your personal, and that kind of puts it into other people's heads, so come on.
It's okay. Just take it downstairs if you want to continue the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. Hey guys, I think without continuing the conversation any further, but answering the question at the same time, I can just say that when it comes to fungus, you would want to make tea out of it and drink the essence of something, but you would not want to eat it, because that way you're absorbing only the good and not the good with the bad.
I always, whenever I do mushrooms, I always make tea. That's how I do it. I can't because I can't eat it. My stomach, like I can't eat it. It tastes horrible, and even if I put it in peanut butter and so I always make a tea out of it. That's my preferred method if I do
Either tea or lemon tech.
fungi or mushrooms. But mushrooms are good. The bullshit that I was talking about is like how you have the curling up into the ball, like you want to hurl, you want to throw up, like it's like the body feeling that you have. It's like a full body contraction type of thing. I'm not a woman. I never been a woman, so I don't know what contractions are like. But that's the only thing. Like a full body contraction, it's like so intense and so so the LSD or acid aspect is having the things that you like about mushrooms without the things about that make you feel that you wouldn't like about mushrooms, like whatever that may be. Like we all have different experiences, but
I'm more a nature fan than a synthetic.
Right. No, I get that.
Keep in mind, it didn't start out synthetic. It started out as mold growing on bread or something.
I mean, you could take the most natural way. Ayahuasca is like, you know, the most natural way, but it's also the most like unfun thing to do. Like it comes out both ends. You'll throw up, you'll have diarrhea, you'll have address all the darknesses in the thing,
Yeah.
you know
Along those lines,
the most natural doesn't make it.
So when ayahuasca, when people go to foreign countries, half the time people mix tobacco juice with it because people think that they're not getting their money's worth if they don't throw up, but that's because of the tobacco juice about half the time. So be careful with what you're doing.
When I was younger, I was escaping reality, and now I'm exploring it. And I never did the mushroom things when I was young. It never approached me, but when I was in a dark place, they came and found me, and they got me out of a dark place. And I feel like I'm blessed to get to exist because this is a phenomenal experience. I truly feel we're spiritual beings playing a 3D game of reality right now.
The most spiritual doing psychedelics is the most spiritual experience I've ever had in my whole life. There's nothing that compares to it.
Agreed.
And that's why I would recommend not doing it recreational or with people in the room unless you trust them, unless they're your like monitors to help you through it, like your shaman, if you will. Like do it at home. Don't go out. Do it as a spiritual ritual.
Yep.
I would recommend you go swimming.
I don't. You get that idea that you can breathe underwater might pop into your head. That wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can't. Maybe you can.
I don't want to find out.
Right. It is whatever I say it is, and if it wasn't, then why would I say it is? Mind over matter, right?
There's a lot of truth in that statement.
Yeah, don't try and breathe underwater though. For the most part, don't go.
Yeah, maybe I should say don't do that the first time.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the first time you want to do it in a controlled environment with people you trust, or as little as people as possible. One, maybe two people. And because someone can,
you're right about by yourself because, yes, I had 4 experiences, 3 with friends and loved ones, and 1 by myself. And the one by myself was, by far the most fruitful experience. I'll tell you this. I heard music because my friend suggested that I play music while, under. And so I went to YouTube, like, that's a good idea, but I never got to press play. And then like 5-10 minutes later, I'm like, wait a minute. That was the most beautiful music I ever heard. But I never fucking press play. And I'm telling you, it was insane.
My first time I tried when I did my heroic journey for a spiritual experience, I used YouTube for a fucking playlist, and those ads fucked me up. So I learned to download my shit beforehand. I like to do the eye mask in darkness with headphones on with like white noise or some instrumental type thing.
Well, me and a friend once tried to play a game of chess while we had both dropped acid, and I ended up yeah.
Can I tell you something?
You ended up
Right.
what?
I had this really weird.
Let her finish.
Let her finish
really,
first.
really. I mean, I'm telling you, this was fucking some weird ass shit. Right. I was under the.
Dude, hey, who was talking? There you go. I don't no idea. He can't hear you or something. So go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, I ended up cooking like a really nice meal. Like I made a roast and all the veggies and it. But I can't remember. I think we got about 3 moves into this chess game. I don't think it's possible. I mean, I consider myself quite a good chess player. Yeah, I've dropped acid and gone to a big family gathering and nobody even knew.
I had intentions.
Dang.
And I think intentions make a difference.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I couldn't hide it. I can't even hide it if I'm high. If I'm smoking some weed and go somewhere, I can't even hide that. Let alone
Yeah, I turn
dropping
in-
some
You gotta
acid.
drop some of this shit, though.
I turn into the Chinese white guy when I'm high. Everybody knows.
I tried to trip acid one time and I went to the Starbucks and I could barely say my name. It was so scary.
Who am I? What is my name?
That's the ego that makes it scary, though. That for me, my ego tries to fuck me up, and I'm like, dude, I'm not listening to you. I'm just here to observe.
Yep. Separation from ego. That's some scary shit. Like I did some shit. Like I did a mega dose, like Eli was talking about, and I thought I was gonna forget who I was, and I was laying in bed, and like for some reason I pictured myself laying in a hospital bed with like all my closest like family members and people around me, and I was like I couldn't communicate to them, I couldn't talk to them, and then I was gonna forget who I was because that's like me separating from ego, and so I try to keep reminding myself of all the things like your favorite rap group is Wu-Tang, like your favorite color is black, or like I kept repeating all the things that I thought made me that my ego thought who I was, and that I was gonna forget who I was because I took that mega dose and I was separating from ego, and it was scary, but I made it through it.
I believe ego death or ego dissolution is the most healthy thing that a person can experience. After going through that a few times and my interpretation of what I went through and the messages I come back with, I mean, there's no way that I had these ideas in my mind myself. I got messages that were put in my mind. To me, this shit's so much like the Matrix. I think we got a fucking jack in us and shit, and then there's like this information that's fed into us by something.
You know how I would interpret it, and I know a lot of folks would disagree, and it is what it is. But like, I feel like that's the creator, like because I've had experiences where I've been in really deep meditation, and I realized, well, why did that thought come to my head? Was it me saying it, like having an internal conversation, or is there something else going on? Because I don't remember really thinking that. It kind of just came to mind, and it's like something I would have never thought about. And it came to mind for a purpose because I answered to get an epiphany of some sort. Like there was a purpose to it, even though I didn't it didn't seem like I initiated the conversation, and that was just sober. So the reason I say that it might be, the creator communicating, because I just think we don't hear him because we don't pay attention to it, but you disconnect. Because when I'm on that stuff, it's like I'm paying attention to literally everything. Like everything matters. And it's like
I believe they create awareness, total awareness.
Yeah.
me and a fellow Discord user, I won't say his name, but we've become close. Somebody that I met here talking to you guys, and we become good friends because we're a lot alike. And we just last night came up with a new concept. And okay, so there's the concept of the third eye, right? And the pineal gland and this and that. Yeah, and so we came up with a new concept that we're kind of like, we haven't totally figured it out yet, but it's something I probably shouldn't even be talking about it because we haven't got it all together organized. But I'm gonna go ahead and share it with you guys. So you have the third eye, but we came up with a term that is, I would like to think, is original, because they say there's nothing new under the sun, and nobody thinks of an original idea. But I came up with actually stemmed from the word there. There's three different theirs. There's there, and there. And then I was like, well, what if there's another fourth there? And so the guy I was talking to came up with there, THEAR, there. And so just like the word here has the word ear in it, and H and then ear. And so we came up with the third ear. So we often talk about that voice you hear in your head. You're not actually hearing like sound waves or sound vibrations. You're not using your ears to hear something, but that voice in your head, that your thoughts or whatever. And so we're going to call that your third ear. That voice that you hear that's not necessarily sound and has. So go ahead.
It's not one voice though. It's multiple voices.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because you have good ones and bad ones.
I hear me.
True.
I hear myself. I hear my higher self, and I hear fucking my ego. That's the way I identify.
It sounded like for a second there. It sounded like for a second there he was talking about reverse speech. Because you hear what people say backwards subconsciously. So that could be the there that you're talking about with the ear.
There is plural, because I'm telling you, there's multiple.
Yeah, the third ear. Like we have the third eye, and we have the third ear of hearing things, that isn't through our two ears, but our third ear, which is in our mind, and I agree with the higher self, lower self, but the third ear would be your higher self. So far.
Yeah, but don't you guys hear bad things too? Like, oh, if I could just give
that ego up.
If I could just give that pouchy,
the lower self, the lower self, the ego self, the shit that tells you you're not shit, and to question yourself, and
the ego, the id, and the super ego. Those are the names.
It didn't happen to me. That's why I quit while I was ahead. I was like 4 and no bad experiences. I'm good.
Well, you're lucky.
How does a child?
Believe me, I've been deep enough. You're right. I just got lucky because I don't know how. Oh, you know what? No.
It ain't luck,
See,
brother.
One of what I would have. One time I would have thought it was a bad experience, but I still came away from it like I liked that experience. So I don't know if I could consider that bad, but I like this times, and the majority of the time I was doing it with friends. So this particular time it was me and then 2 other people, and I did the most I ever did. I don't know how many. It was 3 of them. Okay, three of them. If you know what I'm talking about.
Right. Yes.
And
yes, sir.
And all I know is, for whatever reason, he put on these 2 movies. You know how foreign movies can get. Like it gets really like extra. And it freaked me out. Like there was a scene where, like, you know how you watch like a movie and like they have this scene where everyone's laughing at the TV, like they're looking at it and their faces are getting big and they're all warped, like or like a Busta Rhymes video. Like for whatever reason, that was the kind of video he put on, a movie he put on, and it was like, I didn't know that it was the movie at the time. I was like, they're staring at us. You don't see this? Like this is not good. I was thinking, what if he gets too up there and decides I'm gonna be a murderer today? Like, it was, these are the things I was thinking, but turned out fine.
Well, here's what I'll say is sometimes the bad experiences, if you learn from them, can be good experiences. This is where we get into relativity of good and bad. You might go through a bad experience, but if you learn something from it, then it's and you can derive a lesson or a lesson learned, or which is good from it. So was it bad or was it good? So sometimes then that's what they say in ayahuasca is you're going through this horrible experience, but overall it's good because you come out better on the other end, even though you went through something quote unquote bad. Sometimes the bad is the best.
I've done like 13 heroic in the last year, and I'm gonna tell you, I've had the shit scared out of me and stuff, but when I become an observer and I watch it, it's so much more releasing. That fucking ego fucks me up. It's like, that's what it's there for. It's what makes me yawn and want to go to sleep and fucking forget everything. I journal all my shit, and it's there for a fucking reason, and I don't think that it's fucking a negative thing, because I'm more woke now. I think other people, I mean, normies will consider, Globers most certainly will consider me insane, but I think everybody else is fucking crazy. They're believing all that bullshit. I'm existing in a bunch of swirling ass shit, and I'm creating my fucking reality by fucking a belief system, and it's like, what do I want to believe in?
So, when people are really in a state of cognitive dissonance, and we often find that here, where we cannot understand why somebody, there's just that, suddenly there's a block, and you can't for the life of you help them to get past that. So what part of your ego or your self-identity, or what is it that puts that stumbling block there?
Straight up the fucking ego.
The ego does it.
This thing that makes me think I'm self. The thing that makes me think I'm self and not source, because I firmly believe that I am source. Now I'm not the creator, but I'm connected to him, and I'm giving him a creation. I am giving him another perspective.
Yep.
It's hard to put in words, but
I feel the same way.
Isn't this where programming succeeds, and where logic has to put up a real fight?
Logic don't make no sense.
Well, I would think in this environment where we are discovering the truth, where we think we have laid our finger on something huge, we are all convinced of that. But when I first started out last year, when in my busy life and with varied interests, I'm not a TV watcher. I have my own interests, and there was just this guy on YouTube that said one day, satellites are not what you think they are. I know I keep on saying that, but that is literally all that it took. he didn't even carry on about it much. And then I went down this rabbit hole. And I don't know if I was getting directed down there. I was in free fall basically for quite a long while. I didn't know who to speak to. At first, it was like just a thing I was doing, like secret. I didn't discuss it with literally anybody. And the fact that I ended up on this Discord is like so unlikely, because I actually found this Discord on the Internet Archive of all places. I still can't recall how my process worked, because I didn't watch
That's
some
the
video.
ego that makes you forget.
I didn't watch some video where somebody explained everything nicely to me. And when I got here, I didn't know that the circumference of the Earth, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, I didn't know those things. I didn't know the scientific part of it. I didn't know that that is like empirical evidence, peer-reviewed by all you guys. I didn't even need to know that. I just divined it. I don't know. I could,
the world changed. The
I could
reality
have,
changed.
yeah, I could have been waylaid so many times, because I mean we're all prone to, we don't want to be criticized. We don't want to we don't want people pointing at you and laughing. And now I just accept that if I talk about these things, people are going to point and laugh. Or like a friend of mine on Sunday, he actually got to the point where he told me to fuck off.
That's not a friend, baby.
and I realized I had pushed him so hard. I had been so bitchy and sarcastic, and I laughed at him along the way. I tried really hard, and he gets it now. He gets it. So we're leaving that discussion. But he spiraled so hard at one point. And he would never, never, never say anything like that to me. But this topic made him spiral completely. So, I mean, I just forgave him.
I firmly believe love's the answer to all of this shit that we endure. We need to raise our vibrations up to that higher. See, I think this is a frequency thingy we're in. And when we do that lower shit, the anger, the shame, and the hate, and the fear, that's all that lower shit. Fuck all that shit, man. I'm loving everybody. I'm going to accept everybody. And I want you to fucking hear my shit because I got an ego. It's like, hey, I need you to listen to me, but I'm not going to fucking force you into it. I mean, I'm going to throw out my ideas, and if you accept them, you do. If you don't, fuck it.
You know what? I had that realization as well. And I look at people completely differently. I look at everything and I just think we are all being screwed here.
Well, I'm going to recommend that you look at that thought that makes you think you're being screwed. Fuck. The only reason you're being screwed is because we allow it. You allow it. We have to fix our mindset. We have to fix our mindset and fuck all that other shit.
Yeah, but I mean it in a way that I have far more compassion for people. I mean, I've always been passionate, but now I just think, oh my God, if you only knew what I knew.
Exactly. Have you seen those videos of that Japanese scientist that did the water studies where he froze the ice crystals and said words to them and it made them behave in different manners?
No, but
oh yeah, I love telling people about that.
I've been swirling all my water before I water my vegetables. I've been I put them in a vortex.
I want you to go to YouTube and search for Japanese scientist water crystals and watch some of his videos. We are we're a majority of water, and our beliefs and the words we say have a reaction on water. And I would love for people to grasp this shit.
It's Masaru Emoto.
Yeah,
But
that's his name.
yeah.
What does
So
that put in the search?
Masato, it's a Japanese name. Masato is his first name or whatever. Masato, last name Imoto. I'll put it in the chat.
So you have to understand that when we speak words, we think these things, we're creating spells. So spelling exists for a fucking reason, and we're the majority of water. This planet is majority of water, and we influence it by our thoughts and our words. You need to be careful about how you think about yourself. I don't understand all this shit outside my box, but I know there's something outside my box that's fucking manipulating me. I love y'all. I'm enjoying the fuck out of this.
Yeah, I'm learning when you speak, man. It's nice having you here.
You know, I was indoctrinated by religion and shit, and so I like to refer to some of the things, and I believe that the Bible's got some good points to it, but I think there's a limit on the instructions. I think it's been manipulated, and we're very powerful, and I think that this reality is manipulated by the media and fucking television and that shit, so that we manifest the shit that they want. They want us to fear. We don't need to fear nothing except God's judgment, because Source is real. I guarantee you, Source is real, and it's all loving. It ain't got no hate in it. I don't know how to explain that one, but hey, do some heroic something, and God's blessings.
You know, if you think about it, all the water that has ever been here has always been here.
Well, if we're going to believe in a flat Earth, we're going to believe we're in a closed system. So every bit of water that's here always goes up. It always comes back down.
Terranium.
And water
But we don't believe in a flat Earth. I don't believe in a flat Earth. I know that it's flat.
Excuse me on my terminology. I'm still fucked up on grammar. I've never seen water curve. Okay, I have not found a way to make water stick on a fucking ball. Explain that logic.
I wonder if there's a cycle, because you know how they always look for the source of the Nile, and they look for the source of this and that. If there is a cycle that is taking the water from, the water above, and if it's just a continuous cycle.
That's gravity,
I
bro.
wouldn't wonder about it. I would understand that it does, because that's the only logical explanation. There's waters above, there's waters below.
Yeah.
There's windows up there. There's windows down there. And, just increase your vibrations to where you love everything and appreciate everything, and your world gets so much better. I used to be in such a negative mode, and I thought everything was against me and shit. And then I did my heroic journeys, and I just realized how blessed I am to get to experience all this shit. And when I say shit, I'm just saying existence. And I'm amazed. I go out there and look at the tree, and I look at the bark that grows on the tree, and when I cut the tree, how it's all developed and shit. And then you do micro to macro, and there's like a damn pattern that fucking exists between them all. And you can't tell me this is not a conscious design.
Yeah, I just feel, so much, a whole new world is opened up for me. And I just feel that I can leave behind me so many mundane worthless, stupid anxieties and things.
I try to tell my sister all the time. She thinks she needs a pill to cure herself, and I'm like, all you need to do is steer your mind. If you want to have anxiety, think yourself some anxious thoughts. You want to be happy, think you some happy thoughts. You want to be sad, think you some sad thoughts. Reality is really simple to me, and I'm sorry that I have a lot of so-called French in my vocabulary.
I need to learn to speak French better.
Apparently, I offended somebody. I think I saw something here, and I'm new to this Discord crap. I do apologize if I offend, but I use the grammar that I understand.
Not at all.
I like the stuff that was going on earlier when they were talking about common law, natural law, beliefs, acceptance, and yada, yada, yada. I really think we got to get out of this maritime shit because we're not dead entities. We're not a corporation. We need to stand up in man and woman. Did y'all catch any of that earlier?
No, but I have before.
I firmly believe that if we go back to our natural, look, man, I firmly believe I'm created. There's no doubt in my mind I wasn't created. My creator gave me some benefits, and from the deception that I was raised through and indoctrinated with, I've given away rights for some privileges, and that shit don't make no sense.
Did you really exchange them for privileges, though? What privileges were we given?
Oh, I got a driver's license. I got a registered vehicle. I got a hunting license.
I see what you
No,
mean. I thought permits and licenses were only for things that were considered illegal before. Hunting was never considered illegal, was it?
but a game warden wants to fucking regulate what you put in your freezer.
Yeah.
You can't give away something that's not yours.
Yeah, not everyone, but some people
Is
want
that
control.
Sasha? Are you still here, Sasha?
No, that was X. Hi, X.
Hey, Errol.
Funny how we all went down our own roads to research this stuff and came up with the same conclusions.
Well,
Just
can
a
you tell me
coincidence.
how we all come to a similar conclusion and we all got a different shit story? Excuse my French. We all got a different path. There's something greater that we don't grasp. The woman that keeps talking, can I ask what country you're from? Your accent sounds pretty cool.
Ah, thanks. I'm originally from South Africa, and
Okay.
I learned to speak English when I was about 10. I live in the UK now, so yeah, my accent is all over the place.
Well, you sound interesting. I think that's the simplest word I can put to it. You sound good in my ear.
Oh, thanks. People frequently ask because New Zealanders have that singing little lilt in their accent, and Aussies sound different. A lot of people can't actually place me, and I mean, a lot of South Africans do not sound like me either. But I come from a family where everyone in my family can speak 3 languages or more, and so English is my third. The third
I can
language.
speak English and a bunch of slang. Well, I want to pass on plenty of blessings to y'all. This has been a very enjoyable conversation.
Lovely to talk to you and to hear you as well. I'm Ariel. I'm not really Ariel.
What? I thought that was your real name.
I'm in this meat suit, but this really ain't me.
That's just
I
where you
can't
live.
I can't wait to get rid of the meat suit.
Yeah. I'm called Stephanie in real life.
My name's Harold.
It's quite a funny story. My grandmother, some of my ancestors are from England, and some are from France, and on my father's side, we think they were Danes, but from where we can trace back the history, the most northern province in Germany was once under Danish rule. Then it was given to the Germans, and they had a war about it. But my father resembled the Danish people. They're really tall, 6'5", and very pale white skin and pale blue eyes. So, what was I going to say? So yeah, my grandmother, when my mom and dad were just youngly first married, they lived with her. And so when my mom got pregnant with me, my grandmother's name is Georgina Eliza Yakumina. And so my name was going to be Gina Jeanette, a kind of hybridized nod to my grandmother, whose name was Georgina. And then in my mother's 8th month of pregnancy, she had a massive row with my grandmother. And my grandmother flung a boiling pot of water at my mom. And so I was never called Gina Jeanette. So, yeah, then I got a new
You got a
name.
love family.
That's how it was done back in the old days. None of this I'll call your names, hate speech, boiling water, pan over their head.
Oh, my grandmother was a terrible woman. She married my grandfather, right, when she was 25 and he was 55. And he had a wife and like 7 children, and then he was a widower. And then he married my grandmother, who was a stupid young girl of 25. And she was so coddled. He said to her that he will ensure that she never has to put her hands in dishwater when he married her.
Ah, that
Yeah.
fairy tale. How
That's
does that
a
work
nice
out?
assurance.
Yeah, yes. And so she didn't have to learn to be a housewife and put her hands in dishwater. So she became a really stupid, like coddled woman, and she suffered from hypochondriasis. She had every illness and headaches. And my mom was completely, opposite of that kind of woman. My mom is very feminine, but she's so healthy. You know, my mom hasn't been to the doctor for like 20 years because there's nothing wrong with her. And so the two of these women living under the same roof, they just didn't get on. You know, the highly spoiled woman who was always stuck using different ailments to get her way. Oh, I can't do this because, you know.
Yeah. Do this because of that. Yeah. It's funny.
My mom read books and she diagnosed herself, and she passed that on to my youngest sister. Yeah. What a blessing we get. I mean, we get to exist in this.
Yeah, life is funny.
You need to laugh at life. If you're not, then you're looking at it with the wrong glasses on. That's my opinion.
Well, somebody's surely laughing at us. That's what I guarantee that. Looking down. Look at all these dummies.
Sorry.
I was just saying, like, they'd be looking down and saying, look at all these dummies. What are they doing? And just having a good old laugh. But yeah.
One thing
You
I will
gotta
say.
laugh at this. Sorry.
Sorry. One thing I do want to say is, you know, last year in the first month of this what can I call it?
Experience.
Yeah.
Regression.
The lockdown. You use the prison terms that they went with to begin with. They call it a lockdown because it's like a prison.
So I work in a hospital, and you know, you would think that people there would be a little bit more level-headed, but really there were people who were in hysterics. I wasn't. I internalized everything. I furiously looked for information. I was one of the first people as well who saw this coming, because I went on Live Leak and I saw weird things on the internet about what was happening in China. And then when it finally arrived here, you know, I had to console women at work who burst into tears with the stress of it. And I came home and I said to somebody right in the beginning, I said to her, you know, I've resigned myself that I might die. And then it really didn't take me long to figure out, you know, that something is not right. And then I just stayed on top of that. And about 4 months into that, I listened to the guy who said, satellites are not what you think they are. So I had all of this going on at the same time. And I still managed to come out the other side. But for a while, there's like everything to me felt like not real. I had to really hold myself together, because I just started like being careless about everything. I just started despising my colleagues, because they bought into it 110%. I couldn't speak to most of them because I didn't want to like be a pariah at work. And there was like 2 guys at work that I took into my confidence. I called them into my office and said to them, so, and you know, I work with doctors. I said, so you're buying all this? You know, you're fully on board, you're going along with it? And I just judged the rest of the people around me and thought, you know, with some of these people, I cannot have this conversation because it will just make them even more hysterical. So I ended up one day sitting in my car on the way to work in the morning, and I was just because I was stuck in traffic that was so bad. And I just, that morning, I was looking around me and it was in that moment where I agreed with myself that it's okay that the earth is flat and that, I can hold that idea in my head. I mean, I still did months of research after that. I never had an interest in NASA. I never had interest in the, the outer space rhetoric. I just always thought it was a travesty that, money is going towards stuff like that. When what benefit is there for us? I couldn't see the benefit of it, so I just dismissed it. I love science fiction. I always have. But as to the detail and the science of the vacuum of space, it never interested me. So yeah, I feel like I've been on an amazing journey that few people get to make.
Well,
That's how
COVID was a blessing in my book.
Hmm?
I believe COVID was a blessing. It's allowed many people to have the time to actually research their shit.
Yeah, so anybody who's ignorant at this point, it's their own damn fault.
They opened a football stadium here today, and people are turning up in droves. Very, very disheartening. Yeah, that's just how I feel. I have gone on an incredible journey, and I actually feel blessed. I feel blessed.
We are.
Oh,
Our Creator allows this existence. It's phenomenal.
yes.
Do I have crap perception, or did you just say one word?
No, I said that's a tough one. It is a blessing. Like, to be honest, it is. It's just as well as other things. It's kind of trying to find the right verbiage. No, I can't find the right word to express it. Probably the closest word to it is saddening. Just to see what's going on and what will happen, and just the stuff that's gone all around a subterfuge. So,
If I can give any tip, it's stop the what if. Right now is all that matters and exists in that moment. Fuck all that other shit. That's that ego shit in my book.
I get what you're saying. It's not really ego, because if it was my ego, I wouldn't feel sad. Because I'm not feeling sad for me.
Well, you're a
Does
good
that make
soul
sense?
if you feel sadness for the rest of mankind. I mean, I do get wrapped up in that mentality, but it's not serving anything but the ego. All I can do is control my reality and make fucking something with my life, and hopefully I represent that in my actions so that other people see it, and that makes that ripple.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. It's just a bit more to it, as you said before, as with actions, thoughts, and all the rest of it. yeah, those guys up the top, they know how to do that. And, you know, even what people consider bad or evil, or whatever, even that evil thought, if it's in the right spot, and your heart and brain are in the right spot, you can do it. So it's kind of most of us are just lacking that to be able to, suppose, either reject their crap or actually fight it, because people speak about the spiritual battle, blah blah blah. To engage in it is another thing. People don't even engage in like just normal everyday life. Bowing down to a mask or to some supposed authority, this that, let alone to to engage in something that's right. That's what makes me laugh, and I'm not trying to put anybody down. It's just that's a whole nother level. It's a whole nother energy. It's a whole nother draining of your what is inside you. Not that you can't be drained. You just physical body can only take so much. But yeah, that's the thing. We've been taught the wrong way around, and even there is some good guys up the top. I was just reading some lectures from a few people that I have like private lectures from. A few guys, like over 100 and something years ago, and they were saying how the state of humanity back then, saying like in early 1900, with scientism, is shit, and that humanity needs to turn around, and that they can't view the world like this. And this is from some of the people that try to steer humanity in a in a direction, because that's how to do it. But it just falls on deaf ears, I think. And yeah, this guy, he did quite a bit, but he just kind of got shut down from a few places.
Yeah, overall, science is held up to us as some, shining god made out of gold, and we must all do obeisance. That to me is what it is. What it is, the whole authority, the way things work in the system. If your title is doctor or, some professor, or, then you are in control of the information, and dumb peasants down there must just stick to the plan and listen to the science or the scientists. It's like they've made us inconsequential.
Yep. I was just actually reading that. I was like going back through the book, and he was actually saying that. He goes, actually giving examples like, a professor sitting at his desk, da da da, and he gave the example of the heliocentric model. He goes, Galileo, he goes, putting the thing up there. He goes, but what doesn't make sense is, what was it? Oh, I need to pull that up again. The axis, because there's no, what was it? The cancellation of the rotation of the axis cancels out, that it can't be go along the ecliptic, and that it can't point to north anymore, because they leave out the third principle of Copernicus' thing, because the whole thing needs to fall apart. But they don't, throw it apart. they take the two principles and keep on adding on. So, and they speak about, we speak like what's happened in the past in this and that. Like sometimes it's kind of funny because I have to, and sometimes so people don't think I'm completely insane. But well, there's only so much some people can take in, and it's yeah. To be honest, that's what it is. But what is it? So we got what people talk about, the new age of Aquarius, blah blah blah. It's coming up. We're going into it. Well, it's been in it for like 607 years or so now, yeah. And people are catching on to this sort of thing, like they're gone all over the place with this, like sometimes Tartarian or da 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
But if they actually just think about, maybe that wasn't that far back that the cycle started, they might comprehend a few things.
But that's the that's the whole issue here, Eggs. So few people comprehend anything at all, it seems to me.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize. I stepped out for a moment and I lost like 5 minutes of the conversation.
Yeah, no, you're right, brother. I was just kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm rambling, talking about just the way that things function, and that all this, the people up the top, they're not all, bad. And I was just reading over some lectures that were over like 100 and something years old. How these people were voicing their opinion and trying to get mankind to move away from this, what we call scientism. He calls, to put it bluntly, lunacy. And back in those days, they knew, about how body worked and all the rest of it in more detail than they do now. They've just gone like into complete abstract. Like it cannot be any more abstract than it is right now. Like
Censorship
Gary actually
that
says it.
goes
He
on.
goes, "Reality is not reality." Sorry, mate. Go.
You're okay. I look at the censorship that takes place, and what are they filtering? Okay, this is a control thingy for the normies. I feel you. Go ahead and speak some more, please.
Yeah. So I thought it's good to have it confirmed by. Because I've been around a few so-called circles, whatever. Been privileged and disprivileged to be around certain places, and to have certain things confirmed. Like you cannot it's taking one thing away from the whole. It's like you're taking out an organ from your body, but your body's not going to function properly. That's the way that sort of this place
That's a good
works.
analogy.
Yeah.
Like how else I put it is what I said before. How about these people can do that thing, even though it's bad. If you have your mindset and your heart set on pushing a thing, and you have a group of people, and you don't really need to have, like God knows how many people, but you have a certain amount of people that can put this energy into a thing, and they put it into motion. So these things occur. Most of us can't do that, so we are interlocked with each other, where these guys have they made a separation, sort of a divorce line, if that makes sense. Because they're running their thing, but we're not even running on a treadmill. We're just we're standing here.
Well, what would be phenomenal is for every person to realize their power and pure reality in their own manner, instead of this goddamn controlled narrative shit they want to push. Because to me, the narrative is what they're trying to get manifested, and they're doing a damn good job at it. I totally believe in manifestation. What you focus on, what you put your energy into, is what's created.
What are you
Yep.
guys talking about?
Who was that?
It's fraud.
Oh, is it?
The nature of reality. You used an interesting word earlier, Eggs. Lunacy. What is the origin of that word?
What is the subject matter, people?
Lunacy.
Yeah, it's from from the moon. So it's I say lunatic because it makes you tick a certain way.
Lunacy and fucking lunar, fucking similar. And excuse me on my French again.
Yep. That's why they're called Illuminati.
I think the root
They follow
of
that.
lunar, loon. All right, I'm getting out of my vehicle and shit, so I'm gonna be disconnected for a few minutes. I'll reconnect with y'all shortly.
Yep. Nice. So yeah, that's the root of it, You see, most like words like that have got, it's in the words most of the time. You can see it, especially when you just reverse engineer the word, look at it backwards, and it will tell you a bigger story. Like when people say reality or real, you just look at it backwards. What is real is that's a layer. You have to accept the layer for what it is right now, but there's more to it.
Oh, that's
this
a
is
good
real.
way of looking at it as well. Layers of.
Yeah. The word real, if you go backwards, is Lear. So phonetically, it's a layer. As in, there's a layer. It's real, but it's real now. But there's more to it. It's trying to say to you.
Yeah, that's interesting what someone just posted in the live stream. You should check hospitals on full moon versus any other given day.
Yeah, it's like what is it? They've done studies on it. There's like between minimum 15 up to 30% more people in hospitals. That's because these people are divorced from what is in front of them. They're living in, I don't know, it's called. Where did Dorothy go? What's that place? I was going to say Kansas, but that's an actual place. Gosh. Yeah, they're living in a world that's nowhere. Oh yeah, here we go. I can make my point like this. So, as I said, if we are connected, so you can't take out organs, and just function properly. So if we have a majority of people divorced, so not living here, because they're not living here. You meant to, people ask, and I don't know why I have to explain this to them when they ask me where do I live. I say my body. That's somehow, I don't know, makes me, I don't know, retarded somehow, because you can't live anywhere else. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think you can live anywhere else but in your body. You can have a home, but where you live is in your body. Your residence is a house, whatever. But people are not here, and they're, I don't know, God knows where they are with their mind, trapped in outer space or in some other fantasy. That is energy put in motion, but not enacted, so with no force. And I'll even incorporate Get Begets thing that it talks about incoherent static electricity.
Yeah.
So that is what's happened. There's all these people putting out shit here and there everywhere. And these people know, there's a knowing of how to gather energy and disperse it and in what way. And
Yeah, Iggs, when I was looking into Scientology, this a couple of years ago, my brother was like really high up in the Scientology church, but he got out after like 6 years. He was the ethics director of the main branch in South Africa, and so I had access to all their materials. And there was one procedure of theirs that I really saw some benefit in, and it was when people were like, when you say someone's out of it, they're freaking out, or
yep.
So there's a thing that they do. It's called a touch assist. So if somebody has just had like an upsetting thing, or they in an agitated state, or anxious, or stressed, or something, that you would make them lie down and stretch their legs and their arms out, and then you would draw their attention back by starting at their toes, and they must have their eyes closed. So what you do is you go over to the person and you start with the toes on each foot. So you start at the small toe and you'll touch that toe and you'll say, "Feel my finger," and that person must answer you. And then you go to the next toe, and then you go up the legs, then you go to the fingers and up the arms, and you go to the torso as well, and then you end up sort of behind the skull, all the way up over the face and to the back of the head. And by saying, "Feel my finger," and the person must answer yes, you are drawing the center of their consciousness back to inside their body. And I've actually seen that work. I mean, I've done that for somebody, and it actually restored them.
Thoughts
The
are
other,
powerful.
yeah, the other thing that Scientologists do is they snap their finger at somebody, and they say, "Come up to present time." So inhabit your body and be in the moment. That kind of thing.
I agree with that 100%. This is a thing that has been kind of foisted or put in to people's minds, brains, consciousness, whatever words you want to call it, is the notion of past, future, which is just, again, another abstract way of, to put it in nice terms, for doing commerce or the bigger picture of sociology. So that's been done for, as far as I know, for a good 6,000-7,000 years, how they do things with the projection of so-called time. With certain things happening around us and, constellations and patterns, all the rest of it. That's why these guys have a pattern. They have a rhythm. It's like a Hermetic philosophy as well. That's why you can't live in the present, and you can only be in the present. And we have all our words. The way that we speak. It's always said, and we will do, and that's how people get mesmerized into, whoever they listen to. Whether it's politicians or whoever. We will do this and we will do that, and blah, blah, blah. It's not I'm doing it or we are doing it. It's we will or we are or in blah, blah, blah. So we will or tomorrow, like me saying tomorrow will come, and then tomorrow is still tomorrow because I can still use the word tomorrow because tomorrow never comes. That's that's the whole joke about that tomorrow never comes.
Now is eternal. That's where we need to exist. Fuck yesterday and fuck tomorrow. And I'm sorry on my French again. I'm sorry, I'm so
you don't
southern and
speak
poor.
French.
Sacre bleu. Yeah. So,
what does that actually mean, sacre bleu?
it's like
Kind of like saying GD.
Okay.
French for OMG.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god. Yeah.
Okay. Has anyone spoken to Crack Villain recently? I see he's got a. It says where his name is up there. It says not well.
Yeah, I've sort of had a word to him. I'm gonna try to actually proper. I'm gonna actually bust his balls.
I've not heard from him for probably a
annoy him
month.
for a while.
I hope he's alright.
Yeah, he's a bit sick, so as I said, I'm gonna probably just sit on the phone and just call for 2-3 hours straight till I annoy him for him to pick up the phone. But yeah.
I hope he gets better and he gets some sunshine. The weather in the UK has been absolutely shite for the longest time.
No, that good.
I mean, this entire year, and it's only like now we've had 2 days running where the sunshine is just beautiful. I've been out in the garden for hours every day, like the whole day. So, yeah, I hope he gets better if he's not well. I don't know if he can hear me. Sending
sure
I got the
he is,
yard
Shadow.
mowed.
Hmm?
I got the yard mowed. We're supposed to have rain. It's forecasted for the next week, but the last 2 days have been nice and humid. Got out there and got very frustrated because my mama used to have a pig pen with pot bellies, and so like she put a lot of clothes out in the yard, and so like when I went out there to try to mow, all those clothes get wrapped around the blade on my mower, and so then I got to spend time getting my blade clean.
Yeah.
Reality's a trip. I love it. I love y'all. Love everybody. Just fuck the rest of the story. Excuse my French.
You're right. You made me laugh. I was going to say something. I lost my train of thought. You just lawnmower, bloody grass, F the grass. Oh boy.
Well, all the time we spend in negative energy is a waste of energy. That's my experiences. And I didn't grasp this shit until I did a shitload of mushrooms. And it's like, my energy needs to be focused on something that's productive in this reality, and all this what I coulda and what I didn't and what I shoulda, that type of shit that don't fucking have no weight in reality. It's like that's what's wrong with politics. It's like, well, you should have did this, but you didn't, and it's like, okay, well, let's have a punishment. I'm gonna give you a punishment because you don't wear a face mask, because scientists say that it doesn't help. But hey, you need to wear a face mask. Why? I have no fucking idea. There's that word again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. But so you made a point of it as them doing a certain thing and projecting whatever. They're doing it. They're putting it into motion. But you're saying we have to do something in reality. Nothing's like. Majority is not doing nothing to counteract that.
They have no reason to counteract it. They got their own belief system that was indoctrinated to them, and it's like.
But that's what I was saying before. So you've got 0.5% living in,
Yeah.
so-called truth.
I feel you.
And then
brother.
you've got the, the top, 1%, which is more than enough for them to put in their brain power and with their intentions, with their heart and soul, whatever, to achieve what they want. And then you've got the, 98%, I don't know, some in Narnia, some in space, some, in Hollow Earth, some in fucking, I don't know.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everybody's everywhere except where they're meant to be. Everybody's looking in the future or the past.
It's intentional. It's intentional.
Yeah, of course. There's an exercise everybody can do. When they walk, try to feel yourself walking and see how that turns out. To actually feel yourself walking. Not when you're walking around and thinking about stuff or airy-fairy. You
exactly
being in your body and walking to actually feel everything. You if you are inside your body. Most of the time people are thinking and they don't comprehend what thinking does and what it is.
Well, it's complicated to be 100% aware all the time because of ego, in my opinion. I blame everything on the fucking ego. But I put my feet in the dirt every day. I put my hands in the dirt. I go out there and mess with my plants, and I'm like, dude, how can I keep the bug off of you? And they haven't told me the secret, but you know, I'm throwing diatomaceous earth
or
everywhere.
Irish Spring. What about Irish
What
Spring?
was that, brother?
Irish Spring.
Irish. Does that work?
I've heard that you cut it up and put it at the edge of your garden, replace it once every couple weeks. I don't
Well,
know
I
if
know
it
my
works. I haven't tried it.
diatomaceous earth has stopped most of my insect problem, but the problem is I keep having rain like every day, and it washes away the diatomaceous earth. And it's like, you realize how much money I have to spend to make diatomaceous earth exist?
I heard Agent Orange fixes all that. Sorry, I just thought I'd throw that in for a joke just to make everybody laugh. I guess it's not funny.
It's not funny
I'm trying
though.
to keep it non-toxic. I mean, I could fucking do a nuclear reaction.
It's
but,
not funny.
It's funny, god dang.
Man, there's glyphosate in our urine. You know what I mean? Like you got glyphosate in you right now.
You realize you need to put your spit on the seed when you plant it, right? So it grows for you.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you. Back in the days, people used to actually urine on the actual seeds before they planted. You can get rid of any toxic DNA. Once you rub your hands on it, wash it, rub your hands on it, and your so-called whatever it means to you, the imprint of your DNA actually goes on the food. So they don't tell you these things, but this is how it actually works. Accept it, don't accept it, it's up to you. But yeah, your food, whatever it is, apple, orange, fruit, vegetables, grab it, touch it, get rid of
Put
whatever.
your DNA on that. Put your DNA on that seed, and it's gonna produce what's necessary for you. And if you got a family, all your family needs to put their DNA on this stuff so it's contributing to them. Crazy logic, ain't it? That's not what you're taught.
Yeah. Well, they make everything. They invent everything. Like they make a genie bad. You rub the genie, it comes out, and it's like evil. But that people talk about their genealogy, where they come from, their roots or their roots, where they are. Your genes, which they just made a new name for genetics to DNA.
Well, they got that mRNA shit they figured out now. That's the problem.
You can just you can't actually change it. You can just retard you. So I've got the actual, like, I think I've given it to a few people here, the actual proper documents how it works. But yeah, so your genes, your genetics, that is the genie, and as the genie is magic, so are you. But they'll invert it and they'll say that's witchcraft, that's evil. They're inverting shit. Just think of everything that you know backwards. That was my epiphany. I found that out really young.
I grasp it.
Yeah.
All I can say is quit giving power to these other things. Quit acknowledging it, quit manifesting it.
Yeah, I try. It's just hard when you, man.
Let me tell you another epiphany. Trying is an excuse to fail. You either do or you don't. I do until I succeed. Blessings.
Yeah, I agree. You either succeed or fail. Then you're just kind of trying. Is you hit a big like a sine wave, but then if everybody else, as I said, is not moving in the right trajectory and everybody's in fucking fairy tale land, Narnia, you know, Avatar, wherever they are, and they're not here. And people don't get from that, you know, the Q-tards. Where we go one, we go all. They don't get it, what it actually means, as in, like, if you guys don't wake up and stick up for one another, all of us, we're gonna go to the shitter. That's what it means.
We manifest exactly what we manifest. What do you want to focus on? You want to focus on some Q shit, some Trump shit, or you want to focus on? I'm not condemning you. I'm not condemning you. This is a generalization from what I've observed off the internet, which I believe is satanic, because motherfucking it's still AI and it's manipulative. I love you, bro. It's all good. Don't have a negative thought about me. I'm
No, bro. No. Oh, I don't. I take everything, you know, as is. I can tell when somebody's trying to, you know, inflict, you know, sarcasm or negative energy on me. It's everything that is so simple and beautiful has been corrupted to be either bad or to have, you know, dual meaning.
agreed.
This is the thing.
Which glasses do you want to put on today? Do you want to put on the ones that have a fog that make something negative? Or do you want to put on the actual glasses of reality and appreciate the existence that you got? And it's beyond phenomenal. I can't put words to it, but we're so lucky to have this existence, is my mind.
Yeah. It's well, people don't actually get how lucky they are, because it's the first cycle up from the start again. So we're only 600 years in. Phoenix has just gone up. I don't know how much people are gonna go upwards, but you're given a chance, as you said, you know, from something beautiful to know, to understand things. It is a gift, even at the time, you know, at the time where, you know, you get down or you look at things, it might be a bit like this and like that.
My concept on my reality is a belief system. And so if somebody's thinking a negative thing is going to happen, they're going to create that negative thing because that's their belief. And I'm like, I'm not limited by my beliefs because I know there's something much more greater than me.
Yep. What happens if everybody is believing in nonsense? Like, you've got, for
It's going to
example,
manifest. It's going to manifest.
I'll put it this way. So there's 100 of us. Me and you are seeing it for what it is. 10 are trying to enforce their will, and you've got like
us 100 is going to manifest our belief.
Let me, yeah. So we've got 100. Me and you are looking
million.
at it for what it is. 10 of them are putting their will on it, and there's 88 left. The 88 are not looking at reality. They're just putting shit out there, whatever is suited to them, or whatever they believe, or whatever fantasy they live in, or whatever they think is important.
The fallacy that we can change others is bullshit. The only thing we can change is within ourselves.
I'm not saying to change other. I'm not trying to change others. I'm just saying
Okay.
the energy those people are putting out into nowhere, into so-called space, it's everywhere. You know, incoherent static electricity. These guys can push it, and you can push it. There is ways to push it. So if you have 88% of people just throwing shit out there, and you've got 10% knowing how to manipulate that, it's a bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a bit of a shitstorm.
I'm gonna present another idea because there's that fallacy of belief that because something else has this idea that might be. I'm sorry, I'm really bent.
No, what do you mean? Just say what you think, bro.
We have to raise our vibrations up above that negative environment. And if I raise my vibration and I share it, because it's going to have a ripple effect. I don't care how many pebbles you throw in the pond, it's still going to make ripples. Okay? And so
whose ripples are bigger? Yours and mine, or the people that know that what they're doing? And you've got the 90% that are just giving their energy
I think there's only 1%.
to the other 10%.
I think there's only 1% that knows what they're doing when they're making a ripple. The rest of us are waking up on what ripples are.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that's a beautiful thing. That's one thing I love when people have a more deeper understand. That actually makes me feel fucking great. To hear people realize that, because how much times around can these people will do the same shit fucking over and over and over again and keep on getting away with it.
There's a definition of insanity. It's keep repeating the same shit over and over again and expecting a different response. It's like, okay.
Yep, that's exactly true. But they're gonna call us insane.
I don't care what I'm called. Words don't define me. My actions define me.
Yeah, that's correct. But this is the thing. We live in this abstract world where they are nowhere and they throw stones, but we are here, and you still have to. I get pissed off every now and then on certain people have heard me lose my shit on here, but dealing with things for years and years is kind of gets to you.
I feel you, brother, but I think you're allowing others to put limits on your own self.
A little bit, yeah. I won't deny that, but it depends what you think of limits. This is the other thing. A lot of people perceive in their head as in having gained something.
Agreed.
The gain of knowing, but truly knowing something, or the gain of acquiring something, material, or being in the state of disillusion.
To me, the acquiring of material is not realistic because it's not material. In my mind,
well, you're not material. Yep.
We're We're not this meat suit. This is an illusion created for that whatever you want to call it.
To sort of awaken you, teach you a greater lesson.
Become an observer in this existence we think that exists, I think for me has been the most phenomenal experience. I just watch it, I let it be. I don't need to feel nothing. I just observe it and then adjust myself.
Yeah.
I just know that word is going to stick in my head now. Meat suit.
I've been calling it like that for a long time, and people just look at me weird. I was amazed. Like, what do you mean? I go, this, your body. They're like, yeah. I go, and this is the other thing that I don't teach anybody. The body, it is its own.
We are not the body.
Yeah, I know.
But
this is what I'm trying to explain. I'm gonna get crucified for this now.
We participate in the body.
Yeah,
but
to an
we're not
extent.
the
This is
body.
what I'm trying. Yeah, this is what I'm
You're
trying
right.
to say. Yeah.
It's hard to put it in words.
It's got an action of its own. It acts on its own accord, according to things outside it. You can
Consequences
try to
exist
put.
for every action.
Yep, exactly. So you can put your sort of interjections on it and whatever, but it's kind of you're fighting it. So you know your mind is fighting your body is fighting your mind, and then your soul is fighting your mind, and then your mind's fighting your body, and then it's a whole clusterfuck of not being in line.
Yes.
And then you've got
exists.
your higher self and your lower self, which is just kind of sitting there thinking, what the F are you doing down there? Not
Is it
connecting.
really thinking or is it reacting?
Yeah, exactly. But I might get called a few nasty words, but it is what it is.
Well, that's a true statement. It is what it is. And no matter what the fuck you think about it, your thoughts aren't going to really change it. My
That's the
experience
way.
is what we observe is. Now, we can have all kinds of thoughts about it. You might see something as a negative. I might see it as a positive. But it still is. And our thoughts is the only thing that makes it a negative or a positive.
Yeah, that's correct. What I was trying to say is, I'll put it in an example. So you're just sitting there, for some reason you want to eat pizza, but you know you're not meant to eat pizza. But for some reason you really fucking want to eat pizza. But
Oh
you're
my
telling
God,
yourself,
that pork sounds good.
yeah, exactly. For some reason you want to do it, but your mind's telling you you're not meant to do it. And this is what I'm trying to say, as in, people don't get it that the body's sort of creation on its own. So you can be fighting and saying, no, I should be on a diet or whatever, calories, whatever reason you don't want to eat it, but you do it. You still do it for some reason.
Is acceptance a part of that key?
Yes, there's some things that you can change and some things that you can't, and that's part of you have to. There's limitations unless you've made everything aligned from the start, from the beginning, but which they don't teach anybody, at school or anywhere. These guys keep the shit to themselves.
Most of my conflict was derived from not being able to accept what my choices made.
Well, this is the thing. People, you know, when you look back here and people go, "Oh, I should have done this. I should have done that." You can't look back at a situation knowing something that you know now and saying, you know, I should have done this, I should have done that. At the time, you had a split second to do whatever it is you needed to do, and you reacted on it according to that time, in that place, in that situation, with the knowing that you had, or the awareness that you had.
Acceptance is key in my existence. This is my belief. I made a choice. I have to accept that. And whatever the fuck happens from it, I made my choice.
And that's how you learn. So you don't, next time when you're presented with the choice you have, you pause and you take the necessary steps to not think about it again and go, oh shit, I should have done this, I should have done that. Because every choice, as you said, you know, it's got a reaction. Doesn't matter
Shoulda,
if you think
woulda,
it's just
coulda.
you or not.
There-
It kind of has an effect on everybody.
Acceptance is key in every decision we make. I have to accept. I made a shit decision. I made a good decision. It don't matter. I made a decision. This is the existence that's there. And I have to have acceptance. If I don't have acceptance, I am not in tune with my frequency, with my higher self, and then I got a conflict, and then I got all kinds of other issues that pop up, and that's like a real deep conversation there.
Yeah, that's a whole nother cluster if of
Right.
things.
I'm enjoying this. I got you connected on my phone, and then I got the chat on something separate. Can I ask what's your screen name on Discord?
Yeah, it's Iggs, IJZ Iggs.
I something. IGZ. Okay, I see you.
Yep, that's me.
All right. I'm gonna ask you for an invite so we can have like if we so choose in the future, a deeper conversation. I just sent you a friend request.
Not a problem, brother. Anytime. Anytime.
Well, I enjoy this because in my reality, most people aren't to the level of this Discord group that I found. Too many people trust the government. Too many people trust all this shit outside themselves. And I'm like, all the answers are inside ourselves. All you got to do is open it up. You want to listen to the devil? You want to listen to yourself? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you
I'm
got the
really
keys. The keys
bent.
are there.
I'm really
No,
bent.
it's not bent.
I think there's three IDs in my mind. I think there's me, which thinks I'm me, and there's my ego that wants the pleasure of me, and there's this thing that I like to call my higher self, and it don't have anything to do with any of the other shit. All it wants to do is have my spirit in the right spot.
Yeah, there's probably more of you, but that's I don't want to muddle you. Don't want to muddle the waters.
Trust me, you can't muddle my waters. My waters have already been muddled.
What a great conversation.
It took me 40 years to get to the point that I realized there's three different aspects in my mind. Because I've been in psychiatric shit for the majority of my life on medications and shit. And I would like to agree with society. I'm crazy. But In all honesty, I think the rest of society's fucking bent because they believe that bullshit story.
Well, that's true, and you know what they say. There's a fine line between insanity and genius. It's a very fine line.
Well, the bad thing is, the more knowledge I observe in this reality, the crazier I get. But that's a concept on crazy and bad and stuff. But I guarantee you, from my experience on myself, the more I observe, the crazier I think the existence beyond me is. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, beautiful. I was just gonna say, one of the reasons why this thing was put out there, this spinning ball, blah 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 blah, is to put you in a so-called driver's seat of creation, and I hope that makes sense in the plainest way I can put it.
It does.
You having a bird's eye view, and you know, because people are mentally retarded, they think they have a control over something because they've got a bird's eye view. That's this thing I was trying to convey a while ago. People didn't get it.
When you were talking about maps.
Yes. God bless you, Ariel. See, I had people go, "Oh, you're nuts," all this stuff. This is what I was trying to say with the map. What is a map? When I was saying, asking people, what is a map? What is a map? It has to be a look from a bird's eye view, or in the actual definition, like a heavenly view from top to bottom. So if you're viewing something from top to bottom, you're placing yourself up there. Like you know what's going on, and then you're in Narnia, and you really don't know what is going on. You're
You draw a plan of your
way
house.
off.
When
Sorry?
I visit Narnia, my ego forgets on purpose.
Yeah. You either need to fully step outside, or you need to be very wary of Narnia, and really observe. But I hope that made sense what I said before about why they put out the heliocentric model and with the map thing. That's what I was trying to say with the map thing, and that's the
Brother,
reason with the.
You make good words.
So trying to make maps is trying to equate ourselves to gods. Is that the idea?
Riding on eggshells, bro. Here we go. Well, put
I'll
it this
do
way:
something.
how do you feel when you're flying, bro? When you used to fly with your old man,
Right? Yeah.
on top of the world?
Yeah.
But it's beautiful, man. I've been on an airplane a lot of times. Would it have been even better being in the passenger seat?
Riding on eggshells. I don't like you. A lot.
Okay. You're not required to like
A
me.
lot. I just wanted to tell you.
Anything in particular?
I think it's all
Well, there's
relative.
a matter. There's
Relativity.
a matter of your flawed reasoning. Beyond that, not much.
Fair enough.
What's flawed in my reasoning? Is my reasoning flawed against your reasoning?
I'm talking to
No,
riding on
it's not you, bro.
No, honey. I'm just throwing shit up in the air. I like the smell of bullshit in the air. I'm sorry.
Riding on eggshells.
you're
Just
right.
forgive me. I am an immigrant to Western culture, and English is my third language, so I might come across as a bit quirky.
No,
That's okay. That's
you
all right
don't.
by me.
That's your ego. Just hey, ego, shut the fuck. I'm sorry, that's French. Hey, ego, just stop talking to me.
I'm just waiting for it now.
Yeah, I was
Riding on
curious about
eggshells is busting. Yeah, go for it. See?
I was curious about that. Well, I don't want to interrupt people and stuff. Curious
No,
about
no,
the
you're
idea.
right, bro.
Is it that
You're
do
good,
you feel
brother.
we shouldn't draw maps? That drawing maps is in some way
No,
like an
who
affront to
said?
God or something?
No.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
Bro, do you think of me as a zealot or what? I'm talking
No,
about all
I
this
don't know. That's why I
stuff
was
that I'm gonna get
curious.
crucified for. I'm gonna get crucified for this after, bro. What are you talking about?
As long as you're not trying to make us all die for your map, it's all good because perspective is unique to the observer, and it's like, how can you see what another observer sees unless they put it on something?
Well, that's
Right.
where
Does that
empathy
make
comes in.
sense?
That's
But
where
you
empathy
still,
comes in, and
yeah.
if you're still stuck in, put it this way, right on eggshells. If you're still up there and you haven't come down, where are you?
Up there?
If you're living in, outer space, whatever you want to call it.
Outer space don't exist.
But I want to ask
Yeah, I know.
riding. I want to ask riding on eggshells a very important question.
Hey, eggshells are very
If you don't,
developmental to eggshells and
no,
poultry.
no, very important question. What
Go for it, Ariel.
what drugs have you dabbled in, like recreationally?
Oh, most of them.
Marijuana, amphetamines, and
Yep.
psychedelics.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, some psychedelics.
I'm disinclined to believe you.
You're not required to believe anything, but you ask me a question. I don't know
Hey,
why you'd ask a
belief
question
don't
and be
accomplish
disinclined to
nothing.
believe the answer and still ask the question. But yeah, no, I've tried most of them. I've had a big old patch of my life where I tucked properly into that stuff. Iggs will tell you.
Bit of a bender.
Australia, despite being quite conservative, bloody loves its nose beers and substances.
Yep, fucking nice.
But you can't see the flat measurements, the lack of axial rotation. You think you see a ball, it's curved everywhere, and furthermore,
Brother,
you think you're on
globed?
a. No, he's not. Yeah, he's globed. He's fully globed.
Can you explain to me why it's a globe, please?
Well, I certainly don't know it to be a globe. I think there's certainly enough difficulty in discerning its shape that there is a large group of people, you guys seem to be among them, and throughout history there's been a reasonable group of people who thought it's flat. So it's not so obvious as that people couldn't make a mistake about that. I do think, like, on first glance, the idea of living on a sphere seems counterintuitive. It seems confusing that somebody could be on the bottom of something and not fall off. So I certainly don't know it to be a certain way, nor could I present you anything that the people in the 5 years of running this server haven't presented.
Your grammar is like really tricky, and I think that's by design.
Do a little. I don't mean to. I do speak in run-on sentences a bit.
No, it's not you. I'm fucking American, and I think you're over there somewhere.
Well, it is early afternoon in Australia, so.
Are you Australian?
Yeah.
Well, God bless you. I know y'all got y'all's own demons and y'all's own existence.
Yeah, we're upside down.
So, do you have any reference that makes a curvature?
Not curvature, but I think whether rotation and curvature go together to me. I think they would for you too. Like you couldn't have something that's flat spinning or something that is spinning that's flat.
Well, explain why you believe a rotation exists.
The main compelling one that I seem to rest on most of the time is that I can observe the South Celestial Pole.
Yeah, but that never changes though.
Right.
And let me handle this for a second.
Sure.
Yeah, go. So if it never changes, how are you going in like so-called actual rotation, spinning around, wobbly, and then the ellipse around the sun while the sun's zooming around at whatever ridiculous speeds. Where premise actually, the wobble of the Earth cannot work, so that whole thing has to fall down. So it gets annulled because there's no wobble of the Earth. Otherwise, you wouldn't see the fixed star Polaris or the South Star that you say.
The Southern Cross.
And this is written down by Copernicus and all of them themselves. They know this. They've written it down. It's a fact of the matter. It's not my view, my truth, my subjective thing. They've said it.
Could I try and understand what you're saying, Iggs? You're saying because the stars are always in the same sort of their same relationship to one another, they make a constellation in the sky that doesn't change. That in some way disproves the idea that we're on a rotating ball.
And their first three axioms, which they rely upon for the thing to work, the third axiom doesn't come into play. It's annulled. And he wrote it down himself. Well, you can't have a wobbly axis and still see one fixed thing, bro.
Yeah,
so
I
then
get what you're saying about that. Because of this precession, they talk about how true north and the sort of the center of rotation is not quite on the center of our orbiting axis. But that is my understanding, though. I thought like all of the star signs we use are sort of because of that precession are sort of out of kilter by a month because that has happened.
No, the reason the tilt was made, and it's written by him, is because of Polaris. It's that true north.
Right. Yeah, Polaris to me makes sense. It's the Southern Cross that confuses me.
So I'll tell you what you can try to find this stuff out. What he wrote down was he was actually trying to explain the flat Earth properly, mathematically. Mathematically, he was trying to do it, and he could not do it for the life of him. So he decided to put the sun in the middle and to go from there, because he didn't have a clue how to explain it mathematically. And then you have to add on all the rest of the stuff. But as I said, he cancels out because his third axiom falls apart.
Assumptions are phenomenal.
And he even says he assumes as well. So you have the guy admitting that his third axiom is.
Which
other people believe in.
Sorry, I'm slightly lost on which guy.
Copernicus, bro.
Copernicus, right? And so I don't know anything about Copernicus or his axioms. I'm not.
Well, the sun in the middle.
Right. So the Copernican revolution idea, moving from a geocentric model to a heliocentric model, was based on three axioms, was it? I didn't know this. Okay, tell me about them. What are the axioms?
So ball, which he knew that it was an assumption. Ball, rotation.
Sure.
So the rotation, tilt, and the wobbling, because you have to have a wobble to have your so-called seasons. But,
right. Yep. Otherwise, you would just get the sort of day-night rather than the four seasons.
Yep.
With you.
So if you don't have the wobble, but this is what I'm saying. It's annulled because you will not see that one fixed point, the Polaris. You can't have a wobble, and he wrote that down.
You know the wobble is
meant to. We need a wobble.
But you know the wobbles. At what rate do you think we wobble back and forth?
That's just the what's it called in the other models that.
Precession of the equinox. They say it's a 2,600-year cycle.
Exactly. So a 2,600-year cycle. If the constellations
it's 21,160 years, to be precise.
Right. So if they're working in a 2,600-year cycle, all that seems to suggest to me is the constellations that were bang overhead on in sort of January 1st this year are going to be out by halfway through that cycle, so at a 2,600 year cycle, 1,300 years, they're going to be out only by a bit,
You
not
have a
totally over the
fixed
opposite
point.
side of the sky, right? Because it's not flipping top to
No,
bottom
bro.
and then back again. And it's only 23 degrees,
One
isn't it? So
fixed. It all goes around that one fixed point. You
Right.
need the wobble to have a season on your ball,
Sure.
but you can't have the wobble because you lose your whole frame of reference, bro. Do you get that?
Your frame of reference would slowly process out, yeah.
A lot, bro. You'd be seeing, I don't know, you should be seeing all sorts of stuff. Not slightly. You're talking about like a 15-degree wobble, bro.
Yeah. So it'll be out by 15. At its maximum, it'll be out by 15 degrees after 26,000 years is what I'm seeing here, not 2,600.
No, every day, bro. What are you talking about? Every
there's no
time you spin around.
But
every
that's
time
what
you
I'm
spin
saying.
around, bro.
That's just not understanding the model. That's not the heliocentric model that we wobble every day. We stay tipped over to the sides, spinning. And that axial.
But what do you do when
I can explain it away.
Wait a second.
You know when you spin a spinning top, right, on a table, and it goes and it's spinning at like however many RPM, right? Quite quickly. But then it starts to develop a slow leaning, and it leans around in a circle. So that's what precession is, that leaning around in a circle. So it's not one day it's over here 15 degrees and one day it's over there. Yeah, that to me would be absurd. That would be shaking us off like a bad case of the fleas. But
that's what it is,
supposed
bro.
to be
He
every
says
so
it
many
himself.
thousand years.
Yeah. Demox on it.
Just wanted to say something to Eggshells real fast.
G'day, Hank.
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
I was pinging your messages. Sorry, mate.
Yeah. So what you said about the southern star trails earlier. So up north we got the northern star trails, and I guess I could assume that means the Earth's shaped like an American pigskin, like a football, right? But I wouldn't.
That could be a rational.
Hold on. I wouldn't want to base my belief on that because that's affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. So if you want to base your belief on logical fallacy, you're more than welcome to. But I would just say that that's probably not a good place to have a foundation.
Tell me about the affirming the consequent.
So the lamp goes off in your living room, right? And you say, well, the lamp's out. It must be the bulb. And I say, well, wait a minute. What if the power's out? The whole block? Or what if they cut your electricity off? Or what if a robber has cut your power supply?
Right.
So you don't know what the actual consequent is, right? You're just affirming it.
Right. So would it be
Is
then
affirmation an
illogical to go, because the room is dark, it could be that the bulb is out, without concluding that to be the only thing I need to do?
No, you have to do a series of tests.
Yeah,
like I
right.
said.
Perfect. So it
You
would
have
be a
to
rational,
manipulate the
a
variable,
rational,
right? Put a new bulb in, flip the switch on and off, make sure it's plugged in, check your neighbors, right? And then eventually, after you manipulate the variables, then you can say you know why it's off. But until then, it's just
but I'm
guesswork.
not saying I know why it's off. To be clear, I'm not saying I know why.
Well, you said you believe the Earth was a globe because you got southern star trails.
No, I didn't use those words. I say
Are you
that's
sure
the
about
most. That's among the most compelling for me. There's a variety of reasons, but among the most compelling, the ones I've found the weakest answers on the flat Earth side is an inability to explain the phenomena of the south celestial pole. It doesn't, to me. I agree with you. I think you're making a really valid point. It couldn't lead me to conclude with certainty that we live on a globe, because you're absolutely right. It could be anything with two poles. Or it could be we live on something and have something rotating around us, something spherical rotating around us, giving us the appearance of distant stars, while in fact they might not be. There is a variety of things. It's just I haven't heard any compelling explanation for why the phenomena you guys get in the north with Polaris, we get in the south with the.
What do you know about perspective?
A bit. I might not know enough. Tell me more.
Right. So let's say you're at the beginning of a long hallway, a long corridor, right? And let's say this corridor is made on a movie set in Hollywood. So this corridor can just spin, right? Like once roughly every 24 hours.
Okay.
If you're looking down the hallway, are all the stars going to appear to have a convergent point?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, lights, excuse me. But is there actually a convergent point? No, it's just a hallway. So if there's more land to the south, and and you haven't been down there, neither, and I. So I don't know if there is, but if there was,
Sure.
so that could also be another affirming the consequent. Like maybe
Yeah,
there's more land to the south.
It sounds like, well, it sounds to me like invoking a thing we haven't seen or heard of to explain a thing we have.
What do we have? Can you prove it?
We know that people, everybody, including my father and ancient mariners, once they crossed past the equator, far enough past the equator that they weren't able to see Polaris anymore, started using the southern stars to navigate, which is why they are on the flags of Australia, New Zealand, Brazil. I think that one's Papua New Guinea. I'm not sure about that one. Samoa. Like, of the countries in the southern hemisphere, all of them have this southern cross on them. So all of them use those. Obviously, that was in some way important to them.
It's a symbol, bro.
Yeah.
All of them have to. It's the. Listen, I'm going to say something as a fact, and you know, this is just what it is. Every single one of those sailors, mariners, whatever you want to call them, had to use Polaris. Do you think like they didn't have good scopes back then? That is the only.
Have you ever seen Polaris
thing,
from
bro.
Australia? I don't think I've ever seen Polaris from Australia. I'm pretty sure it's flat impossible to see Polaris from where. It's certainly in Sydney. I'm pretty sure it is. Can I see Polaris from Sydney? Let me check that. I'm pretty sure it's no. Maybe there's a window per night or per year.
Okay, I'm going to ask you something. Where was the first landing in Australia? Do you know where they landed first?
I think it was over in the Western Australia by the Dutch. Isn't that what they think? I mean, aside from the Aboriginals that they reckon were here like 40,000 years ago.
Yep. Yeah. So over on the west, up to like southwest. Australia is fairly big, like, you know, Victoria or whatever. So what do you think they would choose to go there?
Because that's closer to the direction they came from. That's where the first bit they bumped into, I think. They concluded it was a desert continent and turned around and went away. Nailed a plate to a tree, didn't they? They nailed a plate to a tree saying, we found it, but we don't think it's worth anything, so check you later. And let some dingoes off. Isn't that also the suggestion? Let some dogs off that became dingoes?
Yeah. I reckon they did a deal with, you know, the bits and all the rest of it. There's a whole lot of fuckery behind that, but, you know, every single one of them landed on that side because it was easier to navigate because of Polaris.
Polaris. I'm finding stuff here that says Polaris cannot be seen from Australia. 23.5 degrees south.
Thing is, though, you can see it below the equator, though. It's been
Yes, yeah,
spotted.
you can see it somewhat because of its altitude, right? Yeah, because it's very high up. It's not like it just winks out of existence. But 23 degrees south of the equator is 23rd.
Wait a minute. We're told that you can prove that the Earth is a globe because that happens.
No,
right?
I don't use the word proof.
Well,
I
not you.
deliberately don't use the word
I think
proof.
what's his name likes to use that one. Never mind.
Yeah, no, just because I think the word proof is sort of, yeah. From this, it suggests I could see it if I was in Cairns or Darwin, but I'm not able to see Polaris in Sydney. And that's what I thought to be the case. And you can just see if you draw a line across that map, you're like, oh, all of those countries are. Or I'm not sure about where one of them is. Samoa, I'm not sure I could point out on a map. I know it's somewhere out in the middle of the ocean, but they're all towards the south. So they use this south celestial pole. And if I heard a compelling explanation for why there could be this same thing that you guys observe in the north, which appears to be the stars rotating around a central point that is so central you can use it as a guide star. Why that? Because the north phenomena absolutely makes sense to me. Could be a flat Earth, but then to have that same thing in the south suggests to me it's got to have two poles. Like Hank said, it could be a football. It just leads me to doubt the conclusion that it's a flat Earth.
I'm gonna say something.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Wait. So wait a minute. Hold on. So what's your explanation for a long distance observation then? Right. So if you think a star is proof for a globe, then what of long distance observation? right?
So
What do you make of that?
So first thing, I don't want to sound pedantic when I say this, but I want to be clear about what I am saying and I'm not saying. I'm not using the word proof very deliberately because I think proof means I've reached a final conclusion and no more questions will be asked. And I don't think it's really possible to do that with much of anything. I think it leads me to conclude that it is probably round, is the way I try to say it, include that. So, so long distance observations, I don't know. There could be lots of explanations for it. The one I most often hear globers use is refraction, which when I compare the two different pictures of the black swan on 2 different days, seems to suggest that there is something going on when it comes to this one. Hang on. Am I allowed to post in chat or are my perms still taken away? No, they're gone. Cheers, Django. Let me.
What we're trying to say is, bro, it's so.
I just want to know. I'm trying to find out what's more compelling. You see what I'm saying? So like, one, anyone can actually do, right? So anyone can actually experience long distance observation or test it for themselves, right? Anybody can do that, right? And find out whether this is true or not. So it can be one of two things. It's either the Earth is flat, or the Earth is bigger than they're saying it is, right? So that's all it can be.
Could there be a third possibility there, that the Earth is flat?
What would be the third possibility? What would be it?
A whole variety of things. Everything from it is still a globe of the size it is, but you are being tricked and being sold maps of the wrong dimensions to trick you of the distance.
No, bro, we're looking. Bro,
but I'm trying to go through all of the different possibilities. The possibilities also are, which is one I think is more probable, is that you are making distance of at an observation of an optical phenomena. What you're measuring is the apparent location, not the actual location.
Right. So when you do research on how long distance observation works, long distance targeting, and how when you factor in the fact that the military uses these things, right? So there's just more evidence for long distance observation and long distance targeting being an actual fact than anything else, any other variables you want to throw at it. Because I mean, once you look at the fact that how this is being done and how this is being carried out by the people who do it, right? All the different, I mean, that just gives it more credence. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just makes it more plausible and believable because the fact that the MIC uses these things, right? So it's just
Well, what I would agree with certainly is that what am I trying to say? The distance.
You don't trust the government.
No, I don't trust the government. No, not as far as I could throw them. Fuck no. Because they've, as we would all agree, they've got a vested interest in lying and concealing the truth from people. But I don't mean that. I wouldn't say that would make me conclude that therefore the Earth is flat. I absolutely can believe that the government lies many times for their own gain, and I just think they lie about things they're less likely to get caught on. When it comes to the military using things, I've heard, I have seen things that say, targeting on a flat Earth, but then I've also heard compelling explanations from rocket scientists who say, yes, sometimes we put that, but we are deliberately showing you our assumptions or what we are doing to simplify our calculations. So,
talking about NASA, do you find them incredibly honest or credible or a source of trustworthy science?
Largely speaking, yeah. Yeah, I could easily believe they lied. I really liked watching the Challenger disaster where they just sit there.
So you trust your government? You trust your government to do unbiased
No, I just said I don't. It's not. It depends what you mean trust. Like if somebody told me something that, because here's the thing I would also agree with you guys on. The observations of a distance, when you can go anywhere on the internet and find an Earth curve calculator and go, how far should I see on a given date? And then you see further than that, that is really interesting and compelling. That is the best evidence, I think, that the flat Earth has for it. because it's to me mind-boggling that you can look at an oil rig and go, how can that thing not be there? I can see it there because our whole system is built for looking at things and by looking at them knowing where they are. That's why we've got
But they
two eyes.
photoshopped the globe, bro. They did it in cartoon style. Why did they do that? Because it has to be. Why does it have to be if we've had Sputnik up since the late 1950s? Why does it has to be?
And I could easily believe about them lying about going to space, but things like if the flat Earth had a compelling explanation for a south celestial pole, or if large numbers of pilots and physicists were going, these guys are onto something. The things they say about gas containers or the second law of thermodynamics, considering that's what I work in every day, they're right. And I would expect to see more people on that side. There's a variety of other things I would expect to see if the Earth was flat, aside from the admittedly compelling observations of things at a distance.
Well, here, bro, I'm going to ask you something. You have to be completely honest.
Sure.
If you do not assume anything, just cast away assumptions. If you don't believe what you see, what is going on there? Do you believe what you see? I want you to just discard assumptions as much as you can.
I certainly try to question everything, including my own perception. Yeah. I sometimes remember things a certain way, and then somebody shows me a photo. I'm like, that's not how that building looked at all from my childhood. Or, I look at the speedo in my car. I don't just guess at how fast I'm going. I regularly will use tools to second guess my first assessments because I work in a field where it is always readily apparent how flimsy our ability to remember and determine truth is.
Within a certain percentage or degree, 10 degrees you can be off. You're not going to be driving down the road and going 150 and going, oh, I'm going 60 kilometers an hour. That's a bit retarded. But the whole point is, I know you're an intelligent guy. You can be off by a little bit here, a little bit there. But casting that aside, what is reality to you, bro? Like, do you accept what you see or you don't? Because
it would largely depend on what I'm saying. If something was within arm's reach or throwing distance, I would be highly inclined to trust it. Particularly because I hold a fairly evolutionary psychology view. I know evolution is a dirty word in here, which is where I think we are pretty well built to a primitive lifestyle. So chucking spears, shooting arrows, bludgeoning things, running from things, telling the rough speed of something that's traveling at reasonable speeds. Yes. When it came to is what I'm sitting on spinning, I don't think that even if we could know what that felt like or looked like, if there would be any benefit in evolving or creating a species to notice it, to sit there going, well, what? Turning over again, it would just be an unnecessary sense to give them. Just the same as radiation was an unnecessary sense. One could argue nowadays it'd be a good idea to have a species that was able to determine whether there's radiation or spin. But for the most part, I think we can just see things within arm's reach.
Question: are you atheist or creationist? What are you?
I lean more towards atheist. I would say I'm an agnostic, but not an agnostic in the true sense of the word. So not a fence-sitting, I don't know, but I think the question is poorly formed and therefore impossible to answer. Everybody conceives of God differently. When they say, do you believe in God? They kind of mean my God, and I don't really know what their God is. But I do think it's doubtful that we were created by a higher being.
You guys are all the same, really.
Are we?
I'm just going to go ahead and lay it out, right? Excuse me for interrupting. You'll have to forgive me later. But you guys are all the same. You can't really believe in the creator, right? But you have no problem with the space-time continuum and the fabric of space-time that exists, right? The other day I heard one of your undergrads say that, the space-time was physical. Like, you can take the metaphysical and make it physical, but you guys can't believe in a creator. But look at all this creation.
But when you say you guys, are you talking about me specifically, Hank? Because
yeah, you guys are all the same. You anti-sovereigns. Yes, you globers are all the same. Okay, look, I can predict what you're going to say
Isn't that a kind
before
of
you even say it.
weird?
How did the
Go on.
seashells get on top of the mountains? Is it because that one time the mountains were under the sea level? Is that your answer?
I think that's a reasonable conclusion. I wouldn't conclude
How did
it,
I
but
know
I think
that?
it would be a
How
reasonable
did I
conclusion.
fucking know your fucking answer? Because I'm not dealing with you, right? I'm dealing with your ideological possession, right?
Right,
I'm
but you're then
dealing with the
but hold
demon
up, Hank. Hold up,
behind the
Hank.
meat
Hold up,
suit.
Hank. Hold up, Hank. What does that have to do with whether I believe in some sort of weird
Dude, it's not what you
some
believe.
weird
It's
astrophysics space
the
time
thing
shit?
that possesses you, right? The thing that possesses your ideas that possess you. I'm not
So what
dealing
about
with you.
if I suggested the opposite? Could the opposite be true? Could it be the case that you, with and many of the people in here, with such an utter dogged determination to believe in God, have managed to make themselves believe that the
I
Earth
love
is
how he
flat in
flips
order
it back onto us, and he doesn't
Is that
answer the
possible?
question.
If you're saying that's true of me, could it be true of
It's
you too?
amazing that you flip it back onto us. That's the
Yeah.
whole point.
Yep.
So
That's what I'm doing.
the-
Flipping it back and
okay,
asking the
so
question.
put it this way, bro. Yeah, I will tell you something. And you send pictures of it. You know roughly what I've done. A few things. Do you think it's beneficial of me to be in this position, bro?
Do you mean to be jacked? Huge?
Yeah, I did. Morning, I worked in court system. I was all right, but I had to put bullshit aside
Right.
and call people out for what they are.
Yeah.
But do you think it's beneficial for me doing what I'm doing? Being blackballed?
I try to hold a sort of abiding idea that people make the best decision available to them, but I don't know if that's always up to an outsider to judge. I don't want to. I don't want to judge you because I don't want to out anything that you've described to me about before. But it sounds like you've been through some stuff, and I wouldn't judge you for that. I think you're doing the best. I honestly think that it's more probable than not.
I could have had a much better life.
Yeah,
I could have had a much better life, bro. I told you.
Possibly, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But
a lot better
yeah,
life. I could have been on TV kicking it right now, but I'm not.
Yeah, but I don't think that means you've made a bad decision or are a bad person. You sound to me like a straight up guy that's honest and has strength in your convictions. I wouldn't judge you for that or assume that I would know how to live your life better than you. I've had a pretty cushy existence and I haven't achieved a whole lot with it. So yeah, I certainly don't plan on judging you or anybody else on what.
No, I'm not saying you're judging me. I'm just asking you: do you think it's in my benefit in any way where I could have been somewhere, but literally now I'm blackballed, and I tell you, I'm literally blackballed. I'm literally blackballed, and I'll explain it to you a bit later on.
Sure. It sounds like a difficult position, but
Your open mic PC tech.
Yeah, I thought somebody's trying to.
See, we're not the same. Because if you ask a flat earther, they'll say, well, it could be either way, honestly. Right? It could be that there was a worldwide flood, or it could be that the mountains were at one time below sea level. Right? We don't know.
Both
but
could be true.
You know the answer.
No, I think both could be true. As could a
Shit,
giant cataclysmic event flipping something up there.
I'd even propose that they could have been dropped there by birds.
Sure, could be. I think the suggestion is though that they are found within layers of sediment, so that would be a less probable one. But certainly, some sort of cataclysmic event, supervolcano, or something causing a massive disturbance in the Earth's crust for it to flip over, where quote unquote it technically was at the bottom of an ocean at one time, but it doesn't mean that there was ocean in that place at that time. The chunk could have been dislodged, or I think there could be multiple explanations for that thing, including a worldwide flood. In fact, I've heard a lot of Christians or Bible literalists suggest that the Earth mostly being covered by water at some stage is in some ways a description of a worldwide flood. So they're not always necessarily mutually exclusive either. But I certainly don't. I don't know. It's the thing of spans. The point I was making before about things at arm's length, I think, is important because it relates to this too. Humans appear to, and I certainly recognise that I appear to have this limitation too, to be limited in accurately determining things, both in terms of distance from ourselves, but also in terms of time from ourselves. So we're pretty good at judging what morality in people were like 50 years ago, and we'll have an okay stab at it 50 years from now, but we'll struggle to conceive of anything that's on a time scale of billions of years. Whether that is the age of the planet or not, it's just an incomprehensible number to certainly to
This
me.
is video.
Good suggestion
So
for most.
if
So yeah, to say I know that shells are at the top of the Himalayas, which I have seen. I rode my motorbike through the Himalayas. I have seen layers of sediment up there, but for me to then go, oh, I know that's caused by tectonic movement and billions of years. I would agree with you, Hank. It would be a silly thing to be certain about.
So if people back then, and you say we're all, and I'm gonna say two things here. So if we were all, spear chuckers and rock throwers and, bumping into each other, going and hitting each other, and it's just like retards, yeah? How could we measure the Earth? How do we know it's a ball? If we're all mentally stunted and retarded and throwing stones at each other.
Say again, sorry, I'm half reading chat as well. I'm really sorry. Can you say that again for me,
Yeah.
mate?
So if I go by your logic and reasoning, if we were all built like animals and we were spear chuckers and rock throwers and, just animals and, bumping into each other like morons and just doing dumb shit.
Yeah.
How do a people like that conclude, and conceive the measurement of an Earth and know what it's all about with no technology?
With a great amount of hubris, I suspect. I mean, either really good reasoning and measurement.
Hubris.
I think a lot of hubris. Yeah.
That's putting it nice, bro. Go continue.
Yeah, I think, and this is something I agree with you on regularly, and I hold people in Gem's room to account for this as well. The Globers speak with certainty, and what they don't understand about science generally is that the whole point is uncertainty. The whole point is degrees of probability and inching further from being wrong, while recognizing you're probably never going to get to a point where you're definitely right. But they use words like proof and certainty, and we know how with the radius of the planet, and I think that's silly.
Yeah, but okay, so you can agree with me going by your logic that if we were spear chuckers, stupid idiots, and cave dwellers, that nobody could even put two and two together, let alone know the measurement of Earth and all this other stuff. True?
Say again?
The premise that I made before, that if we were all, spear chuckers and rock throwers and lived in caves and were just dumb, primitive, animals, like dumb idiots, we could not know what we say that we know now. With being, technologically, with no technology and just being stupid.
Well, except for the point that you guys often make, which is except through measurement. I think before we had thermometers or an accurate way of gauging temperature, things were warm, quite warm, not so warm, quite cold, and there was only like 4 temperatures really and a lot of ambiguity between them. But I certainly think that temperature, thermometers, speedometers, radar guns, X-ray.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but before though, bro, we've gone off a premise. Yeah, that's apparently over 2,000 years old.
So,
and I
think from very early we could make measurements. I think we needed language to precede that. But once we'd developed language and a way to record it, to write it down, I think we can then break the bonds of just being primitive spear chuckers like most other animals. I think that's where that's the point at which we ascended, because as an animal that's not really able to teach, monkeys, I guess, can.
Most other animals, dude, you're not an animal, bro. You're a man. Do you not know?
No, I'm just trying to make. Yeah, of course he's not. The thing is, I'm trying to make a point. If everybody was dumb before, listen, most people, would you not agree, are dumb now? To be completely honest.
He's a manimal.
I'm not trying to be like stuck up or anything, but I think most people are stupid.
I don't think most people are stupid.
It's more feasible to me that
I think that's a misapprehension of what I was saying. I wasn't suggesting that most people were stupid. I was just saying that we're limited. We need these other things, just the same as you guys would say. We don't just
exactly.
trust.
So that's what I'm saying.
Go and make measurements. It's those measurements I'm talking about that we can use to second guess or challenge the
So
mistake.
if we were limited now, bro, how much more were we limited before? Over 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, bro. If we are limited now, as you say, we are disabled in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree on that. Yeah.
Thank you for being honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Less capable of all sorts, determining all sorts of things.
Can I ask you another question? Why would if we so-called if we came from this amoeba and monkeys and all this, how come the monkeys still aren't evolving into people?
So first thing I want to say is I don't know. I'm not a biologist. I don't know for sure, but my understanding of it is we are all evolving at the same rate. We tend as humans to look at favorable things.
Nope, that's not true. The coelacanth didn't evolve for the past 65 million years.
Sure.
Incorrect.
I'm just giving my interpretation of the way I think it might be explained by a biologist while acknowledging.
So then why? Here's another question: why aren't women giving birth to things that aren't human then?
Because I think that's just a misunderstanding of what evolution is.
Oh, I think there's
well, no, that would be included in evolving. We would not stop where we are now.
There's no
Yeah,
suggestion.
but again, it's unfalsifiable, guys. With a belief system like this, no matter what, they just assume it's evolution. So there's no fact, there's no premise, there's no rules to it. It's just a belief.
Yeah. So the thing is, they've writing on extras. I want you to hear me out now, and this is just a fact. Like I had these arguments when I was like 15 with like professors in Melbourne, bro. They've changed adaptation. The word adaptation, and they've put evolution.
Sure.
Yeah. There is in biology, in microbiology, there is no splitting of so-called cells. You've got cells that either expand or contract, bro. They don't go 1, 2, 4, 16, 32, 64, 128, so on.
Right.
They adapt, or you can use the other word, mutate. That's it.
Sure.
Is there any example of adaptation in nature ever?
Yeah, I can give examples. So if you got renal failure, right, one of the things that might happen is your blood pressure will go up so that your blood can push, the blood pressure can push the blood through your kidneys, right, and get them to try to function. Right? So this is adaptation. So anytime you hear adaptation.
No,
so anytime you hear
that's not adaptation. You already had the ability.
it's a physiological adaptation to overcome.
No,
the
you
thing
already have the ability. That's how the human body works.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
There's no adaptation. So if you say adaptation, you're just
adapting to the stress.
There's no adaptation.
Exactly. So if you go from one place, if I go from here and go live in somewhere very, very cold, I have to adapt to that climate. Yeah.
Well, if you survive, that means you already have the ability to survive. It's just a necessary antecedent. So you already had the ability to
So obviously I'm going to adapt or die, bro.
No, you're not going to adapt. You already have the ability. You're not adapting. You're not changing. You already have it.
So why isn't everybody like Usain Bolt, bro? Everybody has the ability then.
If you don't have the ability, then you don't adapt and you have to leave. If you already have the ability, there's still no adaptation. There's no adaptation. I know they messed up these words, guys. There's no such thing as adaptation. That's how they snuck evolution in. That's the point I'm making.
Bro, I'm just trying to use a
No, I'm just trying to show you
like
that's
how
they snuck it in. That's how they snuck it in. There's no such thing as biological adaptation. That's how they snuck evolution in.
I'm the one that just explained that.
I know it's not adaptation. You're not using the term correctly. That's not adaptation.
What is it? What's the term, bro?
It's living. We already have the ability. If I go somewhere and I am able to survive, that's because I already had the ability. If I go somewhere and die, that means I couldn't have the ability yet. There's no adaptation either way. Yes or no, there's no adaptation.
So it's only adaptation. Adaptation when the mutation is advantageous.
for the host?
There's no such thing. This is like there's no such thing as adaptation.
Oh, there's not. We don't have people with 2 heads. We don't have people with 6 fingers. We don't have people with fucking tails. We don't have people with
adaptation.
freaking
No such thing as
lists.
that's not adaptation.
Oh, what is that?
Not adaptation. How's that adaptation?
What is that?
How's that?
What is it called?
Okay, how is that adaptation?
Yeah, because it passes
it's
on.
called a variation with an already existing gene pool.
It passes on through the genetics.
Variation. Yes, it's not adaptation. It's normal reproduction or abnormal reproduction.
Oh,
there's no adaptation.
So it's normal for people that
twin too. That a twin was in the same womb.
Normal for people that have 8 arms.
There's no adaptation, guys. This up. That's how they screwed your minds up.
You should just repeat yourself like 20 more times. Is there any adaptation?
Okay. Right. Can you show me one example of adaptation? Because once you do, that's
is
called
there any
evolution.
adaptation or not? You've only said there's no adaptation like
So
20 or 30
can you
times.
give
I
me
reckon
an
50 or 60, we might start to get your point.
It's because people keep arguing with me when I'm trying to show people that's the definition of adaptation.
Yeah, I can show you adaptation.
People to repeat yourself.
I can show you
Yes,
adaptation.
it's called a conversation. Writing on eggshells. I'm sorry you're not the center of attention all the time.
When you look at a zygote and it's got a tail and it forms where that tail disappears into something that once was but not anymore because it adapted.
Yes, it's already existing ability. There's no adaptation. It already has the ability. Why is this so complicated?
All right, let's go back. Let's try it with dogs, right? Like certain dogs, like I take one of my dogs for instance, right? So one dog I have would take its bowl with food and take it to its hole and eat there. The other one wouldn't, and it would lay down and eat. The other one would sit there and eat from the bowl. You know, so the other one knew, hey, if I take it over here, I'll have shade, I'll have all of this stuff, right? The other one just sat there in the fucking sun and baked out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I understand what Phil's is trying to say, because he explained that shit to me before. It's like survival, like you can teach somebody that shit, but there's certain people that already know how to fucking do it, right? And certain people just have that ability to survive any.
I'll give you a better example.
Yeah, but that's using your brain, bro. I get that.
It's not adapting. It's something that's
innate. Adapt their environment through their mitochondrial DNA, and we can see this through scientific studies.
Okay, and I just want to add before a bunch of other people jump in, I want to add that adaptation is not evolution. It does not mean evolution. Adaptation is
no.
Hold on.
It does.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying, Fraud. Let me just finish. I wasn't finished, for Christ's sake. I said adaptation is not evolution. Evolution is where one kind becomes another kind. Adaptation is where one kind adapts to its environment to survive. That is not it becoming another kind. Adaptation and evolution are two distinct different things. Until you can make
no, incorrect.
Evolutionists use adaptation. They use that word. Do you understand? They use that.
All words are just twisted, guys.
Can I just say something? Right now, we're in a situation. Right now, we're in a situation, yeah, where nothing is happening, but something is happening, and people are doing something. They're putting a face diaper. What are they doing? Are they evolving or adapting? Or they're retarded? What is it?
Retarded.
What is?
They're retarded. Yeah, there's no adaptation or evolution. That's the point. You already have the ability.
So this is what I'm trying to tell you. You are equating somebody's mental capacity with something that is either built into your genetics, your genealogy. You're equating that to something that's, if somebody's smart enough to do something. Or not freeze to death or whatever.
If they can learn, right? Because they already have the ability to learn.
But if we're all the same, then everybody should be able to do it, bro.
We're not all the same. That's the point. Either you have the ability or you do not have the ability. Natural selection from the medical dictionary, a mechanism of evolution proposed by Charles Darwin. It states that the tendency for survival and reproduction of organisms is most likely to occur in those who are best adapted to their environment. Evolution is adaptation. I'm sorry, guys.
That is selecting something. You're talking about natural selection that's just a theory of propounding a better species, like, you know, trying to get a master race.
No. That's not what it is. Natural selection is very real. Things are naturally selected from their environments because either they already have the ability or they don't have the ability to survive, guaranteeing they say the same kind of animal. So cats are guaranteed to make kittens. So natural selection also disproves evolution. The point is, evolution requires adaptation. That's the root of evolution. I'm sorry.
Evolution is something from nothing, and
If you don't know, if you don't understand evolution, you're not going to understand adaptation. That's the point. Read up on it and look what they're claiming. They are claiming it's adaptation. That's the point. That's why if they get you to believe in microevolution, you lost. That means you're claiming macroevolution as well. It's
okay. Well, I will give you that evolution requires some sort of adaptation for one kind to become another, but adaptation does not require evolution. You can have adaptation without evolution. Evolution is where you have one kind that becomes another kind. You can have things adapting without a cat becoming a dog or a monkey becoming a human. That's what their claim of evolution is. That's not what anyone is claiming adaptation is.
You have to cite a source for your definition of adaptation because it's obviously misunderstood.
All right, one second. Hold on.
Adaptation, an adjustment of an organism to a change in internal or external conditions or circumstance. Adjustment of the eye to various intensities of light. Accommodations, right there, the very first one. Adjustment of an organism or a change in internal or external conditions or circumstances, which doesn't happen. There's no such thing as adaptation. The creature already has to have the ability from the beginning.
But that doesn't lead to evolution. That doesn't mean evolution is a thing.
Yes,
evolution
it
is.
Yes,
well, they may try to conflate it as that, but that doesn't mean that. That's not what you just read. That does not mean that a monkey becomes a human. Or a rock becomes a human.
If something gains a new ability, that's evolution. Period.
So if this is
no, we're talking about, okay, so we need to define evolution. What are we referring to when we refer to evolution? Are we referring to things adapting, or are we referring to things that are changing from one kind to another?
There's no such thing as adaptation. There's no such thing as adaptation.
Well, can we do this? Can we you define adaptation? Can we define evolution?
Yes,
what are we saying when we say evolution? Are we saying adaptation, or are we saying one kind turning into another kind?
Yes, that's the point. Any adaptation physically is evolution.
I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about, okay, define evolution. Is evolution one kind turning into another kind?
Yeah, the evolution.
Or is it just adapting? One kind adapting and still remaining the same
kind? Evolution is a theory. Adaptation is also a theory. That's the point. There's no such thing as adaptation.
Or you still failed to define what your definition of how you understand evolution to be. Whether it's adaptation or whether it's one kind becoming another.
Yes. Okay, so here's how the dictionary works. In the medical dictionary, it starts with evolution. If I go there, it says see natural selection. Then I see natural selection, and then it has adaptation. They're all intertwined. It's a philosophy. It's an ideology. That's the point. There's not even an example of adaptation in nature in the first place. If you think something adapts a new ability, that is evolution. That is an unraveling of an ability, a new thing that happened.
That's not evolution. One kind. That's not one kind becoming another kind, and that's what we're all referring to when we refer to evolution.
That's still evolution. If something gains a new ability, that's evolution.
Well, then I guess we'll just disagree. I guess we'll just continue to disagree, and I guess we can get back to the point because it's not the same. It's not the same, and you're failing. You're like you want to say that adaptation and evolution is the same.
It says right
that's
here.
Not what. But that's not what we're referring to.
I'm sorry. I have the
in the
dictionary.
context
it says right here. I'm reading it right here. Let me read it.
I just
Can
put
I read
in
it?
the.
It says right here. Listen, it says a process.
Hey, bro.
A process of orderly.
I heard you the first time.
Okay, I'm reading the definition. I'm trying to read this because obviously people aren't going to do it for themselves, so I have to show you. So
I just put in a definition.
I know you just keep
in the live stream voice
text. It doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter. I have a medical dictionary
Oh,
here.
it's
This is
okay.
why people have to go by a medical dictionary, because we all use medical practices.
And
to
I'll
keep
just put in
ourselves
the
alive.
etymology, so
It doesn't
we can keep
matter.
on
There's no
talking.
such
It
thing as
does matter.
adaptation in biology. There's no biological adaptation. I'm not talking about your ability to learn. I'm talking about biological adaptation. There's no such thing as a creature adapting in the wild to survive. That is a fact. If anybody wants to prove me wrong, I'll give them $5,000 and both my vehicles. There's no such thing. It says right here in the dictionary, evolution, a process of orderly and gradual change. That's what adaptation would be. And it goes on further to explain the details of evolution. But the first part of evolution definition is adaptation. Then I go to natural selection, and it has adaptation in the natural selection definition. Of course, it's a biased definition. That's because they require adaptation, guys. There's no such thing as adaptation in nature, period.
So if you leave an animal, if an animal lives and it survives out in the cold and it's not in cold weather, it will only have that one layer of what they call like white fat, right?
No, that's an assumption.
If it lives in a very cold environment and it has to struggle to keep warm, it will have like different layers of thicker, darker fat, which helps to keep it warm. That doesn't mean that it just because it's able, just because it's oh god. It's whatever. No, I don't have the patience. I don't have the patience. No, because you're conflating adaptation.
You don't have a definition. You're just making stuff
Hey, listen,
up.
Linda, you can stop cutting the lady off and let her talk.
You're just making stuff up. If you just want to make stuff up, I'll go away. It's fine.
Goodbye.
Bro, I'm not telling you to go away. The whole point is, brother, can you
the
live?
ability to survive, it dies. Got it?
Okay. So if you have the ability, you can walk around naked and sleep just on the ground. Everybody should be able to do that, and we'll be fine.
No, I don't think so. Nope.
What
that doesn't make any
what are you
sense
trying
at
to
all.
say? Are you invoking like ambient genesis or something? Or
are you speaking to me?
Well, I'm just wondering like what your standpoint is. Like I know I don't believe in evolution.
I'm talking about adaptation. Do you understand?
I heard all of that. I'm wondering like at the base level. I know you're a creationist, right? I'm assuming you're a creationist from what I've heard you speak before. But like, how do you not differentiate the fact that we see changes in species?
What the fuck are you talking? Changes in species? Like what? Is a platypus still a platypus? Does it change into a fucking dolphin?
Well, one of the best examples of this is the rattlesnake. There's a great example of the rattlesnake, which is many rattlesnakes in America, particularly, I forget where they are, Nevada, I've got no idea, aren't rattling anymore because so many of the rattlesnakes that rattled got killed by people. They'd be out going hunting or whatever else. They'd hear a rattle of a rattlesnake, find it, shoot it. And now as a result, the ones that rattle are less likely to be there. So the ones that don't rattle, more likely to procreate. So there's fewer and fewer rattling rattlesnakes. There's plenty of examples of this we can see.
Well, there's that.
It doesn't even need to be evolution. It just shows how weeding out certain genes will make things happen.
There's a simple farm pig too. Like if you see the simple farm pig going in the wild, what happens shortly after? It grows long hair. It grows tusk. Right? It changes its behavior. Like,
but in the end, though, it's like still a pig, and the snake is still a snake. It's one kind. So can
we're just talking about adaptation, not speciation.
Right. Well, can we just define like the reference to who is someone's trying to come in? Go ahead, Fraud. I'll speak after you finish.
Let's go back to the pig, right?
He's really low.
I know.
Anyway, I gotta go.
Well, okay. So anyway, I just want to finish. Just for the sake of this conversation, can we just define our reference to what we mean when we say evolution as being one kind changing into another, and adaptation just meaning one kind makes alterations within its own genome. It's not becoming another kind. It's not becoming another creature, another animal. Like a snake is not becoming a pig, and you don't have a rock becoming a human. You don't have monkeys becoming humans. You have a monkey remaining a monkey, a rock remaining a rock, or turning to dust, or just whatever. It's not even a fucking like living thing. So I don't even know why they even say we come from that. But still, like the animals will remain the same kind of animal in adaptation. Evolution, can we just define that? If anyone disagrees with that, like pretense to the reference of the word evolution, then go ahead and state what you mean by evolution, because it's like this is ridiculous. You can't say that both are the same. One is not becoming another kind. In all of these examples, the snake was still a
Yes,
snake.
it is.
The pig
Yes,
was
it
still a
is.
pig.
I'll clarify that. I think it's a slippery slope from what I was saying, because at what point can you say that what you guys say is an adaptation
do you
means the animal is no longer that animal? What defines that? What's the line in the sand for that?
Right, there's no
Is it
such thing, right? That's never
That's
happened,
what I'm
right?
saying. Right,
That's
yeah.
never happened.
About species
Exactly.
or not. My understanding is species can
No
interbreed.
such thing as a
I just
species.
put in,
No such thing as a species.
There's no
Nature
such
does.
thing.
Nature does very good at defining that, because you can't have a
Yeah,
cat
Raiden,
breeding with a
don't bring
dog.
that in.
You can't have a cat breeding with a dog. You can't have a.
No, we're
I
not
mean,
talking about
it just
that.
doesn't happen like that naturally. And there's a reason that there's like a defined difference
Yes.
between the species.
Yes, I'm talking about a slippery slope. If a fish gains the ability to grow a different kind of scales, is it still that kind of fish, or is it a new fish? Like, you have to have
You
a
nailed
line in
it.
the
It's
sand.
not. It's new. You just nailed it. It's new.
Yeah.
You got it.
So you have to have a line in the sand, because if
We have so many different breeds of dogs, but dogs are still dogs. It's still a fish.
No
I get that,
adaptation.
but
No
if
It's
a
still a
monkey,
fish.
if a monkey gains the ability to walk, is it still that same kind of monkey? Is it
It's still a
that same
monkey.
species?
A monkey,
Nope.
it can
Now it's
only
walking
breed.
Same kind. That's evolution. Yep.
No, it can only breed with its own kind. It
But it's a
cannot.
slippery
It's
slope.
still
Okay, now
its
hold on.
No
own
such thing
breed.
as adaptation.
Okay, hold on.
Try to
So
give me an
now let's
example of
say-
adaptation in nature.
Yeah, now let's say the monkey walks. Now let's say it loses its hair.
Livestream
Now let's
voice
say it
text.
gains the ability to, push its face in a little more. Now let's say it gains the, it's just a slippery slope. You just keep, you have to have a line in the sand. And
That's why man is called man and beast is called beast, and you have different
Yeah, but
kinds.
where
One
does it
kind,
stop?
you divide them by kinds.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
where does it
you have
stop?
different.
How many abilities changes it into a different species? Well, I don't
It
even get
never
that.
changes. It never does. It
Yeah.
never changes to another
How do you
species.
know that? How do you know that? How
Because
many
we don't have
abilities?
we don't have any example of that ever happening in nature.
Is that
One kind
is that an
cannot
argument?
breed with
Is
another
that
kind.
evidence of absence by absence of
Nature
evidence?
prevents it. Nature prevents it from happening because a
Hey, B.
cat and a
Carl,
dog doesn't breed. A human, and it's like there's boundaries that nature has set forth. Ask me to explain it to you. I'm not the creator, but we know that this is how things exist. To say that evolution and adaptation are the same is just preposterous.
I didn't say it's the same.
Just
It's a
I
slippery
know.
slope.
Well,
It's a slippery slope.
to help, it's
B.
like the
Carl,
people that are wanting to blur the lines are just trying to further confuse the conversation, and that's why I wanted everybody to just get it defined in what their reference to what evolution and adaptation was.
That's
Just
the
for the
thing.
sake of
We're
this
all brainwashed.
conversation.
Well, that's what I'm
B.
saying.
Carl's,
There's no
B.
line in the
Carl's,
sand.
really, B. Carl's going to give you my definition because here it is. It says adjustment of an organism to a change in internal or external conditions or circumstances. That's adaptation. That's also evolution.
Well, I want to know what the line in the sand is, where it says one
I just
species
put
changes into a
in.
different one.
I just put in the etymology. Somebody read it for me, please, because I'm on the phone and it's too fucking small. When I put in the Livestream voice text, it's right there. What adaptation means? That's the etymology. It's another way that we've come across to codify our changes in behavior. It's got nothing to do with somebody, doing something else. It's our changes in behavior.
I can get behind that.
So there's no such thing as biological adaptation then.
I don't like the evolutionary sense of it because there's no line in the sand. It just keeps going and going and going.
It doesn't say here evolution, bro.
I know, that's the point. They tricked you. That's the point. It's called a deception. Yes, adaptation means evolution. That's what it means.
Bro, I just put in the etymology, brother.
I know it's not correct. I'm sorry, brother. I don't know what to keep telling you. Adaptation means it has a new ability. That's evolution. I don't know why this is so complicated.
He's saying this definition of the word came before evolution.
Yes, that's not even talking about biology. So you're admitting that there's no biological adaptation. It's not referring to biology.
Yeah, I agree with
That's
that.
the point.
Here's the thing. That's what he's saying. He's saying they swapped the words. So when they introduced evolution, now they changed the idea of what adaptation.
That's what I said from the start. Dude.
Yes, so you're admitting there's no such thing as biological adaptation. That's all I'm saying. Are you saying I'm wrong still or what?
Find new ability, please.
Yeah, there's no such thing as gaining a new ability. That's the point. A gene pool is dependent on the already existing gene pool. So cats make kittens, dogs make puppies, and that's it. And they already have the ability. If they survive, that means they already had the ability to survive. If they die, they died. There's no adaptation, guys.
I mean, what about plants? Because I mean, we see a lot of plants kind of, change their characteristics, and you
Right.
know.
Right, change. Yeah, I look different than both my parents. That's normal reproduction. Yeah. It works to these days. That's how they convince these children in kindergarten that adaptation's real. Then by first grade, evolution's real. It's the same thing.
Wait, it's such a
welcome
good
to the
trick.
Great Deception.
Such a good trick because they say those little things like that.
Yeah, well, if somebody comprehends it like that, that's not. I can't help them. I just gave you the full etymology of the word.
So you're agreeing there's no such thing as biological adaptation. So you're agreeing with that.
But atheists are also assuming sentience in these amoebas. What would be the driving force for an amoeba in a perfectly comfortable environment to suddenly become sentient and think to himself, hang on, if I evolve myself into something else, then,
So, I'll put it to you.
Explain that to me, that these sentient beings, these amoebas, way down, just after the Big
That's
Bang.
a lot of, yeah. That's just the whole. That's just all fucking crap.
Well,
I just wanted to say.
What part of an amoeba, provides all of that?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm just putting it out there.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
I wish
a
somebody would
well-designed one, right? That's the answer. A well-designed one.
I wish somebody would explain that to me.
Well, that's a well-designed amoeba, right? God made it good from the beginning. That's how I would explain it.
What would
I just wanted to put something else out there.
How does this drive to evolve? Where does that spring from?
That's the imagination, Ariel.
So to be an atheist, you have to be able to make so many assumptions.
Very big assumptions.
Huge leaps of logic, and I mean, seriously. And they keep on finding fraud, missing links. Here we have a piece of a pig's lower jawbone and a skull of something, just tracked, pieces of bone. And then they concoct an entire human out of that. What's the one they found in Surrey? Piltdown Man. Yeah, Piltdown Man was a fake. Dinosaurs are fake.
Some are real.
Real how?
Well, they're just big lizards, some of them. When a couple of these scientists are, I'm going to explain real quick. Yeah, some of them are just giant lizards, as they're mentioned in the Bible. So we have thousands of years. Jemsy knows about this, a couple of different people. I think Fraud does. But throughout thousands of years, people talk about dragons. Of course, they lied about them. Yes, the dinosaur bones aren't real that they show us. And they lied about their environment. They lied about them having feathers. That's all a lie. So that's correct when you say that the dinosaur story is fake. But as far as big lizards existing, they existed throughout history, and some are still alive today. I mean, some are called Chinese water dragons.
Why do we see this dragon figure all over?
Yeah, if they're still good,
right? Exactly.
If they're still good, and God made them good, why are they still here?
And I mean, everyone's sacrificing blood to these dragon things. Quetzalcoatl out in South America and Chichen Itza, and sacrificing blood to these dragon things, and they're all over every continent that weren't communicating with each other. So how are they having collaborating stories of this nefarious, malevolent dragon deity?
So a complete dinosaur skeleton has never been found. I mean, if you look at the mechanics
So
of
were they all just
that was
they were all just having the same
ill-designed.
dream?
If you look at the mechanics of a body that was so ill-designed, like the bigger dinosaurs, those things couldn't even exist.
Well, why are they talking about them everywhere?
Well, that's the thing, is that the way that they posture them is incorrect. They don't stand the way that they show them standing. They actually invert their arms. So yeah, they are all incorrect. Because some are still alive. Because some are still alive today. And I've owned one. It's called a Chinese water dragon. It even runs on 2 legs.
How do you know? How do you know from
I've
which
owned
time?
the animal. I've owned the animal.
How do you know?
So you don't believe in giants? They're just giants.
So you want to posit tonight here in front of all these people that you know exactly the time frame in which these evolutionary changes take place?
There's no such thing as evolution. I've disproved that thoroughly. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I'm not arguing for evolution.
I've already disproven evolution. I'm talking about animals that are still alive today.
But how many leaps of faith are you making now?
I'm talking about animals that are still alive today. Are you not listening
Where
to
are
me?
these dragons? If they were everywhere,
Yes,
these
there's.
big people.
Where have you been? Have you been across this plane of existence,
Yeah,
guys?
I've seen the dragons over there.
May I
What do you guys
speak
thought? Where
for a
are
second?
they? So if something's not on the
They are
internet,
literally
if something's not on
called
the internet,
dragons.
it's not real. Yeah, if it's not on the internet, then it's
I'm not
wrong,
talking about
guys.
dragons. I'm talking about Tyrannosaurus Rex.
What is a
No, we're
Tyrannosaurus
not.
Rex?
Can I talk
Yeah,
for
I
a
know.
second?
What is a Tyrannosaurus?
I'm not
What is it?
talking about.
Are you taking the piss?
If
or
all
what?
these dinosaurs existed,
No, not dinosaurs. We're not talking about dinosaurs.
that's what I'm talking
They lied
about.
about them. Yeah, they're called dragons. Yeah.
Yeah, they lied about those completely.
Who lied?
Does my mic still sound like shit?
No, you sound better,
Man, we
Frog. Go
made
ahead.
it up.
Okay,
No, you're
all right,
better. You're
here's
better,
the
Frog.
thing. Here's the thing. Now, you have to
That's the
understand,
other thing.
if you're a creationist, right? Adam and Eve were giants. So everything on the planet was giants. So when Noah went into the ark, he took a remnant of all the things, basically, that were left, that God wanted him to take, right? So God dominionized mankind after the flood and everything else. So in that time, the antediluvian world, everything was just bigger. So whatever they're finding is just bigger versions of what you now see, and they're calling it fucking dinosaurs and all that dumb shit. It's not. It's just bigger versions of what you now see. That's all it is.
Okay, so if Noah went into the thing, he would have been a giant.
Yeah, Noah, all of them would have been giants. Yes, but you don't.
So
I mean, those bones, all those bones, that's just shit. That's the shit they're finding, and then they're calling it something else. They're trying to call it this evolution and all this shit. That's all they're doing, man. They're just.
I get you, bro. No. Bro, I know. I don't believe in evolution. I'm just saying, yeah, I'm going to go by that logic. God told Noah.
We're all accepting
what I'm
it.
saying is
We're all
all
on
the
the same page.
dinosaurs, the drawings, whatever they're, the clay shit that they're putting together, like the way they design the animals is false, right? They're all just, everything you see now existed before, but they're just reconstructing the bones in a different pattern and making it seem as though this is what it used to be, right? So that's how they're fucking doing it. So and that you notice they don't ever show you giant men, right? They pretend like giant men never exist, but yet we keep finding bones, on the alternative information, right? So mainstream never tells you about giant men. Always they say we were diminutive, we were fucking monkeys, but they never say we were giants, which is BS.
No, I know that there were taller people. And that's fair enough, bro. But I'm just saying, giants, postulating a giant is one thing. So I'm going to go by the logic of what you said. And this is me not having a go at anybody. If God told Noah to go in the ark, and he's a giant because he has to be a giant because he's living amongst giants, why isn't there still a bunch of giants? Because God made it
They
good
were
and he
killed
was a
off.
giant.
In the Bible, the children of Israel killed off the last of the giants. They killed them all. You had the Zanzumans and the Anakims, right? And but they were the last of the giants. They were the remnant. That was it. If you read in Deuteronomy, God sent His people to destroy it because they had the promised land, right? They lived there, so that was the most fertile land left to mankind. Was that land where the giants were? But God told His people to go kill them, but they were afraid. And then, but there were some they did kill, but they're all wiped out. All the remnant of the giants have been wiped out.
Yeah, I just said, bro, like, that's fair enough. I'm asking you, I'm speaking about Noah, this one instance. So God tells Noah, go make this stuff, da. He's a giant. When he comes out, he's got his wife and his kids got wives. They're all giants. Everything after that should be his size because he's a giant. And
No,
if
what
God
I'm
made it
saying,
good,
but God changed it. He changed man's height and all that shit because he didn't want it to go back. I mean, it's in the Bible. I forgot where it is. I'll show it to you when I can find
Exactly.
it. But
Entropy increase.
He demonized mankind because of he gave us only 120 years to live also. So he cut everything and he cut everything off because of what we did in the antediluvian society.
Hey, IGZ, I just put a video in there. That's the one that I used to own. That's just a small version of it. So I didn't know she was going to do that when I was filming.
oh, those things are awesome, bro.
Right. So that's all they are. So these dinosaurs were just big versions of these kinds of lizards, right? They're just, if a tortoise was 50 feet long, it would just destroy, right? There would be stories about it, things like that. But no, tortoises don't do that. These are just giant reptiles, guys, and they're very real. They were very real. They're all throughout antiquity, history. Job 40:15 talks about Leviathan and Behemoth. That's what these are. And they've obviously perverted this truth of God's creation and now told us dinosaurs are birds and all this crap. So yeah, it's a red pill to swallow.
Bro, like
It's like everything else was giant but man. You ever notice that? They talk about everything else being giant but man. Why would man be the only thing? So basically they cut us off thinking that man and reptiles and those giant beasts didn't exist at the same time. But yet they find stones where because men at that time we used to write on stone, but you have certain stones that were found written on with reptiles and man. Giant reptiles with walking with man. It's like crazy, man. So it's a lot of shit they hide, man. These guys are real good.
But I know what.
I guess they hide it so they can so-called prove evolution, I guess.
Yeah, but there's it cannot exist. I'm saying if something is made and it's good, then it's good. This thing of just something or a God or whatever just wiping out this certain thing because of whatever is again just It's
the reason that the young person was correct is if they admitted to giants, the evolutionary paradigm goes out the window. They've been teaching us that we've been getting bigger for thousands of small.
But yet there's giant footprints found in petrified mud and all this stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's all kinds of evidence to show you that men were gigantic. And it's just crazy that no one else knows about this, but people here on Flat Earth. It's ridiculous.
Bro, I want somebody to look up the word petrification like that. You cannot know how old something is that is petrified, whatever that means to somebody. I need to look up the definition of it.
That's right. You can't date it.
It's impossible to date it. It's just ridiculous. The way they say they date it.
I like how they say they
And as
date
well-
it by digging up the rocks around it and dating the rocks around it.
Yeah, the amount of surface soil and all this other. They've got all this dumb shit. But same with. Can somebody give me a definition for petrification, please?
It happens in so many different ways, in so many different forms, under so many different variables.
No, there's only one. There's only one proper way of petrification, but everybody seems to have a different understanding. I just want to hear a definition of it, please.
Is it organic matter exposed to minerals over a long period of time? See, that's not true. That's not correct definition. So right away, the first one I find is incorrect.
Yeah.
First one I found was incorrect. That's not true.
Because it doesn't have to be just minerals.
Right, but notice the time. The reason you know it's fake is because they say it takes a lot of time. Well, they never saw that. They never experienced it. So right away, that's a lie.
Can a man turn into a rock?
Yes.
No.
Not the other way around. Yeah.
Now, well, see. Now this one I had to look up. I looked up in the Bible, but there's it's Matthew. I think it's Matthew 3:9. God can turn rocks into humans, so He says He would. So technically we are, because you got to remember, we come from the dirt, right? So I mean, we
Sure.
are. So when that lady says rocks are our cousins, technically she's right. I mean, in the sense that God can use the ground to create man. So that's what we come from. So in the Bible, Matthew 3:9, he says that. So.
Well, maybe Battle Model chime in since he builds engines, which always come from iron ore, usually, or aluminum. They always are going to come from the ground. That's not the construct, obviously, of what we're talking about here. But yeah, God can do anything.
Yeah, I get that, but we're talking about, natural law here. Man doesn't turn into a rock. We're talking about that natural law.
They have found a petrified leg, I believe, in a cave. I'll have to look it up. Would that satisfy you?
What is petrified? I need to know your.
Basically turning to rock. Basically, it's funny because in the Bible, Peter is the rock of Christ, and we get that word Petra, petrification, turning to rock. That's not a coincidence. That's for a side note. So it's basically removing the molecules and replacing them with rock minerals would be what it does. I don't know what the correct term is. Of course, they're going to lie.
Well, we're talking about natural law here, so natural science, whatever you want to call it. This is kind of gone in. I'm not a person to say what God can do or what he can't do or put limitations on him or any of that. Just all I can say is the God I know is only, it's just love. Anything else I can't really say. That's like the strongest word, which is I still shouldn't use anything about the creator. That's idolatry either way, if you want to look at it. He makes things out of love. He doesn't need no gratitude. He gives because he can. He doesn't need no praise from anybody because he's the creator. He's not a petty human or a demigod or whatever you want to say that. So I view it differently.
The evolution talk.
So what was the first fully functioning multicellular organism?
Oh, a minute. Thanks.
Oh, Quantum's here. Hey, where's that guy that was here?
Sorry to interrupt you. Somebody just sent me a message. I just got the message. Sorry about that. I was busy doing other stuff. Somebody said there's an evolutionist in 24/7, so I ASAP'd over.
He might be gone
It's
now.
riding on eggshells.
He dipped because the attention got off of him and onto the conversation, and he wasn't getting enough attention, so he dipped.
May I have a question?
Sorry, go ahead. Then
It's okay.
carry
We'll
on.
bring it
I'm
back
sorry.
to him if you want. So
May I have a question?
I agree
No.
with.
No. I interrupted the fine lady here talking.
Okay,
so-
go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait, I got a question. Evolution, what's that?
Exactly. So, fine lady, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I just got over fucking whelmed. So, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Quantum. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll interrupt her some more.
Okay, it was all my fault, Quantum. I outed riding on eggshells as an atheist.
Yeah, riding on eggshells. He's a numpty dipshit. If I'd have knew it was him, I wouldn't have interrupted you. But go ahead. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead. Carry on.
Yeah. So going back to my question, I said, what was the first fully sentient multicellular organism? And if that thing evolved, what drove it? Where's the consciousness of that thing?
Is this a rhetorical question?
Yeah. It's one of the things that I don't understand about people who think that evolution explains anything.
No, wait a second. You're going to have to define evolution first.
A thing morphing into another thing.
Yeah. Now, you know what? Not define it because we'll be here for the next hour and a half. Just a scientific theory of evolution, please, in live stream. Anyone?
I'm happy to try and answer your question, Ariel, if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
As
Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead. Go ahead.
My understanding is often people, the way I read it is people often talk in terms of like intent. Why did that thing do that thing? Whereas my understanding of it is more like this bit of sludge started spending more of its time in the daylight or something, and some parts of it were slightly different from some other, some versions or animals were slightly different to other ones, and that changed. So it might change the tone of their skin or something like that. But there's no
for only
in
one.
the evolutionary
For only
idea.
one. So at the beginning, then only one would go through this transformation. Call it what you will, theory of evolution.
Whoa.
Or was
Whoa
there
there.
only one of those at the time? Was it part of a colony?
Whoa
Yeah,
there.
I'm
Whoa
not
there.
sure about that because I believe there's drift
Well,
and shift and epigenetic
stop that.
traits.
Sorry, I gotta stop. I gotta stop that. I'm sorry. Theory of evolution. What's the scientific theory of evolution? So we're on the same sheet of music.
I'm not interested in getting involved in a game of defining it.
Oh, that's not a game. Then you're going on mute. Because if you're gonna quote or talk about something in terms of the theory of evolution, then you have to fucking state it. That's a
Trying to find a credible.
Yeah, but HL is stating his opinions and his ideas on evolution. So there you go.
No, you have to define the thing that you're talking about first. You just can't, state, not you, fine young lady. I'm talking about if you're going to state, well, the theory of evolution, well, you have to state it first. Right? Does that make sense to everyone? Because if you don't define what you're providing evidence for, then anything you say is evidence for the thing you haven't defined.
Yep, baseline. Got to get to the baseline.
Exactly. So you have to define the thing. If I'm going to define a banana, if the judge is going to say, okay, define a banana. Well, it grows on trees. It's, purple, brown, red, yellow, orange. It's high in potassium and B6. And if you freeze it, it destroys the B6. That's what makes a banana a banana. Now go on. What is your claim with the banana? Follow? Because every single evolutionist, numpty dipshit, will just whistle past the graveyard because no one will ask them, and they'll say evolution and then start providing evidence for something they haven't defined yet. So everything is fair game. Shit. I could just claim anything. Right?
Basically, he's saying, I like bananas. They make me feel fuzzy, and I like them with milk. That's what he's saying about evolution.
Yeah, he's not interested because he knows he'll be called out and identified as a numpty dipshit pretender clown. So sorry to ruin the conversation, but I'm not putting up with this shit, and I don't put up with it. Follow? I hope I made myself clear. Carry on.
Yeah. What about that molecular level, atom splitting and stuff?
You don't get into that stuff.
That's why I don't get into it either.
Sorry about that. I missed that. Go ahead.
The molecular level.
Yeah,
Like
molecular
atoms.
level is a bigger joke than
That's why I
it's
said
ambiguous. Yeah, because it's over. I mean, but first I can destroy it with quantum mechanics, but I won't do that. I'm not going to bore you with that. I just run home to mama. Chemistry and biochemistry. See, they don't know that they're falling right into the trap. Right? They don't know what they're parroting. Because you're not getting, the first molecule? What? The first replicating molecule? Really? Self-replicating? Well, molecules don't have selves. Number one. Right? And you got second law of thermodynamics violations at every single step. From the constituents of DNA down to nucleosides and nucleotides, every single one is a second law of thermodynamics violation, naturally speaking. You're not getting nucleosides from its constituent parts. That's an uphill reaction. What the fuck? Right? Delta G is positive. So you're screwed. It's over. But Delta G, most people think Delta G is a disco band from the 70s, right? So they can't go down to that level. If any biochemist or geneticist talks about spontaneous generation, just kick them out because they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes. Just call me. I'll deal with them.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Did they evolve boys and girls, and then those boys and girls?
They're all uphill reactions. Even if you have to have not only the right amount of energy, but you have to have the specific energy type. It's like a bull in a china shop, right? You got all the energy in the world, but if you can't fucking use it, he's going to crash the whole entire shop. Follow? This is much, much deeper than what these crayon munchers portray, because they don't have any, all they're doing is parroting, like, I don't know, some evolution fairy tale form or talk origins. That fucking joke. I don't know if they're even still going. That was back in the day. I mean, come with some cowbell. You're going to get smashed anyway. I'd just stick with boats going over the horizon. Fucking clowns. Thanks.
God, I really need to brush up on my evolution.
Yeah, please.
It's been a long while. Oh, God.
I just want an example of speciation. Just wait till they find that there's no such thing as speciation. There's no such thing as a species man-made construct.
Oh, when you get into species, then you're off the reservation, right? Because species, you said, is a man-made construct. You're right. Ironically, it was contrived by who?
It wasn't Careless Linnaeus, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
Who?
Of course.
Carlos. He called him careless, but Carlos Linnaeus.
Careless.
Okay.
Careless Linnaeus. But he was a creationist. It's just a convention. There's no science here. It's just a man-made convention. There's nothing wrong with that. However, if you attempt to prove something in reality from a convention, then it's a massive, it's a bonfire begging the question fallacy. You can't do that. You're in a category error. Now, the term was first coined by Aristotle. Species had like 150 different definitions from his time. So you're working with a rubber ruler to begin with. So which definition are you talking? It's just a train wreck. So you never do that. You never go from a convention. If your proof's based on a convention, you're a soup sandwich. It's over. That's what Aaron Ra does. That's Aaron Ra's trick. Right? I called him out like, I don't know, 15 years ago.
You're perfectly right. They always talk about monkeys and people and these things, and they don't go back to the atomic level.
No, they don't even know that level. We're 10,000 light years from that level to begin with. They're just going off species. It's a train wreck. You don't have to be an expert in biochemistry to figure this one out. Just basic reasoning will get you there. But they speak so fast, and you're indoctrinated. You also. I mean, I wasn't. Not with evolution. Because they didn't teach that at university. I don't know what university they went to. But
as a child, I was told that it wasn't real. Evolution, I was told as a child that it wasn't real. I was a Jehovah's Witness when I was a kid.
I used to go into, like, take my kids to the docs at the hospital, And, during the downtime, docs would come in. I say, so what you think about evolution?
Yeah.
Every single one, right, would just roll their eyes. I'm telling you, now that's anecdotal. I'm just saying, because they've got a baseline in biochemistry, right? So they're going to shake their I'm not going to tell you my history. I'll get too much into it, but I'm going to tell you something. At university, it was never spoken of, not even once. Not once. Just saying. Thanks.
Well, I'm really glad you came along. It's really something I need to go and read up on.
You know, you've got a hypnotic voice there, Ariel.
Who?
You.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, it's almost like a siren. It's not cool.
I was gonna say earlier, I could listen to her talk about paint drying all day.
I know, right? She'd make you crash your ship into the rocks. You know.
Yeah, but then you speak, Fraud. I mean, everybody wakes up.
When you have a good voice like that, you should be on like a voice thing. Yes.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Your own podcast. You and Mary Mom probably should have your own podcast.
Thanks for that. I
you're
like
beautiful.
to thank my mom. So I have a question. If we descended from monkeys, then why do we still have ball-tards?
Yeah, I know. That was one of the questions that was asked. I think I remember his answer, though. His answer was because we are in a time frame where we don't see it happen, and we won't see it happen because it happens so slowly.
No, you didn't get the question. No, that doesn't answer my question.
That's just what he said.
If we descended from monkeys, then why do we still have ball-tards?
Because of evolution.
Don't worry about that. You'll hurt yourself. It's just a rhetorical joke.
The Globers.
You know, because of their spinning monkey religion.
Hi, Chris.
Yep.
Spinning space monkeys. Get that
Space
shit right.
monkeys. There it is.
Hey, QE, do you think that giants existed and that people were maybe larger in the far past? Potentially.
Yeah, but I don't think so. I know so, but that's because my epistemology stretches out a little bit further than many others do.
Well, okay. I mean, along those lines, I kind of have this question to ask. So let me be clear. I don't think that we came from monkeys. I see no evidence of that. But if we were larger and then somehow became smaller, or not even that attribute, but other attributes, isn't it possible that the process of evolution itself, as described, could actually be happening even right now and has happened, but we didn't come from monkeys?
The process of evolution? What's evolution?
I guess if somebody survives, or if you have two people, like two brothers in a family, and one of them makes one choice or has one attribute and adaptation or something, and they survive because of that, and then the other one dies, and then he passes that gene onward.
That's not evolution, man.
I don't know. It's just a thought.
Yeah, I got you. I got where you're going. Now, are we larger? I'm saying that there were giants, but like I said, that epistemology goes a bit beyond most people. Right?
What
So I have
about
a
your
different
take
epistemology with that.
on mountains or structures being trees, like larger trees?
Come on, dude.
I've heard it. I'm just asking.
2015 call. They want their disheveled.
I know.
I thought I was through with that. That's really funny.
So you're not into the giant tree things, mountain things, no?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yep.
There's giant trees. I've been there. Sequoia.
I mean, like the ones that that.
Like mountain size. That's what I meant. Yeah.
I don't know about that. That unbelievable. You'd bring that up.
I know.
But it's
Thanks for
fascinating,
that,
wouldn't
though.
you say, though? Isn't it fascinating?
You're welcome.
Yeah, all conjectures are fascinating.
When giants eat giant plants.
Yeah, like I said, that goes to
That's
epistemology,
exactly.
so I don't want to bring that up in here.
Yeah, no.
You know what I'm saying with epistemology, right? How do you know what you know?
Exactly.
Yeah. So a lot of people's or how would I say, their epistemology doesn't go that far, so I don't like to spread that.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, because we'll just talk past each other because they have most people's epistemology. Baltards is wiki, and that's where it starts and ends. Wouldn't it be something if wiki would shut down for like 3 months? There'd be no baltards or atheists around. Right? They couldn't deal with it. Rational wiki, yeah. Good one.
I'm a believer in applanation.
I know that voice.
Do you believe in applanation, QE?
Applanation, what the hell is that?
Well, applanation would be towards planar, abnormally flattening.
Abnormally flattening. Is that what happened to all the women in Hawaii?
Oh, dude, that's not cool, bro.
Yeah, I won't go any further than that.
True. That ruined my attempt.
It just stood out to me when I got there, right? I spent years in the States and then a lot of years in Europe, and then I went to Hawaii. I said, what the hell happened here?
Seriously, I mean, like, dang. So that's what you have to look forward to when you go to Hawaii?
I'm just saying, it's just something that I observed.
Maybe they're sticking with the natural and they're not doing the implants and shit. You're seeing
I'm
less
not
of that.
No, I'm not talking about that flat. It's on the other side.
Oh, got you.
The badonkadunk.
Yeah. It's got to be the food, man.
It's not
too
the
many
food,
coconuts.
I'm just a Holly.
Coconut, yeah.
I
Well,
was
they
just a
obviously don't
Holly.
sit down a lot. They don't sit down very much over there. They do a lot of walking, so it's got to be the food.
We can get off that subject, man. It's just something.
I don't know. It's a good subject.
It just suddenly dawned on me that we were having a conversation with a Glober who's been in here so many times. And then I just thought to myself, he must be an atheist as well. So I pushed until he admitted it.
An atheist. My
yeah.
word.
Well, he's not sure whether he's agnostic, but yeah, atheism is definitely a go for him. Yeah, riding on eggshells.
Well, the entire thing started out with Hank pointing out the similarities between him and the other Glovers, how they all have similarities. That's how it actually started out. Long ago. Nice how
Hank was
that
right.
deflection was allowed to, take place. But anyway, just saying.
And now he's still in denial about, that atheism is like not a hard nut to crack. Now he's calling us that we all have the same ideas. He thinks we're in a cult.
You want to have some fun? Ask him to define atheism.
That's fun.
Bet you they can't do it. I sat and listened back in, no, I wouldn't say back in the day. It was about 4 or 5 years ago. To Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns, right? He had a show. It wasn't non sequitur back then. It was just one of his regular doofus shows. And they had like a 9-hour marathon. And the subject was define atheism. And at the end, it was like a candlelight vigil. At the end, they all got pissed off at each other, and they there was no definition. I was sitting back laughing the whole time, man. It was hilarious.
It was
J
they are
J
positing nothing.
JA711. It's been a long time, Crown Muncher. You off mute? You're off mute. Go ahead, say hello. That's all right. You don't have to talk. You know what was really friggin' hilarious? Because I'm doing my numpty runs. I'm searching for numpties on videos. I heard you talking, right? And what was really hilarious, somebody brought up intermolecular forces. And you just said, they said that gases, of course they got it from me, gases don't have any intermolecular bonds, right? Right. That's correct. Right. And then you brought up, you said, well, you need to check the intermolecular forces. I'm sorry. Did I say intermolecular forces before? I'm sorry. Intermolecular forces. And you stated some bullshit. I don't know what it was. What were you exactly implying with that? Can you share that with me? So I could take the flamethrower to it right here in front of God and everyone? You may get away with that with your ranking, skanking foul baltards and some numpty flat earthers, but you're in the big leagues now. You tracking with me, sunshine? You better stay on mute. I'll release my damn wolf pups on your ass. You can carry on. He ain't going to say anything. He knows better. He's not as dumb as he looks.
Come on, dude, say something so we can hear it.
Come on, answer like a man, bro. Or are you going to play possum?
I think you scared him.
Ballers always complaining about how they can't talk on 24/7. When they get the opportunity to talk, they'll talk.
Nah, he's an educated man, dude. He isn't going to come off mute. No way. No chance. You know, I'd like a chance at taking a shot at an educated man once in my life. Too funny. That's off a movie. Guess that movie. I'll bet you can't.
Yeah, I don't think I know that one.
No, you ain't gonna get it. Where was I at here?
What kind of movie was it?
No, I'm not giving you any hints.
Oh, that's best stuff, man. I've probably seen it. That's why. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yo, Jay.
Yo, Jay, you're trying to provoke him, man. He isn't gonna do it.
No, I would never. I was just gonna say, man. Hey, Jay, like if you're worried about talking to QE, Hank Hill in here, he's got a big old heart, man, and he's willing to break it down to you like in a really sweet way. You know what I mean? Like almost like put his hand on your knee while he's talking to you. He's a pretty good father figure, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's got
Whereas,
the patient bone.
yeah, you could tell Hank he's gonna break it to you lightly, you know, and then QE on the other hand, I can tell why you're muted still. So just a suggestion, bro.
I won't interrupt if you want to talk to Hank. I'll just go on mute.
You see him just pop off mute. I would have cried laughing, bro.
He'd be such a vagina if he did that.
Oh.
No pun intended, I'm sorry. Maybe that was a bad choice of words.
Well, what happened to riding on eggshells? Did you scare him off too?
No, he's still here. He just wants to have a fight with himself in the chat box.
Mute him, concern trolling. Yeah, mute him. I'm not joking.
Riding on eggshells, doing some name calling out there. Boy, he's brave.
Man, next one that says his name is going to Cognis.
Hold on, baby. No.
I'm not always so docile. Sometimes I rip people's throats out. I mean, I have been in a few debates where I've crushed people before. So I'm not always so chill.
Well, you kind of lost your patience with the eggshells guy there for a second, so that is true.
Oh no, it's my frustration with arguing with the same ideological possessor, right? I'm not arguing with the man that occupies Eggshell's computer, right? It's his ideas, right? They're all the same. So, it's like when you can predict what a person's going to say because, you know their type, right?
I was really hoping he was going to say he was a creationist. So it went all left field when I asked him that question. And it just went downhill after that.
Everyone's
really
a
was hoping
creationist.
he would say that. But he wasn't. He wasn't.
No, everyone's a creationist. He's just confused. Even their pseudoscience priests tell them that everyone's a creationist, but they don't listen because atheists, number one, they don't know what atheism is. Number two, they don't listen or parrot what their pseudoscientists tell them. Even the pseudoscientists know that there was a beginning, ergo creation.
I don't know if you
So-
guys were trying to address Jace, but he doesn't have a role, so he won't be able to unmute himself.
He is unmuted.
I just unmuted him just now.
I unmuted him about 20 minutes ago.
No, so he doesn't want to open his mic.
Yeah, exactly.
If there's anyone else sitting here without a row, if you want to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll follow you up.
J.A. fucking just boot scooted. Too funny. He portrayed himself as an actual degree holder in chemistry. Miss Huckleberry. Oh, he's back. Jay, come on, you could say something, man. You're off mute. You're good. Come on, man. I'm bored and I got some work to get done, so make it quick. It's getting late. Early. Yogi Berra, rest in peace.
Hey, boo boo.
Not that Yogi Berra. Too funny. Can you believe I heard a numpty dipshit because, I'm on my numpty watch. These guys still don't get it between natural and synthetic and supernatural. They still don't, after 4.5 years, well, 5 years, they still don't get it. How in the hell do you screw up a simple argument after 5 years? I don't get it. I just don't. Number one, there's 3 categories, not 2. Number 2, it's not that we don't think you can use man-made objects in an experiment. That's what experiment is usually made of because man's doing it. It's real easy. The dependent variable cannot be man-made. The effect cannot be man-made because what caused it? Man, that's why. Get it? Jose, what's up, man? Haven't seen you in a coon's age, dude.
Hey, let me grab my good mic. 1 sec.
All right. That was a good damn mic.
Oh, if it sounds good, I'll stay then. I thought usually people complain about when I just use the phone like this. Hey, how's it going, man?
Good, man. Haven't talked in a while.
Yeah, man. I hear you bring up synthetic, supernatural.
Yeah.
What? They still don't get it?
They don't get it. Nope. I heard it today. They still don't get it.
It's okay because if you think about it, like the reason they don't get it is because they go and buy stuff at the store that says like natural when it's synthetic. So I don't blame them.
Right. They're just confused. Now, this wasn't just your average skank and file baltard. This was a self-professed internal medicine doc.
There's no excuse for that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's supposed to be his line of work.
Yeah, Brian Peck, the peckerless, pecker-hooded peckerwood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's on my numpty clips. Just scroll down the playlist. You'll find him.
I'll check that out.
Make sure you're on my playlist, not Miggy's, because it's new and improved, and there's a bunch of new ones.
All right.
And a bunch of new ones coming out. Make sure you're not missing these. We got Hillbilly Blue Balls, the Redneck Retard, a.k.a. the Photosynthetic Redneck, on Wednesday. And we got the PhD Booger-Eating Schmuck, M. Scott Veach, and Gem Panda on Thursday. And next week is going to be the bomb. You guys need to watch those numpty clips. How many times I got to tell you that?
Man, I don't know where those guys would be if flat Earth didn't exist. You think they'd be back in the atheist debates or something like that, or where would they be, man?
Atheist? What's that?
I don't know. I can't define it.
Yeah, they can't either.
I know the movie reference for that Coon's Age comment. I know that one.
Coon's Age, yeah, that's a long time, man.
But I know what movie that's from, though.
Quan,
what movie is that from?
In the VC,
Wild West.
Sorry guys, in the VC check-in, J711 is saying Quantum Eraser unblock me, and I'll show you specifically what I was referring to.
I don't have him blocked, dude. I unmuted him like 30 minutes ago.
He also said, Hank Hill, tell QE to unblock me, and I will show him specifically what I was referring to. With
He's
the
unmuted.
He said he has me blocked.
I don't have anyone blocked.
We can't determine that unless he speaks up, because then we'd be able to tell.
Come on, JC, open your mic, dude.
He's unmuted. What the hell, dude?
Yeah, if he speaks and you don't hear him, then we can confirm that. But he's not even trying.
I don't have him blocked.
Do you think maybe Jay Ace doesn't know how to unmute his own mic? Just saying.
Occam's razor, yeah.
Oh, he's trying to figure it out. No, you saw him go from deafened.
I don't
There
think
you go.
microphones work on the globe, so that's
I
probably
just
why his doesn't
somebody's
work.
mucking with him because I just unmuted him like 5 seconds ago, and then he went on red mute. Is somebody muting him?
Maybe
He just
maybe
said,
somebody was trying to unmute him, and then and when you muted or whatever, you know how some people click it and double click it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what's happening.
he
He's been
just said he
unmuted
can't speak
for.
right now.
As soon as I seen his name in here 20 minutes ago, I unmuted him.
He changed his mind already, QE.
What
He
does
forgot he left a baby in the oven.
Yeah, but what does blocking? Even if I did have him block, he could still talk.
Well, he's talking about the South Celestial Pulsar, which he finds compelling, the one that there's no image of.
What the hell is he talking about? The South Celestial Pole? I was talking about intermolecular forces. What the fuck? Did I just step off in the bizarro world?
He can't even come into the voice, the text that we're in. This guy doesn't even know where the live stream voice text is.
He has to evolve.
I just gave him BC Verify like 5 minutes ago, so he's in the wrong text at the moment.
I don't know. Yeah, please unmute and show us where gases have intermolecular bonds. We'd all like to see that. Fucking clown. Yeah, you should get your popcorn out. He ain't coming off mute. There's no fucking way.
So in other news, this is how hot it was where I'm at right now. Look at the temperature I just
Other
posted.
news, man.
107 degrees today.
Yeah, but it's a dry heat.
Yeah, it's dry heat, but it's still pretty rough, man.
Yeah.
I hate
that's
humid.
rough.
I'll take desert dry heat over humid heat.
Yep. Any
I
day.
think where you live, I think where you live, you can cut the atmosphere and eat it. Right? It's so thick. Don't you live out there where it's very humid, Huey?
I live in Missouri, but remember, dry air and what's more dense, dry air? No, I'm not going to do it to you.
What part of Missouri?
Did that guy just say atmosphere?
So, yeah, somebody
Yeah.
said that. I think somebody did. They shouldn't have said
Whoa.
I used to live in Exeter, Missouri.
What do we call it now? Atmo?
that. They can't say atmosphere because it's a paradox.
Yeah, it's an
Atmoplane.
oxymoron.
Yep. Sorry, I pointed that out late to you guys. I always thought that. I just didn't get to it. Oh, boy.
Yeah, QE, thanks to you, this one friend of mine, Adrian, and myself are constantly making fun of each other for accidentally saying atmosphere.
I do it too, man. It's because you're indoctrinated with it. It's no big deal. But woe to the ball-tard that says it.
Now the new excuse from him, QE, is that he has people sleeping over there. So he was kidding about his mic.
Oh, I knew there had to be something. Dog ate the homework. Cat pissed on the rug. Tugged on Superman's cape. The junkyard dog ate it. Got it.
Left the baby in the oven.
He wants to post something for you, QE, in the text.
I'm
Should
not
we give
a
him?
chat. I don't deal with
Okay,
chat
okay.
skanks. I don't deal with that.
I just
and
wanted to
I'm
make
not
sure.
even in here, by the way.
Holy, my bad. That wasn't for you, Justin.
Well, I could answer it. So.
So Jose, you need to check out those Numpty clips, man. They're coming fast and furious. I need some coverage, dude.
Oh, you got it, bro.
All right, appreciate
it.
Appreciate it. Do you need me to send them to you?
Nope, I know exactly where they're at. You got everything. You're like, you're still in the military, even with your YouTube, man. Everything's organized.
Yeah. I tried my best.
So walking on eggshells, I guess, is also just choosing not to speak, I'm assuming. Oh wait,
What's going on, Eggshells? Normally you speak. What's going on?
He's a fairy.
What? Who?
Eggshell boy.
Riding on eggshells is off. He's been off mute for 30 minutes.
He's pretending.
It's vegan.
I think he realizes. He just doesn't want to question all atheists. His answers are always, "Well, I'm not a biologist. I'm not a scientist. I'm not. I don't know. I can't answer."
Every time he comes here, it's like a trend. I don't know why he keeps coming back, but I think he likes the abuse or something.
Yeah, that'd
So
be
he's a
like telling my
masochist.
students. Yeah, when I was a music teacher, I just should have told my student, "I don't know. I don't work for Charvel. I didn't make the guitar."
I don't know for sure.
I don't work for Jackson.
I'm happy to speak, but QE doesn't engage without muting. and then I get left muted, so I'd rather not chat to someone who's not being able to chat. Come on, man. You know that you weren't answering any questions at all.
I was certainly trying to.
I know, but I'm just saying we're trying to get directly to the bottom, and you want to skip all of these things because they tell you to skip all of these things because they're right to you. You're completely right.
Skip which things?
Well, you skip what gravity and evolution is. Define it.
I'm not sure I would be able to give you an accurate definition.
I know that's what I'm trying to say, but you do truly believe it.
Right.
No,
that's
I don't.
it.
No,
Okay.
I think it's a probable explanation, but I don't think I believe it because that would suggest I wouldn't question it anymore. I think it's well worth questioning.
Okay.
You just said you can't define.
You would
Wait,
agree
Justin,
with that, wouldn't you?
Justin, how could something be a probable explanation when they can't explain it?
Yeah.
I think I could explain
I'm-
it, but somebody was asking for a definition, which I think was different because a definition I would suggest is something we all share or something that's written in a dictionary. I don't think I would be able to do it with that degree of accuracy. And
Okay, I'll accept that. I'll accept that. But what I'm getting about is that when there's a question that's on the table, and you just go off into your other storyline that you have as your rhetoric, and without answering the question at all, you skip that question being asked. That's the whole thing.
Skip which question being asked?
It doesn't matter what's ever being asked to you, literally.
Well, I try to answer the questions as reasonably as I can. I just find that when QE's in the discussion, he'll mute me until I say exactly the words he wants.
He can't get his question answered. That's what I'm going over.
What would you like an answer to? And I'll try and answer your question, and we'll see if I'm able to answer questions. That would be a better way of doing it, rather than trying to
I'm not as smart. I'm not as smart, and I can't speak as well. I'm sorry.
He's just rambling. He's just rambling on. I asked for a definition initially, and then I said, "Nah, scratch that. We'll be here for an hour and a half." I asked for the scientific theory of evolution. That's what I asked for.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be able to accurately give you that, QE.
Well, then you can't make any claims on something you can't provide.
Yeah,
At
I didn't
least
want to make any claims either. Ariel just
Okay.
asked me the question of, it sounded like what she was asking was about sort of intentionality of things.
No.
How do they know to do something? It's what it sounded like to me is what I'm describing.
No, I asked for the scientific theory of evolution. That's all I asked for.
You interrupted the conversation we were having to ask me for a definition of something, which I readily said to you.
No, I
I'm
asked
not
for the
able to give it to
scientific
you.
theory of evolution.
Fine, I'm not able to give you that either.
Okay,
I'm happy
then
to
you
admit
can't make any claims about fairy tale evolution.
Sure. Yeah. I think that's valid. Yeah. I don't.
That's
wouldn't wanna
fair.
make
That's
any
what I
proof
thought.
claims.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
we're good.
Good. We're agreed.
Yep.
It's very
'Cause
hard to
the
talk
whole thing
about it.
started more with the. I only have a sort of high school understanding of what a science teacher told me about evolution. I'm not somebody who's going to be able to give
Well,
you a
being that it's the most
illuminating description of it.
being that it's the most, this is what I've been told, like hundreds of thousands of times, literally, that the scientific theory of evolution is the most validated scientific theory in the history of science. Yeah, you've heard that before. I know you have.
I've certainly heard people say stuff like that, which I think
Sure.
is a bit. I think we'd both agree that's a bit overstating the point. I don't think that's. I think there seems like there's a lot of evidence for it, but that it's the most robust theory. I think that there are better ones in physics.
Evidence
Simply
for
because
what?
physics doesn't seem to move. Like
Evidence
evolution's
for what?
constantly changing. Which
Evidence for
which-
what? Science doesn't change.
Right, I'm trying to explain myself.
Science doesn't change.
I'm not
Science
suggesting
is the scientific method. It's been the same for about what?
I don't feel like you're trying to engage with this reason.
250,
I'm trying to give you
300
as best
years.
an answer I can. Yeah, I'm not suggesting the scientific method changes. So perhaps I should have said the conclusions they reach in certain fields seem to change more than others. Like I work a lot with psychology. The conclusions in the field of psychology or the sort of
That's not
evidence for this or
that's your
that
problem.
hugely changes. Whereas
That's
when it
the
comes to
problem
physics,
because
it's
that's
sort of
pseudoscience.
hasn't changed
Yeah, that's
much
why
in
it
like
changes.
yeah, exactly. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Whereas physics, hasn't changed much in 50 years. When was the last new physics we had?
Well, physics, it's not that it changes. The experimental evidence doesn't change. It's just experimental evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, the sort of, but I remember they were talking about something with a probe slowing down, like, oh, we've discovered new physics, we're really excited, we're on the verge of a discovery, and then they came back and they're like, no, we just did our calculations wrong. Whereas, in biology, they're like, oh, it turns out this is more related to that than we previously thought, or all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, I share many people's skepticism in things like biology and evolution.
It's not biology. You went to physics. You said, oh, our calculations are wrong. Well, your calculations just eliminate you from the scientific method to begin with.
What do you mean, the physicists who are doing the calculations wrong?
Yeah. Calculations have nothing to do with science. Mathematics is not science.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. But I think what I think we'd agree with is that a lot of science uses mathematics.
No, a lot of pseudoscience uses mathematics, not science. Has nothing to do with
hard
it.
sciences don't use maths.
Hard sciences. What's hard sciences?
Well, things other than psychology, pretty much.
Well, hard sciences
physics
means
and
there's
biology.
soft sciences. No. There's just
They don't
science.
use maths?
Don't use
Simple
maths.
maths, not abstract.
No, because a hypothesis, which is the scientific method, is strictly based on has nothing to do with mathematics. None. Zero.
None. Nothing to do with mathematics. Okay. It's certainly not a position I hold, but I can respect that you do.
No, it's not a position, and it's not an opinion. It doesn't hold any weight whatsoever. It's non sequitur to it.
So if somebody were completely incapable of doing maths, they could still be a good scientist.
Yeah.
Okay. I would have thought it would influence that ability a bit.
No, not at all. It has nothing whatsoever. The scientific method is qualitative, not quantitative. Now, people can do a lot of quantitative stuff outside the scientific method. I have no problem with it. but it's not science at all. Zero, nada, zippo.
Yeah, because my brother's a scientist, and a lot of what he does seems to be crunching through numbers and stuff.
Well, then he's not doing science then.
Oh, I should let him know.
You should let him know. Bring him on in here. I'll square his shot group.
I did try to invite him. He was staying with me the other week. And I was like, do you want to chat? Do you want to chat? Do you want to chat? They love talking to scientists, and he declined. I think he might come around in the end, though. But yeah, he's a biologist, so he's not so much on the shape of the
yeah, the biologists. They're usually not scientists.
Well, sorry, beg your pardon. I misspoke. Biochemist is what he is.
Oh, he's a biochemist. Bring him in here. He'll get his ass handed to him. I like to direct everyone's attention to 59 minutes after the hour. This mathematics thing from Richard Feynman. The Feynman lectures on physics. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not fucking experiment.
Sure. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting maths is a science. I was suggesting maths is used in science.
It's not. Dr. Carey Mullis, Nobel laureate, biochemistry.
Right, but this is disproving a point I didn't make.
And mathematics, which is really not science.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's to science. I want to make that clear. I've made it clear a few times.
Professor of Physics, ITT Madras. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics.
It uses maths a lot.
No, it doesn't.
Physics I did was certainly
no,
very
it doesn't.
filled with
None.
equations.
Zero.
None.
None.
Versus zero.
Zero. It's not funny. It's that simple. You just got told.
Yeah, I'm just finding a lot of stuff on the internet that's fairly robustly
A lot of
disagreeing
stuff
with
on
that
the
as an
internet.
assertion.
You're talking to Richard Feynman. I mean, this is one of the highest of the high priests of the heliocentric Baltard religion. He just told you.
It's not a science. I'm agreeing with you on that. It doesn't involve
It
experiments.
doesn't have anything to do with science.
Well, that's not what that quote says. Could you find a quote that says that from Richard Feynman?
Let's do it this.
Sure.
Is that Richard? Yeah, it's Richard Feynman. Yeah, he
Could be
knows
from
better.
Anybody like that I'd be impressed by. Yeah.
So let's see. Let's try this one.
Relationships between mathematics and physics has been the subject of study for philosophers, mathematicians, and physicists since antiquity.
Where is that at?
Generally considered the relationship of great intimacy. That's an interesting phrase to use. Where did that come from?
Great intimacy. Got to be a fuckwit.
It came from a scientific journal.
I don't. Scientific journal. What makes a journal scientific?
He's reading a Wikipedia.
Yeah,
it was peer reviewed.
Peer review has nothing to do with natural science whatsoever.
Could you tell me what does have to do with science then, QE? Because I think I'm probably
hypotheses
using a different definition.
have to do with natural science. It's the whole fucking point. Crayon Muncher. Like to direct everyone's attention to.
Black
I like to
is
direct
what?
everyone's
Is that a
attention
measurement or a
to,
calculation?
so I can support my point without interruption. I'd like to demonstrate my point.
Sure, go for it.
Yes, because you said, what is science? Well, I'm going to fucking tell you right now. I'm going to use another one of your chief scientific priests at 1 minute after the hour. California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing the edge. This is from nature.com, by the way. The most prestigious, quote unquote, scientific fucking journal in the world. Physicist Sean Carroll arguing the edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They're what? The whole fucking point. So, the next question is, what's a hypothesis then? Can you tell me what a hypothesis is?
I could give you my stab at it, but why don't you do it? You're having
not your stab. This isn't about opinions or agree or disagree. This is either a 1 or a 0, black or white, yes or fucking no. What is it?
I'm just interested in playing this game, QE. You play it with everybody
Not
that
a
comes in here.
game.
Please give me
Not
this
a game.
definition for this specific thing,
Not a
otherwise I'm going to
fucking
mute you. It's
game.
just a
Don't
role
over
game.
talk
It's not
me.
how real, rational people
Don't
have a
over
conversation.
fucking talk me. You won't now. I've systematically brought you to this point, and now you're gonna verbal diarrhea it? Get the fuck out of here. I don't put up with that shit. So try again somewhere else. So we'll answer it for you since you ain't going to be able to speak. This is pretty simple. From Colorado State, a scientific hypothesis. A special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. I couldn't have said it better myself. Concise to the point. That's it. So it's a suppositional prediction of a natural cause and effect relationship. How you like that? Okay. That's what it is. Where's the math in there? It's non sequitur. You can't have mathematics in a hypothesis. Mathematics only describes, at best, whereas a scientific hypothesis explain. Here's a good question. I posted this to R.C. Meisty the other day, and he couldn't answer it. Give us the difference between a description and an explanation.
Good question. Description, I would say, might be like something equivalent to the dog is brown, where an explanation would be sort of why is the dog brown?
There you go. I'll tell you what, you did better than a high school. I don't know if he's a science teacher. He couldn't even answer it. You got close. So a description deals with the what's and the is's, and explanations deal with the how's and why's. That's the difference.
Sure. Yeah, I like that. That's a good description.
Yeah. So mathematics at best can only describe. That's all it can do. So it has nothing to do with hypothesis testing whatsoever.
Yeah, but I've been agreeing on that since the start. I don't think maths is a science. I think that would, if that's something I said, I certainly misspoke, but I don't think that's something I said.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything really to do with it.
Well, that's where we're disagreeing. I think that might be quite equated in terms of you need, once you've come up with that hypothesis and you go to test that hypothesis, you then need maths to
really
to validate your findings.
Where at?
Particularly, well, maybe I could ask as a question. Would you agree that the black swan is a measurement?
No, it's not. Black swan has nothing to do with science, so non sequitur.
Okay. What would you say in terms of the flat Earth field or anything?
No. You're not red herring fallacy. Show us in the hypothesis where mathematics applies.
In which? I'm trying to just start with an experiment so then I can talk about math.
No, well, the experiment is a hypothesis test. Yeah. So where in the experiment is mathematics?
In which experiment is my question?
Not in any experiment. Do you understand?
So I'll talk about the black swan like it's an experiment.
Shut up. Talk about the black swan. The black swan's not science. I already told you that, for fuck's sake. It's tedious and boring, and I'm tired of fucking around. There's nothing. If scientific hypotheses are the whole point in natural science, and you can't put mathematics, any type of mathematics, in the independent variable, dependent variable relationship, which is a hypothesis. Experiment just has control variables or constants added. You can't do it. That's why you're going off the reservation, because you're finished. It's over. Is math science? No. I just said, cut the shit? No. Richard Feynman just told you. It's better to state, is math a natural science? Because science is too ambiguous. It just means knowledge. Our genre, that's a nice punt, by the way. Our genre, or field goal, our genre is natural science, not computer science, not economics, not sociology, none of that. It's natural science. It just gets old. This is old, feeble bullshit. $12:08. You got 10 minutes. Make it quick. Nothing?
Somebody there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to ask a question. What do you think of Samuel Hindman?
IgZ. What are you, an antibody?
What do you mean?
Because IgZ, they usually put the lowercase letter. The IG, it just strikes me as antibodies. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask what you think of Samuel Hindman.
Samuel who?
Hindman.
Hyman. I couldn't forget that word. Diamond.
Diamond?
Yeah, Hindman.
Hi. Hyman.
I don't think I know the gentleman.
So it's HAHNEMANN.
Don't know him.
You haven't read Materia Medica Pura from him?
On what?
He's got like a few. It's called Materia Medica Pura.
I'm lost,
He's
dude.
got a
You got me.
few.
No.
It's not a philosophy. He's got a few colleges that are named after him. He's a biochemist.
He's a biochemist. I've never heard of the gentleman. Right? Can you print it? Print his name in Livestream.
Yeah.
I think he may have invented the Hyman maneuver.
At the same time as Dr. Schussler.
I said, isn't that the Heimlich maneuver?
Whoosh. No, I was making a pun. Sorry.
Justin, you crack. That's pretty
If
funny.
he's talking about hype, man, he's talking about me and Battlemont. Hype, man. Very high.
It's sure taking a long time.
Yeah. He's processing.
You gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
What's up, Mike?
Same old, same old. I'm just trying to listen.
Sure use an omelet now.
That's what I was thinking.
Bacon. I hear that.
Bacon. I like to mix bacon grease in my eggs before I Pour them in the pan to make the omelet. Then I make a country omelet, so big you can barely fit it on the plate.
Calm yourself, Julia Childs.
I've cut the Dickens out of my finger.
Oh, Schmite.
So check it out
Vault.
tomorrow if you want to learn about spectroscopy. It'll be I think I did it twice before. Hahnemann. Oh, I'll get to that in a second. The spectroscopy, if you want to learn the belly laugh or stellar spectroscopy, just tune into that one tomorrow. I'm not indicting spectroscopy. That's atomic emission and atomic absorption. I'm not indicting those. I'm indicting the numpty dipshit adulterers that taken over the name and then just linguistically put it on their horseshit. You're going to see what a big joke it is tomorrow.
You've done a variation of 2 of those before.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed them both.
Yeah.
So I'll be tuning into this one as well.
Yeah. There won't be too much difference from the last presentation. There's not anything new. It's the same old fucking tripe. All right, back to Samuel Hahnemann. No, I can't say that I know him. Or heard of him. What is he known for? Or am I going to have to look that up? Probably me. All right, let's see. Samuel Hahnemann. German physician. Pseudoscientific system of alternative medicine. That would be homeopathy. Holy shit, 1755 he was born? No wonder I don't know shit about him. Was it German alternative medicine? Yep, all right. He had 11 kids? Holy shit, he was a busy man.
Good for him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he created homeopathy. Wow. I didn't know that. Oh, he didn't like bloodletting? Wow, his intuition was right for that. Coffee theory of disease? Around the start of the 19th century, Hahnemann developed a theory propounded in his 1803 essay on the effects of coffee from original observations that many diseases are caused by coffee. That's interesting. He later abandoned the coffee theory. That's a good idea. Not saying that some of those things aren't valuable, but that's why I never heard of them. I'm not seeing anything here why I should have heard of them. So is that good? Am I released?
You may join your family again.
They're all sleeping. I got 15 minutes.
Cool.
No, I'm not going to. Oh, shit. All right. Let me get rid of that. Export. Save. Damn, it's gotten quiet in here.
I don't think anybody wants to step on your toes. They've learned.
I don't have a problem with it. As long as they can support or back up their claims, they're welcome to it. Run the gauntlet.
So we're going to argue about the luminiferous ether or not? I'm just kidding.
Luminiferous.
Deus, you missed the evolution adaptation conversation. That is your favorite, I know, and also Jose's favorite. Sorry, you guys couldn't be here.
Well,
Ether we will, or ether we won't.
Can you sum it up, Exo?
Wait, what?
I'm sad I missed it.
It's in one ear and out the ether.
Exo what was the evolution adaptation discussion?
Exo, just call him by his damn name.
It was so profound. It was awesome because, it's when the room doesn't, we were accused of being a circle jerk. I think that disproves that, since we were not all agreeing, and we can have a nice discussion and not agree with each other.
Oh, okay, so it was amongst us.
Well, when
It
you're
was
into
amongst us.
agree and disagree, you're out of the proper genre, right?
Only QE is allowed to interrupt, but Eggshells literally ran away from the topic, so we had nothing to do other than argue with each other because he was scared to death.
This is an important point, though. I'm glad you brought it up. As
No,
soon as agree and disagree enter the conversation, you're in some deep shit, because this isn't an agree, disagree, subjective genre. Follow?
Yeah. Usually when somebody says you're not going to change my mind, I'm not going to change yours, they either think you're too stupid to change their mind, or they know that they'll never listen to what you're saying. So, yeah.
Well, that's not on my topic, though.
Okay.
Agree and disagree is subjective, right? That's not what we're not in that business, right? If they wanted to go agree, disagree, go to the cake decorating forums or whose fucking favorite color is the best forums. That's where they need to go for agree and disagree. That's subjective. We're into objectivity, empirical. So as soon as somebody says that, catches, that's a trigger word. As soon as I hear agree or disagree, look the fuck up. That's not the case here. That's Nancy shit. A bunch of old biddies around the friggin' table stuff. That's not what we're in the business of here. Follow?
I agree.
That's why I'm in this discussion. I wouldn't be in it. If we were talking about our favorite running backs and shit for fantasy football this year, that's a different story. That's a different genre. But this isn't that. So that's just a Nancy weasel way out. Oh, I disagree. Fuck off, clown. You don't even know where you're at. Idiots. Not personal company excluded.
I'm sure some included.
Yeah, mostly everyone. I was trying to be nice. Shit. This isn't that hard to master, folks. Get away from the power lines and the central line fluoride, and you'll be okay. You better get down right now. I'll be back in a few.
All right. Hey, Jose.
Hey, how's it going, Judas?
I'm good. And what did you propose finally, or did she propose to you?
It was like kind of
A discussion and a mutual agreement?
that was always happening, and it just got solidified. That's all. So it's good.
So she let you ask her?
Pretty much.
Well, congratulations. Finally
Thanks,
gonna
bro.
make. Finally gonna make.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Jose. Well done, mate.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh, I hope I didn't out you as a married man. Well, at least an engaged man.
You know why I brought it up to you, right? Because you've always said, "How come you're not married?"
Yeah, no, I was pretty adamant of you should be married. Yeah, I think I told
Yeah,
you directly.
Jose, he's a trophy husband, man. I love you, though. Congrats, bro. Good luck.
I don't think that's true. I think Jose is a valuable person, and anybody would be lucky to be by his side. Try to diminish my boy's
Well, that's
accomplishment.
what I meant by trophy, not something you put on a shelf.
Okay, good.
An accomplishment.
Dude, it was fucking hot today. It got to 107 degrees in California.
Damn. To be fair, though, you live in a high desert, so.
No, not anymore. I'm 30 minutes of Sacramento.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I moved out here about almost a year and a half ago.
That is hot for Glendora. Or Tahoe. I've honestly never been to Sacramento, so.
Nah, you're not missing anything. It's just LA County up here again in some way.
It's like an extension of LA County?
Yeah, except it's greener.
Oh. Here, Bakersfield is pretty good. Or at least it used to be.
My wife, future wife, is her whole family's from Bakersfield. That's where she grew up.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's kind of like Bakersfield's like right at the cusp of where you're almost leaving the desert. So it's like not Palmdale. You know, There's a lot of farms. There's a lot of farms and a lot of eggs and milk come from Bakersfield and oranges and stuff like that.
Right, but you just go up the road and you've got like giant sequoias and mountains and cool ass lakes. Yellowstone. Or not Yellowstone, is it Yellowstone?
No, it's not. It's
Yosemite.
Sequoia?
Sorry.
Yosemite, there you go.
Yeah, Sequoia National Park and Yosemite are right there. So that's pretty cool.
How's the weather right now at Washington?
Temperate, as usual.
Rains a lot, doesn't it? Where you're at?
Generally, but it's not as often as you might think. Like we have a couple months of no rain. I have to water my grass. That's coming up here very shortly. Somebody today, I was having a barbecue with my, well, like 5 neighbors, but somebody today told me that next Tuesday was the first day of summer. I'm like, no, it isn't. It's June 21st. It's always June 21st. It's when the sun goes over the Tropic of Capricorn. And they're like, nuh-uh. So I just easily Googled it. I'm like, you're wrong. It was pretty funny, though. They were telling me about how it changes because of the wobble, and I was like, you believe everything you're told? They said, it must be hot out here because you sound delirious. I feel like I'm talking to myself now. Jose, you're not even going to respond.
107 degrees hot.
That's hot.
Yeah, he posted the temperature on his dash in his car. Yep, there it is.
That's in the car.
Yeah, but that's outside.
No,
Come on.
it says outside. Look, outside 107.
You can't trust
I had
the car.
I had the AC on full blast.
Yeah, and he had the AC on too.
You can't trust a car to tell you the truth.
What kind
Probably
of car?
hotter.
What kind of car is that? What kind of Kia is that?
It's not a Kia. It's a Toyota Highlander.
Nice.
Yeah, the temperature sensor for that gauge is located on the exterior of the car. So,
Like which side?
like the fender wall, it sticks out to the fender wall. You can barely see it.
So near the road?
It's by a light, you know.
So like
Not
closer
that low to the
closer
ground.
to asphalt? Oh, okay.
It could closer to the hood of the car, but it could reflect the heat of the car, the metal, slightly. But still, it's pretty accurate within 10 degrees.
Yeah, I agree. It's accurate within 10 degrees.
Yeah, but whenever you're on the road, the temperature is a little different. Though. It really is. On the
Yeah,
asphalt,
well,
man.
it
If
tastes different for sure.
if it says 98 degrees out in Michigan, man, we can feel real time temperature at 114 on the asphalt.
Yeah, I
And
agree with that.
even greater if it's full,
Yeah.
for paving, because the asphalt itself will be 300 degrees when we start. But generally, asphalt is hotter than everywhere else. It absorbs heat and it
It's got
reflects
this
a
funny
certain
color
amount.
to it. I can't remember what the color is called, but it just seems like it's hotter than everything else.
Yeah, we don't want to be called racist against highways now, do we?
That's why I'm walking very carefully over the subject.
He's on the liberal line. What the hell happened? Where's the real Judas? You're supposed to cross all liberal lines.
The real Judas is still spending those shekels that he got from solding out Jesus Christ, bro.
I got a picture of him in my messages
Too
somewhere.
soon, bro. Too soon.
Yeah, too soon. Thank you. Thank you, Hank. Hank gets it.
So what's new on Discord, guys? What I'd miss?
Man, we've just been sitting here waiting for QE to talk. But he is off taking care of his cat. Or a dog. How long have you been away? Jose?
I don't know, man. I lost track. I think maybe I've came at least 5 times within the last 6 months.
Okay, I need you to go ahead and de-admin yourself. Go ahead and put yourself down to mod, please.
Temp. I took the temp admin already.
Okay, good. I don't see temp admin.
It's the same color as the regular admin. CJ got bumped up to full-time admin now.
Yeah, and now he's not here anymore.
I should just make a new role called Badman.
CJ will always be the temp admin. Always. He works too much.
Dude, I wish I still had that meme. It's lost to the ether.
Which one, the Batman?
Yeah. Do you have it?
It's probably in our messages if we go back up enough. But it's probably like, I don't know if it's on my old account. It might be from 2 years ago. Remember, I got my me, Indio, and a couple others. We just all got nuked for no reason.
Yeah.
It might have been on that account. But I think you still have the same account. You might be able to scroll back in time.
Oh god, that sounds like work. I dug a 30-foot trench today, so.
Yeah, that sounds like work.
I'm just saying I'm not excited to
What
go
was
look for something. Huh?
What was the
Are
trench
you?
for?
Yeah, are you excavating or are you digging a drain?
I am digging to put. I have to terrace a 200-foot long hill that has a rise of 8 feet. So.
You're just trying to level it out.
Yeah.
So a retainer wall.
Yep.
My uncle did that. He correct me if I'm wrong. What's that place? It's in near LA. I think it's called Granada Hills.
Yeah, Granada Hills.
Yeah, Granada Hills. My uncle lives up there, and he has like this badass house like on a hill that you have to drive up a hill to get to his house. Like the drive up takes like a while, and he has so much land, but it was like that where like his backyard was like a hill. So he spent money to just pretty much level it out to where like his backyard is freaking huge now. He had so much dirt, like it was such a construction. It took him forever, like to get the dirt somewhere else, like get rid of it. But that's what he did, man. And then he put up a wall because there's still hill, and the wall's like high as hell, dude. Like I want to say it's like 20-foot wall, man. I don't know, it's huge, man.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, but it's cool, man. Now he has a big ass backyard since he did that, man. It was a lot of work.
Yeah. What are you putting a block retainer wall?
I believe, yeah. And then we went out there because my dad knows how to do cement, even though that's not his job. He's just Mexican. I think it's inherently normal for Mexicans just to know how to do cement or some shit.
You mean
But
it's genetics?
Yeah, it's probably genetics.
Well, well, it's yard work, brother. It's yard work.
I don't think cement is yard work.
Retainer walls is.
Yeah, but cement in itself is not necessarily yard work. Hey, Jose, do you know how to do cement?
Yeah, well, didn't they used to build houses out of mud, man?
Every time I went with my dad, I know how to do it, but I don't know how to do the measurements. I know how to do the mix. I don't know. I could pour it, but I've never done the part where you put the wood and do the measurements. I've never done that, but I'm sure it seems pretty simple, right? Like you just do the measurements. You put some 2x4s, and then you just.
It sounds like it's second nature to you.
Right, and you just
4x6.
So I bet you if I try to do it, I can. But yeah, I know how to do the rest. Like I know how to pour it, how to grab. I don't know how the tools are called, but that thing that like makes it nice and flat, you gotta do it with the hand, and then at the end you do a little brush to give it like texture, so it's not so slippery.
A screed and a trowel.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Bow trowel, hand trowel. Yeah, and you better use 4x6s. But I bet you could do a stucco ceiling, couldn't you?
Never. I've never done that. I've removed a bunch of them though, because I don't like the stucco ceiling. I hate it. Or the popcorn one.
Yeah, that's not stucco.
Yeah.
Yeah, popcorn is knockdown. Yeah, knockdown I like better than stucco. But at an office, not in my home.
It was funny because in my when I used to live with my parents, the biggest room was a room that wasn't supposed to be a room. It was supposed to be like a because our house is supposed to be a 3-car garage. So you know how like the big garage and there's like for 1 car. That was my room. Like the people before we moved in there turned that into a room. They put a window. But that room didn't have a door. It was like you just could walk in. Like there's no door, and nobody wanted that room because it didn't have a door. Dude, I was in like just. As soon as I like got old enough to where I knew what I was doing, I just freaking put my own door, and everybody was trying to steal my room after that. Dopest room, man, in the house, and it's right by the garage. It's like by itself, and everything was cool.
That does sound better than being stuck in the shit with the rabble.
Yeah, man, I learned how to do a lot of concrete stuff because I also learned how to put tile because I worked for a company. It was this guy. It wasn't a company. It was like a guy that bought like a bunch of family-owned restaurants. He was like some rich dude, and he also had a business where like he flipped houses, right? Like he'd buy a home in Palmdale, and he'd fix it really nice, and then resell it for like a couple of thousands more, whatever, make profit off of it. And my job was to like make the house look like movable and nice. We'd put like I learned how to paint there real good, like professionally paint, because I used to paint like stupid. Right there when I got that job, I learned how to paint. Like it's crazy how they paint. It's like so easy. I used to get those little things where you drip the paint in that little pan. I used to use that. Nope, they taught me not even to use that. You just dip the whole fucking the roller in the paint in the 5 gallon of the paints. You just dip it in and then just not let it leak and just give one good rub of paint, like a slide up and down, just once and twice, and that's it, man. And a thick coat, and that way you don't have to do it once or twice. You just with one coat it goes. Yeah. Anyways, I learned how to professionally paint with those guys. I learned how to put tile. I learned how to do some plumbing, how to change sinks, how to pretty much do most of the things that you would need in your home. Those jobs, dude, are the best because when you learn to do that shit, man, you save a lot of money. When you want to do your own thing, that's like the best. To me, that's like one of those skills that everyone like that is gonna be a dad or they need to learn that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, grouting tile is that's a good skill there.
Oh yeah, I did my own bathroom in the house I sold in Valencia. I regrouted the whole tile from the shower because it had grout and it was all like disgusting and yellow. And I tried to clean it, it wouldn't clean. So I just took a razor to it, took it all off, and just regrouted it myself. It looked brand
Was
new.
that the picture you showed me, Jose?
Yeah. I did that.
House, that house looked great, dude.
Yeah, I did most of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it did. I probably got the same pics.
Yeah, that was good.
Messi's history.
No, that was
good. It looked good.
Yeah, that was like a month project right there in that house before I sold it. The one experience I got from there, though, Judas, was when I was sanding the cabinets. I didn't take the gunk off the fucking from the oven. You know how where the stove is, those cabinets get gunk from like the oil and shit like that from cooking.
Oh yeah.
I didn't remove that, and I ran the sander through there, and it became like gum, and it burned into the wood. So like I ended up just painting because I was gonna stain them. My goal was to stain them like a color, like a cherry color or something like that, and I ended up just painting them because of I fucked up right there.
Damn. Were they pine?
I don't know what kind of wood they were. I think they were cheap, dude. I don't know if they were pine.
Yeah, you're probably better off painting because even if you stain cheap wood, you can still tell. If it's not walnut or actual cherry, then it's not worth staining.
Yeah, it was none. It was light. It was light. The wood was light. That's why I know.
Yeah, that sounds like hemlock. You're better off painting it anyways.
This is so mentally frustrating and exhausting, like trying to get into this adaptation and evolution. So where do they come up with the assertion that we evolved from monkeys and that we became one kind from another kind, if even within their own papers and their own definitions of it, it's like just a change within the species of that same species? Like, where the hell are they getting this assertion that, I mean, they have to be claiming it somewhere or people wouldn't be. What is it? It's just like
the claim truth is that supposedly we're not evolved from monkeys, that we have a common ancestor with them that broke off at some time in history, and in some time in history, those apes turned to something else. Who God knows what, but we took a different route where we made it with something different, and we became humans.
Right, another kind. I mean, that's what I've always understood, the spirit of evolution. So where is that? Like they don't, if they don't have that, then nobody can even like.
Well,
no one should ever be claiming that.
That's where they play the trick. Is they use these old bones of other kind and say that it's our ancestor, which is an assertion that shows it has no validity.
There are 0 modern human bones in the pre-human record. So all that pre-human stuff is just a funny way of saying non-human.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, it's all inference. It comes from the imagination. So it's obviously begging the question.
Exactly
I found dead bones on the ground. Therefore, these bones gave birth to something other than what they are.
So anytime anybody brings up and says the word evolution, it needs to be like they need to be define exactly what they mean, because it's like there's this blind assertion that they mean one kind becoming another kind, and that's not even like even how they define it. That's not even what it's saying. It's like it doesn't even say that.
You are right, because there's no rules to pseudoscience, and the more confusing it gets, people like writing on eggshells use that confusion to their benefit, because there's no rules. There's no place where you can go, here's where the rules for evolution are. There's no such thing, because it's all just a mind trick. It's a psyop.
Well, so changes or quote adaptations unquote are not like what they're claiming evolution. Like this one kind becoming another kind just doesn't it doesn't exist, which we knew that, but even in their own papers it doesn't. Even their own claims it doesn't exist.
Correct.
This blindless assertion is.
Hold on. Right. Let me tell you why you are so right. You are so right. They are now claiming dogs continually making dogs is evolution. That's how psychotic they are. They have left their own religion.
At what point in that though? Yeah, but at what point in that does one kind become another kind? Like that to me is the defining thing.
Never. Of course, never. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like the most crazy religious belief you could ever have, because they can't even talk about it. They can't even define it. We try to ask.
But if you domesticate a dog, right, and it's in the house, then it will like be less likely to survive out in the wilderness. And if you put it like out in freezing temperatures, it's going to struggle because it doesn't like it hasn't adapted. Adapting and having changes within its biological structure is not it becoming a different kind.
Truth, what you're not seeing is when all of us humans are killed off by global warming, dogs will then start putting on pants and start talking to each other over a certain amount of time. You have to have that amount of time.
I guess that's the humor I have to look at it. It's frustrating though.
With enough time, Truth, what's it called? A wolf can become an orca in their logic. That's what they believe. They believe that orcas are descendants of wolves, elephants, and I forgot what other one they claimed. But yeah, they're more likely related than whales would be. That's what they believe.
Pigs have eyes
first.
Yeah. This orca has eyes, and so do pigs. Therefore, evolution. They both have
and then
eyes.
I'm sure you've heard of chickens and dinosaurs, right? I'm sure you've heard of that one.
Oh yeah, I mean dinosaurs are obviously
dinosaurs now.
Yeah. Or chickens are obviously Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Well, they both have lungs and brains, so they're the same thing. Yeah.
Right, and now they both have feathers because obviously you got to make them closer.
Cartoons. We put the cartoon.
Right.
We put the cartoon.
Well, I mean, they found that when they drew on the feathers, that it was more correct.
They actually glued them on, Diaz. They glued them on. This was in the 70s. They glued the feathers onto the fossil, and I think they got $150,000 from the Smithsonian from some guy in China that glued the feathers on his fake fossil.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, have fun with the money. He made. You can't blame that guy for scamming the Smithsonian. They want any lie they can use to promote their religion.
The Smithsonian is the worst institute of all institutes. They've been perpetuating lies since their inception. That's their whole purpose.
Yeah, they're sycophants.
Yeah, have you guys ever heard about the Bone Wars?
Oh yeah.
Yes, there's a book called Dragon Wars. Yeah, same thing.
Bone Wars, where they pretty much were like in this period of time, everyone was just finding every dinosaur in history, supposedly, and not just that, man. It was just crazy.
It's funny. It was like the two rich white men started those wars.
Wait, what's wrong with white men?
No, it's just funny that
the
only
I guess the rich part.
It was rich part and white finding shitload of bones where no bones were ever found.
Okay, I'm gonna so regret this. I know I am, but it won't be the first time. Probably won't be the last. But so what's okay? If what they're saying is adaptation, like in referring to adaptation being the means by which evolution occurs, but within their definition of like what within what their side is, evolution is not one kind becoming another. Right, then what's the issue with where's the contention with the idea of adaptation being a thing, as in something making changes within itself, not becoming another kind, but making changes within its own biology, like within itself of its abilities and the things that it can cope with, and other attributes that it may take, but it's still the same kind. It's not becoming another kind, but it's just making changes within its own physiology. Where's the contention with that? Because that is, I mean, that happens. What's wrong with saying that happens? We see that in nature.
Normal reproduction happens. It's not adaptation. There's no.
I'm not talking about normal reproduction.
Right. That's adaptation, right? There is no such thing as non-normal things reproduce, and they are based off an already existing gene pool, and either the creature or plant or organism already has the ability to survive in its environment, or it doesn't. Either way, yes or no, there is no adaptation.
So like the Galapagos finches that fool
Darwin?
Yeah, Darwin found. He's taking birds of the same kind and showing that they're different slightly.
Right. Exactly. They're showing that he find these, but he actually killed birds because he liked worms. So he would kill these birds and line them up on the ground and look at them and have 20 different finches, and they have slightly different beaks, and that proves that they came from non-finches. You see, that's the problem, is that God makes his creation with a variation. Two mommy and daddy finch get together and they make a new finch, and the new finch is not identical. That's like me. I'm not identical to my parents. Therefore, evolution. The problem is that that's just called normal reproduction. There's no adaptation either, because the finches already have the ability to survive. If one doesn't, that certainly doesn't help adaptation. If it does survive, that means it already had the ability. So either yes or no still does not have even the adaptation in the slightest. So all things already have the abilities. There is no biological adaptation, as it says right here in the dictionary, adjustment of an organism to change in internal or external conditions or circumstances. That never happens. There's no changing so that I can survive. No, I already have the ability to survive or I die.
Yep.
Okay, so what if we were to, how rudely, but remove Darwin from his discovery and just look at what he discovered? So the birds got different beaks, right? And if we were to look at it now with what we know about, now looking back with hindsight, that privilege, we think he probably discovered genetic expression, right?
I agree with that. I fully agree with that. And the reason why I bring it up is because I think it needs further clarification in this subject that most people don't fully grasp, is that when you have normal reproduction, you will have a unique expression, or at least somewhat unique expression for that individual, whatever its kind is.
Sorry, Charlie.
You can't say that he discovered it, though. He was observing what we already know, and then he lied about it.
Well, but where is the leap made that one kind becomes another kind? Like I'm still not. I'm still not.
The imagination.
Charlie.
Yeah, it's man's imagination.
Yeah, I told you before about this stuff, man. You're working off conventions and stuff.
Good timing.
So I wouldn't go there. But I have to bolt, ladies and gentlemen. So have a good evening.
All right, Q. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good one, Jose. Good to talk to you again, man. You too, XO.
Appreciate you. Thanks.
Later.
Jose didn't even say anything. Jose. He's probably busy with his kid.
Hey, what's up? I stepped away from it. I did.
Huey said good night to you, and you ignored him.
Have a good night, Huey.
He's gone.
Oh, okay.
it's worse than the heliocentric model because it's one claim, then they hide from the claim, go to a new one, then they change their mind. So it's this circular reasoning of claims. First it's adaptation, then it's gene selection, then it's allele frequencies. Oh, actually, we meant mutation. None of them matter. None of them help them. It's just, let me use a new word to confuse the child in school next, and we'll just keep going in a circle until the child just agrees with me. And that's what they do.
Powers and principalities.
Rulers of darkness in high places.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they reel you in. They just keep reeling you in. It's like a commercial. And then they show the pictures of the animals in the book and see these animals are the best adapted. See, that's why they're doing good. And these ones over here, here's a mutation and now it can survive. It's just a coloring book. It's like reading, what is that book called? Dianetics.
L. Ron Hubbard.
Which they advertised on TV, Diaz. Back in the 90s, you remember?
Oh yeah.
I'm guessing that's why you know the name. We saw it on the television. Just so you know, if you don't like this world that we're telling you, there's this guy named L. Ron Hubbard who'll tell you about a different one, and you can believe him instead.
You guys
the
ever had any
craziest,
Scientologists join the server and try to debate you guys?
every single glower that's ever joined, Hank.
Yeah, that's funny. But you know what I mean? Like someone who claimed to be like part of the Church of Scientology that's supposedly recognized by the United States government. You know, those guys. Has anyone ever stumbled in here saying they were, and like with a straight face?
We can't even find a member of the Flat Earth Society, Hank. How are we going to find a Scientology member?
No, but if one does show up, I hope it's Tom Cruise.
He's probably the only Scientologist in existence. Good point. It gets tricky here because so in my medical dictionary, that's what I do. I look up the good, fun words that I love to dangle in the front of the faces of non-believers. And of course, the first one's evolution. Then it says at the bottom, see natural selection. So I got to turn the page and go to the natural selection and read that definition. And that's where you find the word adaptation. So it does take a little bit of moving the pages around, but it's just word games. It's spells, literally.
Right. We're trying to stop them from tainting our children with bullshit like that when they're going all the way and doing this kind of stuff.
Right. Let me give you an example, Diaz. If I had a small child, which I don't, and they came home, from school, totally hypothetical. Obviously, I would never let my child go to school. But in an example, if my 7-year-old kid comes home and says, "Oh yeah, the teacher told me that these finches adapted," I'm going to say, "No. There's no such thing as adaptation. Ask your teacher this," and this conversation starts right over. That's how it works. There's no such thing as right from the very first step. Stop it there. And that's the only way to help these people. Is
as soon as that's the thing, though, is as soon as you realize what your kid is being taught is as soon as you should be pulling them out of school. That's why I post this video, is because there should be no kids in school at this moment. Watch the video. This is what they're teaching little children in school. This is a video for children in school. It has been presented to children in a multitude of schools already.
What's the topic, guys? What are we talking about?
Well, bringing up evolution, I guess I tried to drag it off into something even worse, just about talking about kids, for God's sakes. Like, I saw this story today and I ended up punching a wall.
I got a little frustrated, or I got a little, I guess, antagonizing. So I was I becoming mean because of this topic. It does kind of, we all get emotional, and I definitely do that. So I apologize for being emotional about this topic of adaptation. And I'm not telling anybody what to do. This is just what I do. I'm not telling anybody that you have to do it my way. But when I like truth prevails, or was it Ariel? The ladies were talking to eggshells earlier, and they actually do what I always do, which is just get to evolution. Stop making them hide from their evolution religion with this ball one. And they did.
Yeah.
He admitted it, and the girls pulled that out of him that, yeah, he's an atheist and he believes he's, he comes from magical monkey juice, right? And that's what I want to talk about. And of course, he can't define or even talk about that belief system. He admits that it is only a belief system. And that's what I always try to go to the evolution, because my claim is that 99% of these Globers are here just to defend that. And in order to defend evolution, you hide from it and talk about the shape of the earth, because they need that ball, right? So it's one shield in front of the other to protect their paradigm. And I'm just showing how I do things. Like when I get into this discussion, if it's someone who believes in evolution, I don't even use the word evolution. I just tell them, give me one example of adaptation and you'll have your evolution. And of course, they'll try it first. And about 10 or 12 or 15 tries, they start realizing there's no such thing as adaptation. So that automatically destroys everything afterwards. So I'd like to destroy the religion before it even starts. That's all.
Well, that is their holy trinity, right? Big Bang, evolution, and the globe Earth.
It's all evolution, bro. All of it. Yep. All Satanism, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. The fact is that they need to hold on to that because they're too afraid to look into themselves and realize that they're accountable for their actions.
I think the biggest problem with Globers is that they're all status. I swear to God, they're all status. Like, they all believe mainstream everything. They don't think that the government would ever do anything to harm them. Even when, like, shit comes out, like, every now and then the government comes out like, yeah, we fucked up here. We did this wrong.
Not all of them, because when I thought it was a globe, still pretty much, I mean, for, some parts, I still was into all kinds of weird conspiracies and other shit, too, just looking into them. Not really believing them, don't get me wrong. I don't believe all that weird shit. I just look into them to see whether they can be backed or verified, any like Mandela, all that weird shit. Just that was my thing. I love to look into it.
My biggest issue with Flat Earth, dude, was that I spent my whole life looking into learning about black holes, nebulas, freaking dying neutron star bullshit. I've spent my last 5 years before Flat Earth, those last 5 years, just watching documentaries after documentaries about space and the universe. And to me, Flat Earth triggered me at the beginning because I was like, damn, if this is true, I just spent the last 5 years fucking thinking I was smart. And it's actually, I was looking into something that was false. So that was my hiccup when I first heard about Flat Earth. If this is real, that means I just fucking wasted a bunch of my time. That's how I saw it. That was my little trigger with it. But hey, man, I did have an open mind. I was already awake to, 9/11, Florida in the water. I was aware that the medicine industry is all fucked up, because my dad got a heart attack when I was 11. And I always realized that I started looking into medicine, right? And I was wondering why they always prescribe medicine that fucks up other parts. My dad was taking this medicine that's yeah, your heart will be good, but your liver will get fucked up. So it's what the fuck? How can they give you something but in exchange for something else getting fucked up? And I started looking into holistic medicine and how there was a lot of natural cures that got buried. And then I looked into the rich people that who was the rich guy that pretty much found that petroleum can be used in medicines, and then that motherfucker. He pretty much figured out that he can use that and make more money and switch the whole medicine industry from, natural cures to what it is now. It's just crazy. I knew about that before Flat Earth. I was already looking into it. I knew about the Federal Reserve before Flat Earth. So I was pretty much almost all the way there, Flat Earth is just that tip of the fucking iceberg.
Yeah, Rockefeller pretty much, I almost want to say tailor-made the modern medicine system in the colleges and the way that everything's done, but yet he used naturopathic medicine till the day he died. What is it called? The homeopathic doctor? He never stopped using those doctors, even though he instituted the MDs.
I think the fucking medicine industry is such a fucked up system. Like you got these doctors that prescribe medicines to people just because, like, not because it's better for them, but because they make more money if they sell that product and shit like that. It's just all fucking a conflict of interest, and it's garbage, dude. I don't go to the doctor, dude, unless I break a bone or I get shot. Like, you don't see me in the doctor. I don't even go to the dentist. I don't go to the dentist either.
It's like modern pharmacology is like a hair salon. They're just trying to put shit on your head. They're literally just selling you shampoo. Brainwash. Doctors upsell all the time.
Back in the day, they were dissecting people like in the Da Vinci times, whenever that was. So, I mean, from that point on, they were already dissecting everybody and doing stuff and, like, figured it out. And now today, 2021, look where we're at.
Hey, Judas, did you see that video where ODD touched on pharmakia and the wording and all that shit?
No, I didn't.
Look up his latest videos. It got, the first time he posted it, it got deleted because he was saying the COVID word a lot. So he reposted it without saying the word, but it's pretty obvious what he's referring to. And he's just started, he went back and looked up the root words and everything of pharmakia and what it stands for. And it's just like, it's crazy, bro. It's like, it goes into like occult shit.
All the way back, yep.
Yeah, look it up, man. It's a good video. It's these videos called pharmakia. It's fucking good.
I got it. That's cool. Thank you.
It's sorcery, isn't it?
I don't know why. I don't know why, but YouTube unrung the bell for ODD.
Yeah, what I do when that happens, I unsubscribe and resubscribe.
I'll do that.
Yeah, pay attention to all the root words and stuff like that. Like the heliocentric and all that for the heliocentric model.
I don't know, man. All I know is that like my niece had a quinceañera this weekend. She turned 15, and a bunch of my cousins and I hadn't seen in a while. They all showed up. Dude, my older cousins are fucking woke. The ones that are my age are all like asleep. They like just drink and party, and they're still like in that phase of like when you're like in your 18s. They're still in that fucking phase, like where they're just like not trying to learn anything. They're just go along with what's popular, what's in. And then I have my older cousins that are like from the ages of like 35 to like 45. Dude, they're fucking woke. Like I was talking to one of my two of my cousins. He's like, "Hey, did you get the vaccine?" I was like, "Fuck no." He's like, "Oh, thank God, man." He's like, "I was about to divorce you from the family, man." He's like, that shit's a scam. And
okay, they're not woke. That's not woke. Woke means something specific now that we can no longer attribute people with good intentions.
The liberals put that fucking disgusting word. You're right. All right, they're awake to bullshit. I don't know what other word to use.
No, that's
they're
fine.
Red pilled. I'll go back to red pilled. Red pill's still good. Anyways, after we talked about COVID, I was like, dude, have you ever looked into flat earth? Dude, both of my cousins are like, dude, I'm not gonna lie, I looked into that shit, and to me, it's like it's too good to be true. So like he's like, I kind of didn't put like all my effort into that one. He goes, but I wouldn't be it wouldn't be so far from the truth. Like they're like kind of open to it, And I started sending them videos and shit. And they're like, yeah, I kind of give up on it just because like it was just too much. Like he's like, COVID came, 9/11, and it's like a bunch of shit just hit them all at once, and they're like, fuck, like I gotta slow down. This shit, like they got to a point where they feel like they're going like a little crazy. I'm like, nah, you're not crazy, dude. Like you're going the right way. Keep going,
Yeah. Yeah, that's just breaking through. When you feel like you're going a little insane or that like you're the crazy one, you're almost there.
Yeah, that's the gap that I got to where I was just like, all right, like this is too much on me, and I'm like, I'm just push through this shit. Like the ridicule, once you get over it, you're like, fuck yeah, you just keep pushing forward.
But I mean, it's a long road back. It's a long road back from what you knew to when they told you didn't know, or that what you see is wrong, or what you know is wrong. It's a long way back to go from being a child who automatically, I mean, as I can only speak for myself, but I automatically believed in God, to becoming an atheist. That's a long road back. You know?
I don't know, man. Here's my thought, man. As long as you wake up, I think, to one big conspiracy that most people don't really, you know, they don't see eye to eye with, I think from there you can only learn more. Because I don't know about you, but for me, like you say, my personal experience, I'm the type of person that, like, once I learn something, I try to better myself. I'm always trying to do things a little bit better, you know, for me and for my family or whatever. So when I learn something like that, like 9/11 or COVID or whatever, I'm like always looking for the next one, so I'm not like duped or I don't fall into it again, you know? Because I was kind of embarrassed with myself that I fell into a lot of the old shit. Like I remember when the swine flu shit hit, like I was like people were talking about swine flu. I was like a little scared about that, like back in the days. And now I'm just like, when COVID came out, I was like, I ain't scared of that shit. I'm not wearing no mask. You know, I didn't do none of that shit. You know, but swine flu was obviously a long time ago. But still, what I'm getting at is that you're kind of more aware of it's literally a fucking chess game with these guys. Like they're always putting some tactic or something to just push you to like a narrative of how they want you to feel and think, and it's really eye opening, man. Like I'm always looking for it, and it's around all the time. It's like nonstop. It's like that machine does not sleep, dude. It's always doing something. The devil never sleeps, dude. The devil never sleeps.
Imagine being awake to this, waking up to all of this, and then isolating yourself when that's all they were trying to do.
I thought of that. I've thought of so many crazy shit. Like, what if they just wanted us to like isolate ourselves, like to kind of pinpoint us out more, or make us like, you know, like I almost thought like they just want.
No. They're trying to isolate the masses. They're trying to make them feel alone. They're trying to make them feel out of the sight of love. That's what they're doing. And imagine waking up to that fact and then isolating yourself further. That's crazy.
And the crazy thing is, like, they've brainwashed people to like fight for causes that they don't really even like. A big one for me is like abortion. Like, you got so many fucking like these fucking dykey looking feminists like out and naked in the streets saying, you know, abortion should be legalized or it shouldn't be an issue. Or it's just crazy to me, dude. Like at the level that they have brainwashed people, dude. It's insane. Like you got these people out there. I know for a damn good reason that these people don't. I almost feel like they don't even care if abortion is legalized or not. They just need something they feel like they're fighting for, and it's a lost fucking cause. Like they trip all these people up into these stupid things, dude.
You're right, man. Yeah, they have to do it to feel like they're doing something important.
It's the same with this CV thing, right? Like the whole mask bullshit. Like, you know how many messages I've been like, because I have a Facebook still. You know, that's socialism straight up. Facebook is literally to me, socialism is Facebook. Like if you have a Facebook, you understand socialism. A rich guy owns it. You're not allowed to talk. It's free. It's like a perfect description of what socialism is.
Hey,
yeah, go ahead.
Jose, so there's a group called Shout Your Abortion, and they pay people on TikTok to talk about their abortions, even if they haven't had them. And this video here is them talking to kids about abortion.
That's disgusting. I don't even
and how abortion is for everyone. And they talk to fucking kids about why their mother should have killed them.
Wow.
Fucking disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I was trying to say with the whole mask thing, dude, the same thing, right? Like you got these people virtue signaling that like to wearing a mask is patriotic. There's people out there that they feel like if they get this vaccine, they're like helping humanity, like that they're doing something good. Like they actually fucking believe this, dude. That's another mind fuck in itself, you know, the whole vax thing and the whole mask thing. The way they fucking perpetrated that one, it's crazy. Like one of my aunts at the party, dude, she has a Facebook and she got that stupid little fucking the banner that says like I've been vaccinated or some shit like that. And I was just
oh my God.
I was showing it to all my cousins that like were woke, or not woke, but red pilled. Dude, they were just dying. We're like, oh shit, look at my aunt over here, fucking saving humanity and shit. Man, we're having a good time there.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well, I mean,
do us a favor and try to avoid both of the V words.
Why?
So you're attending an admin to avoid the V word?
Ryan, why?
Well, I thought we were trying to do that because we wanted this.
He's
if
right.
it was
He's
to be
right.
interfered with for flat Earth.
Hey,
And nothing else.
Orion, no need for explanation. You're 100% right.
No, I needed explanation because I didn't know.
Because the server, if we so much in voice, you can get away with more, but we still got to work with YouTube, and YouTube is looking for those words. So yeah, you're right.
Are we
about
on
that.
YouTube right now?
Well, yeah, we're always live. So yeah, he's right about that. On Discord, here's the thing: like, if we're in a channel that's not being live streamed, you can practically talk about whatever you want because they can't really trace what we're talking about. I'm sure they can, but they don't. At least they don't admit to doing that. But anything in text, we're not allowed to say those words in text. But in voice, you can, as long as it's not live streamed. But yeah, he's right. Moving on. Different topic.
Yeah, look at the bright side. It's a sign that we're winning.
Is it? I mean, because you have to censor your fucking self.
No, it is a sign because they wouldn't have pulled this V word crap on us so early if we weren't kicking their asses.
Man,
it shows that they're desperate. Is my point.
The desperate people usually win.
Yeah, well, only if we sit on our asses too much.
I agree. I'm just saying, desperation is definitely a good cocktail for fighting for your life. Because they are.
They won't let you add comments to that video you posted.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I wonder why I can't comment. I went right down to make a comment. Couldn't do it.
It's the same with the White House YouTube channel right now. It's hilarious because when it first came out, like the first 3 videos of the White House YouTube when Biden was inaugurated or whatever, dude, like it was like 9,000 dislikes and like 100 likes. And not only that, but the comment section was just like ripping on Biden, Hunter this, Hunter that. It was hilarious. So like now that, because I like to go troll those people, I'll go on there and now the comment section's turned off and the likes are turned off. So now you don't see shit.
And the reason why I posted this video is because I want everybody to see what they are actually going after, and that's your children, 100%.
Dude, it's worse in California. Like, I'm sure that shit that you just posted, I haven't looked at it, but I guarantee you it's happening in California because California is like the melting pot for all those fucking ideas. Not only that, but does that have to do with sex ed too? The one that you posted?
The one above that I posted does. It's sex ed for children, teaching them how to masturbate.
Yeah, and
that it's okay.
Not just that. That the California one also teaches you that abstinence is anal or a blowjob. That's abstinence now.
And how young are they teaching these kids that?
From kindergarten. In some locations, I heard from kindergarten and up.
So they're sexualizing babies.
Yes. Dude.
When I was in grade school, that would be considered sexual abuse on a child if you were having a conversation like that with a kid.
No, it literally is sexual.
I mean, I know, and they would refer to it as such. When I was, I mean, it just goes to show like how quick. I mean, like what the fuck?
It's fucked up, dude. Because like I'm a father, and like once you become a parent, you understand this. Like I'm a father. My son's only 4 years old. My kid knows his ABCs, knows how to count up to like 30. Knows all his colors. So he's barely learning his primary shit, and it's like in kindergarten they're trying to drop fucking anal sex on him and shit. That anal sex is abstinence. Like what the fuck, you know? Like, you know, it's just fucking crazy to me.
Everybody always wants to bring in the Catholic Church when you talk about pedophilia. In our schools, it is 10 times worse.
Dude, I used to work for the school district in Palmdale School District, and when I was there, this guy got fired. He was 33 years old, 34 around there, and he was messing around with a 6th grader. Like it's bad in the school district, dude. Even teachers, a lot of teachers in my high school and in the school district, that just, everything spreads right there. The rumors run, and yeah, all these teachers are always getting caught up. Mostly males, though.
No, it's not anymore.
And I know it's not. Lucky for those boys, but I'm just kidding.
No, it's not lucky for them. That's the thing. Like, if you have a special bond with one person, you will have no greater love given to you. And I don't mean that as a slight for anybody who is, not had that luck, but that first person is very important, probably the most important person. And you're stealing that. You're not giving your children the gift of a good life. It's horrible. I don't care if it happens to a male or a female, and it shouldn't be celebrated at all if it's a male. It's awful. Some degenerate, whichever sex, it's fucked up.
No, the crazy shit is not just like the abuse of that, but it's also like how they're trying to do the fucking bathroom. You know the whole bathroom debate. That's another fucking.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Guys that identifies as girls to go to the girls. Like that's a fucking other one. That's like a big issue.
Of course they want that. That's because that's who they are. That's just the mask slipping a little too soon. They're just seeing what they can get away with. Sorry, I keep on diverting to that stupid conversation. I don't think it's stupid. I think it needs to be talked to because children are in danger right now. Don't let your kids go back to school.
Yeah, and it's gotten worse since like I know a lot of people here don't like politics. Like to be honest, I never liked politics, but politics plays a big fact in what happens to us, whether you like them or not. Like what they decide and what they do affects all of us. And dude, the whole fucking border shit, like right now, dude, the child trafficking just went up. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, in record time and record number.
Yeah, but it was Creepy Joe's fault, right? Because he, instead of being like Trump, is like, hey, we got like laws to follow here. He kind of has this attitude of, yeah, y'all come on over.
No, he said surge the border. He literally said, what was it? The third debate. He literally said, I want you guys to surge the border. For God's sakes.
I don't think there was a third debate.
Well, I'll find out exactly which debate it is.
Third debate? No, there wasn't even a first or a second one.
No, I'm talking about the.
I'm just kidding.
I'm talking about the primary debates. There were like 20 of them, for fuck's sakes.
Oh.
It's just creepy. Because he didn't tell them to bring their papers. So what happens when they show up at the border?
Dude, I like to troll all those people that like hate Trump just because like they're funniest, like the funniest people to troll. And like they're always calling me a Mexican pretend white guy racist.
What? Can they do that to you? Can they dub you white?
You're a black white guy.
I agree with like because I don't agree that dude. I'm Mexican. My parents came illegally. They did. They came through the Ronald Reagan era. They came through the Ronald Reagan era. Ronald Reagan did that shit, right? You guys remember Ronald Reagan?
Definition of a white black guy. There you go.
Yeah. But here's the thing, man. My parents came illegally, but like just because they came illegally doesn't mean that it's okay. That I should be okay with it, right? Like like I'm like, nah, I'm not okay with that, because not only like my issue isn't so much that people come illegally are bad people. Like I'm not saying my own people are bad, but I know how I've been to Mexico, dude. I know what goes down there. And I know when the border is the way it is right now, the cartels, human trafficking, like all that shit gets fucking like, it just goes off the rails, dude. And that's what I'm against, you know? So if like protecting the border means like keeping it locked down and having people come legally, I'm for that. Even though my parents came here illegally, I don't care. You know, because I'm thinking about like the future generation of my kids and stuff. Like I'm not thinking about like, you know, just because I came here that way, my parents came here, doesn't change my my look on it.
Well,
Yeah,
the
That's
financial
called a
strain that it
sense of
adds,
self-preservation.
the financial strain that it adds to the state should have federal backing. My governor has spoken about that a few times. I agree with him. If they are going to say y'all come on over, they should at least have to help with the people that are coming over, because it's like, why do we gotta just like close the border and open the border and fit the bill? Like it's going to cost, right? And just like everything else, it's going to cost for a long time. So like it would make a whole lot more sense to have our troops at the border and close the border and have a big gate where people can come bring their papers and get here the right way. Just a big gate and a big wall. It just makes sense. It just totally makes sense.
Yeah, because right now
but walls are racist.
Here's where Biden specifically says that immigrants should surge the border. Oh, for God's sakes, that's okay. So that HTTPS, the link within the link. He specifically says for migrants to surge the border. If he's elected.
So, if they don't bring their papers, the government takes their kids, right? It's like, oh, you got this kid with you. How do we know that, this is your kid? You don't got any paperwork? So.
Need I remind you that all women, regardless, well, I guess they have to be of a certain age, but all women, before they try to go to the border, are given, what is it? I think when they're getting ready to go to the border, they're given birth control.
Yeah, because they get raped, dude.
It's human trafficking 101.
Yeah, that sucks, man. There's a lot of crime down there for sure. It's unfortunate too, because it's a really beautiful place.
Yeah, my girlfriend was
what's the
considering
solution?
going to Texas or Florida. That's how sick of it she's over here.
Oh, it's bad in Texas too.
When you live in California, Texas is like fucking a sanctuary state.
Oh.
Actually, that's true. That's why Joe Rogan moved there from California, because obviously.
You cut off their exo. Because obviously what?
Joe Rogan moved there from California to Texas, literally just over the topic that we don't want to really discuss,
Yeah. Well, he's bringing the rest of his stupid fucking politics to Texas.
Yeah, he's a puppet.
I hate that guy. Joan Rogan.
Toe Rogan.
He's only 3 inches tall. Fight me.
Second to none.
You ever heard that song with Smoke and ODD about Joe Rogan? Judas?
Is it from back in the day?
Like 2-3 years ago, Smoke did a collaboration with ODD, and it's like just ripping on Joe Rogan. It's fucking.
Oh no, I
pretty good.
haven't heard it. I'll check
send
out
it to you.
ODD's. Yeah,
No, it's not on ODD's. It's only on that guy Smoke's YouTube. I'll send it to you. I'll post it in the live stream right now.
Poor Eddie Bravo.
Eddie hitched his wagon to the wrong freaking caravan, man.
He went in too soon. He should have taken his time.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard not to, though. Like, it's hard not to go and tell everybody you know, especially if you think somebody is, has an open mind.
He said, Joe, you used to be the moon landing crusader. Bro, what happened?
He said he would lie to his own mother. That's what
right.
happened.
Yeah.
Exactly what happened.
Joe's response was, well, they're not the same people now. Even if they did that, those were different people back then.
It's only one person, and it's not a person.
Yeah, those guys have nothing to do with the organization now. I mean, there's nothing to. Yeah, they're completely unrelated.
I'll check that out. Thank you, Jose.
Just read the lyrics real quick. I mean, not out loud, but just on the lyrics, you can see how it starts off already ripping on them. They're right there under the.
Oh, I get it. Now I gotta put on glasses. Hang on. I don't even know where to put those things.
Yeah, I've been gone for a while, but every time I do hop on, I haven't seen Chocolate in a while. Has he been missing?
No, he's
been gone
around
for a
now.
while too.
Oh, so I guess I just been missing him. I haven't crossed paths with him.
I love Chocolate saying, cool guy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hello.
We've been expecting.
Who said, hey, how's it going, guys?
That's
think
me,
it was-
Disciple David. Truth Flicks.
Okay, cool.
Well, it's been fun, guys. I'm up too late. Thanks for having me.
Hey, man, thanks for stopping in.
Hey man, have a good night, and make sure you adapt to those sheets.
I'm going to try if I can just squeeze hard enough. Thanks, guys. Have a good one. God bless.
Yo.
Yo.
Any globes in the house?
Roger. You know they don't just stick their heads up. You gotta call them out.
Gotta say 3 times.
Yeah.
Dude, to me, the Globers are more like those girls that watch Kim Kardashian. And when something like that they find amazing happens, they start like going on the internet and talking about it, that's when you see Globers. Like they're waiting for us to make like a little slip before they make noise. Other than that, they're just quiet. That's how I think of Globers, like a bunch of fangirls, you know?
I am 100% confused. The more I think about it, the more confused I am. How there are people in here for years believing in the globe and still hanging out here days on end. I'm so befuddled by the topic.
I'm not confused at all. I think that deep down inside, even if they don't agree with us, they still like us 100%. Like they like the discussion or some shit.
They can't get enough.
Like I believe some of them. I used to think that a lot of them were shills or they were paid to be here. I'm starting to not think that. I'm starting to think they're just fucking deranged. There's a bunch of deranged people that found a place on the internet where they can just hang out and waste time. Like this is literally their time, you know.
My most recent hypothesis of this is that everything is so fucked and people's place of being is so out of whack that they're looking for the cool kids, and when they come in here they realize we're the cool kids.
I have a different one. Maybe they are subconsciously realizing that you're not bullshitting them, and even though their conscious doesn't realize it, their subconscious does, and keeps drawing them back to you.
I think that's too easy. I've been talking to these people for years, and they're the same people, and I'm honestly confused by them.
Yeah, and some of them are more committed than us. To tell you the truth, to be here.
You're missing one portion of that group, the ones that do know and don't care, and the ones that still want to come in and try to convince us otherwise when they know otherwise.
Yeah, that's just evil. That's just pure evil. If you're trying to lead somebody astray from the truth and you know the truth, I think that's what Jose said, that he doesn't think they're shills. I'm not too sure. I can name them by name. Octane Weasel, Jay Laylo, where you at?
There's a couple, man. But I'm saying, like, I think all of them were like that because of how committed they were to coming here on a daily basis and for years. But now I'm starting to think that that's just a few of them. I think a lot of them are just on the train, you know?
Games Exposed, where you at? I mean, I don't see him here tonight.
Wait,
but it's been a rare.
Games Exposed is in Boston?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in a year.
Yeah, a year. It's been a year since I've seen him. Last time I saw Octane Weasel was like 3 months ago.
Isn't that crazy to think that Games Exposed was mod in the first server?
Yeah. Yeah. But why be here? Vasto, why be here? I don't understand. You're a cool guy. I like you. But why?
He was here because it was what's it called? No, not just because of that, but wintertime must have been over in Romania. So he works with the ski places. So he had no employment, so he had more time to hang out.
Oh, okay.
I swear, because like he would do that, like when he's in employment, he would never come around, and then when he would have employment, he'd be like, oh yeah, it snowed, and he deals with all the skiers and shit like that.
But he can see through the lies. He can see where the obvious subversion happens. He can discern. He's a smart guy.
He won't go all the way. Look, he's okay. This is his train of thought. It's a flat simulation. That's where he's at.
That's ridiculous. So, okay. So take away the bullshit. It's flat. You're just married to video games. Take away the bullshit. It's flat. Anyways, like Jay Laylor, been here for almost a year and 8 months now. I haven't seen him in the last couple of weeks that I've been here.
I swear to God, there's times where I think that you have like a calendar, with people's names and what they did and when they came on, or your memory is just really good?
It's really good. Sometimes I fuck up, but I learned from it.
Yeah. So on the topic, you know what's crazy? I was messing around with this live stream, right? I've put up a second live stream. It was on like an hour, and it wasn't even in this live stream. We were in the beginners FC, and I let the chat open, and like nobody knew I was testing this, and this Sean Hawkins came into my chat and then filled the chat with globe rhetoric. I mean, how did he even know I was doing that, right?
Because Sean Hawkins is a devoted globe earther from Japan, the server. And like I said before, they're like Kim Kardashians. Like, as soon as we're doing something, they're there right out the bat. Dude, this Discord, a lot of you weren't here. When was it? How long ago was it, the first Discord? I don't even remember, Judas. Was that like
7 years? It's been 7 years.
Nah,
because it's closing in on 7 years. I've been here 4 years now. Well, going on 4 years.
Look, I woke up to Flat Earth in 2016, 2015, and in 2015. It's been around for a while. Yeah, 2015. I woke up. The first Discord we had, I think, was in 2016.
Yeah. Okay. So 5 years.
Yeah. So 5 years. Okay. So 5 years ago, when the first Discord we had,
going on 6 years.
Yes, that sounds more accurate. 7 sounds like a lot. But yeah. Like what I'm trying to get to is like when the Discord was brand new, I wasn't even in here yet. The Globers that are all trolling still today were already in here before me. I was number.
Speaking of which, remember how we were in that first server and then Human Sheeple took it over? In fact, most of those trolls that originally came in are still over there if that place is still around.
No, that place got shut down.
Did it really?
Yeah, it's non-existent.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's crazy. It was up like an hour for testing, and he was already in my chat.
Yeah, because they're listening. I'm telling you, they're always listening to what we're saying. They're listening to our live stream. They follow all this shit. And as soon as if you mentioned
what Roger is talking about is something different. That's different. That is an operation.
Like COINTELPRO shit.
Yeah.
No, really, I think so too, because the ones that are following you and they're waiting for your live streams or your YouTube channels to do something are the ones that are trying to control the narrative.
It's a limited hangout, man.
Yeah, I close the chat every time. I don't need that shit, man.
Hey, man, there are a bunch of those guys though that I think are part of an organization because like the same Globers that are on here on YouTube, Discord are also on Facebook. Like they're all over where we're at. Like we can't go to a spot without them being there. They're even on Twitter.
Tens of thousands of viewers.
Always playing defense.
Tens of thousands of viewers or of subscribers. Or subscriptions. How is that even possible? And Reckoner, no, I'm not necessarily talking about you, but you are a special case, and I have much love for you. Where other people don't, I'll defend you to the end of the world. But
yeah, me too. I actually have respect for my old governor.
Me too. I love that picture of him with the American flag when he becomes an American. That's a classic. I love that picture. But it is weird. But I understand why you hang out here. I get it. But it is weird that you're not a flat earther yet. And
Well,
I'll give you that.
what,
I'll give you that yet.
Record, he's like red pilled on a lot of shit, man. Like
No,
anything
I know.
but flat Earth, he's fucking there.
Yeah, and I get that. I do get that, but you have to admit it's a little weird. But he's not a disruptive force, and most of the time he's on our side. So kind of like when old dude was on the fence for what, like 2.5 years.
Yep. My
Dude,
friends.
the most legitimate on the fence person to this day to me is still Hank Hill. The only legitimate on the fencer that I was like legitly on the fence, because I swear there's a lot of people on the fence that aren't even on the fence. They're Globers, in my opinion. They just don't want to be labeled as Globers or targeted. But dude, Hank Hill is like the only person that I can recall that was a legitimate on the fencer for a while.
Yeah. I was trying
Dude,
to figure it out, man.
Hank was in this discussion before
Just
me, I
trying to
think.
hang out. Just trying to hang out.
No, I was just trying to figure it out.
Oh, okay. I thought you were giving the standard Globy
Yeah, I think Hank
response.
was screwed over with the southern with the rotation of the Southern Star Pool.
Yeah, I
The star
remember
pool, yeah, that was his hiccup.
Yeah, mine too. Exactly. I mean, I was convinced. The only thing was holding me back was the southern. But
Mine was always gravity.
For me, it was water.
Holding you back from what?
From becoming a flat earther.
What
Before I
held
was
me
a flat
back?
Yeah, before I was a flat earther.
What made you think that it has to be round for a second? Is that what you guys are discussing?
No. Before we took the leap. Jose's gonna say I was instantly a flat earther. But for me.
Well, no, I said hold on a second. Like me, I was like, hold on a minute. Let me go back.
Yeah.
Let me look at some shit real quick. Hold on a minute, man. Some of this shit kind of, now that I think, when you think back to memory and the things you've seen through life, and you're like, man, hold on, some of this stuff might match what they're saying,
Yeah. For me, my biggest thing was I understood density and buoyancy, and I was fine with that, but I still had the direction of down.
Oh no, that did it for me. When it said space and vacuum, nothing, down, arbitrary on a ball towards the center, which means nothing. I mean, everything they say means nothing. Now, here's the funny thing: you have no resistance, but you have gravity pulling or pushing in a no resistant area. How in the fuck can you have the two? Not possible. So all the stuff they say, all the telemetry, all the data, all the math, everything is impossible.
Right. But when I became a flat earther, there was still a lot of discussion of possibility of infinite plane, which I don't think is possible anymore. There was still a possibility of dome, no dome.
Or the idea that it could be a bigger ball.
Yeah. Well, no, I'd never thought it was a bigger ball. I thought that was part of my argument when I was discussing it with my friends who were globe earthers. When I would show them my measurements, and I'd say, "Are you trying to tell me that the ball is 27 times bigger than what we think it is? If that's the case, then everything you think is wrong, anyways."
Right. Either way, you're not right.
Right.
Now, with the water being level thing, I was like, no, this motherfucker ain't no ball. It might be bigger than what they tell us. We might be in an encaged area. Like, hey, this dog gets this. You get like a circle part of the yard.
I kept trying to change the shape of it in my head to like almost like a golf ball where it had different spots were level. And it was flat in certain areas, and then it would be round, and then it was just weird.
That was also one of my arguments when I was before the conversion was are you saying it's just flat here? Because one of the first things I did was I went out and I made observations, so I disabused myself of that. The only hiccup I had was gravity. Yeah, most of my arguments I still use against people. The arguments I had before I was completely flat. minded person.
I want to know how you get a rotating body where the liquid doesn't move. I'd really love to fucking see this happen in any kind of science class where you got the dye going in the liquid, 4 different colors, where it doesn't go in, it just stays right there.
Oh, you've never heard of centripetal force? Centripetal force.
Yeah. Listen, I don't care.
Acts
I've heard of
against.
dinosaurs. Listen, I've heard of all kinds of weird stuff. What I've heard of isn't the question. The evidence is the question. You know, the evidence to substantiate the claim that you can see it happen in reality. That's where I'm at.
I love that nobody says centripetal force anymore. So that's actually really funny to me.
Centripetal.
Yeah, but centripetal is where you spin something and it draws in to the point of circular motion.
Oh, if something's down from a point that started, I mean, usually that's how it has to be at a lower point, seeking its level for it to do that.
Right, but I've never seen centripetal actually work.
Centripetal, it's a whirlpool. Yeah?
Right. It's your bathtub.
Can I get a mic check real quick?
Yeah,
check it.
It's
Mike.
working.
Yeah, does it sound like shit? Because I have to switch to my tablet with the headset microphone. That doesn't work too well.
It sounds pretty.
But we hear you great.
It's okay. It's okay.
It doesn't sound premium.
All right, it's passable, right?
I mean,
Yeah,
if you
you're coming in
want
clear.
to, if you want to put yourself out like that, that's your bag, man.
It's not that bad.
Hey, I got a question. What's that force? It's not centripetal. It's not centrifugal. It's one like where like it's when when you mix paint with that mixer like a drill, and it actually goes the paint gets stuck and it rises up. Like to the pole, the thing that's making it spin. There's a force. I forgot what that shit's called. I remember someone was I was debating some guy like years ago, and he tried to use that as an explanation of gravity or some shit. I don't know what the fuck. But that force is legit. It's like it happens with certain liquids, like paint, because it's like so thick that like it will stick to the stick and it will keep rising up the stick for a while. And that there's like that's the name of a force. I just don't remember it.
It has to do with viscosity.
Yeah.
Is there a video of it?
There is, but I see to look up the video, I would need to know the fucking name of it because I don't know how to describe it where the video would pop up on YouTube or something. I've tried it many times, man.
And it's the fourth word.
Isn't it related to the meniscus where it
Yes, it is.
creeps up?
Yeah, based on
It reminds me of water climbing a string.
Yeah, I was just curious if anybody knew the name because it's been bugging me for a while. It starts with, I think I could have sworn it starts with the C. Something, I can't remember, man. Oh well.
Kinetic?
No, nothing like that.
That's a K.
It almost sounded like the name of a person, like if it was named after a person. Because like whoever discovered it or names their shit,
Yeah, they usually are.
It was like one of those weird names. You know how like Coulom's law, it's Coulom's name in there. It was like something similar like that, where it was like the guy that discovered it, that thing. It's his name. Coulomb's law to me is fucking interesting, dude. If you look at the math for Newton and Coulomb's law, man, pretty fucking identical. You just substitute gravity for charge.
Well, if you substitute anything for electricity, you're fucking up. You need to just keep with electricity.
Yeah. Well, that's Coulomb's law, as opposed to Newton's. Theory.
Hey, we haven't got any new newbies here? Like people that just found the server? Nobody in here like that?
Hang on, let me put on my glasses again. Love that God decided that I've been looking at screens too much and I'm only blind to them.
Dude, why don't you buy those glasses? My girlfriend just bought them. Like
The
there's
blue
a certain
blockers.
yes, they're the tints for the light to not fuck up your eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, those.
I'm just gonna get LASIK.
Yeah. Old dude said he was capillary. Do you mean capillary? Capillary?
Capillary?
Jose?
I think so. I think that might be. I'm not sure if that's describing exactly what I'm saying. Then that's probably it. But it started. If I recall, I remember it started with the C. If I remember.
Capillary or some shit like that. Capillary, yeah.
You're talking about
That's very
small.
close. It sounds close.
Arteries, not arteries, veins in your hands, where they're really small blood vessels, where it's like 1 cell thick. My headphones die.
Yep. No, you didn't come in at all.
Like this, Jose. I posted
Let me check it out.
Oh, there's deer dead all on the road.
Hey, I got a question.
Yes.
I asked it earlier in the chat. There's like this YouTube video. It's called "The Lost History of the Flat Earth." It's like this 5-hour long video. Does anybody watch that? And if they did, you got any like, comments about it? It's really interesting. It talks about like free energy and flat Earth and stuff.
Is it Eric Dubay?
Nah, I forgot the guy's name. I could look it up real quick.
Well, there's free energy on both. I mean,
All energy is free.
right.
Well, it's pretty interesting. It talks about like the frequencies and electrifying water and electrolytes and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, can you link it? Because all I'm getting is debunking flat Earth just for putting flat Earth.
I just want to know if there's a cold frequency. If a
No,
frequency
I'll throw it in chat.
radiation, I wonder if what's the cold frequency?
If
does it have anything to do with C?
Does it have anything to do with the speed of light?
It might have to do with the holy C too. The C frequency, the sound that silver and gold make when you drop them.
Well, that's the thing about
It more talks about the relationship between mercury and gold.
That's the thing about all things. They all have a frequency. Everything has a resonating frequency. So
yeah, and then result frequency.
And then there's the overarching frequency, which is the Schumacher resonance. So which is the resonance of life. That's the resonance of consciousness, and that it's not bullshit. It sounds like bullshit.
I think everything can reside together, like surrounding itself, in itself, out of itself, like potential, resistance, or whatever. And like, if something gets excited, it switches and becomes potential. If it's not excited and doesn't get potential, then it's like a negative charge or just
inert.
0 or 1. Yeah. I don't even want to say 0. I want to say 1. Either 1 or more. That's it, really.
Yeah. That's the thing. As soon as we start talking about this, as soon as the conversation gets into esotericism, but the fact is that, I mean, we were told this in the first book of the Bible, right?
Hey, not to cut you off, but I just clicked on that link about that flat Earth video. It says this page isn't available. Sorry about that. Try searching for something else.
Seriously.
It says 404 not found.
Oh, I got it. It popped up for me for the lost history of the flat Earth.
Not for me. Look, I'll post what I got.
Are you on an Apple product?
Still works for me.
Yeah, it works for me.
Yeah. If it doesn't work for you, there's a few backups that people uploaded. Could probably find those for you if you need them.
I tried clicking it again.
It took me 2 days to watch because part 1 through 6 are pretty good, but part 7 is where it just kind of gets into like skepticism and like leaps of logic and stuff, and I don't like it at all. But
Dude,
it's a decent watch.
I forgot to post a fucking picture on here. Oh, here we go. Oh, nope, that's GIFs.
Hey, really quick, Chong, are you a flat earther?
Yeah. Lately I don't really talk that much. I mostly like to just hang out in the voice text and stuff. But
yeah,
I haven't talked to a few people who are talking now, so.
Okay, but you are a flat earther?
Yeah, totally. I really am.
Okay. Why don't you have the? How long have you been here?
I don't know, and I don't care about tags. I really don't. I'm just here to hang out mostly. Most of the time I fall asleep listening to you guys and stuff, so.
No, that's totally cool, but I need to do my administrative job, Chong.
That's all right. I'm cool.
No, you're not. Not until I decide you're cool.
Oh, it
No,
works now.
I'm cool with like whatever, you know. I'm not here
No,
to chase tags or nothing. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Something you need to know about this guy that's talking, Deuceful. He's the biggest troll, so don't you sweat it.
How am I the biggest troll? I'm the least troll.
Dude, who the hell goes on ODD's live stream and gets modded with a troll account? You do.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
I wonder if Michelle's still alive.
I mean, yeah. Just getting paid to troll somebody else. You know who I haven't seen on here? Is it Pandora's?
Opening Pandora's box.
Opening Pandora's box. Where is that person? I don't know.
That person was, I don't know if he joined. Is it a he or a she?
I don't know.
I don't even know that, but I've known that name from YouTube, and that person was a mod, and I don't know. I don't know what happened to that person. I know they joined the first server, but I don't know about the second one.
Yeah, I miss them. They never spoke. But another fallen comrade.
The one that I still see is 16 Alpha. Remember the old guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a mod on ODD. Still, me and him are the only. Yeah, me and him. I think me and him and I think maybe Bob are like the only mods. But when ODD goes live, I'll hop on and he's always on there still.
That's cool.
He's cool. Yeah, he's cool. Dude, he's funny, man. He would always message me like who he suspected was kind of weird, and it would be like a fucking essay of like why, and I'd have to read it and be like, all right, I'll look into it.
It sounds like Michael Flatburn.
Yeah.
They're
Like he was like on that shit, dude. Like he was just, you could tell, man. He was doing the best he can, man, to like keep this place safe. He went a little overboard, I think, but man, he was just trying really hard, you know.
What'd you say his name was?
16 Alpha. He's on YouTube. A lot of the people we're talking about right now, their names from people when they like ODD's era, when ODD was 24/7 live streaming. A bunch of us, that's where we met. Like that's where I met Judas. This guy Deuce, his actual name isn't even Judas, but whatever. That's where I met Deuceful. I met who else did we meet that's still there? Maybe the Mad Philosopher.
Michael.
Michael MJ.
Smith.
Michael Smith. Who else is here that we met there?
Locks.
Reverent. Fuck Locks. We met Reverent.
What are we talking about?
Just people from the old Flat Earth days, dude, that we haven't seen in a while. Yeah. Denmark, I don't remember. Were you ever on OD's live stream? Maybe.
That's
Aaron
me.
B. Huh? Who's
the
me?
one that I still see on Facebook is Open Eyes.
Oh yeah. She was
girl,
on here. She was on here for a while.
Yeah.
Who was that person who started off with a girl picking a girl name and then said that they were actually a guy and then got kicked out. Forks.
Fork on the road.
Yeah.
Right?
I think
No.
it was just Forks.
Maybe.
I was around when Rant. You remember Rant and all them, and Pancho Pete and
Remember
like I
Pancho
don't know,
Pete?
way back.
Dude, Pancho Pete was the
Bro
Pancho
Sanchez,
Pete was the
Dreads.
first. Yeah, Dread. You've been exposed. That's how I knew him. I knew him under You've Been Exposed. What's the other guy's name? The other black dude. He talks a lot about religion. Bro Sanchez.
Bro Sanchez.
Yeah, Bro Sanchez.
Democ,
Those are the ones that started out.
Democ, do you remember me from back in the day?
What's your handle? I don't see your green name.
Judas Sleaze.
Judas Sleaze.
Maybe. I mean, it depends on if you were around. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you remember me then. I would just, I wouldn't.
Just not the name.
Yeah, I would just sit there and flat smack for hours.
Seriously, on YouTube, dude, we ran that shit like we run Discord. I swear to God, like that's I think where we got the training for Discord. Like, we were already running YouTube like how this Discord runs. Like the mods would like take turns. Like, I usually did morning from like 7 in the morning to like 12 afternoon, and then I would do 8 in the night to like 12 or 1 in the morning. That was like my schedule for like modding that live stream.
When I heard there was a Gym Panda server with like nothing but Globers in there 24/7 and to hone your skills, I was like, I'm going in that bitch. I got to see what it do.
Oh man, it's fucking hell in there, dude.
No, well, right at the beginning it was fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it gets repetitive, huh, after a while.
Well, it was basically me against the whole room. I like that. I like the odds.
Are you at work, Democ?
Yeah, about to be on break.
So like he running like one of them box smashers.
I was gonna say, I think he's sorting packages.
Nah, I wrecked a cart into another cart.
Go stay in your lane.
Huh?
Go stay in your lane.
No, cart. Like a aluminum cart.
Okay.
Oh yeah, not a car. Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that. No wrecking.
Noah Woods, welcome. Noah, are you there? Noah, are you there?
Oh, Noah, he DM'd me.
Oh, yeah.
He asked me to debunk gravity easily. Welcome, Noah. So what's there to debunk? You got any validation for gravity so we can debunk it?
Not really.
No. So how would we debunk something that hasn't been validated, right?
Yeah.
How would I debunk something that is not tested through the scientific method? So
A lot of ways it's easier to start like this. Since he doesn't know where to start from, you ask him, what does he think gravity is? Because that's a good basis to start, you know? Because a lot of people, like, I bet you he probably thinks, correct me if I'm wrong, Noah, but do you think gravity is just you picking something up and dropping it, right? Because that's mostly what everybody believes, right? Noah?
I do not.
No?
What?
I said, what do you think gravity is? To you, what is gravity?
It's not real.
That's what gravity is to you. It's not real. That's what.
Well, it's
maybe
a
we should
forged-
explain
it's not
relative
real, but-
density to him.
Yeah, go ahead after this. It's a forged explanation for a misspent idea that doesn't really make any sense, but go ahead and explain the idea of warping space and bending time.
Hey, really quick, Noah, why do you believe that it's not real?
Well, everything I've read and watched about it, I don't know. Can't prove it.
Oh, you're right.
What do you
You're
believe?
right about that.
What do you believe the nature of your existence is? Do you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you think it's flat?
Flat.
And what is your direct evidence that it's flat?
Pictures of a flat horizon. Tests on it, laser tests.
So when you tripped upon that the Earth is flat, what really solidified it in your mind that it is flat?
I don't really know.
So you don't really know that it is flat then? You don't really...
Well, I could. I don't know. I can't explain it.
You just feel it's flat?
Well, there's no proof that it's globe.
Okay, I'm not trying to run you off or even try to catch you up here. I'm just trying to clarify what it is that you think it is and why. Okay, so there's no proof that it's a globe, right? But what about pictures from space? What about all of that other stuff that they say is proof of a globe? What about like boats going over the horizon, all that stuff?
You can obviously zoom into the boats or something.
Oh, you win. You got a good answer. Thank you. Okay. I'm just checking for clarification here. All right, Noah. I will relinquish you back to the rest of the chat.
Okay.
Welcome, by the way.
Thanks.
Now, really quick, when you asked Roger to debunk the gravity, what exactly did you mean? What were you looking for?
Simple way to prove that it doesn't exist.
Okay. Now, what they were saying with gravity being not verifiable, that's pretty obvious. So usually if you're talking to somebody and you want to prove that gravity doesn't exist, there's no really easy way to do that, because you have to say, listen, you don't have any verification or any way to test or verify that it is what you've been told it is.
Long story short, it's like trying to prove a negative.
Yeah, you are trying to prove a negative because you can't show that it exists. It doesn't. All of creation, as far as energy is concerned, shows up on the electromagnetic spectrum, except for gravity. So it can't possibly be a force that we can measure. It can. Now, when they say things drop at a certain speed, you can even ask them to prove that. But
right, you know.
What were you saying, Devin?
You can't see the energy of it. E equals MC squared. That automatically debunks all of it. If you cannot see the energy that supposedly equals the force from the fucking idea of gravity, you can't see the energy of it. It doesn't exist. I mean, it's clear. Because you have to have energy for a force.
But if you go that deep, they don't even consider it a force anymore. You know, if you really want to
It's considered it's considered a pseudo force because we can't find a progenitor. We can't find a material that we can call gravity, like a graviton. So there's no energetic means to measure gravity. But basically the simple answer is density and buoyancy. Things fall because the area around it is less dense than the object you're dropping. But really, the reason why that thing fell is because you dropped it, not because the air or the substance it's in is
well, it's also because you
lighter.
picked it up.
Yeah, it's because you picked it up and dropped it. Exactly. But
it's referred to as a potential energy when you do something like that.
Right, because you're giving it the energy to fall. You're giving it the impetus when you let it go. So it's a very hard description, but literally the simplest answer is density and buoyancy. Like, it's really easy to say that everything falls down until you show them a helium balloon and it goes up.
Right, the exact opposite. Same with hydrogen, carbonated air, and soda. We're in a mixture that's water, right? So if you get water, you can see buoyancy with water and density in water. And the medium we reside in has a certain percentage of moisture or humidity, and which is another form of water. So if everything is acting accordingly in water, then gravity can't be a part of it.
Not unless you can show it.
In other words, everything is behaving differently based on its relative density it's in.
Inside the medium.
To its surroundings, yeah. So, like, you can drop a 2x4 and it will fall straight down, right? But if you drop that 2x4 into a pool, it'll fall straight down and then stop and float because of the relative density to its medium.
Right.
You see what I'm saying, Noah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's always trying to find its state of equilibrium till it rests.
But whenever anybody says, "Oh, well, how come when I drop this it falls?" Just tell them because you picked it up and dropped it.
I'd say it's state of energetic equilibrium.
Or you could say, what do you think the gas in the room is, heavy enough to hold it up? Is it dense enough to hold it up? I guess that would be the better word.
Well, is it dense enough to create a sphere? Are we going to fart out a sphere, anytime soon? With this magic word gravity, how it creates spheres. I mean, with warping and bending space and time and all. I mean, that's what we'd have to see somewhere.
Hey, what was that guy's name that came up with the density shit? The guy that
Archimedes.
Archimedes. Thank you, Archimedes principle.
Archimedes principle.
Correct, that's the name. Have you guys heard the story how he came up with that? You guys know the story behind that?
Like getting in a bathtub?
Yep. He used water. They put him in the bath, and the displacement of water.
No, but why he had to do that? Like, supposedly, this is what I read on. I read online, and I heard about it first from Antonio Subarats. I don't know if you guys know who that is. He's a flat earther. He mentioned this story, and I actually looked it up, and it's true. But supposedly in his era, there was this king. I forgot his name, and he had a goldsmith. Yeah, he had a goldsmith make a crown for him, but he feels like that guy ripped them off and put some impurities of metals in his crown and took some of the gold. So since Archimedes was like the smartest man in that village or town, he asked him, "You have a choice. You find out if this guy ripped me off or not, or I'm gonna behead you." So Archimedes rushed to like find a way to prove if the guy ripped him off, and his thing was to put the crown in water and see how much displacement was with the amount of gold the crown was supposed to weigh. And then he tested it with the crown, and the displacement of the water was different based on the density, So that's where Archimedes' principle kind of derives from. Pretty interesting.
It said that he got in the bathtub, and when he did, it overflowed, and that's when he figured it out.
Yeah, he wasn't sure of how he was going to do it.
Yeah, he couldn't figure it out for a little while, right? and then he got in the bathtub and ran through the streets naked, going Eureka, because he finally figured it out.
And it's funny that he used water, the very thing that eliminates gravity.
Besides, no, most stories of gravity are just reifications of concepts and not actual.
Wait, I'm confused. How does that work? How does the bathtub thing work with the crown?
Okay, so when you put something in water that actually sinks, it will displace the water to a certain amount. And so what he did was he took the same amount of gold, put it in a, not necessarily a bathtub, but a vessel of water, found the level that it rose, and then took the crown and found that level and found out that they were different.
But you weigh the amount of water
So in other words, it's like you're comparing, like, let's say I have 2 quarters and one was like aluminum and one was like actually whatever quarters are made out of, right? Imagine, and then what he did was like, let's just change it with quarters, right? He dropped the first quarter, which is supposed to be the crown of the king, and it displays a certain amount of water, and then he put what the real quarter of, if without it being impure and being the right metals, that would displace more water. So that means that if they're both the same weight and they're both the same material, they should displace the same amount of water. And they didn't, because obviously one had impurities.
What kind of crown are you talking about, man?
Like a king's crown.
A king's crown converts water?
Oh, buddy, what are you doing?
Gold and water.
No, he's jumping in the middle of a conversation. Of course, you don't know
That's
what's
exactly true. And I'll just shut the fuck up because I'm in the middle.
Okay.
I'd like to continue to hear what's about the crown, though.
About Archimedes' principle?
They still use it to build ships today. They still use that.
Didn't the Romans invent ships that crossed like the channel between Europe and England?
The Phoenicians were better actually than the Romans. The Romans mostly conquered land. They had trouble conquering places that were like overseas. Their sea battles weren't really what they were known for. But the Phoenicians, they got around. So did the so-called Vikings, but the Viking ships were small enough to go up the rivers, but big enough to handle the seas, and the Phoenician ships were similar.
Why'd you say so-called Vikings? Like they didn't exist?
Well, the Vikings was like a position, right? So it wasn't really like a group of people.
That was the adventurers.
Right, the adventurers, right? So it's not like
the Norse people.
Right. So it's not like it's the Danish people were the Vikings. Some Danish were Vikings, but not all Vikings were Danish.
I agree with that. Have you guys ever had a Danish? They're delicious.
Yeah, the cheese
Danishes are good.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of confused though.
About what?
The Archimedes principle. I'm not sure what it's trying to say.
It's just showing that buoyancy and density could show that relative materials have different buoyancy and density. Do you understand?
No, I'm not.
You put something in water, the water rises up. The heavier it is, the more the water rises up.
What are you having problems with exactly?
So is the consistency of the material that you're putting into the water like change how much it raises? Is that what it is?
Yeah, depending on its constituent parts, it's going to change the level of which the water will rise, as long as that material actually sinks. Because if a material doesn't actually sink, its displacement will be less than the mass in the material.
Oh, so if it only sank halfway, then it would obviously displace less, right?
I'll give you an example that's very easy to conceptualize. Like if you had a bowling ball that was like the actual weight of a bowling ball, and a tennis ball that was the size of the bowling ball, which one do you think would displace more water?
The bowling
if you
ball.
put them in, yeah, that's all it is. It depends on
Okay.
the density of the object and its weight. What causes the displacement? I don't know if I should use the word weight because that triggers a lot of people, but yeah.
A lot of people.
Just use volume. That's kind of close to cryptocurrency.
Yeah, it's volume, right? So the ball, the tennis ball and the bowling ball that has the same dimensions would displace the same water, right?
So the reason why I was confused is like, you have the golden crown, right? Let's say it was made half of some metal and half gold, but it still sinks to the bottom. Those would still displace the same amount, right?
Not necessarily,
No,
because
it wouldn't.
But what if the crown had air pockets on the inside of it?
Now I understand that. I understand the tennis ball and the bowling ball makes more sense to me. Yeah. I think
So even if you have one thing made of gold, doesn't matter, crown, whatever, you put it in, yeah, it will displace so much, it will rise up. If the crown is made from half gold, half silver, you will not displace as much. It won't go as much up because the density of the material is different.
If you want to see a cool test that people do with that, is they get mercury and they put like an Advil inside the mercury, and that Advil actually floats in the mercury because it is less dense than the mercury itself, even though it's an Advil, what people use to make weapons and shit. You can look that up on YouTube. It's pretty interesting. An Advil will float in mercury.
Oh yeah, the mercury. Yeah, mercury's pretty interesting. Liquid.
Is it called that or an
right.
anvil?
Okay. Yeah. That clear. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah,
So,
Advils
yeah,
are expensive.
that's
They're heavy, dude. They're like 100 pounds, 80 pounds around there. That shit will float in mercury, man. This is a trip.
Yeah, apples have a lot of liquid inside of it, right?
Right, I think I found something to sum it up. Okay, for example, the ship is launched, it sinks into the ocean until the weight of its water it displaces is equal to its own weight. As the ship is loaded, it sinks deeper, displacing more water, so the magnitude of the buoyant force constantly matches the weight of the ship and its cargo.
So, what do you call this force that's pulling the ship down if it isn't gravity?
Why does everything have to be a force?
Well, if it's dragging you like down, it's a force, right?
Is it dragging you?
Well, I don't know.
Or
If I compare
something-
myself to a bag of feathers, it's gonna drop slower.
What if you get a helium balloon?
So I was going to say, if you go into the water and you don't breathe, you're going to sink. If you go into the water and have air in your lungs, you're just going to float there. So what force? What is this mystical force?
Well, the force that keeps the water below me, but me above it.
Well, the air is less dense, or it has more density.
Density. So it is density. Fuck gravity, we're going density.
All right, guys. Well, it was nice catching up with you guys. It's 12:27 for me. You guys have a good night.
Good night, Jose.
You too, bro.
Take it easy.
Thank
Good
you
night,
for
Jose.
stopping being a degenerate.
Oh, for sure. I'll see you guys in 6 months. I'm just playing. I'll be on more often. See you guys.
All right, buddy. Talk to you later.
See you in 6 months, bro.
Eggs, I'm lost.
Yeah, but
How can a silver crown? How can a silver crown displace less volume in water than gold? Y'all are messing with my head. What are you saying here?
Gold is more dense than silver.
And silver is more dense than gold.
I don't mind admitting that I'm dense. Yes, so how does that density, when you're talking about a metal that won't absorb water, how is that displacing less water than gold?
Silver is less dense than gold.
Yeah, but volumetrically, provided it's got the same.
Right. Volume.
I know it's weight, but it's volume.
Right. You don't want to say weight because it messes with the whole chat room and everybody will be up in arms. But
yeah,
shorthand, it's weight, right?
Yeah, that's how you measure. That's the first principle of measuring. Sorry, continue this.
So gold weighs more than silver. So obviously, its volume density or its volume / density is going to be higher. Or volume or density per volume is going to be higher than the silver, which has a lower density per volume. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. There's your answer. It's very easy.
But what about platinum? Is platinum more dense than gold?
I have no idea.
Yeah, me neither.
I think it is.
I got a question.
Yep.
So let's say you have the same mass of lead than, let's say, a lighter metal, right? The lead is gonna, because it's a heavier, obviously, it's gonna displace more per the volume.
Not
right?
if you have the same mass.
Okay, so different mass, but same.
If you have the same volume, it will displace more. Lead will displace more than the lighter metal.
Right, because it's more dense.
Right.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Has there been any Freemasons on there?
Once. He didn't last very long.
I was thinking about it.
There was a
What do you
divorce
mean
court
once?
lawyer one night, or a pre-grad.
He called himself Tim Osman. He actually went by a bunch of different names. But yeah, there was one once.
When you enter my town, there's like a Freemason sign. I was thinking of putting like my own little like thing underneath it that says like a Oaks or something kind of funny like that.
Oh, they'll hunt you down and kill you, man. Don't do it.
It's just easier to have them arrested. Put them in
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of what deterred me from doing it.
You know, don't fuck with the Freemasons like you don't fuck with the Mafia, okay? Capiche?
Capuche.
Same as the priests. They're all the same.
You can also commit your sins to me, you know. I'm a... Don't know what's called.
Then you can't be that.
Yeah, tell me what you did wrong. I'll keep it a secret. Give me some money, and yeah, God forgives you. Of course He does.
That's not how confession works.
But who do
Take
you
$500,
confess to?
You do 500 Hail Marys, and we'll call it even.
Hail Marys. You're supposed to confess your sins to Jesus Christ in a prayer.
Wait, but who's that other guy? Like, you know, when you confess your sins in the Catholic Church, there's like this
that's a
priest
priest.
guy.
Yeah.
But you're not actually
That's
talking to
what
him,
it
but you're talking to Jesus.
He's a vicar of God.
Well, if you
I
talk
don't-
back, I'm going to charge you $2 per Hail Mary. That's $1,000 from me, and that you just still have to say 500 Hail Marys.
Hail Mary, Hail Grace.
I don't know.
No,
I'll raise the stakes. You're going to have to say 100 My Fathers, too. So keep talking.
Sorry, man. I just hear this in this World War II movie. Like when they were crossing a river, it was like this soldiers in the boat just saying "Hail Mary, Hail Grace," just crossing the fucking river. I'm probably saying it wrong.
Yeah, you are, but we get it.
Did you guys see this NASA guy drop a screw in space?
Did it fall?
Like gravity?
Yeah, he was like in the bathroom or some crap, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't. He was like a Russian dude or something.
No, it's a Dutchie. It's André Kuipers.
Roger nose.
What's a duchy?
Someone from the Netherlands.
Yes, from the Netherlands.
Oh, okay.
Dutch folks. Holland.
The greatest people in the world.
Finland?
Shut the fuck up.
You guys hit each other in the balls on purpose?
Why?
I'm just
Why?
curious. Is that like how you shake hands over there?
Yeah.
But
no, not anymore because of the Rona. But...
You know, you gotta give some props to the Finnish people. They hold off to the Russians in World War II.
Well, I think the Russians have always respected the Finnish.
Yeah, especially when they went at war with them.
In World War II, they went to war with Finland?
Yes.
Really?
You don't know about the Finnish-Russian war?
No.
I think it happened like a little bit in the late war of World War II. But
really,
there was definitely battles between Finland and Russia, but the Finnish people just hold out with low numbers of people, but still pushed artillery and shit upon the Russians, just obliterating them. It's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, they wanted your nickel, right? Your nickel mines.
Well, he's
right?
not Finnish.
I don't know about nickel mines, but that sounds plausible.
That sounds like a good story too.
It's all about resource, you know. Like Hitler wanted to go after the oil. If the Russians had something they want to go after, it's very possible.
No. The only thing Russia has done is actually attack China and take in land from them. The only country.
Well, China and Russia didn't really take that much land from each other, I think.
I'm telling you, the only country that Russia has attacked outside of all these fake, phony wars is China. No other country. The rest is all just
There's probably not that many World War II historians in here.
Do you believe what they tell you about World War II?
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Well, that depends, you know. Like
it's all
the
fucking
same.
lies.
You say it's all lies, but that's probably true. That it's quite a lie. but there is some truth in it as well. Like it's same as Freemasons talking about flat Earth. Yeah.
I definitely think that there were plenty of people at war, but why and what happened, I think, is a bunch of fucking bullshit. I think they lie.
So what about the extermination of the Jews? You think they lied about
It
it
has
as
nothing
well?
to do with that.
No.
It has nothing to do with that.
it has something to do with it. Like, I've heard some stories that they faked the numbers of Jews dying because they wanted to force the Jews into Israel.
Let me
That's a
ask you
conversation
something.
for another
Who,
chat.
hold on.
Real.
Who lost the war? Did Germany lose the war?
Depends.
Oh, yeah,
Like, the high
Germany
people all
did.
went to Operation Paperclip.
Okay,
yeah.
so, but in the history books, let's just go by history. Did the Germans win the war?
Yes.
So who probably died the most?
What do you mean died the most?
If the Germans lost the war, they probably died the most.
That's not true, though.
Well, what do you think happened when the communists came in? Do you think they just played patty cake baker's man?
10 million Germans died. That's why just normal.
What do
There.
communists do when they
Written
win
history.
wars? Do they, like, feed them a bunch?
So you're talking about mass extermination?
Yeah, you ever heard of, like, the work camps in Siberia that the German army went to? Or the rate between the 8 and the 80?
I think
And it's
I
not
know
like the
what you're
West
talking
Side
about.
was. It's not like the West Side was much better, right? Because even though we had signed the Geneva Convention, we had special magic words that we didn't have to go to that, right? Because when you use magic words, right, it's legalese, right?
Well, that's funny. You're talking about the Geneva Convention, because Russia didn't really take it to oath. Like,
well, did they carpet bomb the sanctuary city in Germany or not?
Yes.
Yep.
Does that mean that like civilians and stuff died?
Yep. They starved them out too. It wasn't just carpet bombing. They starved them out by destroying all the supply lines for
so
the
when you cut
civilians.
supply lines, do people in the work camps, do they starve?
Yeah, but you were talking about the Geneva Convention. It really doesn't really apply to civilians, right?
Yes, it does. That's what it's for.
Isn't the Geneva Convention about prisoners?
No, it's all subjective, actually.
No. So they're civilians. You can't take civilians as prisoners or kill them or torture them.
I think that was about soldiers.
Yeah, it's the rules of engagement. It's the international law, right? So the rules of engagement say you're not supposed to bomb a hospital. You're not supposed to bomb an area and then wait for the medics to come out and then bomb it again. Hence carpet bombing, right? You're not supposed to do that, right? When you bomb an area, you're supposed to let the medics come out and clean the streets. And you're not supposed to attack civilian targets. That's another one.
Let me ask you this. Sorry.
Yeah, these Geneva Conventions are to keep the warfare clean because it's not very nice when you bomb the civilians and then when the medics come out and try to clean things up, like, the firefighters, the paramedics, right? And then you bomb them too. That's not really warfare. That's not advancing the war. Also, you're not supposed to use gas was another one. But apparently it's okay if you use gas on your own countrymen. Apparently that's legal, but...
No, only on the Jews.
What?
It wasn't about them.
What did any of that have
anyway.
to do with what we're just talking about?
Yeah,
this is a conversation for like another chat.
Probably.
It's just history.
Yeah, and the other thing is, when people talk about World War II, the Germans lost. The Nazis did not.
Well, they kind of lost, like... I
No.
don't think,
You just
like...
said Operation
The
Paperclip. They went to
Germans.
America.
Yeah, that was what I'm going to go about. That was what I'm going to go about. Okay, you go ahead.
Let me give you guys an example of how these statistics can be skewed.
Just let me make these points.
We're going to talk about the Geneva Convention in World War II.
Wait, let X talk.
So, the German army said, we give up, we're losing the war. The Nazis did not. The Germans can be Nazis, but the Nazis cannot be German. Might not be German. It's not the same. So a German can be a Nazi.
But still the majority
But a
of Germany
Nazi,
lost.
again, you're not getting me.
What are you aiming at exactly? Like, how did they not lose?
Germany lost, not the Nazis that didn't give up.
Well, there's a lot of
They didn't
Nazis
surrender.
that maybe
The
not
German
surrender.
army did, not the Nazis, bro. They're two separate things, people, organizations, militaries. Do you get me?
Yeah, I know there's a difference between the Wehrmacht and the Nazi army, kinda, but also falls under Germany.
It's nice. No, that's what people think. That's why everybody went to America and Argentina and went wherever
And
they
to
wanted.
Russia.
They went and
And to
wherever they
Russia.
wanted.
But that's only the famous scientists that actually know it. They went to the other countries. All the other Nazis that didn't know shit, that weren't like knowledgeable, they all got fucking went to prison or to what's that
No, they
Russian
didn't.
place?
No, they didn't, bro. This is what I'm telling you. They did not give up. They are still fighting these people. They got under different names. You can call them Nazis. You can call them Nazis. You can call them whatever you want. Yeah,
Well,
they did not
neo-Nazis is the
surrender.
modern term.
Well,
You talking
as I
about the
said, they did
scientists?
not surrender.
You talking about the scientists or the soldiers? Because the Japanese soldiers on the island, I think it was Iwo Jima, they were still burrowed into the they had like 30-foot, 40-foot deep like tunnels and everything. They lived there until 1947. There was Japanese soldier resistance 2 years after the war. And the Marines who went into the Pacific Theater didn't take very many prisoners against the Geneva Convention, too, So nobody follows the rules.
Did you actually know, like, one of the last Japanese survivors lasted out until 1950 or 60 or something? Like, really fucking long.
The island of Iwo Jima alone, which I think that was in 1944, they were still there 3 years later, still in their fortifications and still actively resisting, thinking that the war, they didn't even know that the war ended.
Yeah. I've seen some short clips about it. They said like they had to move in like friendly Japanese forces to extract those leftover troops.
And the island of Okinawa, I mean, countless numbers of civilians were held hostage and were actually sent out as basically cannon fodder. So, I mean, like, did they abide by the Geneva Convention? Nobody follows the rules, is my point,
Do people actually know how these things, like how these things work? Like just say your nation, that construct that you think is your country.
Not to mention sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead, bro.
Not to mention the island of Okinawa, the Imperial Army was throwing Okinawan fucking civilians off of cliffs as the Marines were pushing up to the end of the island. They were basically just sacrificing themselves, just throwing them off of cliffs, just killing themselves.
I wonder which band of brothers.
Now that we were talking about history, it's all alleged. Right, it's his story. So who knows, right?
Hey, we're not gonna drag old cows out of the river, right?
What?
Yeah, that's a Dutch translation.
Roker knows.
Yeah, that didn't really turn out good, but I get the point.
Just like when you watch soccer, the guy, what's it called, who trained Manchester United? Help me out.
Louis
the old
van
guy.
Gaal.
Yeah, Louis van Gaal.
The bad loser.
He used that.
Give us another
time,
extra
right?
15 minutes.
he said like that's the way the cookie crumbles or something. I don't know what he said. So. some Dutch warping of a saying, right?
Just like me, translating those sayings.
No, he said that's a different kind of cookie. That's what he said. Yeah. So, basically, he was saying that's something different, and a Dutch saying that's different. And cookie is English translation for cook. So, yeah, he just messed that up. It's a different kind of cookie.
I love it when Louis van Gaal talks its English. So embracing. But anyways, coming back to World War II, it's been just a big setup to kill a bunch of people, right?
Yeah, those pesky Tartarians had to go.
Like, you got all these old families, like the Rothschilds, and I believe there was also the Bush family that was involved in World War II. They did some trade with the Nazis and shit.
Yeah, selling them oil.
Exactly.
Because the oil and the Nazi machinery wouldn't run without some sort of special thing that they added to it. Yeah, right.
Wasn't there a
combustion engine
corporation
is a
that was
combustion
providing
engine.
equipment to like the Axis powers? Was it like the Ford company or something like that?
IBM was selling them stuff in the concentration camps. Ford was selling them stuff. Prescott Bush was funding the oil and
Yeah,
double,
Prescott Bush, that motherfucker.
Yeah, with money too. Because see, you can't have a war without the banks, right? Because who's going to pay for all this expensive shit? War is expensive. So
don't forget all the minerals that Canada sent to Nazi Germany as well.
Well, Hitler was the
Yeah,
man
and
of the
Germany
year in
was in cahoots
1938.
with Mexico trying to invade America on like the home front too.
The Gulf Wars.
The Germans were actually in contact with Mexico trying to get them to invade America to weaken them and to create a different front for them to fight on. That was like 1941, 42, something like that. It was like right around the time that Pearl Harbor happened.
Yeah, the Germans had a lot of plans to, how you say, disorganize the USA. At least they tried. Like, I hear the story of a submarine from Germany going to New York Harbor and blowing up a ship, but actually the papers, or how you say, the newspapers from America published it like it was an accident or something. So nobody ever knew there was a attack on the New York Harbor by German submarines. Not really sure. I'm not saying this.
Another one of those is the connection between the Lusitania, which happened like 25 years before that, and I think it was like the Federal Reserve. Was it like J.P. Morgan or something like that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, some dudes were apparently going to go save America, and they sank the ship. It's just another feel-good story. If you just look at World War One. You have 3 countries, yeah. So you have the Tsar of Russia, the King of England, and the Chancellor of Germany. All first cousins.
Yeah, if you're talking about family-related stuff, I just want to mention that like all the presidents of America are related. I'm not so sure about Joe Biden and Trump yet, but before that,
Yeah, they're all related. They hold the contract to America, so of course they're going to be related. They're not going to let you run the country when their hands the contract.
yeah, that's what I hear too. That like America is just a company of England.
Every country is. Every nation is, sorry, not a country. We don't have countries anymore.
Well, there's the Netherlands, man. You can't fuck with the Netherlands. We're independent.
Yeah. No, you're not.
Yes, we are.
You're
We're
just another
like equal
corporation.
to England.
The District of Columbia is its own sovereign nation, and it's like a 10 by 10 square mile nation that
Yeah,
literally
a nation
controls
is a corporate
America.
fiction, bro. A nation is nothing. It's a corporate fiction. It's a company. That's what a nation is.
Yeah,
No, that's what America is. The other countries are still a
And so,
nation.
so is the Netherlands, right? We still are under a king, under a royal family.
Exactly.
We're just pawns of America and Israel. So don't get your hopes up. We're not independent, really.
Well, I'm not talking about defense, because when you're talking about like military cooperation with Europe and America, we're all falling under America. Like if America says, "Hey, we're gonna attack Russia," the Netherlands gonna be like, "Okay, we're gonna attack Russia." No shit. Okay, we're gonna just follow you.
That'll
No?
never happen.
Well, you say that.
It's
No,
happened time
seriously,
and time
we've
throughout
had the
history. They'll
whole.
never take it.
I grew up in the 80s. Everybody always talked about the Cold War, but can you name a time in history when American troops shot at Russian troops?
Well, there's a few incidents.
What?
I don't know. They're black ops, so I can't say. But
well, the Korean War, they
Oh.
they fought against the Chinese, who were funded by Russia. So
wait, just saying. Do you guys know about the wars that were fought in Africa? Because Russia and I'm not sure if it was only Russia, but China maybe also. But there was a
there's
lot of
been
fighting
lots
in
of
Africa.
proxy wars. I agree with you.
yeah,
There's been
proxy
proxy wars in Vietnam. We've had proxy wars in Ukraine. But can you name a time when American troops have shot at Russian troops and Russian troops have shot at American troops?
Americans have shot at troops who had Russian-funded weapons.
Yeah, but that's
which
not
goes
what I'm
into the
talking about.
proxy war. But yeah, I
Those
get
are
what
the
you're
proxy
saying.
wars.
Yeah, I guess when you're coming down to that, it's just all mercenaries fighting each other, just fighting for the
Yes,
highest buyer.
Private armies. Even though you think it's for your country, it's a private army.
Well, you know about the Iron Dome in Israel, right? That's completely funded by America.
God bless America, you know.
Which there's a conspiracy out there that I just watched on YouTube saying that the Iron Dome isn't even defending against Palestine. Those are just rockets that explode in the air that are basically just fireworks to keep Israel in check, like the population thinking that they're at war when there's really no war to begin with.
It's a distraction, the treaty for so-called Israel, that whatever you want to call it, that nation is coming unstuck, just like it was for the Hong Kong. The lease is up. You got fuck it. I want to shut up. Ooh. People don't get what's going on.
In the meanwhile, Tong, do you know a lot about the Israel, Palestine armies fighting and shit?
No, not too much. But I do know that the Iron Dome is completely funded by America, which is a defense system against rockets from Israel.
Do you maybe also know when it got established, the Iron Dome?
Nope, I don't.
Okay. Because I know, when I saw Trump getting into presidency, he's done a lot of deals with Israel. So if the Iron Dome came up with Trump, I wouldn't be surprised. But if it was before him, maybe also.
It's been way longer than past Trump.
Okay.
It's a pretty interesting video. I don't know. If I could find it, I'll put it in the chat.
Dude, the whole Israel-American relations are interesting.
Yeah, I kind of have this theory that it's the United States of Israel. I really do.
And then coming back to World War II, like the European nations, or I'm not sure if they're already established by then, but a lot of European countries said like, hey, the Jews are going to get Israel. It's going to be their place to live, And then you had like all these wars in the Middle East, like Israel defending itself against Egypt and shit.
Man, I've seen some interviews on True News. This is a website that you can go to. I'm sure you can find it if you want. TRU News. And this, they interviewed some survivors of the USS Liberty, I think it was called. And man, those stories, like, jeez. Those are some crazy stories.
What the USS? Liberty?
I'm not good with names. Let me double check.
Wasn't that a flight craft carrier?
Yeah, June 8th, 1967. So this was a non-military ship. It was the NSA, which is like our, our spies, and they were attacked, and they didn't know who it was by. And after they got attacked again. Like they, bombed them during the middle of the cleanup, which you're not supposed to do. We went over that earlier. And they didn't know who was attacking us. And according to what they said, it was Israel. Our ally was attacking us. So I'm going by the guys who were actually there. And they were told to shut up. Don't tell nobody. So they took a ship after it had been like almost sank. It didn't sink. It was probably supposed to. But they took it to another country and churched it back up before they ever brought it home. And they hushed it up. No one knew about this for years. And now that these guys are, close to their deathbed, they spoke out about it. And I guess it's one of those things that used to be a conspiracy theory that actually was true.
Just to cover up like everything else,
Yeah, how often did this happen and the ship sank, though? I mean, that's a speculation, obviously. But
I'm not sure if I'm thinking about the same scenario you're talking about, because I also heard about the story about the American ship getting hit off the coast of Israel.
I think that there's a reason that things are like declassified after a certain amount of time, because if the public were to know that about those certain types of things immediately, right, as opposed to 50 years later, like there's a disconnect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like they don't want to put you on it so early that you could see what's going on. They use this delay mechanism to like cover up a lot of things that they did straight up illegally, because like I said, nobody follows the rules.
Like JFK, how they killed him and they released the papers right now. And they didn't release the 9/11 papers yet.
Everything that's secret in nature with the government, top secret, secret classified, whatever it is, they're going to release that after a certain amount of time. And there's a
50 years, right?
It's anything.
It's 7 years.
7 years?
Kennedy was an actor. 70. Kennedy was an actor either other way.
Wait. When was the hit on Kennedy?
1964, was it?
Who wants a link to the information that I was just talking about the interviews?
What interviews? About?
The USS Liberty.
Fuck yeah. Hit me.
Who are you?
Gebruiker.
Gotcha.
And as well, on the international rules of war, they don't have to tell anybody when they are engaged. So you can be fighting a war, but not know about it. That's law.
True news from a Truman Show.
Oh, I've heard about the 6-Day War.
Yeah, it was just an accident, right?
That's what my mom
That's
said.
a funny cover up, just like the Lusitania during World War One. It was 1915, I think it was. German U-boat, submarine, whatever you want to call it, torpedoed the Lusitania and sunk it. It was an accident. So I think they thought it was a European ship, British ship, or whatever it was.
Hank?
Yeah, what's up? Eggs?
Wait, just a second. Hank, what did you send me, man? That's just a 60-second clip?
Oh, it's not about the clip. It's there's more on the website, I promise. You just gotta look.
Okay, I'll scroll down.
The following is a timeline of events on June 8th taken from the ship's log. So, you want to know what happened? Ship's log.
Yeah. I see the timestamps right now. Interesting.
Uh-oh. That looks interesting.
Yeah, you need to change your name to user gebruiker because nobody can pronounce that shit.
It's funny when English people say.
Come on, let me try to say it again. Say it again, bro. I can't read your lips.
Yeah, go, give it a try.
No, say it so I can try.
I'm not gonna say it, just gonna try.
It's like Gebruiker.
Gebruiker.
Gebruiker, hè?
Gebruiker.
Something. You need to use the...
Okay. Gebruiker.
No, the first...
Oh,
Gebruiker. Yeah, something like that. Gebruiker. Yeah.
I love saying it.
So that will be user in English. User.
Gebruiker.
Right.
And what letter is that? Yeah.
The what? The G?
What letter? Oh, that's your G. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you guys don't live in the desert. That's probably why you moved up there, because you can't really get enough spit in your mouth to the...
You know, it was one way in World War II, they said, how we used to interrogate Germans. Try to say them the G, you know? And they couldn't. So we know they were Germans. I love World War II.
I think you're missing a few letters there.
Scheveningen. Yeah, the USS Liberty wasn't a flight deck carrier.
It wasn't a what?
A flight deck carrier, like.
No, it wasn't an aircraft carrier. No, it was converted to a spy vessel. So it was an old ship that they should have known that it wasn't like a target that you attack. They should have recognized it with the American flag. And we know that because the American flags were flying, and they surveyed the crap out of the ship, and they disabled all but one antenna. So when they flew by, they took out communications. And when they took out communications, there was one antenna that was down on maintenance, so they didn't see that one. So they got that one working, and that's how they called out for help. It's a pretty crazy story.
Yeah, I'm just reading the line about napalm considered on the deck of the US Liberty, affecting cooking the exposed and defenseless American sailors who were topside at the time. That's kind of fucked up, man.
Yeah, that's why I posted it.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
Dude, a war crime.
Exactly.
Right, yeah, I looked up the USS Liberty.
Like, this is clearly blue on blue, you know?
I think he means black and white.
No, blue and blue.
What
It's
does that
friendly
mean?
fire.
Oh.
Yeah, that's blue and blue.
I'm trying to figure out your idioms. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, Hank.
Mm-hmm.
About the US Liberty, you think it was a fuck up from the Israel side or intended attempt to do
I just
something?
told you they had to do reconnaissance on the thing to find all the antennas. So if they did reconnaissance and located every single antenna but the one that was down on maintenance, then they had to have saw the flag, right?
Yeah.
So ships don't fly without flags, do they?
That's
I mean,
true, but
ships
when you're
don't
in
fly. You know what I meant. They don't go out into the water without flying a flag, is what I meant.
But it's kind of hard to see a flag when you're flying like 200 kilometers per hour, you know?
Dude, they did reconnaissance on the communications. That means they had to zoom in, locate all the antennas, and target them.
Yeah, these guys weren't rookies, right? These guys knew what they were doing.
Then I'm gonna guess it has to be something that was like coming up between the relations between America and Israel or something.
Well, it was during the 6-Day War, right? And these are the spies out there in the waters next to Egypt, right? So they were seeing everything that was going on. So do you think maybe somebody didn't want them seeing what was happening. Maybe they wanted to do something without people watching. Because we have agreement and contracts and deals that we've made with other countries about spying. Like, we can spy on Russia, they can spy on us. So you would think that with our allies, like Israel, that we would have like some sort of thing like that going on too. Like, our spies can be in your country, vice versa. Because, usually countries don't shoot each other's spies, especially if they're allies. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, but that's the whole weird thing, like, why the fuck would Israel want to start a war with America, why the fuck would you attack a boat like that?
They're
They
not
knew
trying to do it
They knew it
for
wouldn't start a
America.
war. They knew. So here's what the president's quoted as saying. Like, remember I told you that they didn't know who attacked them. And what they heard was word from the president saying, look, I'm not willing to embarrass our allies over this. So they were like, what? It was Israel?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah, but it's still a bit weird. I'm sure it's true, because most history is weird.
Yeah, we still don't know who attacked the airplane above Ukraine, right? MH17.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That civilian flight getting shot down. Okay, so here's the weird thing about this. This happened before I came a flat earther. And I remember when the United States was like trying to blame it on Russia. And Russia produced some satellite imagery that looked like it was made with a fourth grader, some map colors and some fucking rulers and shit. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is satellite imagery? And I just remember thinking, how does this prove anything? Like, this is like crayons and shit. And I just remember thinking when I heard about the flat earth, I was like going back and thinking about that.
Like, what kind of space stuff were you looking at?
Well,
okay.
Hank, it's even better, right? Because the Americans promised, because this MH17 was mostly filled with Dutch people, right? Some Indonesian, Malaysian, but mostly filled with Dutch people. So the Dutch, they jump on it, right? Because they wanted to have justice, and the Americans promised us satellite imagery. It never came out. Where is it?
Yeah, the ones that the Russians provided was like, I swear, I can't think of a better word than cartoons. It wasn't an actual image from the sky. It wasn't any type of picture or data. It looked like a plane that somebody drew, and it was taken off, and then it got shot down. Let me see if I can find it.
But all by all, it was like the Russians supplied like rebel forces with anti-aircraft missiles, and then those rebels shot down aircraft.
That's the story, right? That's the story. But the whole thing is Bellingcat, right? That quote unquote independent journalist organization was founded 2 days after MH17. And these were the guys that were telling that it was Ukraine rebel / Russian forces. There's such a shady stuff going on with these hearings. Also, there are people in the Dutch government that tell that told the people, right, there's something fishy going on here. Was it really the Russians? Wasn't it the Ukrainians, right? That maybe thought it was a military aircraft, because just before this, the Ukraine was overthrown by a more Western government, right? The government from Ukraine was more Western minded. So you can't have your new government shooting down Western planes. So let's blame it on the Russians.
But if you look at the Ukraine war, it's fought between the people of Ukraine and the people of Ukraine standing by Russia, but I'm not sure if Russia also moves Russian forces, soldiers into Ukraine as well.
Well, that's the story Bellingcat gave us. That's the story, right? But is it true? And again, Bellingcat is an organization founded 2 days after this.
Dutch
but
Safety
you're just
Board
talking about the
had a joint
organization.
investigation team who concluded that the airliner, this is Wikipedia by the way, who concluded the airliner was down by a BUK surface-to-air missile launched from pro-Russian separatist controlled territory. So the way that they are saying it is that it came from the eastern Ukraine's territory. So that's insinuating that they're the ones who did it.
Can I share a secret with you? Hank, and you'll probably be the only one who will understand this. They're actually telling the truth because they're saying that it's not a Russian person or anything.
Well,
Pro-Russian.
Eastern Ukraine equals to Russian forces, to be fair.
No, wait a second. Pro-Russian means not Russian. PRO is a negative connotation, negating the fact of Russia.
But pro-Russians get supported by Russia.
It
They
doesn't.
get equipment
Pro-Russian
from
does
Russia.
not mean pro. Does not mean what you think it means.
Yeah, that's true.
So every time you hear this kind of jibber jabber with them, and they throw the thing pro in there, it means no or not. It means somebody else is doing the funny business.
Oh, this is weird. Among the passengers were the 20th International AIDS Conference.
Yes.
They were en route.
Yes.
And Joep Lang, probably mispronounced that, as former president of the International AIDS Society, which organized the conference 33. That's the link number.
Yeah.
Why is 33 way up here at the... Sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah, that's the funny part, right? So 28 quote-unquote scientists were killed among them.
What year?
Then 28 is a special number too.
During the MH17 accident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, still nobody has been put to jail or been told that
100
they were...
AIDS researchers died on that plane.
Wait, you know that politician Geert Wilders, right, Roger?
Who?
Geert Wilders.
Yeah.
I was watching some political shit recently, and he said he was locked up with people they said were responsible for MH17 something.
Yeah, sure.
Roger's a realist, yeah, sure.
Well, the thing is, they made us believe it were these Russian pro-separatist Ukraine people, right? But then we get all these images of the Buck rocket launcher being deported and all these rumors that these guys were being offed, right? So you've got nothing, right? Nobody is being held responsible. They claim the speculation is that all these guys that were allegedly there were offed, right? So the same as Bin Laden. They find him, and they shoot him, and they drop him in the ocean. Nobody is.
Yeah.
You can't compare it to Bin Laden, man. There's too much shit behind that guy. That he was.
The deal is, right, you've got nothing. So the Dutch saying would be de dader ligt op het kerkhof, right? The killer is on the graveyard, freely translated. So there's nobody to blame anymore or to bring to justice, because they claim everybody is offed, or that's the speculation, and there's nobody to bring to justice. So then it goes into some kind of long wait, and if people wait long enough, then they forget, or the anger will subside, and it's like, oh yeah, that happened, and oh yeah, nobody got put to justice. What a shame, and life goes on, right? So this is the time heals all the wounds saying, or time makes it more bearable, but it also creates the opportunity for people that done it to wipe it under the carpet, right? After 10, 20 years, nobody will care. And then after 25, 30 years, somebody will come out and say, well, I was there and this happened. And then we were all, oh yeah, so that really happened. Well, now we can learn about that, but
yeah, it's definitely true what you're saying there. You know, you're talking about years there for people to forget, but to be fair, it's just gonna be a few months. People already forget about things happening like that. It's fucked up.
People forget the next day.
Well, some do. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, it was pretty a hot topic in the Netherlands, because there were like 250 Dutch people there that were killed, something. So it was pretty hot. Yeah, so it was a couple of babies, children. So yeah, it was pretty hot topic here in the Netherlands. So they went around for like years, because we had this official ceremony with the bodies coming in with military planes coming in at a military airport, and even our king was there saluting the dead, and then they brought the dead for identification, right? So they brought the dead for identification to some military hall, and they identified them there. But there was a whole memorial, people standing next to the freeway. So when
sorry, I was just going to ask something. Continue.
Yeah, well, it was just a big line of cars with all the caskets driving over the freeway, and people standing next to the freeway. So it was a big thing here in the Netherlands.
Yeah,
but if
I
you're
get that. I just don't understand why the military would be doing that. You should have the what is it, Surgeon General, or the the chief. What is it?
Prime Minister.
No. There's like I forget the special name, but there's another dude. The military should not be involved unless there was military on there.
I think it was because they wanted to have the bodies back as fast as possible when it was quote unquote a war zone. So they used military planes to get all these caskets in, like a big C-30 or whatever, right? Or a Hercules plane. So they could move that out of it as fast as possible. I think that was the reason, but I'm not sure. And they treated it as an act of war, right? Because,
Yeah,
Russia,
but everything gets treated as an act of war now.
Yeah.
Even this air that we're breathing in. We're in a war zone right now, but I don't know, it's just very weird. Every time something else like that has happened, it's only army dies, army personnel dies, and the army goes to do its job.
Sounds like it's doing your fucking head in, mate.
It fucking is Yankee Doodle.
Damn Yanks.
This is a fucked up bit. Yeah? People don't get that these pricks are doing the same kind of shit everywhere, and it doesn't matter where, like, you know, what country it is, whatever. They've just got people everywhere. It's fairly simple, and then they have their little infights, which has got nothing to do with the public or the people from whatever nation, whatever you want to believe in, that they're from. But they get the public sucked in. That's how they do all this dumb shit. As I said before, when there's a war on, it does not need to be declared to anybody that are the rules of engagement for international war. So you can be fighting a war now and not know.
Yeah, I guess that's how most people in the Middle East feel right now. They just get attacked randomly and shit by drones and shit.
Sorry?
Go Biden. I was just saying that they launch drone attacks on people and shit in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's a good story. There might be a few people.
Well, not really good, but
something
it's
happened,
something.
No, some small. Some small did happen, but it's most of it's like, nice little. Probably, I reckon you could probably go to America and like on what is the 4th of July buy better explosives.
Are you still there?
No.
Oh, okay.
Are you still there?
Kinda. Nah.
Oh, I'm still here.
Shit, didn't anybody hear that? Ah, dang it. I had a good toot ready. I had a good toot ready for the phone and I couldn't pull through. Sorry, guys.
Thought you heard my hell bells.
Got really quiet. Did Iggs just do your head in?
I don't know. I'm still thinking about the MH17. You know, it's just a weird conflict, man. It's hard to decide a faction. Side on. Just like a big cloud of fog over it, you know. But still, I'm fascinated by the creation of the Jewish state, Israel.
You should ask Iggs about gold. He knows a lot about gold.
Walking on eggshells? What are you talking about?
Iggs.
Riding on eggs?
No, not an ag. Eeg.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
This guy with an eyeball.
OX.
Yep. Eggs.
X gonna go rich.
Eggs, are you there? Oh, shoot. He must be AFK. Or he's asleep. He probably fell asleep.
He's not asleep. He's typing right now.
Yo, Vlad, how you doing?
Another AFK, man.
What time is it for you guys?
Fuck.
10:33 in the
Sorry,
morning.
boys. Fucking thing keeps on.
GMT
Stuff
plus 1.
He wants to know about gold eggs.
Gold eggs?
Yeah, golden
Gold
eggs.
You might need to get a goose, a golden goose. We'll get
Yeah,
you a
wasn't that
golden
like the
egg.
Willy Wonka movie?
If it's gonna lag some golden eggs for me, I'm fine. Just give me one.
Sweet, when you get one for me too.
You ever find a golden nugget?
No, I'm not a digger. I'm not a gold digger.
Eggs finds lots of nuggets.
On the greenish kind.
Ooh, a green nugget.
Like greenish yellow. Kind of pale in color. Sometimes they're slimy.
Eggs.
Yeah.
Do you go, is there mushroom hunting in Australia? Like, do you guys have wild mushrooms that grow?
Yeah, actually, yeah, but I don't know which ones to get. I'll have to pick them out.
The ones you don't die from, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
So ones you don't die from. Eh?
Well, it's legal to own the ones that will kill you. But the ones that you want, they bruise purple.
The eggs. Do you want to have another drink, buddy?
Hey, Roger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
one
no,
sec.
where I'm. Did you call him Ruger?
I'm just calling it in my language.
Ruger.
Roger.
I found a nugget.
You found a nugget?
Yep.
Reminds me a bit of Gold Rush on Discovery Channel. Fun nugget too.
Oh boy.
You know, I'm really glad that Vlad isn't here, because he would have banned my ass already.
Vlad's the bad one?
Don't fuck with Vlad.
I mean, Vlad's actually cool, but like most of the time, the worst bans I see is when like Helio will sit in here and he'll entertain a Glober for a little while. You know, he'll kind of go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then out of nowhere, and I mean out of nowhere, like I just feel like all of a sudden one of the mods just goes, "Yep, nope, we're done," and then poof, gone.
You talk about
It's
Helio?
funny, man. Yeah, like Helio, because Helio, he he likes talking to the Globers sometimes. Sometimes he gets kind of pissed off, but not like Helio never gets pissed though. From what I see, like once in a while
He's
he'll
always
get a little
pissed. What
bit.
do you mean?
No, once in a while he'll get
He
like a
doesn't
little.
get on. He doesn't get on here unless he's fully fucking pissed. He's usually had like a couple of bottles of vodka.
Well, to be quite fair, now if we're gonna talk about Helio, he was the guy that unbanned me after I've messaged all the fucking head admins to unban me. And he actually did it.
Yeah, Helio's a good guy.
Yeah.
But at least he owns it. It's like you have other people that come in, like just drunk as fuck. Like,
I still haven't heard back from Johnny, bro. He still hasn't been back from that day, right?
I have another one, Johnny.
I gotta fucking kill you. Fucking kill you. But that lasted for good luck 3.5 hours, bro. That was.
Dude, and it's weird. It's weird, right? Like, I honestly, I don't think I've laughed that hard for that long at any other period of my life. To be honest, like that was straight up like 3 hours of just like tears, bro. Just straight tears.
Just imagine there's more to come.
Oh, yeah, you missed out on that one, man. Holy shit, that was funny. Dude, I was waiting to go to bed too. I kept like trying to get Helio to put up the live stream so I could just upload YouTube on my TV and fall asleep to Globers getting smacked, but that didn't happen.
That reminds me, I've been there as well, you know, just listening to fucking semi-globers trying to prove the globe in here, just trying to get to sleep. It's fucking funny.
It really
Nah,
is
this was just
entertaining,
me
man.
teasing somebody, bro. Had nothing to do with it. But this is a flat earth. I was just.
No, it's not flat. It's intercepted.
It's what?
Like, you have to look at the globe and just invert it, okay? Then it all makes sense. Everybody is having a mind fuck right now. Is anybody still there?
Yep.
No.
Okay. X.
Yeah, bro.
You know how, like, Neil deGrasse Tyson says, like, the Earth is pear-shaped?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means that, like, below the equator, like they say it, like to the south, below it, it should be bigger, right? If it's pear-shaped.
Yep.
Well, that fucking proves the flat Earth, basically. If it's pear-shaped, means like there's more Earth below the equator. It's quite interesting if it's pear-shaped.
Oh, doesn't really prove that. It proves that those guys are idiots. They're just making shit up and laughing at people. It's a fruit. The earth is a fruit now.
No, dude, not
it's
like
a
that, but
fucking banana.
no, pear shape. I like the pear comparison. Because, like, when you think about it, like, it's the only the only logical way they would lie about it. You know, like, there's more Earth below the equator because it's pear shaped.
That was probably one of the smarter things I've heard all day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was working towards this all day.
All that work.
Yeah, the script there. The build-up is right.
I got
He's like,
13
now's the
pages
time.
right.
So you know this.
A plus.
This is. It's a pear.
So, are you a Glober?
Me?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
What's my name?
Oh, I don't know. You should know that, yeah?
What's my name?
Oh, I don't know. You should know that, yeah?
I know my name, but do you know my name?
I don't.
Gabriel.
Yeah.
Bam.
I totally forgot where I was going.
Took him by surprise.
I want to say something intriguing, but it totally failed.
Yeah, I got
So-
you because I said your name properly. Got confused.
So,
So.
You just come out and hang out with the flatties once in a while?
Oh yeah, that's right. Your question was, are you a globe earther?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
flat? What was the question? Flat or globe?
Doesn't matter. I guess just pick one, yeah?
Well, since the time I've been here, it's probably more flat than globe.
Yeah.
Like, you
So-
gotta understand, like, the big majority of the people are saying, like, yeah, it's a globe, man. It's a fucking globe. We got satellites, we got all this fucking fancy shit. But when I look down to it, we don't got shit, man. We got fucking balloons hanging on satellites, shit. But the weird thing is, like, I'm still trying to figure out, like, how they faked, like, those satellites with SpaceX, like those
Fuck the satellites,
linear
bro.
ones.
Why isn't Discord working if there's that much fucking satellites? Fucking
Yeah.
bullshit. Can't even get fucking good what's it called? A Wi-Fi signal. Tell stories about fucking satellites.
Wait, where are you from, X? Romania?
I don't know. I don't exist.
No. Yeah.
Sound kind of British to me.
He's from a place where Wi-Fi doesn't exist.
Africa.
It's the country as well.
No, fuck it, yeah. Okay, I'll give you another hint. Animals don't exist there.
Japan?
Close, close. Okay, one more. He
Wait, so
himself and
it's
all
close
of
to
the
Japan.
people. He himself and
Yes.
all of the people there also do not exist.
He's upside down.
He's upside down. Okay, so that means he's below the equator, right? Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, below the fatter part.
Australian.
Correct. Ding, 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 ding,
Yeah,
ding.
yeah, and whoever said it was upside down is false because it doesn't exist. So that's a red herring.
Yeah, that's also a thing they say about
That's assuming the consequent.
No, I want to touch
You're
on
banned.
this. Like, you know how they say about the moon eclipse? like when you look at it from Australia, it should be upside down, but it isn't, or something, right?
A moon eclipse should be upside down.
I don't know. You're in the south. I'm not.
How can a circle be upside down, bro? Can a circle be upside down?
Glug, 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 glug.
Depends on the perspective you're watching it from.
Bro, are you serious? Do you have a coin?
Do you have a coin?
Put the coin in front of you and move your head to the side, like 90 degrees, tilt your body, and tell me if the coin looks different.
Hold on,
round,
really
bro.
quick. I'm more
What, you don't get it as
interested.
well?
No, I'm more interested in like this guy's life than his opinions. Like, what do you do
Well, if
for
you're gonna
fun?
want to go into my life, it's been pure hell. So go ahead.
Oh man, what do you do for fun though? Like
Games.
video games?
I like to play a game
Mind games.
as well.
So you play video games? Do you play any sports? Do you ever go outside and play play catch with your dad?
Nope, because he had a hernia, so he couldn't be procreative. I don't know how he made me, but that worked out.
Oh boy.
Okay, more questions. Let's go.
You're not a fan of your dad, are you? Oh, God.
What?
Okay, you don't like your dad much, do you? Huh?
I used to. Still kinda.
You're funny, bro.
Well, last thing I heard from him was like, "Hey, you want to drink a beer?"
And what do you say? Go buy me one?
Honestly, I didn't reply because I was like, "Fuck, man, why? I haven't spoken to you for years, and you're asking me to buy a beer with you? Fuck off, man. Fuck."
Did you tell your mom about this incident?
No, I don't like her either.
Yeah, she said, go give me some vodka.
No, don't talk shit about my mom, because I'll come fuck you up. You know, I know the fucking, what is it? The flight lanes to Australia. So I'm gonna go straight there, you know?
Johnny again, oh no.
It's Johnny. Johnny
It's
2.0.
Johnny again. Johnny 2.0.
Oh shit.
But to be fair, I would like to go to like a country like Australia or maybe something in what is it, the Middle East? Maybe. Probably not the Middle East. No, but to be coming down to that, I just want to see the sky in the night, you know, the night sky with all the galaxies and shit. Yeah, shut the fuck up, person. No,
really quick.
no.
You're telling me things that
What do
I
you
don't
mean really
care
quick?
about.
It's not
You
really
already
quick.
told
It's
me
quite
I'm
long.
the
You're
one
talking for
asking the
quite a
questions
moment
here.
now. What?
I'm asking you're telling me all these things I don't care about. You told me I'm asking the questions.
Oh, okay, so I'm telling him my whole life story here and you're not caring about it? Fuck off, man. Fuck off.
Not the slightest shit. I asked the questions.
No,
then you
not the
can
slightest
answer.
shit, so you do care a
no.
bit.
No.
So you don't care.
Not the slightest.
So why am I talking about it?
Not the slightest. I care if it's a question, then I ask. But when you start monologuing about all this bullshit that you go
So
through,
you don't like my monologue?
I don't.
Was die voor een long monologue?
Yo, Eggs, he's been learning too much.
Dude, he's learning from the best ones, apparently.
He is, bro. That's why he was like before doing the Johnny. I want to come there to Australia.
Oh no!
Just imagine all the fucking people that are listening to this right now and that are muted. Like, hi, Mom. Maybe you're listening. Probably not. Fuck you, Dad.
Be your mom if you want to.
Hey, shut up, else I'm gonna start another monologue.
No,
sure.
Please don't.
When
All
you
right.
coming down to Australia? Javier.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Me or he?
Javier.
Gebruiker.
When are you coming down to Australia?
Never been there. Wanna go there. You know this Australian guy, Destination Fucked?
No.
You don't know Destination Fucked?
No, I don't. Is that his name on here?
Aussie Man. You know Aussie Man.
What's his nick on here? Destination Fucked.
He's not in here. He's just called Aussie Man.
So his nickname's Aussie Man. No, I don't know.
You know, that just proves how big Australia is, that you don't know him. The lies they're spreading about Australia, saying it's just this small island, but in real life it's just big as fuck.
Yo, Jabruker, whatever your name is. Can I ask you a serious question, like a personal question, if you don't mind?
No.
Okay. It is kind of personal.
Wait, how personal?
No, I was gonna say the question is kind of personal. So if you say no, I don't mind.
Are you gonna ask me if I got dropped as child or something?
No, that's fucking.
I was gonna ask you out for a date.
Well, that's too bad, because that would be quite funny.
Mine was
but okay, go ahead.
Oh,
no, it's quite similar. No, it's similar.
No, to what?
No, fuck off,
to
man.
What Iggs
No, I'm not gonna
not
ask
you,
him that.
Not you. I was
Who?
just gonna ask. And it's cool if you are, bro. Like,
Wait,
nobody's
you're
gonna
gonna
hate
ask, but it's not about me. We're
I
asking the
was
question
just-
too.
I was just gonna say, I don't know. I get kind of like this, like, defensive, feminine, like,
Are
vibe.
you feminine now? Fuck, man, are you a faggot?
I'm curious because
You're not gay, right?
Eggs just fucking asked you on a date, and
Wait,
it
who
almost
asked
sounds
me
like
on a
you took
date?
second. Eggs.
I personally
Well,
said he loves you.
X, when are we going to go on a date? Like,
Well,
we're
I'm
not
that drunk, Eggs.
Shut up, person. No homo, X. No homo. We're just gonna go on a date together, you know. 2 men. That's possible.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, bro.
Indeed.
Eggs, tell them what you like to do to people.
Well, I'll probably wear a butt plug, but okay.
No, this is better. It's Helio's favorite subject.
Helio's favorite subject. Now I'm quite invested.
Invested.
Not going too deep.
Well, it is kind of deep. It kind of goes in one way and comes out the other.
Well, to be fair, I like to go deep with you, X.
Should be interesting.
Oh.
Wait, but what was this question you want to ask? Like now, I'm never mind. Just ask.
Curious?
No, not curious. Another C word. Not cancer. Don't know why I said that.
What the fuck? Bro,
Yeah, no,
what the hell was that?
My question literally was just if you were gay, because I got like this feminine vibe off of you. That was it.
Wait, I
And
thought you were
words to
talking about
show, bro.
yourself with feminist vibe. Now you're gonna say it's on me?
Oh, are you pulling the good old no you? Dang it.
X. Who sounds more feminine? He or me?
Well, I have a
Nice.
girlfriend.
Both
and
of you
she's
sound
gay.
like two like
Well, I
real.
don't got a girlfriend because I got too many to fuck.
Oh shit! Yeah, you sound like a winner, bro.
Sound like two handsome girls.
Never get attached to that pussy, man.
I need to go hide my girlfriend from Jabberker.
You know, just gotta see it as a stock market. You know, you hit what's good, and then when it's not, you get away.
What does that even mean, bro? I don't get it.
Like I said, you hit what's good, and then you leave it.
Oh,
Get some
okay.
profit. Well, actually, there's not that much profit made from women because they don't really are that profitable.
Yeah. You might be the
Fuck
minus.
yeah. It's not ladies' night, so I can go about, right?
Oh, bro, you're funny.
That's what my dad used to say.
You gotta stop laughing. I hate it when you do the last part.
You know, we talked about Jews getting blown up and shit. Now we just can laugh, you know?
Can you imagine how much he would... Can you imagine how much this guy would piss off Johnny? Bro, I would be weeping.
I'll be teased, bro.
I wish Michael was here.
Who, Battlemon?
Battlemon?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually, that would be fucking interesting, too.
He's like the dad I never used to have.
Battlemon's awesome.
I know. He banned me.
Here, I'll ping him.
He banned me. He's like the dad I never used to have.
It was a ban of love.
Hi. Fuck you, Dad. Love you, Mum. Oh boy.
Ryan's comment. Authenticating. What the fuck?
Is he having trouble, like, actually, joining on here?
Is there any admins on? Any mods? Hello?
He's probably just having a hard time connecting.
I'm quite sure all the mods are like
Yeah, what's
listening
up?
and just laughing. Wait, are you a mod, Roger?
Well, not exactly, but what's up?
Shut up, Loki.
I can unmute people if you like, but what's up?
Can you mute people?
I think Ryan's having some technical difficulties.
He did this yesterday all day. He was like bloom, 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 coming in and out. So I don't know what's happening with his connection.
Well, just to touch on that, I also usually have that issue where you just lose connection and then you just bump in and out of the voice chat. Just bad internet, I think.
Last time I could even speak on here, even though the mic was open. So maybe it needs to just restart.
Roger.
Hey Roger, are you busy right now?
So
on and off, yeah.
What are you
Jabruker's
doing
having
right
some...
now?
I'm doing some work.
You work at home?
No.
So you're on the job right now?
Yes.
It's funny.
So you're cheating. Get on with your work.
No, I'm not
Number
cheating.
one,
I'm listening
get on with
in.
your work, Roger.
I'm listening in. I have my hands free. I'm just doing my thing and listening.
Get on with your work, Roger.
I am.
Yes, master, yes. Can I have some more porridge, please?
Ah, shit, all the
Can I have
admins are
some more?
waking up.
That's it. I'll be docked in your pay. There'll be some time lost in your pay this month.
Hey, Jabruker.
10 quits an hour.
Jin will be your dad if you want.
No, I don't buy them, I own them.
Yeah,
Jin,
you don't want to
will
own me, mate,
you
I'll tell you.
will you take Jabruker to be your lawfully loved son? Just say it. Just say I do.
No comment.
I object.
Wow,
to say it.
no
I dare you to
comment.
say it.
No comment. The heresy.
Yo, Iggs, could we make a binding contract over that to where he could legally have to be his father? You know what I mean? If we take we go into the court and we're like, hey, we have this recording of Jin saying that he'll be his dad. You know, he vowed to. So I mean,
Well, yeah, actually, yeah.
dude, Jin
You
would
could,
be
yeah.
so fucked.
You know, if you want to
That's
be
what he
my
said, no comment.
lawful... You know, if you want to be my lawful owner, you gotta pay some bitch. Fuck, I'm swearing too much.
Hey, are there any mods to give Jin the Jabruker's daddy role?
Is there a daddy role?
I remember someone doing that to someone else.
No, don't give me rules, because Vlad will take them away.
Fucking Vlad must have it in for you.
Yeah, I'm not falling for that one again.
He sounded like Borat then. I'm not falling for that one again.
Dude, you know Vlad's just sleeping next to his computer or something like that, listening to everything, and he's gonna wake up tomorrow just like, man, I had this dumb fucking dream of Jabruker for some reason.
I hope it was a nightmare.
Fuck yeah, I feel the love. 24/7 Discord. Love all the time.
He just wakes up.
Fuck you, Dad. Hi, Mom.
He's like, oh, Jabruker's in your band.
You know what's the most wonderful thing about voice chat? They can't register what the fuck you're saying. Well, okay, they kind of do, because they can look back the recordings, but who's gonna watch back like 40 fucking minutes? Nobody's gonna do that.
Helio will.
Nah.
Yeah, he will.
I tried myself. Like when I got banned, I looked I tried to look back, like what happened, and never found it.
Oh, it might have been. It might have been deleted though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but then you should still see it somewhere in the recording, I guess.
No, when you get banned, they go back and edit through all the YouTube voice to make sure that they block it
Do
They
they?
rub you out.
Not in a good way.
Although I want to believe that, I don't believe it. I'm
He almost
sure
did.
there must be some bit left, like somewhere on the YouTube channel.
That'll be
What do you
in the place
want?
that you can never go. If you go there, then you'll have to be snuffed out.
Well, it
wants to
wouldn't
be
be me,
remembered for
but
some
it would be
reason.
the people that banned me. Because there's gonna be a whole lot of heads to roll when I publish that shit.
Banning will be the least of your problems.
Yeah, not me getting banned, right?
You'd be forever watching your back. In other words, you'd have to turn your head all the way around like an owl.
I already do that, so bring it on, motherfucker.
Let.
Oh, I like it.
Got to look for those fucking Freemasons, man. Those Freemasons
You're looking
are
at it
hot.
right now.
You're not a Freemason.
How do you know?
What's 33rd degree?
Exactly. We don't know. Aha.
What's 34th degree?
What's the 113th degree?
There's no such thing.
Again, you don't know. New division. New old division, should I say. Old new division.
Well, it may very well be that they expand upon it, but I don't expect that. Like, they're autistic. Like, those Freemasons, they're autistic, man. Just keep repeating the same thing over and over again, you know, just another world war. Just another one, you know. World War II, World War III.
Yeah.
Let's get it on, man.
The dumb ones. The dumb ones are, not the smart ones.
Yeah, but honestly, if you think back to it, you know, how easily they started World War II. What about World War III, man? When it's gonna start?
I said to you before, under international rules of war, they don't need to tell you when a war starts.
Yeah, okay, you're
So,
talking about the rules.
how do you know?
You're talking about rules, but in war, nobody keeps to the rules.
It's a game,
So,
isn't it? It's a game.
Again, if they don't keep to the rules, how do you know you're not in a war now?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a game,
Well,
isn't it?
I know that I'm not in a
Yesterday's
war
enemies-
because my country isn't getting invaded right now.
Yesterday's
but you're
enemies
locked
were
up
never
at
really
home, bro.
enemies.
Not really. I can buy beer, go outside, have a blunt, no problem.
Yeah, but is that really freedom in the prison?
Well, as long as I can smoke my weed and drink my beer, I'm fucking fine, man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but you're in Holland. You can take acid and walk around.
I've
and have
never
a
done
hookah next to you.
acid. Canada.
You're on acid right now, bro. What do you
mean? No.
Yeah.
Just ask my daddy, okay? He knows I'm not on acid.
Yesterday's enemies were always friends. That's what it turns out.
Yep.
I don't know. The only thing I think of is the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Well, there you go.
So then you got no enemies.
There you have it.
What do you mean you got no enemies? I got a lot of enemies. But all the
It's
enemies
clear.
of those are my friends.
So if you love your enemies, then you have no enemies, bro.
There you go.
That's a
It really
logical
works like
fallacy.
that. No, it doesn't work like that.
I'm telling you how it works, bro.
Yin Brwan.
Yeah, Jin CBR1. Jin CBR1. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
How do you pronounce that?
No, it's Jin and then CBR1. My connection to Honda. I like, yes, I ride a motorcycle. That's
Just
why I'm
say
calling
Jin
it.
Sensei.
Why
Jin
aren't
Sensei
you?
this, because I'm in Japan. Talking to you
Why
from
aren't you
Japan.
driving Mitsubishi or something?
Oh shit, Genzi's here.
Jin CBR1 has arrived. Vroom. So, no one wants to defend their model today. Hmm?
Yeah, it looks like it, bro.
Cool. They can't use the word globe, earth enough on TV, news, and everywhere lately. Movies. Pumping it. And gravity, I've noticed. That word gravity is raising its ugly head a lot recently. Gravitational pull. A center of gravity. Gravity fed.